Chapter 1001. Luo Xiaobai had always been an upright girl. However, after the initial hostility she quickly reacted. In terms of interests alone, the Thug Academy was indeed lacking teachers. Furthermore, Zhou Yinling represented the Julian family. Although they had declined, they had come to help on the ancient battlefield. Secondly, there was no problem with the girl, Zhou Yinling. She had a high chance of rising to prominence. She was more than enough to be a teacher. As for the relationship between Zhu Yinling and Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai knew that Han Fei didn't have such thoughts. Therefore, what she was conflicted about was, if Zhu Yinling stayed and followed Han Fei every day, would they fall in love over time? Luo Xiaobai thought to herself, it's fine if Zhu Yinling stays, but I have to have a talk with Han Fei. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. It's up to you. Lu Renquang took a deep breath and secretly said to Zhang Xuanyu, it doesn't seem right. Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes. Sure, although this girl is really good looking, I'm still against her in terms of morality. Without Xia Xiaoshan, there had only been 4 people in their team. It was impossible for outsiders to join. The reason why everyone was at ease with Li Luoluo was that Li Luoluo's personality switch was too strange. Even Zhang Xuanyu couldn't withstand this change, much less Han Fei. Although Zhu Yinling couldn't join this team either, everyone was on Xia Xiaoshan's side. Although Xia Xiaoshan wasn't around for the time being, the 3 of them still played the most direct role of supervision. They couldn't bear to see Han Fei fall in love with someone else. Han Fei said indifferently, Su Songqian, Su Daiji, cultivate well, have you made it halfway through? When the 2 of them heard that, they immediately focused on their cultivation. It was better not to make a sound. Han Fei regained his composure and said calmly, all right, I have no problem with Zhu Yinling being a teacher at the Thug Academy, but Han Fei looked at her and said solemnly, there's indeed something wrong with your comfort and nature technique. Follow me. The reason why Han Fei quickly recovered his composure was that he felt that this shouldn't be a problem. The sea-quelling painting was in his hands, and after a year of cultivation he had plenty of resources. Han Fei felt that he didn't need to worry about a mere 100 million points of spiritual energy. After all, helping her was equivalent to helping himself. Furthermore, he had to help her. This was also why Han Fei agreed to let her stay. This involved a very serious problem. Behind the mountain, Han Fei looked at Zhu Yinling and said, you seem to have changed a lot. Zhu Yinling smiled faintly. Yes, not bad. I know quite a few people in the Heavenly Water Village and have made good friends. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Huh? There are still people worth befriending in the Heavenly Water Village? She smiled. You know her. She's Hai Xiao Yu. Unfortunately, I didn't spend much time with her. Then she went to the Scattered Stars Island. By the way, I learned a lot about your childhood. Han Fei immediately covered his head. Sigh, with Hai Xiao Yu's big mouth, what wouldn't she say? Han Fei nodded and said, you've become much more sunny and even learned how to be devilish. However, follow me somewhere first. With a thought, an illusion of the land appeared. Han Fei said, give me your hand. Grabbing her hand, Han Fei stood in the shadow. In the next second, the 2 of them disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. Inside the sea-quelling painting, Master. In the void, a pangolin crawled out. This was its innate ability, Void Drill. The reason why the pangolin arrived as soon as Han Fei appeared was naturally because of the existence of Zhu Yinling. As a creature in the painting, it would be a failure if it couldn't protect Han Fei in the painting. When Zhu Yinling saw the pangolin, she was slightly shocked. How powerful. The moment she entered this space, she became vigilant. A living being could actually tear through the void. This wasn't something ordinary law enforcers could do. Even explorers might not have this ability. Han Fei smiled and said, perfect. Senior Earth 9, follow me into the 9 Sounds Mist. 9 Sounds Mist? Does it have something to do with me? Han Fei smiled. To be precise, it has something to do with your comfort and nature technique. Earth 9 said gently, comfort and nature technique? I remember. In the past, someone seemed to be listening here and created a technique. However, that person didn't walk through the 9 Sounds Mist. Han Fei looked at the blank look on Zhu Yinling's face and chuckled. Do you remember what I told you before? Is there something wrong with your comfort technique? She nodded. Han Fei had said it back then, but it was true that there were no problems with this technique. However, she had no idea what the problem was. Han Fei pointed at the faint fog in front of him and said, let's go, hold my hand and don't let go. Han Fei wasn't taking advantage of her. If she was gone after hearing the 9 sounds, he wouldn't know how to get her back with his current control of the sea-quelling painting. Wuh! In the sky, there were a series of sounds. Suddenly, Zhu Yinling stopped as her face turned extremely pale. Then, she cried. It was unknown what she had seen. With a thought, Han Fei's voice gradually weakened. Only then did Zhu Yinling recover, but her body was a little soft and she couldn't stand stably. It was extremely rare for her to reveal a shocked expression. What's that sound? Earth 9 said leisurely. This is the real 9 sounds. Han Fei said, in fact, there's no record of it in the comfort and nature technique. He wrote the 9 sounds as a kind of enlightenment into a technique. In reality, the 9 sounds are incomplete. Among them, the 7 sounds contain the 7 emotions. The 7 emotions of pleasure, anger, sorrow, joy, fear, fright, and thought, and this is why you should experience worldly life. She opened her mouth slightly and looked at Han Fei. What are the other 2 sounds? Han Fei said indifferently. There are 2 remaining sounds. One is the voice of the great oblivion, and the other is the voice of universal compassion. There was a blank look on her face as she muttered, Great oblivion, universal compassion? Han Fei took a deep breath and said, When I saw these 9 sounds, I knew why your comfort technique art didn't explain it directly. It's because ordinary people can't achieve the great oblivion, so the ancestors of the Juyin family infused the essence of the 9 sounds into the technique to let the descendants who obtain the legacy enter the world, experiencing all the vicissitudes of life, love, friendship, etc., and in the end, leave the world, forgetting all these emotions and achieving the great oblivion. Once you do it, the growth of your strength will be terrifying. Zhu Yinling's body trembled, and a hint of horror finally appeared in her eyes. She looked at Han Fei. Will I forget everything when I reach the state of great oblivion? Han Fei shook his head. It's not to forget everything, but to see through everything. For example, if you and I fall in love, if you have a true friend, then the only way for you to reach great oblivion was to kill me and your friend. Only by abandoning love and ignoring friendship can you reach the great oblivion state. Zhu Yinling instantly turned pale. She hurriedly retracted her hand and gritted her teeth. I don't want it. I don't want to reach that state. Earth 9 suddenly said, according to Master, this barrier should be the explorer barrier. Once one reaches the state of great oblivion, they can become an explorer. Furthermore, their strength will increase rapidly. Even the barrier of the venerable realm might not be able to withstand this improvement. Han Fei was stunned for a moment and looked at Earth 9 in surprise. The great oblivion state can even break through to the venerable realm? Earth 9 pondered for a moment before saying, It's possible. Suddenly, a tree branch extended out of the void as the tree spirit's voice sounded, There's great horror inside. To extinguish one's emotions, one has to be a devil first. Therefore, after the sound of great oblivion, the sound of universal compassion is needed to allow cultivators to gain an epiphany. One Han Fei muttered, Become a devil with one thought and become Buddha with another. This comfort in nature technique is even more terrifying than I imagined. As for Zhu Yinling, she was dumbfounded. In other words, if she were to date Han Fei, the final result might be that she had to kill Han Fei with her own hands. The true meaning of the comfort technique was to love someone with all your heart. But then the more you loved, the more sad you would be. However, once this threshold was crossed, how could she extinguish her emotions? If she killed the love of her life, what could be more heartless than this? She staggered. I can't stay at the Thug Academy. Han Fei, send me away. I won't see you again. Alas. In the void, the branch transformed into a human figure as the tree spirit appeared. Tree spirit sighed leisurely. According to Master, there's no turning back the moment you cultivate the comfort technique. Your heart already belongs to someone. You can either fall in love with Master, but you definitely can't improve yourself. However, I believe that at that time you won't be able to control the increase in your strength, so you and Master will definitely be enemies. Or, as you said, you will leave Master and never see him again. However, it's impossible for your strength to surpass the law enforcer realm in this life. Furthermore, this will become a demon in your heart. There's a certain chance that you'll suffer a backlash. The more Tree Spirit spoke, the paler her face became. She had come to the Thug Academy happily, but how could she know that such a secret was awaiting her? Chapter 1002, The Other Party is Waiting Too. From the moment Han Fei encountered the 9 sounds mist and the comfort technique that Zhu Yinling had shown him, he could basically guess what Zhu Yinling's ancestor had in mind. Perhaps, in the eyes of such strong masters, feelings didn't matter. As long as one could become a king, they would become the one and only king of the Thousand-Star City. Everything in the past would vanish the moment they became a king. However, in Han Fei's opinion, this was also a path destined to be lonely. Once one really embarked on this path and became a king, what was the difference between such a king and an emotionless god? Seeing that she was in a state of confusion and fear, Han Fei said, Let's go. I'll try and see if I can change your comfort technique. She looked up, her eyes teary. Can I change it? Han Fei smiled. Definitely. The comfort technique isn't complete. I told you the first time I saw it. The problem is that I have to see if I have the ability to change it now. Han Fei grabbed her wrist and, with a thought, appeared on the empty floating island with Earth 9 and Tree Spirit. In the sea quelling painting, Han Fei could go anywhere with just a thought. The painting was different from ordinary sea quelling bizarre treasures. Thankfully, he had asked old Jiang for several bottles of pills to forcefully take the sea quelling painting. Han Fei didn't expect that half a drop of origin water would resolve everything. She looked at the empty floating island in astonishment. Looking at the circular lake, she couldn't help but feel lost. Where is this? Han Fei smiled. You can understand it as a secret realm. With that, Han Fei sat on the ground and said indifferently, Wait for me for a while. I'll see if I can change the comfort technique. She pursed her lips. She wasn't stupid. The comfort technique could be passed down through generations. It was something left behind by her ancestors, so it definitely wasn't something that could be easily changed. Furthermore, why was there the 9 sounds mist in this completely unfamiliar world? Her ancestors had been here before, but how did Han Fei get here? Zhu Yinling hadn't entered the boneyard, so she didn't know the secrets of the sea-quelling painting. She was only increasingly curious about the secrets of Han Fei. Suddenly, she recalled what the faceless man had said to her. She immediately took a deep breath, and her eyes were firm. Deduce. Han Fei had rich spiritual energy. Zhu Yinling was surprised. Logically speaking, it was impossible for an ordinary person to withstand such rich spiritual energy. At that moment, the spiritual energy was rapidly disappearing. After a while, a new technique appeared in Han Fei's mind. Heavenly Music Book, Venerable Level, Low Quality Introduction. In ancient times, it was a unique technique of the Heavenly Sound sect. This technique fused with the strange sounds of the world and secretly conformed to the essence of the strange sounds. It uses the Tao of the Deva to be a type of human Tao technique. To cultivate this technique, one has to experience the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humans and the vicissitudes of the world so as to break through barriers and enter the Tao in the mortal world. This technique is extremely difficult and takes up a lot of time. Deduction result. Unknown. Note 1. Pursuing this Tao can at most become a venerable. One needs to obtain the gospel of heaven and earth before they can continue cultivating. Note 2. Having reached the demon purification pot's current deduction limit, another deduction will involve the profound mysteries of the world and damage the demon purification pot. Han Fei wasn't surprised at all when he saw the Heavenly Music Book. A venerable level technique meant that one could become a venerable as long as they mastered it. There was no need to consider the gospel of heaven and earth. At the very least, the danger of the comfort and nature technique was resolved. Furthermore, the Heavenly Music Book clearly recorded that this technique was extremely difficult and time-consuming. It was completely in opposition to the comfort and nature technique that Zhu Yinling cultivated. In other words, the ancestors of the Zhu Yin family were only seeking speed. They didn't explore it generation after generation, so their path was crooked. Han Fei had always believed that things created by humans couldn't be perfect. That was why he was so sure that he could perfect Zhu Yinling technique. However, Zhu Yinling was too deep in it to see it clearly. As the saying went, the true face of Mountain Lushan was lost to one's sight, for it was right in this mountain that he resided. Just now, Han Fei was just trying to scare her to let her know the problem of the comfort and nature technique. The moment Han Fei opened his eyes, Zhu Yinling was sitting opposite him, looking a little nervous. Han Fei grinned. "There's a solution," she hurriedly asked. "What solution?" Han Fei's face sank. "This method is very difficult." She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, her expression recovered a little. "It's fine. It doesn't matter how difficult it is. As long as I don't become a heartless person in the end, it's fine." Han Fei took out a jade slip and copied the Heavenly Music Book. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Little Nine, this path is really difficult." She pursed her lips. "I'm not afraid," Han Fei said. "On this path, you might have to travel to countless corners of the world and see the fickleness of human nature and the vicissitude of the world." With a firm expression, Zhu Yinling said, "I'm not afraid." Han Fei nodded and handed over the Heavenly Music Book. Zhu Yinling took the Heavenly Music Book and quickly read the introduction. Then she looked at Han Fei in surprise. "Make breakthroughs in the mortal world? Is this a venerable level technique?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "That's right, a venerable level technique." The corners of Zhu Yinling's mouth twitched. She suddenly understood what Han Fei meant by very difficult. According to the Heavenly Music Book, her experience in the human world was far from enough. She couldn't stay in the Thug Academy forever. Suddenly, Zhu Yinling looked at Han Fei and said, Although I don't know how you created the Heavenly Music Book through the comfort and nature technique, I still like you. Since there's no comfort and nature technique and no restriction of the Great Oblivion, I will definitely win your heart in the end." Cough, Han Fei immediately shuddered. "Hey, why are we talking about this again? Little Nine, I'm not listening." "I'm not listening. Han Fei, oh?" Han Fei was dumbfounded. "No, wait a minute. Who taught you this? Who?" She blushed. Xiao Yu is so cute and knows a lot." Han Fei's face darkened. "What else did you learn from Xiao Yu? No wonder I feel the words you said are somewhat familiar." Han Fei couldn't help but ask warily, "What else did Xiao Yu teach you?" Without the pressure, Zhao Yinling seemed to be in a good mood. There was a crafty look in her eyes. "I'm not telling you." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "All right, since the matter has been resolved, let's get out quickly," Tree Spirit said in surprise. "Master, it's resolved so easily?" In Han Fei's mind, the voice of Waterluster suddenly sounded, "Master, I suggest that we kill this woman directly. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble." Fireseed's voice came next. "Master, I agree." Han Fei rolled his eyes and replied, "It's all right. I've resolved this matter. By the way, Senior Tree Spirit, send a clone of yours out with me. It has to have the strength of a junior law enforcer." "Yes, Master." Outside, a white-haired old man came out with Han Fei and Zhu Yinling. Zhu Yinling was quite surprised that this clone had the strength of a junior law enforcer. Han Fei seemed to have many secrets, she thought to herself. Everyone has secrets, she thought to herself. Everyone has secrets. Xiao Yu said that a good girl shouldn't get to the bottom of things. I won't ask. Han Fei didn't know what was on her mind. He led her and Tree Spirit to the cube and found Luo Xiaobai and the others. Han Fei said, "Let me introduce you to everyone. Senior Tree Spirit, you've met him before. In the future, he will take over your work and preside over the maze assessment. Li Luo Luo, take little 9 to familiarize herself with the environment." "Xiaobai, come here." "Behind the mountain," Han Fei said. "Zhu Yinling won't stay at the Thug Academy for long. The matter has almost been resolved. When all the students are recruited, we can go to the 1,000-star proving ground." Luo Xiaobai was surprised. "It was resolved so quickly?" Han Fei nodded. "How long did you think it would take?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "At present, 2 people have broken through the various obstacles and are stuck in the final assessment. More people have come, but once we go to the 1,000-star proving ground, trouble might come. Are you sure you don't want to wait until Tangi's wedding?" Han Fei shook his head. "If it's just a competition in the 1,000-star proving ground, it won't be a big problem even if someone comes looking for trouble. As for the 3 sacred places, we really have to wait until after Tengge's wedding." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "I'll make the preparations. My family's information has been sent over. You should read it when you have the time. In addition, when we finish recruiting the students, I suggest we train for a month first. This is because we might not have the time to teach them in the future." Han Fei nodded. He understood what Luo Xiaobai meant. The reason why no one came to cause trouble now was that Han Fei and the others were almost invincible in the Hidden Fisher realm. The big clans weren't fools. They certainly wouldn't ask for trouble. However, once Han Fei and the others entered the sacred places and broke through to become law enforcers, all the trouble would follow. This was because, at that time, they would have already become law enforcers. Their opponents would no longer be hidden fishers, but law enforcers. Although Han Fei had killed an intermediate law enforcer with 1 slash while visiting the Su family, that person was only an ordinary law enforcer. Han Fei hadn't encountered a single genius at the law enforcement level. Clearly, the other party was also waiting. Chapter 103, A Strange Girl. In the teleportation maze of the Thug Academy, a large number of people were trying day and night. At first, there were only about 1,000 people, but gradually, there were more than 5,000 people. And now, many parents were gathered with their children. Many of them weren't even from the Pure Sun Island, causing the number of youths tested in the maze to instantly reach nearly 10,000. There were also some youths who were completely stuck at one spot. The test was extremely difficult. In order to prove their excellence, they took the initiative to come here and participate in the test. However, less than 10 people could reach the final 100 kilometers. At this moment, Jing Yue had already been in the Spirit Gatherer maze for 3 days and 3 nights. In the past 3 days, he had experimented countless times, and every time he felt that he was close to success, he would fail and trigger a spirit energy explosion. His target was the Heavenly Sword sect. He believed that he was qualified. Compared to the abilities of a soul warrior, he was more confident in his abilities as a spirit gatherer. However, this time, he failed to draw a single spirit gathering array despite trying for 3 full days. This left him extremely frustrated. He was determined to put aside the 7 major sects. He had to go to the Thug Academy. Bam! He failed again, and the spirit energy explosion sent him flying. Jing Yue hurriedly cast a healing spell on himself as though the spiritual energy explosion was a trivial matter. That's not right. This isn't a normal spirit gathering array at all. It must be a secret array. However, this array is extremely strange. It's completely irregular. To successfully replicate it, one has to grasp this irregular composition method. Jing Yue was thinking that it was clearly impossible to successfully draw this picture using traditional spirit gathering techniques. To succeed, one had to succeed in spirit gathering. To succeed in spirit gathering, one had to succeed in drawing, and to succeed in drawing, one needed to succeed in spirit gathering. It seemed to be a triangular paradox. Suddenly, an idea came to Jing Yue as his eyes lit up. The reason I failed was because I used too much spirit energy, causing the spirit energy to dissipate and resulting in a spirit energy explosion. If I were to draw with very little spirit energy and stack the energy one by one, wouldn't that work? Jing Yue frowned. It seems to be a little obvious, but as long as it succeeds, who cares? A tiny amount of spiritual energy flowed from Jing Yue's fingertip. Just in a moment, he finished drawing the array without producing a spiritual energy explosion, and this was the first time he tried. Jing Yue was overjoyed. This method worked. On the other side, at the armorist checkpoint, Gucci held an armor box. Swords and daggers shot out from the box. On the shield, continuous tinkling sounds echoed. As an armorist, she already knew the way to break through the shield when she saw it. As long as she broke through a spot, she could shatter the entire shield wall. Gucci gritted her teeth. She had heard that one of the children chosen from the Su family only had a level 3 spiritual heritage and the other was a bastard. Just based on this alone, she should be able to enter the Thug Academy. She only had a level 4 spiritual heritage. Although she wasn't a bastard, her parents had both died in the unknown place. Her spiritual heritage was too poor. The 7 sects minimum requirement was a level 5 spiritual heritage, so the appearance of the Thug Academy gave her a chance. Hoop! She had lost count of the number of attempts she had made. The reason wasn't that she wasn't fast enough, but that she didn't have enough spiritual energy. After striking 60 times in a row, her spiritual energy was exhausted. She had to immediately recover her spiritual energy before continuing. This won't do. I wonder if anyone has passed this test. I can't waste any more time. The explosions next door stopped? Did that person pass the test? Gucci's heart trembled. The explosion not far from next door had lasted for 2 days. The other party was clearly not someone who would give up easily. No, there's not enough spiritual energy. I'll burn my life force. Outside the maze, a fishing boat flew over. On the fishing boat was an old man with a girl. The girl was babbling. Grandpa Mo, is this Thug Academy that powerful? Why did it decline back then? Were they the former 8th Academy? The old man smiled and said, Miss, for a long time in history, the Thug Academy was the leader of the 8 sects. In the beginning, they even had an unparalleled strong master who suppressed the 1,000-star city alone. This school is definitely not inferior to the 7 sects. The girl was curious. Aren't we going to the Jade Fairy Palace? Teacher Jia said that I'm extremely talented. The old man smiled faintly. If you can enter the Thug Academy, it's fine if you don't go to the Jade Fairy Palace. The Jade Fairy Palace is full of elites. Although they are very strong individually, they are much weaker when it comes to teaming up. It's not only the Jade Fairy Palace, but the Heavenly Sword sect is the same. However, the Thug Academy isn't. They are consciously recruiting a perfect team and nurturing them from a young age, so their final achievements will be different. The girl sighed. I wonder if there are any good-looking boys in the Thug Academy. The old man's mouth curled up. Yes, I heard that there's a person named xuanhuan who has extraordinary looks. I've already asked around. This child created his own technique and has extraordinary talent, but he might be a little older than you. He should be 20 years old today. However, don't worry, miss. I heard that this person's very handsome. He's very suitable for you. The girl curled her lips. He's only 8 years older. It's fine. My father is more than 300 years older than my mother. The old man nodded. That's true. Cultivators have long lives. A few hundred years is nothing. Besides, this is a tradition of our Yi family. I heard that dual cultivation is very popular among the students at the Thug Academy. Miss, you can give it a try. The girl immediately clapped her hands and nodded. Yes. By the way, will Zhang Xuanyu marry into our family? The elder's expression changed slightly. That shouldn't be possible. It would already be great if you could win such a genius heart. Don't even think about making him marry into our family. Here we are. Outside the maze, someone shook his head. Someone else is here. Up to now, no one has passed the test. I don't think this maze can be broken through. Someone nodded. I think so too. I don't think the Thug Academy is recruiting at all. Someone shook his head. If they aren't recruiting, why would they make such a big fuss? All they want are elites. If one can pass easily, how can it be called an assessment? The elder led the girl to the sign up outside the maze. The girl read, There are killing arrays hidden inside. Don't barge in. The girl chuckled. It looks very scary. The elder said, Miss, don't underestimate it. Although you are talented, you can't trigger the killing arrays. The girl waved her hand and said, Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to find handsome brothers. Grandpa Mo, do you want to wait outside? The old man smiled. Of course, when Miss enters the Thug Academy, I have to hurry home and let Master and Madam escape. The girl was speechless. Is it that scary? The old man said leisurely. The Thug Academy is strong, but they have too many enemies. Our Yi family can't fully support the Thug Academy. Master happened to say that he wants to live in town for a period of time. This way, we can avoid the danger of the Thug Academy. The girl said indifferently, It's all right. I know them. They just want to leave me and sneak out to have some alone time. Tisk, if they want to go, so be it. With that said, the girl took a step into the maze. As for the old man, he stood outside the maze with a smile. He held something unknown in his hand and said to it, Master, Madam, Miss has been tricked into entering. You can pack your things now. After Yi Xian entered the maze, she began mumbling, All you know is to fool me. You fool me every day. There are only 3 people left in the Yi family, and you want to fool me into leaving? All you want is to give me a younger brother. Isn't a girl nice? Girls are like cotton-padded jackets. Daddy, I'm not going to be your cotton-padded jacket. I want to find my handsome brother and be his cotton-padded jacket, Repent and be saved. What's that? Outside, just as the old man finished speaking, he saw Yi Xian return. His smile froze as he said in surprise, Miss, where did you come from? Yi Xian's face flushed red. I just came out to take a look if you had returned yet. The old man smiled. No. If Miss doesn't enter the Thug Academy, how can I return? Yi Xian raised her head and grunted before walking back into the maze. 100 seconds later, swish. The elder said, Miss, why are you out again? I forgot to tell you. What about my dowry? The elder heaved a sigh of relief. The entire Yi family is Mrs. Dowry. Yi Xian walked in again, after about 25 minutes. Swish, the elder said leisurely. Miss, don't tell me you can't pass the maze. Yi Xian immediately rolled her eyes. How is that possible? I just want to say that there are only 4 of us, including you. What can we possibly have for a dowry? The old man smiled and said, Don't worry. As long as you become a student of the Thug Academy, the dowry might shock you. By the way, miss, don't come out again. Disgusted, she walked into the maze again. This time, she was already familiar with the maze's routine. She didn't touch any of the teleportation arrays that looked strange. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain herself if she was sent out again. 2 hours passed. When Yi Xian saw a killing array filled with sword lights, she couldn't help but smile. It's very simple. Gale, 10 hours later, Yi Xian saw a swath of blue flowers and vines. There were colorful worms sprawled on the ground. Ouch. Mommy, Worms, Chapter 104, Senior Brother Husband Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, including Zhu Yinling, Han Fei, and the others had made 6 recliners and were reading under the cube's library. The records in the book were rather varied. Some were brought by the Luo family, some were about the 7 major sects, some were about the various families, some were about the 3 sacred sites, and some were about the 1,000-star proving ground, as well as the local customs of the 1,000-star city. What Han Fei was flipping through now were books on the local customs and social structures of the 1,000-star city. It recorded the social structures of the 36 islands of the 1,000-star city in detail. Apart from these large floating islands, there were actually 108 islands of various sizes in the 1,000-star city. Apart from the 3 sacred sites, the 1,000-star city actually had some ancient ruins. Although those places also had stunning areas, they had long been completely explored by others. If one wanted to improve themselves, they could visit the ancient ruins. However, the secrets of those places had long been excavated. There were even many stone carvings that had long been recorded in books and passed down. Furthermore, the 1,000-star city seemed to have a festival called the Fire Festival. Its nature was similar to the Spring Festival. On the eve of the Fire Festival, the heat emitted by the blazing sun would become unstable. When the time came, people would sit in their houses to cultivate. This was because the spirit energy density in the 1,000-star city would be especially high in those few days. It was extremely beneficial for cultivation. However, such a situation had never happened in a village. This made Han Fei wonder if the height or space of the 1,000-star city was different from the village. Han Fei said, Xiaobai, Little 9, how rich will the spiritual energy be during the fire festival? Luo Xiaobai said, about 3 times as much. On the day of the fire festival, it might even reach 5 times as much. Many people think that the fire festival is a gift from the heavens. On the day of the fire festival, there's no one on the streets of the 1,000-star city. Everyone is cultivating at home. However, it's easy to catch fire. Perhaps it's because the temperature is so high, Zhu Yinling said. During the fire festival, there seems to be a sound in heavens beyond, like a melody. As for what it is, I don't know. Han Fei nodded. The fire festival is in 4 months. I'll experience it then. Suddenly, xuanhuan said, Fei, I saw something. The Monument of Gods seems to be a maze. Han Fei immediately perked up. Where? Let me see. Han Fei threw the book in his hand to xuanhuan and took his. Then he saw some disintegrating structural designs and sat up straight. A 4-dimensional triangle? Han Fei was stunned for a long time because the page xuanhuan flipped to happened to be a 4-dimensional triangle. The so-called 4-dimensional triangle was actually somewhat similar to the Penrose triangle. This triangle also made it impossible to distinguish the head from the tail and the inside from the outside because it couldn't be established in a 3-dimensional world. xuanhuan said in surprise, Why? What? Han Fei stammered, Oh, nothing. I just find the pattern a little strange. Luo Xiaobai said, To be precise, the Monument of Gods is indeed a super maze formed by countless mazes. This maze is almost the size of an entire island. Even people who have mastered the spatial law can't reach the real Monument of Gods. Han Fei nodded. Understood. Han Fei continued to read. The book wasn't comprehensive. It was filled with all kinds of guesses, inferences, and methods to enter the depths of the Monument of Gods. Han Fei found it interesting. Could such a thing be made in the real world? It was unbelievable. Han Fei continued to scroll down and saw the Sky Meditation Garden. According to the information, this was a place to cultivate one's soul, a place that the various geniuses of the 1,000-star city were fond of. However, the Sky Meditation Garden was more like a paradise. It also had the largest flower market in the 1,000-star city. Countless manipulators frequented it. Han Fei flipped through it with interest and finally saw the ideal palace. However, the records of the ideal palace said that people who had been there couldn't remember what had happened when they returned. It was an extremely abnormal place. Just as Han Fei was about to find other information to reference and verify, the Tree Spirit's clone suddenly appeared under the cube's library. Master, someone is about to break through. Immediately, Han Fei and the others looked up at the entrance. Lirenquang said, It must be my test. I set it to be the simplest. xuanhuan curled his lips. Come on, think about it. How many fishing masters can attack the same point 100 times in a few seconds? Li Luoluo said. I bet you a semi-divine weapon. The person must have passed my test. Everyone curled their lips. Only a semi-divine weapon? How do you have the cheek to say that? Han Fei shook his head. Not necessarily. Perhaps he came in from my test. That youth has already been there for 3 days. Ah, mommy, worm. With a whoosh, Luo Xiaobai's test was broken through. A cute girl appeared out of thin air under the cube's library. Han Fei and the others were stunned. Who was this? They had never seen this girl before. Everyone looked at Luo Xiaobai, who was also dumbfounded, as if to say, I don't know either. Phew! Yi Shi swept her gaze and immediately saw xuanhuan. With a whoosh, she rushed towards him and hugged his waist, hanging on to him. Darling, save me. So many worms are biting me. Everyone? One? Hanfei? One? Hanfei? Don't you think my name is beautiful? Hanfei and everyone else stared at Zhang Xuanyu. Was the girl Zhang Xuanyu's secret admirer? For once, Zhang Xuanyu blushed. Although he often teased girls, he had never succeeded. What was going on today? He really didn't know what to do. Zhang Xuanyu looked at the girl who only reached his chest and immediately put on a serious expression. He was an adult after all, and he had to be a teacher. He had to be serious. Zhang Xuanyu coughed. Yi Xinyan, right? Well, you can call me senior brother or teacher Zhang, but you can't call me husband. I don't know you. Yi Xian immediately pouted. Why? I came to the Thug Academy because of you. My old man has checked. You're the best looking man in the Thug Academy, so it's you I'm here for. What? What are you talking about? Han Fei swallowed. History was always surprisingly similar. Although he didn't know what had happened, it seemed that Yi Xian and Zhu Yinling were on the same path. Could it be that Yi Xian also cultivated the comfort technique? Han Fei couldn't help but ask Zhu Yinling, is she from a branch of your family? Zhu Yinling's face flushed red as she shook her head repeatedly. No. Zhang Xuanyu hurriedly dodged the young girl. Lass, you're too young. I'm not very interested in you. Hey, don't drag me. As he spoke, Yi Xian had already tugged at the corner of Zhang Xuanyu's clothes and said, I'm very interested in you. Zhang Xuanyu, good-looking, nice personality, and talented. You're very suitable for dual cultivation. Puff. Zhang Xuanyu was about to go crazy. I don't even know you. Dual cultivation. Yi Xinyan put her hands on her hips and said, My mother said that our family has a dual cultivation technique. The most important thing for a girl in her life is to find a suitable dual cultivator. My father, mother, and my old man have already investigated you. You won't be able to escape. Besides, dual cultivation techniques have always been popular in the Thug Academy. It's much better than the Jade Fairy Palace. Everyone seemed to understand something. Lurenquang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is this considered a blessing from the heavens? Han Fei said leisurely. I'm just afraid that he won't be able to withstand it. Luo Xiaobai's face darkened. What kind of people did I encounter? Zhang Xuanyu ran away. Fei, I'm leaving. Watch her. Don't let her do anything rash. Yi Xian chased after him and shouted, Darling, don't run. Han Fei couldn't help but ask curiously, Well, Yi Xinyan? Did you know Zhang Xuanyu before? Yi Xian sat down on Zhang Xuanyu's recliner graciously. No, however, my mother's taste is the best in the world. If she says it's fine, it's definitely fine. Anyway, he won't be able to escape in the end. She seemed to remember that she wasn't at home, but at the Thug Academy. She immediately jumped off her chair and said respectfully to Han Fei and the others, Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. You can call me Yan. I have a level 8 high-quality spiritual heritage and like to chat. My life goal is to find the best husband in the world, have dual cultivation with him, and become unrivaled. Everyone, bam. At the bottom of the cube's library, Su San-chan fell to his knees as his body convulsed. He felt that his world was collapsing. Yi Xian was so talented but also wanted to come to the Thug Academy? Furthermore, she wanted to hit on her senior brother as soon as she was admitted? How could there be such a thing? Su Daiji wasn't interested in this. As everyone chatted, she held one hand on the ground and spun the cube in her other hand. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He said to Su San-chan and Su Daiji, Rest for a while. When everyone is here, you can get to know each other. Su Daiji immediately crawled up, lowered her eyes, and began spinning the cube again. As for Su Sungkyan, he was sizing up the strange atmosphere. From the moment he entered the school, although his senior brothers and sisters were very strong, he felt that they were a little unreliable. Han Fei looked at Yi Xinyan and said, Since you're here, from today onwards, you're a member of the Thug Academy. We have no objections if you want to dual cultivate with Zhang Xuanyu, but this team needs to get along well. In addition, have you seen the others yet? When everyone is here, the 5 of you need to cultivate and get to know each other. Yes, senior brother. Yi Xian shouted as she ran towards Su Daiji. Su San-chan wasn't handsome, so she wasn't interested. However, the thing in Su Daji's hand seemed to be very fun, just like the huge box over her head. Hello, what are your names? Su Sungkyan stammered as he thought to himself. She must be a daughter of some large family, right? He felt a little intimidated because he had never seen a noble miss before. Su Sungkyan. My name is Su Sungkyan. Su Daiji didn't even look up and directly said, Su Daiji. Yi Xian immediately exclaimed, Daiji, what are you playing with? It looks fun and awesome. Su Daiji was taken aback as she looked at Yi Xinyan. Do you like it too? Yi Xian nodded repeatedly. Su Daiji immediately grinned. She took out her precious third-order Rubik's Cube and handed it to Yi Xian. Play with this first. When you finish, ask senior brother Han for a more difficult one. A moment later, Han Fei and the others saw the 2 girls playing with their cubes. Su San-chan just stood there awkwardly. He wondered if he should ask senior brother Han for a cube too. Han Fei looked at the 3 of them and said leisurely, Very sociable, unrivaled determination. Zhang Xuanyu is doomed this time. Chapter 105, We Were Full Tree Spirit didn't have any concept of such things. You couldn't expect a tree to fall in love, right? He said. Master, there are 2 other people coming out soon. Han Fei nodded. All right. At this time, Li Luoluo secretly sent a voice transmission. I think this child is a chatterbox. Lirenquang smirked. Let's just leave her to you, Hanfei said. A level 8 high-quality spiritual heritage? Have you heard of the Yi family? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. Zhu Yinling said, I think I've heard of them. Everyone looked at her. Under normal circumstances, it was peculiar for such a talented family to be unknown. Zhu Yinling said, My father once said that in history, the Yi family had a powerhouse who nearly became a king. At its peak, it had 3 venerables. Everyone immediately gasped. This family is really strong. Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, 3 venerables? Why haven't I heard of the Yi family? Zhu Yinling said, that was when they were at their most glorious. It seemed like they were trying to break through to the king realm or something else. All 3 of the venerables perished. Hence, this family suffered a heavy loss and declined. It was said that the Yi family's bloodline was extremely rare. Usually, it was the women in charge. It seemed like the women of the Yi family could give birth to extremely talented children, but they were very picky. Hanfei couldn't help but click his tongue. There's actually such a family? But since the women of the Yi family can give birth to talented children, how is the Yi family still in decline? Zhu Yinling pursed her lips and said, Their success lies in talent, so does their failure. The children of the Yi family's women are never inferior to their mothers. They will only be stronger. And the more talented they are, the harder it is for them to be born. Therefore, after a long period of time, the Yi family has had fewer and fewer descendants. However, strong masters might perish in various ways. Until now, the Yi family has been in decline. According to my father, the Yi family no longer dares to show their faces in public. This is because many large families want to capture their family members to be their sex slaves to give birth to stronger bloodlines. Li Luoluo exclaimed, That's horrible. To be captured and used as a sex slave? How pitiful is that? Zhu Yinling nodded. In the past, many large families married the Yi family women. Now, many large families have become so powerful more or less because of that. Huanfei suddenly said, Are you saying that the children of the Yi family are definitely no less talented than their parents? In other words, Yi Xian's parents are also very strong. Zhu Yinling nodded again. They shouldn't be weak. At their level, it will be very difficult for them to have children. Therefore, Yi Xian's parents might be much older than her. Hanfei immediately stood up. Yan, is your elder here? Yi Xian, who was fighting with the cube, looked up at Hanfei and suddenly jumped up. Ah, I forgot, an elder is still outside. Hanfei immediately said, Let's go and see the old man. After a moment, outside the maze, Hanfei looked around. Where is he? Yi Xian looked around and immediately stomped her feet. She shouted, He's running, the old man is running. Hanfei rolled his eyes. Then do you know where your home is? Yi Xian said pitifully. They must have run away as well. My father wants to have a son, so he must have abducted my mother. Hanfei immediately felt a hint of sadness. When they brought her here, there might have been 3 explorers standing in front of me. However, I didn't cherish them. I shouldn't have neglected my duty. I should have been sitting at the door the entire time so that the other party couldn't escape. Alas, Hanfei sighed. What a pity. The 3 explorers just flew away. Yi Xinyan was filled with resentment and muttered, Fine. I hope we don't cross paths again. At this moment, many people saw Hanfei come out with a girl, and some immediately recognized her. Didn't she just come in the morning? Did she pass the test already? The parents surrounded him. President Han, is this a new student of the Thug Academy? Hanfei nodded and said, Perhaps today or tomorrow, the 3 spots for new students will be full. Thank you for your enthusiasm. However, rules are rules. If you want to enter the Thug Academy, you will have to wait for the next time. Someone immediately said, President Han, when will the next time be? President Han, how many places will you offer next time? Hanfei grinned. When will the next time be? I'm not sure either. You have to know that the Thug Academy will provide a huge amount of resources and great effort to nurture talents. Therefore, it's impossible for us to often recruit students, nor can we recruit many students at once. Alright, that's all I have to say. With that, Hanfei teleported back with Yi Xinyan. Luo Xiaobai asked, Well? Hanfei shook his head slightly. He's gone. Hanfei wondered if the Yi family wanted to throw their burden to the Thug Academy. This was because if it was really as Zhu Yinling had said, once Yi Xian was discovered by a big clan, she would definitely be captured and made into a birth machine. She wouldn't be able to escape. The Thug Academy was at odds with the big clans of the Thousand Star City. Once she became a student of the Thug Academy, anyone who dared to abduct her would be an enemy of the Thug Academy. And now, all the major families were afraid and wouldn't easily attack the Thug Academy. Therefore, it was very safe for her to be placed in the Thug Academy. Firstly, the Thug Academy was full of geniuses. Secondly, it was indeed inconvenient for 3 explorers to bring a child with them. If something happened, it would be difficult to protect her. After all, they would be facing at least an explorer-level expert. After all, 3 explorers would never be bothered by mere law enforcers. Thirdly, coming to the Thug Academy was also an opportunity. The Thug Academy was publicly acknowledged to be the best at nurturing disciples. After thinking it through, Hanfei couldn't help but sigh. He thought that xuanhuan should accept Yi Xian's pursuit. In that case, his future children might even have a level 9 spiritual heritage. Wow, then Zhang Xuanyu would be the father of a super genius. Yixian said, Senior brother, don't worry, Daddy just went to have a second son, he will definitely be back. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Who knew when they would return? If something happened and they couldn't arrive in time, what was the point? Han Fei said helplessly, all right, go play with Sudaji and the others, B.A. ma'am. Before Han Fei could talk to Luo Xiaobai and the others, he saw a girl suddenly appear under the library. The girl focused and saw Han Fei and the others. The first thing she noticed was that there were only 3 people her age here. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She suddenly grinned and said, hello senior brother, hello senior sister, boom. Almost as soon as the girl finished speaking, another youth slumped to the ground and appeared under the library. The youth's clothes were tattered and his face was covered in dirt. It seemed that he had been blasted many times. I finally succeeded. Ha ha ha, I finally made it. The young man hurriedly got up and looked around. When he saw that there were only 4 people of the same age, he was immediately overjoyed. He had caught up and entered the Thug Academy. The youth hurriedly said loudly, hello president, hello teachers. Han Fei waved his hand and said, all right, there's no need to call me president, just call us senior brother and senior sister. The 2 of you introduce yourselves. The girl said seriously, senior brother, my name is Gu Qi. I'm an armorist, a member of the Gu family from the Southern 5 Cliffs. I have a high-quality, level 4 spiritual heritage and am a B-starred daughter. My parents have both perished in the unknown place. Since the Thug Academy could accept a disciple of a level 3 spiritual heritage, why couldn't they accept her? After all, she had relied on herself to pass the maze. Han Fei nodded and casually cast the divine healing technique on Gu Qi. You burned your life force to enter? Gu Qi nodded. She had no choice. If she didn't burn her life force, she wouldn't be able to pass the maze. With a flip of his hand, a ball of spirit awakening fluid flew over, and Han Fei said, how bold. Quickly drink this and ask your senior sister for a life-type spiritual fruit to consume. Gu Qi saw that it was spirit awakening fluid and looked at Han Fei in surprise. Senior brother, is this spirit awakening fluid? It's very valuable, isn't it? Han Fei grinned and said, not bad. 5,000 high-quality pearls per kilogram. Hiss! Gu Qi was shocked. 5,000 high-quality pearls per kilogram, and he just gave it to her so easily? Next door, Su Sanqian's eyes widened. 5,000 high-quality pearls per kilogram. This mass of spirit awakening fluid must be several kilograms. Jin Yue also looked at Han Fei in surprise and thought to himself, and me, I'm heavily injured, I need it too. As for Su Daiji and Yi Xinyan, they didn't react at all. One was focused on playing with the cube, while the other really didn't care. Gu Qi didn't care about her image. She opened her mouth and began to suck in large mouthfuls. In a moment, she finished the spirit awakening fluid. Gu Qi's expression changed slightly. Not good, senior brother. I'm about to make a breakthrough. Luo Xiaobai said, come here and eat this before breaking through. Gu Qi was still weak after all. If she hadn't overdrawn her life and burned her blood, Han Fei wouldn't have given her the chance to break through now. Luo Xiaobai gave her a life force spiritual fruit. After Gu Qi ate it, she sat cross-legged on the ground and began her breakthrough. Jing Yue gulped when he saw this, but he quickly snapped back to his senses. Senior brother, my name is Jing Yue. I'm a spirit gatherer with a high-quality level 5 spiritual heritage. I'm a local from the Pure Sun Island. My father should still be outside the maze at the moment. Han Fei nodded slightly and threw a piece of clothing over with the divine healing technique. Get to know your classmates. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai said, Grandpa Ku Shui appeared like a ghost. Miss, what orders do you have? Luo Xiaobai said, go and investigate them. Ku Shui nodded and vanished. An investigation was necessary. They didn't need to investigate Su Sanqian and Su Daji because they were both members of the Su family. The investigation on Jing Yue and Gu Qi would be simple. If it was as they said, there naturally wouldn't be any problems. As for Yixian, that would be difficult. He would get her to return to her former residence with him later. He wanted to see if there was still anyone at the place she had stayed. Chapter 106 Visit Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Outside the Maze. Han Fei led the 5 of the youngsters and teleported out. Night had already fallen, but there was still a sea of people outside the maze. When they saw Han Fei and the others appear, they looked at the 5 youths beside them almost at the same time. Su Sanqian and Su Daiji were members of the Su family. Among the crowd, some members of the Su family smiled. They had truly been recognized by the Thug Academy. Furthermore, the birth of a new generation of disciples of the Thug Academy was a joyous occasion. After they figured out the origins of the other 3, they had to go back and report it. Son! Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted and rushed in front. It was a middle-aged man with a rather elegant face. Perhaps because he saw his child enter the Thug Academy, he was overjoyed, his face was ruddy, and he couldn't stop smiling. Jing Yue cried back, Dad! The middle-aged man immediately thanked Han Fei. Thank you, President Han. Ha ha ha, thank you. As he spoke, the middle-aged man placed his hand on Jing Yue's head. I knew it. I knew my child would definitely be fine. In the future, you have to study hard in school. Don't be lazy, the middle-aged man went on while Han Fei looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone, as you can see, the 3 spots are full. The Thug Academy's admissions this time is over. In addition, since the Thug Academy has returned, they won't be unreasonable. From today onwards, the maze will be restricted to outsiders. At most, 1,000 people can enter at the same time. Although the Thug Academy's admissions are full, the maze will also improve other children greatly. However, the last checkpoint will be sealed. I hope everyone is mentally prepared. Alas, what a pity. It's full just like that, someone said enviously. I know this child, Jing Yue, indeed outstanding. However, his spiritual heritage doesn't seem to be very high. Someone was puzzled. Whose family are the other two youths from? Hanfei said. I think I need to remind everyone. Spiritual heritage is indeed very important, but it's not everything. You can't rely on spiritual heritage for everything. Everyone has their own luck and talent. I hope you won't be limited by the rules of spiritual heritage. Luo Xiaobai yelled out, everyone, let's disperse. With that, Hanfei turned back. In the spiritual plant maze, a voice slowly sounded. All candidates, take note. The recruitment for the Thug Academy has been completed. Those still in the trial can no longer enter the Thug Academy. From today onwards, the maze will be open to the public. Everyone can return now. The moment this voice sounded, the maze exploded. What? All three are picked? Damn it. How was it so quick? Someone was already covered in injuries at the final 100-kilometer checkpoint. When he heard the voice, he was stunned. Some of the children were fine and didn't have much of a reaction. In any case, they really didn't seem to be able to pass. However, this test made them realize their abilities. Someone frowned and teleported out of the maze. Someone sighed. It seemed like they were disappointed because of their lack of talent. There were also people who suspected this was a trick of the Thug Academy. Was it a trick to make them give up and realize they needed to work harder? However, Hanfei and the others didn't care about that. At this moment, at the back of the mountain, Hanfei pointed out, everyone, build your own houses, tree houses. Our Thug Academy doesn't have any dorms, so we have to rely on ourselves. Lirenquang added, after building the tree house, we'll eat. If there's anything to discuss, we'll talk about it tomorrow morning. Now, Zhu Yinling had completely turned from a little fairy into an ordinary girl. She was also building a tree house, but it was built next to Hanfei's. Although she had obtained the Heavenly Music Book, and logically speaking, she needed to walk, see, and experience the mortal world, since the danger of the comfort and nature technique had been resolved, she wanted to stay in the Thug Academy for a while longer and spend more time with Hanfei. Gu Qi had already completed her breakthrough. At this moment, she was an intermediate fishing master. After stabilizing herself, she ran to Hanfei. Senior brother, I have something to do. Hanfei asked. What is it? Gucci lowered her head and said, Senior brother, I secretly ran out without telling my family. They don't know yet. Hanfei said indifferently. Tomorrow, I'll go to the southern 5 cliffs with you. Thank you, senior brother. Gucci happily ran off to build a house. With Hanfei's words, she was relieved. Otherwise, who knew what would happen if her family found out? After all, she had no status at home. Furthermore, she had escaped an arranged marriage. The next morning, Hanfei flew straight to the southern 5 cliffs with Gucci. It was called the Southern 5 Cliffs because there were 5 towering cliffs on this floating island. However, the Gu family wasn't the only family on the floating island in the Southern 5 Cliffs. There were as many as 6 families. The Gu family was only one of the big families. Even so, the Gu family couldn't be underestimated. After all, any family that could settle down on the 36 main islands had a certain level of strength. At the very least, their family had to have an explorer. This was a basic requirement. If a so-called big clan didn't even have an explorer, it would be the end of their family. This was also the reason why the Su family had to cozy up to the Thug Academy. Although the Su family still had 2 explorers, once they perished, Su Yang definitely couldn't protect his family's foundation alone. Hanfei asked, Gu Qi, how's your relationship with your family? Gu Qi said, very bad. Big clans don't have any feelings. They only know how to exploit others. They wanted to marry me to form a marriage alliance, so I had to run. I snuck away to the Pure Sun Island. It just so happened that your school was recruiting, so I came. Hanfei couldn't help but click his tongue. Ever since he heard of the big clans, there had never been any good comments. It seemed that they were all unreasonable. On a floating island, there was a division of towns. The Gu family relied on Qingshan Town, and Qingshan Town was basically the Gu family's business. According to Gu Qi, the Gushi said Pramani had a high-ranking explorer who wasn't even 1,000 years old, and a peak-level law enforcer who was about to break through to the explorer realm. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that the Gu family had this business. Gucci said, Senior brother, it's here. Hanfei saw a large house built like a small village against a river and a mountain. The residents here were scattered, but they were all arranged in one area. Hanfei said in surprise, Did the main and side branches separate? Gucci nodded. Yes, but we still live together. Hanfei landed at the Gu family's archway. It didn't seem appropriate to fly directly to their main residence. After all, the Thug Academy had just returned, so it wasn't good to be too high profile. In front of the archway, when a Gu family guard saw Gu Qi, his expression immediately turned ugly. Good Gu Qi. You ran away a few days ago to make us suffer a punishment for nothing. Come, follow me to the main branch to receive your punishment. Gucci hid behind Han Fei. Only then did the guards notice Han Fei. However, Han Fei looked back because he found someone was spying on him who had run away for some reason. The leader of the guards in front of him was a junior hidden fisher. He looked at Han Fei with an ugly expression. Sir, what's the meaning of this? Han Fei smiled faintly and said, Gucci, she's a student of the Thug Academy now. I'm her senior brother. I'm here today to tell this news to her family, and I'll take her away with me. Thug Academy? In the dust of history, the name of the Thug Academy hadn't appeared for 38 years. Many people had forgotten it. The guard sneered. I thought it was one of the 7 major sects. If it's not one of the 7 major sects, do you think you can take anyone away from our Gu family? Men, surround them. If you know what's good for you, hand her over obediently. Snap, Han Fei snapped his fingers. Instantly, 7 or 8 guards within 100 meters staggered and fell to one knee. Han Fei said indifferently, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Since I'm here to talk. Please inform the main branch that the acting president of the Thug Academy, Han Fei, is here to visit. As Han Fei retracted the gravity, the guard's expressions changed drastically. How powerful. Did I see it wrong? Is he a law enforcer? The guard immediately got up and snorted. He took out his fishing boat and hurriedly flew towards the main residence, and the scene just now gave Gucci great confidence. At the same time, she was also amazed at how powerful her senior brother was. He didn't even move, but these guards who seemed extremely powerful all fell to the ground. People passed by the archway one after another. There was no lack of people who recognized Gucci. Those who hadn't seen the scene just now had a drastic change in expression when they saw Gucci. Chi, you've caused a huge disaster this time. I heard that you ran away as soon as the Zhou family's betrothal gifts were delivered. The Zhou family is furious and wants to settle scores with us. Gucci frowned. I'm not marrying. I don't even have a share in the betrothal gifts. They don't give me money or resources, and I have to become that man's concubine. I'm not marrying that guy. Someone advised, Chi, that's already not bad. Have you forgotten what happened 2 years ago? That poor girl Gu Xiaoba who married into the Qian family? Someone was about to step forward, but Han Fei slightly released his aura, which made many people shiver. They wondered where this girl found such a person to back her up so quickly, or did she find a man herself? A moment later, Han Fei frowned and looked at a guard. Is the main residence very far away? Why haven't they arrived yet? That person said embarrassedly. The main branch people are busy, Han Fei sneered. Busy my ass? Busy making babies? It's such a short distance, Han Fei thought to himself. I'll wait a little longer. If they still don't come, I'll just take Gucci away. If they have the ability, they'll come to the Thug Academy to find me. Suddenly, Han Fei looked back and saw dozens of fishing boats flying over aggressively. Chapter 107, I'm taking her away. Got a problem? The fishing boats clearly came with ill intentions. The people who descended from them were also aggressive and looked like they were here to condemn him. Among them, the strongest was a law enforcer. Han Fei couldn't tell the exact realm he was in, but it had to be at least an intermediate one. At this moment, Han Fei finally understood why the Gu family hadn't arrived yet. It turned out that Gucci's escape from the marriage had embarrassed the Gu family. Therefore, they decided to wait for the Zhou family to come and take her away. After all, the Gu family had already accepted the betrothal gifts. In the crowd, there was a young man who looked about the same age as him. He was probably 18 or 20. At this moment, his expression was ugly. Good. Gucci, how dare you escape your duty of marriage? You embarrassed me in the Zhou family. Get over here. Gucci's face flushed red. Zhoutai, I have nothing to do with you. Who said I wanted to marry you? I'm not marrying you. Bullshit. Zhoutai was enraged and immediately wanted to come up to catch her. As for Han Fei, who was as young as him, he didn't take him seriously and thought that he was from the Gu family. Gucci, don't be so shameless. If you take the initiative and obediently come to me now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being heartless. Young master, wait a moment. Suddenly, Zhoutai was stopped by a hand as a middle-aged man came to his side. Zhoutai was burning with anger. How could he give in? Just as he was about to shake off the hand, he realized that he couldn't. Instantly, Zhoutai sobered up a little. What happened? The middle-aged man looked at Han Fei. Who are you? Han Fei said leisurely. Why? You finally remembered to ask me who I am. The middle-aged man chuckled. You're already a peak-level hidden fisher at such a young age. I would know you if you were from the Gu family. So, whose family are you from? Han Fei sneered. Do I have to be a descendant of a big family? I'm Gucci's senior brother. The middle-aged man frowned. From one of the 7 major sects? Han Fei shook his head. No. The middle-aged man was puzzled, but his expression changed. You're neither from a big family nor the 7 major sects. Young friend, do you really want to get involved in my Zhou family's matters? In the middle-aged man's opinion, the Gu family was even weaker than the Zhou family. If they knew a high-level family, they wouldn't be limited to this. Since Han Fei wasn't from one of the 7 major sects, he must be from an ordinary school. There were at least 80 of such schools in the Thousand-Star City. It was rare for such schools to have an explorer presiding over them. Who would take them seriously? The middle-aged man said indifferently, Let Gucci come over. My Zhou family won't pursue this matter with you. Han Fei chuckled. What if I don't? Before the middle-aged man could say a word, Zhoutai was already enraged. What an arrogant brat. No one in the Southern Five Cliff has ever dared to speak so arrogantly to me. You are the first. Arrest him. The middle-aged man didn't object. He wanted to see how strong Han Fei was. He didn't need to worry about such a trivial matter. Immediately, 3 peak-level hidden fissures swept over. Snap, bam. In an instant, 3 peak-level hidden fissures fell to the ground. Under the law of gravity, they had no chance of getting up. At this moment, even without using a secret technique, Han Fei's pure strength had reached the strength of 2 waves. How could an ordinary hidden fissure withstand it? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. The power of laws. You aren't a hidden fissure, but a law enforcer? Han Fei sneered. So what if I'm a hidden fissure? So what if I'm a law enforcer? Since Gucci is a student of our school, she will be a member of our school from now on. The middle-aged man's expression turned ugly. All right, I'll see what school it is. How dare they steal from my Zhou family? Zhou Tai cursed. Gu Shaoqi, you slut. Do you think that finding a crappy school will help you? What do you take the Zhou family for? An ordinary family? Can you come and go as you please? Uncle Qing, tear the 2 of them apart. Han Fei muttered, devil change. The moment Uncle Qing's illusory hand reached out, a terrifying golden fist rumbled out. Bam! Instantly, there was a loud explosion. Everyone, including Zhou Tai, flew out as the Gu family's archway collapsed. Gucci was fine. Looking at Han Fei's figure, she suddenly felt that he was very tall. Is this the power of the Thug Academy? Is this my senior brother? She hadn't seen her teacher or the president, but her senior brother was already so powerful. Then, would she have the chance to become so powerful in the future? Uncle Qing clearly didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. In his carelessness, he was knocked back dozens of steps. His arm trembled and blood dripped from his fingers. As for the others, they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Be it the Zhou family or the Gu family, only the distant spectators were spared. Han Fei's voice echoed in the sky. In this world, the Zhou family is the first to dare say that the Thug Academy is a crappy school. So what? Since when can 2 declining families be so arrogant? Immediately, the onlookers all rolled their eyes. Who was this crazy guy? Zhou Tai was alarmed. This person was clearly of the same age as him. How was his strength so terrifying? He was horrified. You, don't do anything rash. My Zhou family has 2 explorers guarding it. You have to consider your actions carefully. Han Fei didn't even look at this guy. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged man whose face had changed drastically. What? Are you going to forcibly take away a student of the Thug Academy? Uncle Qing's expression changed. Previously, he had heard that the Thug Academy had returned. At that time, he thought, the thugs. Back then, they were a super college that suppressed the 7 major sects. They were the kind of school that only produced geniuses. Now, they have actually taken in Gucci. However, Gucci's talent was only average. What was there that the Thug Academy took a fancy to? Uncle Qing's expression changed as he looked back. Young friend, Gucci is engaged to my young master after all. Han Fei sneered. Now that she has joined the Thug Academy, she has the freedom to fall in love. You think you can take her away just because you said she was engaged to some guy in your family? What do you take the Thug Academy for? Han Fei looked at Gucci. Little 7, are you willing to marry that fool? Gucci shook her head. I'm not marrying. Definitely not. Never ever. Han Fei threw up his hands. Heard that? Was it not loud enough or not detailed enough? With that, Han Fei looked into the air. Are all the Gu family members dead? Since you aren't coming out, I'll take her away. If you have the guts, come to the Thug Academy and ask for her. But I'm warning you, whoever wants to do that will have to consider their own weight first. In terms of bragging, if Han Fei said he was second, no one in the Thug Academy dared to say they were first. He was only a hidden fissure, but he was as arrogant as a venerable. Swish. An elder appeared. The Gu family didn't send a law enforcer to face him. Instead, their explorer came personally. The old man didn't seem to care about the scene in front of him at all. Instead, he smiled and said, So you're a disciple of the Thug Academy. It's really better to see you than to hear about you. My Gu family has been negligent in this matter. Since you're here, please come to our main residence. Han Fei curled his lips. Just now, you didn't let me in, so I won't be going now. I'm just here today to inform you that Gucci has already joined the Thug Academy. From now on, she's a student of the Thug Academy. Our school has always been very protective of our students because we have very few students. Senior Gu, please forgive me. I'll take her away now. The elder narrowed his eyes slightly. Young friend, aren't you a little too domineering? Gucci is a member of my Gu family after all. I'm afraid you have to give me an explanation for taking her away just like that, right? Han Fei immediately sneered and looked at the old man. You're too narrow-minded. You want an explanation from the Thug Academy? Are you sure? The old man's face darkened. I heard that no teachers of the Thug Academy have returned. There are only a few young friends who haven't even become law enforcers. Aren't you being too arrogant? Han Fei grinned and said, The Thug Academy has always been like this. Well, when I first came to the Thousand-Star City, a blind disciple of the Chu sect tried to stop me and was crippled by me. I didn't see the Chu sect coming to ask me for an explanation. Why, Senior Gu, must you ask the Thug Academy for an explanation? The moment that was said, the expressions of the Zhu and Gu family elders changed. They really didn't know that a disciple of the Chu sect had been crippled by Han Fei. This was shocking news. Since Han Fei dared to touch the Chu sect's people, it meant that the power behind Han Fei was beyond their imagination. Therefore, the Chu sect didn't react. Han Fei chuckled, took out the wind god boat, and glanced at the Zhou and Gu family spectators. I'm taking her away. Does anyone have any objections? Seeing that neither side answered, Han Fei glanced at Guqi. Let's go back to school. After Han Fei flew away, the old man from the Gu family thought for a moment and looked at the Zhou family. I'm really sorry. The Gu family will return double the betrothal gifts. From today onwards, this matter has nothing to do with the Gu family. However, in my opinion, it's best if the Zhou family doesn't interfere for the time being. At least, it isn't the time now. Zhou Tai looked at the middle-aged man and said angrily, Uncle Qing? Uncle Qing shook his head slightly. Let's go back. Midway, Guqi's eyes were almost glowing as she looked at Han Fei with admiration. He was too powerful. Her senior brother, a hidden fisher, was so domineering in front of a real explorer, just this scene alone conquered her. She never expected that the school she randomly entered would be so powerful. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Hey, stop looking at me like that. You have to remember that this is the style of the Thug Academy. Don't ruin our reputation in the future. Guqi immediately straightened her back. Guqi will definitely not lower the prestige of our Thug Academy in the future. Han Fei nodded and thought to himself, I wonder how Xiaobai is today. Chapter 108, Your Cooperation as a Mess Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After Han Fei returned to the school, there were still thousands of people in the maze who hadn't given up and were still wandering. Of course, Han Fei ignored them. When they arrived at the back of the mountain, Lirenquang was making dumplings, Su Sangqian and Xing Yu were helping him, and Yixian was causing trouble. This girl was probably the only talkative person the Thug Academy had recruited so far. At this moment, Yixian took out a fish-shaped dumpling and ran to xuanhuan. Darling, look at the fish I made. Xuanhuan's face darkened. I told you not to call me darling. Got it, darling. Not long after, Yixian pinched another ball and pulled out some spikes. She ran to xuanhuan and said, Darling, look at the pufferfish I made. Lirenquang rolled his eyes. Xuanhuan, can you take this little clingy girl away? She's ruining my flower. Xuanhuan snapped, It's none of my business. Zhuyin Ling and Li Luoluo were also trying to make dumplings. This they learned very quickly. From time to time, Li Luoluo would throw a colorful worm in. Let's compete and see whose luck is better. Lirenquang threw all her dumplings to her side in disdain. I hate worms, and I hate eating worms even more. Luo Xiaobai was sitting on a tree while Su Daji was playing with the cube. Furthermore, she had already assembled the fourth-order cube. At that moment, she was spinning the third-order cube in one hand and the fourth-order one in the other. As soon as Han Fei landed with Guqi, Yixian shouted, Chi-Chi, come and make dumplings. Guqi looked around. I'm here. Su Daiji had already run in front of Han Fei and extended her hand. Han Fei took a look. Wow, even the fourth-order cube is finished? However, he didn't panic. He had already prepared a fifth-order, sixth-order, and even 10th-order cubes. It would be enough for Su Daiji to play with for a long time. Han Fei threw a fifth-order cube to Su Daiji. Su Daiji smiled sweetly and then began to spin it again. After sending Su Daiji away, Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. How was it? Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. When we went, it was already empty. Yixian's parents and the old man she mentioned had already run away, leaving no traces behind. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. I should have known. Luo Xiaobai asked, What about you? How about your trip to see the Gu family? Han Fei said indifferently. I encountered a little trouble, but it's not a big problem. Luo Xiaobai nodded. We've taken back the land and the students. Your body refinement technique is probably enough for them to cultivate for a period of time. With the techniques in the library, their strength will probably improve very quickly in the next 3 months. Han Fei nodded. This was different from back then. Although they had grown very quickly back then, they didn't have the conditions they had now. Back then, he didn't have any resources or weapons, he had plenty of techniques and combat skills, but everyone had different focuses, so they didn't learn much. As for Su Sangqian and company, they had more than enough cultivation techniques, combat skills, and resources. They had to consider going to the trial grounds. Han Fei asked, Does the Pure Sun Island have an arena? Luo Xiaobai said in surprise, You want them to fight in the arena now? Han Fei shook his head. It's still too early. We have to go to the 1,000-star proving ground and snatch a few trial grounds first. Otherwise, it's useless no matter how strong they are. Luo Xiaobai nodded. That's right. The trip to the 1,000-star proving ground is indeed imperative. We have to work harder. There's an arena on the Pure Sun Island, but the difficulty should be even higher than when we were in the Blue Sea Town. To win 100 games in a row over there, their basic skills aren't enough. In addition, who do you think will be the captain among the 5? Han Fei grinned. That's something you should consider. Luo Xiaobai nodded and looked at everyone. After this meal, you can begin your cultivation. I want to test the 5 of you on your comprehensive abilities. Su Sangqian and company's expressions changed slightly when they heard that. They thought to themselves, we can't be negligent. We have to work hard to unleash all our unique talents. Han Fei said, from now on, you are not allowed to break through without our permission, especially Gu Qi. In order to make up for your vitality and potential, you have already broken through once. You have to stop. Before everyone catches up to you, you can't make another breakthrough. Gu Qi said in surprise, everyone? Gu Qi looked at Su Daji, who was playing with the cube. This little girl was only a level 8 fisher. She hadn't even experienced her talent, Spirit Awakening. How long would it take for her to catch up to her? However, thinking that Han Fei should have plenty of Spirit Awakening fluid on him, Gu Qi didn't say anything. She thought that since her senior brother had made such a rule, he definitely had his reasons. Han Fei looked at Su Daji and said, Daji, I'll give you 3 months. In 3 months, advance to an intermediate fishing master. Otherwise, you won't have the 6th and 7th order cubes to play with. Su Daji immediately stopped when she heard that. She turned anxious. No, Su Daji didn't like to talk, but when she heard that Han Fei wasn't going to give her cubes to play with, she panicked. Han Fei said, so, you have to work quickly. Li Luoluo immediately said, isn't her improvement too fast? You've made her improve too much in the past 3 months, right? Han Fei grinned. To prevent Su Daji from improving too quickly and having an unstable realm, everyone, take 6 hours a day to suppress your realm to the same level as Daji's. 4 against 1, train her. At that time, everyone, including Yi Xinyan, was dumbfounded. The 4 of us? Fight her? She's the youngest? Su Daji pouted. I don't like fighting. Han Fei didn't give Su Daji a chance to escape. You have to fight even if you don't like it. Let's see when you can last for half an hour under the hands of the 4 of them. Zhu Yinling sent a voice transmission. Is Daji's talent that high? Lirenquang asked. Fei Fei, are you suspecting? Han Fei replied. I'm not suspecting it. Su Daji definitely has a growth-type spiritual heritage. Her endurance, reaction speed, and intelligence are all extremely high, but she's never used them before. Furthermore, the performance on the pulse testing stone made the Su family mistakenly believe that she's lacking in talent and just a little special. That's why we picked her up. Luo Xiaobai asked, do you think Daji will become the strongest among everyone? Han Fei considered it carefully. Su Sanqian is a manipulator, Gu Qi is an armorist, Xing Yue is a spirit gatherer and a soul warrior, and Yi Xian is a hunter and a soul warrior. Therefore, Su Daiji will be a pure soul warrior, the strongest one. No one was sure about Han Fei's judgment. However, if Su Daiji chose to become a soul warrior, this team would become a perfect team again. Li Luoluo's interest was piqued. That's fine. Let Yan Yan become a hunter. I'll be responsible for that. The fact that Xing Yue had passed Han Fei's test meant that he was more talented as a spirit gatherer. Therefore, there was no doubt about it. After a moment, at the dinner table, Yi Xinyan exclaimed, Darling, dumplings are delicious. Eat more, eh? What's this sour stuff? Does our school eat like this every day? This is too blissful, Yi Xinyan rambled on. Han Fei said leisurely, Yi Xinyan, have a good meal when you're eating. Don't babble. After Han Fei said that, she lowered her voice and leaned against Zhang Xuanyu. Darling, let me feed you. Puff. Han Fei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Quack. What is this life? After dinner, beneath the library, Luo Xiaobai looked at the crowd and pointed at Han Fei. Now, the 5 of you, use all your strength to attack Han Fei. Everyone was alarmed. They were on completely different levels. How were they to fight? Luo Xiaobai's eyes had a hint of craftiness. Han Fei can only use the strength of a level 8 fisher. As for you, think of a way to last. 30 seconds. Su Sangqian and Xing Ye exchanged looks. Isn't this too much? A level 8 fisher wants us to last for 30 seconds? Han Fei pulled a small branch from the spiritual plant wall and said to them, come on, remember to use all your strength. Yi Xinyan was eager to give it a try. She had never done something so fun. Su Daiji put away the cube, thought for a moment, and looked at Han Fei. No weapons. Han Fei smiled. What weapon do you want? Su Daiji sniffed. A brick. Han Fei, the corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He took out a fishbone and refined it, turning it into a fishbone brick before throwing it to Su Daiji. Xing Yue said in a low voice, remember, persist, try attacking first. Sang Qian, circle the periphery, don't get close. Luo Xiaobai shouted, begin, thud, 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 thud. As soon as Luo Xiaobai finished speaking, Gu Qi attacked first. Mortal-level weapons poured out of her armor box. Xing Yue shouted, Sang Qian. Su Sang Qian attacked in a flash. The spider silk was like a steel rope. Instead of locking onto Han Fei, it first locked onto the ground around him, limiting his range of movement. With a whoosh, she vanished. She was extremely fast. Han Fei glanced sideways and saw a steel rope move. He immediately leaned back, and with the sound of the wind, he reached out and grabbed Yi Xian's ankle. At this moment, Su Sangqian's spider silk darted at Han Fei. Han Fei pulled and placed Yi Xian in front of him as a shield. Then he performed a few strange movements and dodged. Bang! At this moment, Su Daiji had circled behind Han Fei holding a brick. Then she shouted and attacked. Han Fei turned his head slightly, pushed his body back, shook his shoulder, and pressed it against Su Daji's wrist. With a flip, he slapped Su Daiji. The latter staggered, but the spider silk quickly pulled him back. Holding a long pole, Jing Yue attacked from the side and shouted, "Yan Yan, don't attack by force. Think first before attacking." Jing Yue's voice was particularly loud, and Han Fei grinned. This kid was deliberately confusing him. In fact, Yi Xian had already attacked from behind. Han Fei twisted his body and reached out a hand into the air. A gentle force met the fast-moving Yi Xian and easily deflected her body, sending her crashing into Jing Yue. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, Han Fei seemed to be only defending. He glanced at Luo Xiaobai, who nodded. Only then did the corners of Han Fei's mouth curl up. He made a strange movement with his body. With the spider silk on the ground, he bent his body and made Su Daiji's brick miss. Then, with the power of the spider silk, he bounced and hit Su Daiji, sending her flying. With his other hand, he grabbed onto his foot and somersaulted. He grabbed Yi Xian's wrist, snatched the dagger, and shot it at the slowest Jing Yue. Puff! Jing Yue was hit. Amidst the flying swords and daggers, Han Fei's posture was strange as he sent Guqi flying with a spiritual energy explosion. At the same time, he grabbed a spider silk that was shooting at him and jumped towards Su Sangqian. In just 5 seconds, all 5 of them fell to the ground with slight injuries. Han Fei said unhappily, "Your cooperation is a mess." Chapter 109, The Thousand-Star Proving Ground. To Han Fei and the others, they had grown up not only because of their strength, but also because of their knowledge, technique, and reaction speed. Above them were the levels of law enforcers, explorers, and even venerables. The battle was purely about whose fist was bigger. Even among hidden fishers who were heavenly talents or ordinary, there was an insurmountable gap. Therefore, in terms of combat ability alone, Han Fei was probably no weaker than a law enforcer or an explorer. He hadn't even used the techniques that Ren Tianfei had taught him. With just the 108 desolate god body, he had easily defeated the 5 of them. At that moment, everyone, including Yi Xian, were stunned. The only exception was Su Daiji. She was sitting on the ground with a brick in her hand, looking a little lost. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. As expected, the captain can only be chosen between Xing Yue and Su Sanqian. Jing Yue's inappropriate command during the battle is entirely because he's inexperienced and hasn't fought many battles. However, at least he's relatively calm. As the controller, Su Sangqian knows the situation the best, but I wonder if he has the advantage in guidance, Han Fei said. Then test them. Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment and suddenly took out 2 fish skin test papers. She handed them to Jing Yue and Su Sangqian and said, "Do this." Han Fei glanced at it and was stunned. Wasn't this the exam paper from the 36 towns? Upon seeing the first question, Han Fei was stunned. How did this question work? It seemed that Luo Xiaobai had explained it before, but he couldn't remember. Immediately, Han Fei looked at Jing Yue and Su Sangqian with a sympathetic gaze. "Good luck to you." Yi Xian asked, "Senior sister, why didn't I get a test paper?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Because you don't need it." Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, "If you really want to see it, just take a look." After a moment, Yi Xian returned with her eyes wide open. "It's terrifying. It's really terrifying." Su Daiji didn't even take a look. Guqi was standing between Su Sanqian and Xing Yue, looking at this and that. She was dumbfounded. She had a feeling that she couldn't answer any of these questions. When Su Sangqian and Xing Yue saw the question, they were stunned. They didn't know how to answer the first question either. At the side, Lurenquang sighed. "Isn't this too cruel?" Li Luoluo perceived it and her expression changed. "Isn't this the test?" After a moment of silence, Zhu Yinling said, "This seems to be rather difficult," Luo Xiaobai said indifferently. "It's just to see their temperament." Apart from Su Sangqian and Xing Yue, the other 3 were taken away by Han Fei's level of body refinement. Yi Xinyan exclaimed, "Darling, this is so difficult," Zhang Xuanyu said with a black face. "Call me senior brother, senior brother, senior brother. It's not difficult for anyone. Why is it difficult for you? Do you want me to help you?" Jixian's face turned red. "What are you talking about? Han Fei? Han Fei? Han Fei?" Patted Zhang Xuanyu on the shoulder. "This is at most an accident. There won't be a second one. Besides, isn't that what you like?" Zhang Xuanyu bared his teeth. "What do you mean I like this? I'm still a child." Bam! Han Fei kicked him away and shouted, "Senior Tree Spirit." Tree Spirit walked out of the spiritual plant wall. "Master," Han Fei commanded, "stay here and guard the school." "We're going out," Luo Xiaobai asked. "All of us?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "Yes." Li Luoluo asked. "Where are we going?" Han Fei said. "The Thousand-Star Proving Ground." Han Fei didn't ask for Zhu Yinling's opinion, because the Heavenly Music Book had already given her the answers. She was the one who needed to walk around the most. Luo Xiaobai looked at Su Sangqian and Xing Yue. "After you are done, temper your bodies with the others." Su Sangqian and Xing Yue hurriedly agreed. Only then did Han Fei and the others board the fishing boat and fly to the Thousand-Star Proving Ground. Over the past few days, Han Fei had already read the information regarding the Thousand-Star City. Furthermore, this time, Ku Shui had followed them. With the Su family's explorers taking note of them and Tree Spirit's clone guarding the school, there was nothing to worry about even if an explorer-level person broke in. The Thousand-Star Proving Ground contained thousands of secret realms. Only a few places here were open to the public. Most of the places were controlled by the big clans and the 7 sects. According to the differences in the secret realms, there were also 10 levels of difficulty, and these levels corresponded to the 10 levels, from the Fisher realm to the King realm. The higher the difficulty, the fewer secret realms there were. As of now, 80% of the secret realms in the 1,000-star proving ground had been explored. This was the data from more than 30 years ago. Why was it 80%? This was because, from the level of the law enforcers, which was the 7th level of difficulty, the secret realms were no longer easy to explore. It was said that high-level secret realms were usually more difficult than ordinary levels. It was very likely that an explorer-level secret realm could lead to the death of an explorer, and it could also lead to the death of a venerable. As for the venerable level secret realms, the information said that a venerable expert from the Chu sect had once entered to explore it, but he never came out again. From this, it could be seen that the higher one went, the more difficult it was. As for the Chu sect and Cao family, the reason they were called the 2 most powerful families was that these 2 families had explored nearly 5 explorer-level secret realms, which were level 8 secret realms. As for the venerable level secret realm and the king level secret realm, no one had successfully explored them. Over the years, no one who entered them had survived. In Han Fei's hand was the sea-swallowing seashell that Old Bai had given him before they set off for the 1,000-star city. As he knew that this thing was trouble, Han Fei kept it in Forge the Universe and didn't look at it. At that moment, he had to accept the trouble before glancing inside it. However, when he looked inside, he found that there was a pile of fish skin maps and a pile of crystalline objects that resembled yellow beads. Every bead had a serial number. For example, Han Fei casually looked at a bead that had 4 stars and the number 21 on it. If Han Fei wasn't mistaken, the 4 stars corresponded to the secret realm of the dangling fisher level. The number on it should be the serial number of the secret realm. After quickly glancing at the fishskin map, Han Fei quickly found the corresponding fishskin map. On the map was a map of a secret realm. Clearly, this place had been explored. Therefore, someone from the former Thug Academy had drawn the map. Han Fei couldn't help but feel puzzled. There were as many as 236 beads here. This also meant that the former Thug Academy had robbed more than 200 secret realms in one go. It was truly shocking. Furthermore, Han Fei found 3 8-star beads on all the pillars. In other words, the Thug Academy had once taken 3 explorer-level secret realms. Holy shtat. Isn't this comparable to the Cao family and the Chu sect? If the Thug Academy hadn't declined more than 30 years ago, its heritage would indeed be comparable to the Cao family and the Chu sect. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He couldn't take them all out now. Since these secret realms were extremely precious, it was possible that someone was targeting them. Han Fei couldn't use the beads of the explorer-level secret realms. As for the law enforcer-level beads, they hadn't even become law enforcers yet, so they might not be able to use these beads. However, the hidden fisher-level secret realm shouldn't be difficult for them with their strength. Seeing Han Fei's strange expression, Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Han Fei smiled. "Nothing. I'll show you a surprise later." Apart from Luo Xiaobai and Zhu Yinling, the others asked, "What surprise?" Han Fei chuckled. "It's a surprise. You'll find out later." "All right, where are we?" Kushui said. "The 1,000-star proving ground is on the Star River Island outside the 3 Holy Lands. That entire island is the 1,000-star proving ground. We've only flown a third of the way. It's still early." Suddenly, Kushui added, "Young masters, a few perceptions swept over us just now. They should be at the level of an explorer." "I'm afraid you have to be prepared," Han Fei said disdainfully. "Don't worry about them. If they could attack, they would have done so long ago. If someone weaker than them attacks us, I'll make them cry in fear." Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. "Indeed. As long as we don't break through to the law enforcer realm, the law enforcers won't find trouble with us." Lurenquang murmured, "Devour them." Zhu Yinling looked at Han Fei. "Isn't this considered training in the mortal world?" Han Fei said with a smile. "Of course. The interest of the big clans and the dirty tricks of those arrogant children of the big clans are enough for you to broaden your horizons." "Okay." She lowered her head slightly, her thoughts a mystery. About an hour later, they finally arrived. They saw a huge island that emitted a black fog. In the sky near the island, thousands of fishing boats were floating. Almost every fishing boat had people sitting on them. When the Wind God boat arrived, it attracted the attention of many people because of its cool appearance. Many people were puzzled. Which family were they from? However, the 1,000-star city was just too huge. It could be considered a large country. Every island was equivalent to a province with a population of millions. Who could recognize everyone? The only advantage cultivators had was that they could travel fast. For example, Han Fei and the others could fly 5,000 kilometers in an hour. Therefore, in this sense, although the geographical scope of the 1,000-star city was wide, it was still acceptable. Han Fei and the others didn't stop for a moment. Under Kushui's control, the fishing boat arrived at a huge plain-like ground outside the Star River Island. Kushui said, "Young masters, this is the only open area on the Star River Island. However, you should already know the way to enter the Star River Island. If you have a star bead, you can use it here to directly open a teleportation door and enter a secret realm. If you don't have a star bead, you have to enter the Star River through the dark fog and search for it. However, the Star River is dangerous and star beads are rare. Too many have already been harvested. If you can find one, I'm afraid it will be an extremely terrifying secret realm. Han Fei nodded. It's fine. We have star beads. Everyone looked at Han Fei, wondering when they had found such a thing. Chapter 1010, Expert in Fighting Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. If one looked at the Star River Island from the outside, it would be a terrifying place filled with black gases. Light couldn't penetrate the fog, so it was like a huge dark hole that devoured one's soul. At this moment, Han Fei grabbed a star bead and said, "Before I came, the president gave me a sea-swallowing seashell. It's filled with these things, more than 200. Hiss! Everyone took a deep breath. Xuanhuan said, "Are you saying that our Thug Academy controls more than 200 secret realms?" Luo asked in shock. "Then are we rich?" Li Luo said in surprise. "I'd like to officially submit an application to join the Thug Academy." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Go away." Although there are many secret realms, they have all been explored. Luo Xiaobai said, "No one has been to these secret realms in a long time, right?" Zhu Yinling said. "Some of the secret realms on the Star River Island have been explored repeatedly. I'm afraid there's no danger. However, our secret realms will definitely be dangerous since no one has explored them for many years. As for resources, I'm afraid there won't be much left." Han Fei glanced at the fish skin maps and found that there were very few of them about ruins. There were only 18. Among them, there was only 1 at the dangling fisher level, 3 at the hanging fisher level, 6 at the hidden fisher level, 8 at the law enforcer level, and nothing else. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Forget about the ruins for now. Let's just randomly enter one secret realm to confirm the danger." Han Fei had some guesses. Old Bai said that it wasn't a big deal to rebuild the Thug Academy, nor was it a big deal to take in disciples. However, Old Bai had specially reminded him that coming to the 1,000-star proving ground wasn't just to open up the original secret realm for new students to receive training. Perhaps Old Bai was also trying to say that he wanted them to try walking the Star River to find a law enforcer level secret realm. After all, Han Fei and the others hadn't reached the level of a law enforcer, and the law enforcer level secret realm wasn't something ordinary hidden fishers could explore. Therefore, Old Bai said it in a euphemistic manner. Han Fei felt that he had guessed Old Bai's meaning. To be honest, he didn't plan to find a new law enforcer level secret realm, at least not before Tongyi's wedding. Right now, the most reasonable situation was for the 6 of them to take a look first. What was the law enforcer level secret realm left behind by the Thug Academy like? They had to find a ruin-type secret realm. This way, the danger level could be greatly reduced. After a ruin-type secret realm was explored, the strange power of the ruins might no longer exist. How much danger could there be? As for other types of secret realms, it was unknown. Han Fei was thinking that one day, after all of them had broken through to the law enforcer realm, they would enter the Star River and try to find a new law enforcer level secret realm. Han Fei was quite satisfied with his plan. After all, there were still 7 years before the old turtle of the Empyrean waterfall would come out. In these 7 years, he had to break through to be a peak-level law enforcer and patiently wait for the day the leafless tree's branches grew leaves. That would be the day he would leave the 1,000-star city. However, according to the leafless tree, it would be between 5 to 8 years. The only problem was that even if the leaves grew, the old turtle couldn't hold on any longer. Unfortunately, they could only wait. During this period of time, they could only teach students, explore the 3 Holy Lands, or explore secret realms. Therefore, there was plenty of time. Just as Han Fei was about to ask how to activate the star bead, a voice suddenly sounded, "You are from the Thug Academy? Well, 2 law enforcers and 4 peak-level hidden fishers. What? Is this the full strength of the Thug Academy?" Han Fei glanced over and saw 7 or 8 young men in their 20s walking towards him. Among them, there were only 2 peak-level hidden fishers and 6 law enforcers. Behind them was a middle-aged man and an elder. Judging from their strength, they were probably at the peak of the law enforcer realm, and their strength was compared to Ku Shui's. Needless to say, this group of people was here for them. Otherwise, how could they be so coincidental as to find them when there were people everywhere? Furthermore, the other party didn't hide it at all. He already knew that Han Fei and the others were from the Thug Academy, so they were here to cause trouble. Luo Xiaobai said, "What has it got to do with you?" Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. "Why? What do you want? Make it clear." Han Fei said disdainfully, "If you aren't from the 7 sects, you are from a big family. What does this family want by sending a bunch of trash like you?" Han Fei was as arrogant as ever. Arrogant, despotic, and insufferably arrogant. Being vain and combative through and through was the basic principle of a sailor. It was just like how one would pull out their weapon at the slightest disagreement in a tavern. With old Han and the Thug Academy around, the big families didn't dare to act rashly. This was a balance. As long as this balance wasn't broken, it didn't matter if Han Fei was lawless in the 1,000-star city. Why would he care about some cannon fodder who were pushed to cause trouble in the first wave? When Han Fei said this, the faces of several people opposite him changed and they immediately revealed ferocious looks. The youth who spoke sneered. It seems that you are Han Fei. You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. Who do you think you are in the territory of the Thousand-Star City? Han Fei chuckled. Who do you think I am? I'm something that can make you kneel on the ground and call me daddy. Why don't you give it a try? The man shouted. Han Fei, you're courting death. Han Fei touched his chest and made a face. Ouch, I'm so scared. If you have what it takes, challenge me. How about a life and death battle? I've been through the south and the north. I've even bickered with Blue Feather. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? Puff, Li Luo laughed. What kind of taunt is that? However, judging from his frivolous manner, he really looked like a hooligan in the village who did nothing but cause trouble all day long. Lurenquang took out a piece of dried fish and stuffed it into his mouth. He said, in terms of fighting skills, these children of big families are far inferior to Han Fei. Zhu Yinling watched this scene in silence. Although she had seen this provocative conversation a few times in the village, it felt a little strange when it was spoken by Han Fei. Before the young man opposite him could speak, the peak stage law enforcer behind him shouted, Han Fei, watch your words. If there's a next time, before he could finish, Han Fei interrupted, shut up, who the hell are you? Who are you to speak to me? Han Fei said aggressively, don't talk nonsense with me. Can you beat me? Do these two peak-level law enforcers dare to attack me? My father is a venerable. Who wants to fight me? Skay, a bunch of junk. Han Fei wasn't ashamed at all about flaunting his powerful connections. This was the truth. As a newcomer, he had to properly make use of his resources. The leader's face was livid with anger as he clenched his fists. When had he ever encountered such a little punk? He was clearly the one looking for trouble. Why did it seem like he was the one being humiliated? In the crowd, a girl in a green dress snorted. A country bumpkin. What an eyesore. Han Fei said disdainfully, that's right. We country bumpkins can't compare to you city people. Ever since you were young, you've been living a comfortable life. Even when you sleep, you have to get someone to warm your bed. Hey girl, do you have such a hobby? Han Fei? The woman roared angrily as her aura soared. She attacked hatefully. However, a young man in the crowd stood up and blocked the woman who was about to flare up. He looked at Han Fei and said, if I'm not wrong, you want to anger us so that you can accept your life and death battle, right? Once someone accepts this battle, you just want to slaughter him cruelly so that others won't dare to mess with you. Han Fei stroked his nose and said, congratulations, you got it right. But so what? Can you interfere by force or what? We haven't reached the level of law enforcers yet, so law enforcers can't attack us. And you? Have you considered your own capabilities? Under Han Fei's mockery, the young man said coldly, Han Fei, don't be too smug. If you want a life and death battle, why don't you take a walk in the Star River, if you dare? Han Fei grinned. I wouldn't dare. I have a lot of secret realms in my hands. Why would I go with you to the Star River to find a secret realm? Was my head hit by an iron-headed fish, or was your head hit by an iron-headed fish? Just as the young man was about to speak, Han Fei interrupted. Oh, right. Tell me your name. Remember, don't talk to me unless you're from a decent family. I don't have time for you. Someone scoffed. Chujian, it looks like the Chu sect has lost face. Han Fei glanced at the person who spoke. This person looked very thin and sickly, but his words were eccentric. His words made the young man in the lead blush. Han Fei sighed and suddenly looked at the man. I'll remember you. I hate people like you who stir up trouble. Remember, if I meet you again, I'll kill you. The person's expression was cold. I'm just afraid you won't live to see that day. Han Fei glanced at them. I don't have time to chit-chat with you today. When you come next time, remember to tell me your name. Forget it for now. There are too many people in the Thousand-Star City. I can't remember you all. With that, Han Fei turned around and took out a star bead. How do I use it? Zhu Yinling said. Just inject it with spiritual energy. Without a word, Han Fei injected spiritual energy into the bead and ignored the people who came to cause trouble, leaving them embarrassed. A dark blue oval teleportation array appeared in the void. Han Fei said, everyone, enter. Senior Ku Shui, do you want to enter? Ku Shui shook his head slightly. No, young master Han Fei. As Han Fei and the others entered, the old law enforcer behind the young men suddenly said, Luo family, are you really going to offend the big clans of the Thousand-Star City for the sake of the Thug Academy? Ku Shui chuckled. My lady has been served by me since she was young. What has it got to do with the Luo family? Even if it has something to do with my Luo family, do you want to touch my Luo family? We can't beat you, but a divine manipulator family's ability to exchange lives and escape is unparalleled. Don't anger the Luo family. Ku Shui leisurely walked to the edge of the Star River. There was a grassland there that was suitable for resting. Chu Jian gritted his teeth and said, they won't fall for it. Someone replied, we're just here to give it a try. We don't expect them to fall for it. Let's wait. We'll wait for the day they become law enforcers. Chapter 1011, Sansi Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the sea, there was a special scenery, sand. Based on what humans knew, sand was extremely common. It was formed by nature after thousands of years or even billions of years. The sand was extremely fine. If it was magnified 1,000 times, the world of sand and stone would be like a dazzling river of stars, extremely beautiful. However, with more magical things like sand, there would be changes. At this moment, Han Fei and the others arrived at an underwater sand bed. At least, as soon as Han Fei appeared, his perception spread out for 500 kilometers, and everything was sand and stone. At the bottom of the sea, there was a waterfall known as the Sandfall. There was nothing special about this in itself. There were no less than 10 sand waterfalls in the periphery of the Scattered Stars Island. As water would pour down in a waterfall, sand poured down in a sandfall. However, for ordinary sandfalls, the flow wasn't very large. The moment everyone recognized their surroundings, Zhu Yinling said, "Do we just ignore those people outside?" Han Fei explained, "Yes. Because of some balance, they can't attack us now. If it's a hidden fisher, he won't be a match for us. If it's a law enforcer, he won't dare to attack us. This time, their goal is to anger us and lure us into the Star River, where they might set a trap for us." Zhu Yinling's eyes turned slightly cold. Shameless. Han Fei said casually, "We won't go to the Star River for the time being. We can't give them a chance. They probably can't control the 3 Holy Lands. When the time comes, we'll go to the 3 Holy Lands directly." Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's check the environment first. There's something under the sand." There was a kind of withered yellow seaweed here. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai immediately sensed something through the spiritual plants here. Han Fei scanned it and said simply, "There are a small number of mess-swallowing worms. However, they should be stronger than the ones in the level 3 fishery. There aren't many of them, and shells are almost extinct here. I'm afraid there are large creatures here." Almost at the same time, Han Fei and the others said, "Sand silkworm?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "It's different from the sandworms we know. Don't forget that the sandworm we saw last time lived in the undersea forest. Although there's sand there, it's mostly mud caves." Han Fei said, "Apart from the sand silkworms, there's also a very large fish." Zhu Yinling couldn't help but look at Han Fei. "I didn't sense it." Han Fei said, "More than 300 kilometers away, there's a stupid fish growing vertically. Let's ignore it for now. Since this is a secret realm at the level of a hidden fisher, it's definitely not that simple. Let's go take a look at what is on the sand." Any one of them had the strength to face the law enforcers. Of course, they weren't afraid of a mere desert. When the few of them stood on the sand, Zhang Xuanyu struck out with his spear and nailed an ugly mess-swallowing worm with a hard carapace. Zhang Xuanyu said, "It's not strong, but its body structure is very strange, like sand." Han Fei took out his fishing rod and hooked it out. It pierced through the air and appeared more than 2,000 meters away. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out the mess-swallowing worm. Being more than 30 meters long didn't mean that it was powerful. Even ordinary mess-swallowing worms were more than 30 meters long. When Han Fei pulled the mess-swallowing worm closer, he found that the particles on the carapace were obvious, as if a layer of crystalline sand had been applied to it. At that moment, the mess-swallowing worm's long body was twisting in the seawater as sand constantly fell. Information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Nominee Sandworm Introduction. Sand-eating worms. Sandworms like to eat rare gems and crystals in gravel. By refining these gems and crystals, their bodies are strengthened, they are often buried in sand, and adult sandworms are 30 meters long. There are sand thorns in their bodies, and their joints can be broken, allowing their bodies to be disassembled. Splitting growth is the basic ability of sandworms to survive. Level 42 Quality. Quality, Rare Contained Spiritual Energy. 1,608 points. Edible Effect. Inedible effect, inedible a collectible, rare gem, 1 not, absorbable, and not, a type of mess-swallowing worm. Luo frowned and said, "I hate bugs. I like bugs." Li Luo pinched the sandworm's body with one hand and crushed one of its scales. She said, "This sandworm shell is very hard. It feels like it's about to reach the level of an advanced spiritual weapon." Han Fei casually slashed out a saber beam and cut the sandworm into 2. Each of the half-broken worm bodies rapidly grew a ferocious head and began to escape. "Pa! Pa!" Luo Xiaobai grabbed the 2 sandworms with her vines and asked in puzzlement, "They can split into 2 living beings?" Han Fei shrugged and said, "It should be its characteristic. I'll try cutting it a few more times." Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, the mess-swallowing worm was chopped into 8 pieces. To everyone's surprise, the 8 pieces were all alive, but their levels had dropped. Han Fei cut again and found that even though the sandworm was cut into 20 pieces, it was still alive. It went from 1 creature to 20 creatures. Boom! Han Fei smashed the 20 sandworms with a punch. This time, these sandworms were truly dead. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai grabbed dozens of colorful stones. Li Luo reached out and grabbed all the stones. "This color is really nice." Luo Xiaobai said, "I roughly understand. The mess-swallowing worms here can split infinitely. Unless they are completely crushed, they will split more and more. However, these mess-swallowing worms won't split themselves, or it's not time for them to split yet." Han Fei smiled. "It's not strong anyway. It's even weaker after splitting." Luo Xiaobai shook her head and said, "No, I can sense the aura of a spiritual plant from this mess-swallowing worm." Just as Luo Xiaobai finished speaking, there were several loud bangs. 5 to 6 withered yellow vines suddenly emerged from the sand. Li Luo jumped out with a whoosh. In midair, a few colorful worms appeared, and with a flash, Li Luo returned to Han Fei's side. Li Luo returned to Han Fei's side. "I didn't sense it." Luo Xiaobai said, a spiritual plant, a purple bamboo spiritual plant that can have consciousness. At this moment, as soon as the spiritual plant appeared, it pounced at Han Fei and the others. Han Fei casually slashed out. With a ding, he felt a huge resistance. Although he had cut off a section of it, he felt this thing was extremely hard. Luo Xiaobai said, catch it, Han Fei said. No, let's go down to see its body. Luo Xiaobai was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Truly, the talented were bold. This spiritual plant was obviously extraordinary. Han Fei actually wanted to let the spiritual plant pull them over. With Han Fei's reminder, no one stopped him. However, when the vine tentacle reached out to Luo Xiaobai, it suddenly began to shrink rapidly. Luo Xiaobai's expression changed slightly. It wants to run. Han Fei immediately flashed out and grabbed the vine. Pressing it down with the law of gravity, he shouted, come on, pull it out. Zhu Yinling and Li Luoluo were dumbfounded. Is this the style of the Thug Academy? The spiritual plant had already hidden far away, but these people still wanted to pull it out? At this moment, information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name Jade. Eating demonic vine introduction. This is a strange creature in the Sea of Sand. It likes to eat jade essence and is extremely resilient and powerful. It can reach the strength of 2 waves and is good at lashing and binding. Jade-eating demon vines give birth to jade essence that can be used to forge divine weapons. L level 58 S quality. Exotic Oka-contained spiritual energy. 1,998 points. Edible effect. Edible O-collectible. Jade essence. Absorbable. When Han Fei saw the message, he was stunned. A level 58 creature with the strength of 2 waves had such great strength. No wonder it took him some effort to drag it without using any secret techniques. Indeed, the secret realm was even more dangerous than he imagined. If an ordinary peak-level hidden fisher with a strength of 8 million caddies was here, he wouldn't be able to defeat the jade-eating demon vine, because the vines had many tentacles. At this moment, dozens of vines slapped across the sky. Han Fei sneered and slashed with his saber beam, breaking all the vines. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai grabbed the vine with one hand. Her eyes turned white as she attempted to control it. In a moment, the 6 of them pulled out a huge sand pit without using any secret techniques. Luo Xiaobai's level was higher than the jade-eating demonic vine, so she had already succeeded in controlling it to crawl out. A moment later, everyone saw a huge root that looked like an old tree root appear on the sand. 50 to 60 large tentacles and countless small tentacles were swaying with the waves. Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Heh, there must be more than one here." Zhu Yinling said, "Look, this tree has already turned into jade. Don't tell me it raised those mess-swallowing worms?" Han Fei nodded. "It's very likely. This means that there are far more jade-eating demonic vines like this in the desert." Luo Xiaobai came back to her senses and said, "There's indeed more than one spiritual plant here. Through it, I can sense that in the middle of this sea of sand, there's still the biggest one. It might have reached the law enforcer level." Xuanhuan grinned and said, "So what, can't the 6 of us defeat a law enforcer level spiritual plant?" Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment and said, "There's no need. To us, defeating it doesn't mean much." Han Fei nodded. "We don't lack resources now. A battle at this level is meaningless. Let's go out. Let's split all the star beads. After dealing with the dangers in some low-level secret realms, we'll throw them to Xing Yue and company. After dealing with them, let's go take a look at the ruins." Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but look at Han Fei. "How many ruins are there?" Han Fei said. 18. Wow. Chapter 10-2W2, Ruins Expedition Team 1. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Zhang Xuanyu put his arm around Lu Renquang's shoulder and sighed. "The 2 of us are indeed just here to make up the numbers." Lu Renquang's reaction was normal. How nice. With the experience of entering, it was easy to leave. As soon as spiritual energy touched the star bead, the portal opened. With a whoosh, Han Fei and the others returned to the 1,000-star proving ground. At that moment, it was about 300 seconds before they entered. If they hadn't stayed in the sea of sand for a while, they could have come out even earlier. They're out. In the distance, many people revealed looks of surprise. Although the clash between the students of the Thug Academy and the children of the big clans hadn't really erupted, it was impossible for it not to attract the attention of others. In particular, some people from the 7 sects were silently watching. Of course, they didn't come to cause trouble for Han Fei. With Chu Jian and the others gone, no one came to cause trouble. Ku Shui quickly came to them. "Young masters, you're out already?" Luo Xiaobai said indifferently. "These secret realms aren't of much use to us. There's no need to explore them too much." Han Fei took out more than 200 star beads and many fish skin maps and said, "All right, in that case, let's split them. If most of the secret realms aren't too difficult to pass, ignore them. But if we encounter a few troublesome creatures, solve them. Next, we'll explore the ruins. Fatty, follow Li Luoluo." Li Luolu immediately said, "I'm a law enforcer. I can do it alone." Han Fei smiled and said, "You're just a temporary teacher at the Thug Academy, and the resources are accumulated by the Thug Academy for a long time. Do you understand what I mean?" To put it bluntly, Han Fei's trust in Li Luoluo was only on the level of a friend. In the world of cultivators, it was already not bad to have a friend. It was impossible for Li Luoluo to explore her own secret realm alone. As the saying went, defenses couldn't do without. They couldn't trust anyone who wasn't from the Thug Academy. After all, it wasn't impossible for the big clans to have some deliberate arrangements to achieve their goals. Why did he let Luorenquang go with Li Luoluo? This guy didn't seem to be strong, but when he really exploded, he was second only to Han Fei. He had mastered both Overlord's technique and violent war body, and the legendary creature, Deep Blue Roar, as his contractual spiritual beast, as well as the sky-swallowing technique. If there was really a problem with Li Luolu, Luorenquang could completely suppress her. Li Luolu had no objections to this. Of course, she wouldn't ask why Zhu Yinling could explore it alone. It was because Han Fei knew what kind of person Zhu Yinling was. She didn't hesitate to give him the comfort and nature technique, which was a great show of trust. 3 days had passed. In the square of the 1,000-star proving ground, Han Fei and the others became famous. The name of the Thug Academy was almost everywhere, because, almost every 2 hours, Han Fei and the others would come out several times. Then, they took out a new star bead and opened a new portal. This frequency shocked everyone. Did the Thug Academy have so many secret realms? Someone sighed. What's the background of the Thug Academy? With so many secret realms, they're comparable to the big clans. Someone said, go back and check the information. This school's reputation was once above the 7 major sects. Someone said, I've already counted. In the past few days, this group of people has already appeared in nearly 200 secret realms. This is crazy. Can none of those secret realms stop them? Someone scoffed. Do you know who these guys are? Han Fei is famous in the unknown place. He killed a law enforcer when he was only an intermediate hidden fisher. Do you think a non-explorer's secret realm can stop them? Swish! Han Fei appeared in the trial square. At this moment, he didn't plan on continuing. This time, he had a feast for his eyes. There were really all kinds of strange secret realms. There was an undersea jungle, a sea of sand, a nest of insects, an area of undead creatures, ruins of sunken ships, a fish-tied canyon. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. There were really all kinds of strange places in the sea. After 2 hours, Zhu Yinling came out. As a law enforcer, Zhu Yinling's exploration speed was very fast, especially with the seal law she had mastered. This made her almost invincible. After a while, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, Luorenquang, and Li Luoluo all came out. Han Fei, how is it? How many haven't been explored? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. No. We didn't thoroughly explore them, but just confirmed the level of danger. Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips. I encountered an octopus just now and almost died inside. However, I cleaned it up myself. Luorenquang, we've checked the secret realms we entered as well. There aren't more than 10 abnormal secret realms. Han Fei nodded. All right, from now on, we'll leave them to Jingyu and the others. Next will be the ruins. Those places are different from these ordinary secret realms. Let's go together. Luo Xiaobai nodded. All right, Li Luo Xiaobai nodded. All right, Li Luo said, actually, I think we can also observe the law enforcer secret realms. After all, our strength is already comparable to a law enforcer's. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. Not for the time being. From these ordinary secret realms, it can be seen that these secret realms aren't something ordinary law enforcers can dominate. If the strength of the law enforcer level secret realms reach the level of advanced or peak law enforcers, the danger will be completely uncontrollable. What Luo Xiaobai said was exactly what Han Fei was thinking. At present, he was the only one here who could fight advanced law enforcers head-on, let alone peak-level law enforcers. For example, even if he called out the punishing saber, he still couldn't kill xuanhuan. From this, it could be seen that Han Fei and the others shouldn't enter the secret realms of the law enforcer level no matter what. Han Fei only had a total of 18 ruins, type secret realms. 8 of them were at the level of the law enforcers, which meant that they could only explore the remaining 10 for the time being. As for the order of choice, it was naturally from easy to hard. First was the level of dangling fisher. Han Fei said, don't mind the low level. Ruins-type secret realms are the most mysterious. There will always be some strange information left inside. Let's check them one by one. After opening a dangling fisher star bead, they walked in and appeared in a sunken ship. Huh? In the pitch-black water, a light flashed and something began to escape. In such low-level ruins, no one would bother to chase after them. Luorenquang said, Anti-Heaven Blade, are we back in the level 3 fishery? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. It might not be the level 3 fishery. Places like the level 3 fishery are surrounded by humans, but this doesn't eliminate the possibility that there are anti-heaven blades in the outside world. There are many such waters, so there should be many relatively safe places. Han Fei released his aura. Instantly, a large number of creatures on the huge sunken ship fled. There were jumping conchs, octopuses hidden in the shattered deck, squids, roe deers, red-browed shrimp, and all kinds of starfish. In any case, the moment the aura of a strong master pressed down, more than 100 living beings began to flee crazily. After all, the level of this secret realm was too low. The living beings here wouldn't be too powerful. Luo Xiaobai said, don't destroy this secret realm. Leave it to Daji and the others in the future. To them, this secret realm is definitely dangerous. From the location of the creatures that had just escaped, ordinary dangling fishers would probably have to fight their way in. It was very dangerous. Han Fei nodded. Yes, we just need to observe carefully. First of all, from the outside, this sunken ship looked very ancient. It had a mast, but this thing couldn't be seen on current fishing boats. Looking at the size of the sunken ship, it was more than 300 meters long. This was not something the small and ordinary fishing boats could compare with. Just from its appearance, Han Fei could confirm that this ship was the kind of normal ship he knew and wasn't used for fishing. Furthermore, there were 2 rows of railings that resembled skeletons on both sides of the hull. Despite so many years, they hadn't rotted, revealing the jade-like internal structure. There was also a dragon's head at the bow. It wasn't a real dragon's head, but like the head of the green swimming dragon Han Fei had seen before. As Luo Xiaobai swept up the vines, the hull that was covered by barnacle and seaweed was revealed. Exquisite patterns were revealed. These lines weren't only made of seaweed, but also all kinds of strange beast patterns. Upon seeing this, Han Fei's eyes narrowed. This ship left behind from ancient times seems to have been damaged in battle. However, the hull doesn't rot and has the texture of an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Xuanhuan exclaimed, "Holy shit, this ship is very valuable." Lurenquang was dumbfounded. "Rich? We should have come to the ruins long ago," she said. "I've seen similar patterns in some ancient books, but there are very few records." Luo Xiaobai said, "You have to look at the long term. When we obtained this secret realm, it was impossible for the president and the others not to know the value of this ship. However, they didn't touch it. First of all, the Thug Academy doesn't need to sell ultra-quality spiritual weapons to make a living. Wealth is just wealth. It has no real meaning to us now." Han Fei nodded. "Yes, besides the value of this ship, there must be something more meaningful inside. Let's split up and look around. There's no danger here." Chapter 1013, Ruin Expedition Team 2 Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. If he wanted to find the hidden story in this ship, he had to clear it out. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai and Li Luoluo played a huge role. Luo Xiaobai controlled the spiritual plants to clean up, while Li Luolu used worms to clean up. It seemed that manipulators had a unique talent in certain matters, such as cleaning. A moment later, Han Fei found the main cabin inside the hull. This surprised him. This was different from the layout of the fishing boat. The place where Han Fei was now could be called the control room, and below it was the lounge. Han Fei's eyelids twitched when he saw the rudder. Han Fei passed through the cabin and entered the lounge. A moment later, he easily found a jade box in a sealed cupboard. Inside the box was a logbook. When he saw the logbook, Han Fei immediately grinned. Indeed, humans were more like navigators in the past, not like now when fishing boats became tools for travel. The logbook was a necessity for a captain. This box had probably been opened by a former student of the Thug Academy. He must leave this diary here because of the habits of the Thug Academy. When future students had the ability, they could naturally come and check it themselves. Han Fei took out the box and everyone immediately surrounded him. Zhang Xuanyu asked in surprise, "What's this?" Han Fei smiled. "A logbook." Zhu Yinling asked in surprise, "What's a logbook?" Considering the requirements of Zhu Yinling's cultivation technique, Han Fei explained, in ancient times, the sea wasn't all. There were continents. Some humans needed to explore the sea through large ships. Back then, there might not have been any flying fishing boats. Therefore, the ship we found was very different from ordinary fishing boats. Such a large ship needed a captain. To record everything on the journey for reference, the captain needed to make a daily record of the voyage. For example, the captain could record the location of some special reefs, which was equivalent to a map. It was also used to record the sailing situation every day. This logbook was equivalent to a memo. If an accident happened to the ship, when people found it thousands of years later, they would know what happened to it. Well, in fact, the logbook itself is an interesting record with many stories. What Han Fei said made the others speechless. Was it so complicated for ancient people to travel by boat? Shouldn't it be mainly fishing? With that said, Han Fei flipped open the fish skin map that wrapped the logbook. On it was a map of the route and a drawing of the harbor. However, this thing was of no value now. This was because all the places had been submerged, so the map was useless. Han Fei threw the nautical chart away, but Luo Xiaobai caught it. "Don't throw it away." Han Fei didn't pay much attention to it, but he saw that the name of the ship was written on the sailing day, Hope Exploration Records. He flipped to the first page. There were only several lines of words on it. It was the captain's note, signed by Lin Kang, who was likely the captain of the Hope. Han Fei flipped open the notebook and saw year 13822, day 17 of the Sun's Chronicles, the Hope set off. This was the title. The text was as follows. In just 10 years, tsunamis erupted everywhere, and countless sea creatures swept through the safe sea. This wasn't the first time in history, but this time it was extremely serious. Today, more than half of U City's land has been seized. The sea demons have attacked, and the cities are in a fierce battle. The city governor ordered me to head to Boulder City to request reinforcements as the captain of the Hope. I don't know if there's any hope for Hope. Many ships have already been sent out, but none of them have returned. Perhaps, no matter what, I'm now the Hope. I shoulder the Hope. That was all for the first page of the logbook. Han Fei turned to the next page. On the second page of the logbook, it wrote the day 21 of the Sun's Chronicles. Han Fei wasn't sure what the Sun's Chronicles was. It was probably a calendar. Lin Kang directly wrote, "The current sea is too terrifying. We've encountered the greatest blow in history. Nearly half of the strong masters on the ship perished during a huge fish tide, and 3 law enforcers perished. I don't know how to proceed. I'm certain of one thing. We have encountered the legendary sea race. There are merfolk, shrimp soldiers, crab generals, demon snakes, clam girls. Legend has it that these creatures have been destroyed by the gods, but it seems that the gods have deceived us. The enemies facing U City aren't just ordinary sea demons. We might be facing countless races that should have lived in the endless deep sea. Thankfully, I'm already an explorer. I saved hope, but tomorrow, I don't know." After reading the second page, everyone's eyes widened. Luo Xiaobai asked, "Gods?" Li Luolu said in surprise. "What kind of existence is a god? Is it a realm above the king level?" Zhu Yinling asked curiously, "What kind of creature are shrimp soldiers and crab generals? What kind of creatures are demon snakes and clam girls?" Han Fei and the others looked at each other in surprise. Could this be related to the age of gods that old Bai had mentioned? Han Fei said, "Who are these so-called gods? None of us know. However, these so-called shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and other creatures might be creatures beyond our knowledge. Isn't it said that there are other creatures in the infinite ocean beyond us? Perhaps there are other creatures in that distant sea." Han Fei didn't explain much. He continued to flip through 2 pages, both of which described the war. What kind of danger and strange things did they encounter today? It wasn't until the 5th page that Han Fei and the others noticed. Day 27 of the Sun's Chronicles. It couldn't be stopped. Upon seeing the words, "cannot be stopped," Han Fei and the others were slightly moved. One could imagine a scene that even an explorer couldn't withstand. When the hope set off, there would definitely be many experts accompanying it. However, this couldn't withstand the daily deaths. The logbook recorded, "This wasn't an ordinary crisis. This was an unprecedented crisis. In the endless sea, there will definitely be a new god rising. I saw a scene that I will never forget for the rest of my life. Thousands of living beings are awakening and transforming into demons. Their goal isn't just to target U City. I estimate that the situation in Boulder City isn't much better. The other party has 3 strong masters at the spirit-breaking Dao-seeking realm guarding them. I finally understand why the strongest master in U City has disappeared for no reason. From what I can tell, he didn't disappear but was killed by a super strong sea demon. U City might be destroyed. After writing this line, I feel I might die in battle in the vast sea." If the latter could see Hope's logbook, remember to inform humanity and find another way. Find the legendary place. Perhaps humanity still had hope. Signed by Lin Kang. Han Fei hurriedly flipped to the back, but as recorded in the logbook, after writing this page, Lin Kang went to fight and probably died. Holt's request for help ultimately failed. Lirenquang couldn't help but ask curiously, wasn't he already an explorer? Why didn't he just fly over but walk across the sea? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Don't forget that there are also strong masters among the sea demons. If he can fly, do you think Lin Kang won't?" Luo Xiaobai said, "There's another possibility. This Lin Kang isn't very strong among the explorers. If the 2 places are too far apart, even explorers probably can't keep flying, right?" Han Fei shook his head. "That's unlikely. Explorers should be able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Besides, in that case, wouldn't it be better to just teleport there directly? Why would there be a need to sail there? Since it can't be done, it means that these methods were useless or destroyed." Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's keep looking and see if there's anything else." Han Fei thought for a moment. The most valuable on the ship was probably the logbook. Han Fei stopped searching, but before long, Zhu Yinling pulled out a small box and ran to Han Fei. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Huh? This box is well preserved." Everyone gathered around again. However, as soon as the box was opened, Han Fei saw shells, crab pincers, a transparent glass, and a few metal objects scattered inside. He immediately understood what they were. Han Fei said with a smile, "This is just a simple storage box. I'm guessing it's a crew member who wants to bring some gifts back for his children. Therefore, they put all kinds of random toys here. As for why they weren't stored in the sea-swallowing seashells, it's probably because these things are very common and worthless. Well, it's also possible that the sea-swallowing seashells are very expensive, and this crew member can't afford them." Zhu Yinling blinked. It seemed that she hadn't found anything useful. After a while, no one discovered anything special. There was nothing to decipher about the decorative patterns. Therefore, Han Fei said, "All right, let's go out to the next ruin." Chapter 1014, Ruins Expedition Team 3 Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A hanging fisher-level ruin was on a completely different level from a dangling fisher-level ruin. In fact, the heavenly desolate city that Han Fei and the others went to should have been equivalent to a hanging fisher-level ruin. But once they returned to the past, who knew what kind of ruins it was? Or perhaps it wasn't a ruin at all, but an opportunity. At this moment, Han Fei and the others arrived at a hanging fisher-level ruin. It was probably a small human settlement. Many ghosts haunted here who were constantly roaring, but unfortunately it was useless to Han Fei and the others. After exploring the area, they found some traces left behind by humans. For example, Li Luoluo had brought a pair of intact vases from somewhere. Han Fei was stunned. There's porcelain here? Of course, Han Fei asked. Why are you carrying 2 jars? Li Luoluo said. Don't you think these are very exquisite? Look at this drawing. Look at this carving. Look at this body. Hey, don't go. At that moment, xuanhuan came over with a rusted rod and shook his head. This is just a trial secret realm. It doesn't have any special value. Perhaps the people living in this place died in a sea demon attack. The third ruin was similar to the second ruin, but there were more ghosts here, but they were relatively stronger. Furthermore, there were many boulders in this place. There were many tall, damaged buildings with different human faces. Suddenly, Li Luoluo shouted again, "Come here, all of you." Everyone rushed over only to see that Li Luoluo had dug out a skeleton with worms. However, when everyone saw the skeleton, they were a little stunned. Zhu Yinling was surprised. This person's skeleton is so tall. He's probably 7 to 8 meters tall. Lirenquang said in surprise, "This shouldn't be a human, right?" Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips and said, "It's definitely a human. Look, if this isn't a human skeleton, what is it?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's keep looking." In just a moment, everyone dug out another 2 to 3 such corpses. Among them, the largest skeleton was about 15 meters tall. Han Fei looked at the almost jade-like skeleton and said, "It should be a different human race, the giants." Everyone looked at Han Fei and thought, "How do you know everything?" Han Fei immediately said leisurely, "First of all, we can confirm that these are human bones. Since they are human bones, we can be sure that they are human. This is a ruin from ancient times. I won't be surprised if a dwarf race existed back then, much less a giant. Perhaps there are even palm-sized imps." Everyone rolled their eyes. Li Luoluo said disdainfully, "A palm-sized imp race? Wouldn't they be wiped out easily?" Han Fei said with a smile, "The sea creatures are getting bigger and bigger, but they didn't see us humans being wiped out. Different species definitely have different characteristics. It's boring to look at these bones. It's best if you find something like stone carvings or books. That way there will be archaeological value." Half an hour later, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly said, "Come here, we found something." They followed Zhang Xuanyu to run more than 800 kilometers away. Han Fei was speechless. How far did this guy run? It wasn't until Zhang Xuanyu led Han Fei and the others to a cliff that he pointed at a large stone sculpture on the cliff and said, they're indeed giants." In the painting, a group of burly giants seemed to be building a city. Some giants moved mountains over, while others fished out giant trees from the sea. Following that, the scene changed. It was a scene of giants eating, and in this painting, there was a strange scene. When the giants were eating, they would worship a totem. The totem was a female figure that Han Fei and the others were familiar with. It was the sea god statue. Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, "It seems that in ancient times, people began to worship the sea god?" Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, "Wait a minute, someone has already worshipped the same sea god like us in the Age of Doom. Then, how much time has passed?" Luo Xiaobai's question stunned everyone. Who knew how long it had been? Luo Xiaobai said, "Don't forget that when we were reading the logbook just now, it had already been more than 10,000 years old. As for the Age of Doom, it has definitely been 10,000 years. Otherwise, there would definitely be a large number of records left regarding the Age of Doom. But in reality, there aren't any." Han Fei swallowed and said, "This means that the sea god we worship has actually lived for a long time. He might not be dead yet." Lirenquang hurriedly said, "Wait, will gods die?" Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "I'm just wondering if the so-called sea god is a sea expansion king. If so, that king has lived for too long. If not, the realm above the king." Zhu Yinling suddenly said, "Look at the third painting. It's about war. There's an especially tall giant." Everyone hurriedly turned their gazes to the third painting. The giant in the lead was fighting a huge octopus monster. He was more than twice the height of the other giants and was probably close to 40 meters. In the giant's hand was a huge axe. Luo Xiaobai said, "It looks familiar." Han Fei said, "He's a little like Yang Deyu. Do you still remember his will of war god? How similar is it to this giant?" Han Fei was certain that the Yang family must have obtained a secret realm related to the giants and inherited something, such as bloodline. And he was still thinking, does the Cao family also have such an inheritance? After all, Cao Chu has the bloodline of the war god. When it erupts, he doesn't even look human. Han Fei explained, "They experienced a battle with a sea demon. See that? There's a clam girl with a big shell over there. However, I don't see any shrimp soldiers or crab generals. They seem to be soft creatures fighting them." There were a total of 6 paintings. In the 4th painting, the battle had clearly failed. In order to preserve their bloodline, this giant had sacrificed a newborn baby. In the 5th painting, the clouds in the sky parted as a pair of eyes appeared above the clouds. This scene made Han Fei's pupils contract. The fishskin map Ren Tianfei left him had a pair of similar eyes. Li Luoluo couldn't help but shiver. Ehehe, what strange eyes. The 6th painting was at the entrance of a hall. Where was this hall? Han Fei already had an idea, the Heavenly Palace. Luo Xiaobai and the others exchanged looks but didn't say anything. Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's go to the next ruin." Unfortunately, the 3rd ruin was similar to a village battlefield with many ghosts. However, the ghosts here were normal. There were no giants, stone carvings, or books. The exploration of the dangling fissure-level ruins was over. The hanging fissure-level ruins had also been explored. There were 6 ruins of hidden fissures. Without any surprise, the danger here would be even greater. However, there were 6 people here, so they weren't flustered at all. At the same time, in a particular family. Someone reported, Han Fei and the others should be clearing the secret realms, but they were extremely slow today. It took the 6 of them a day to clear 4 secret realms. They should be investigating the ruins. Yes, a ruin at the level of a hidden fissure shouldn't be difficult for them. They probably won't be able to explore explorer-level secret realms. Don't worry about it for now. Elsewhere, someone had a similar response. Let's not worry about it for now. The secret realms left behind by the Thug Academy are just for testing their disciples. We'll talk about it when they finish exploring all the ruins and enter the Star River to find new ruins. Someone else replied, there's no rush. Let's wait for a while. When the time comes, we'll send someone to see if we can exchange for a ruin-type secret realm from them. In the ruins of the level of hidden fissures, Han Fei ignored the 3 battlefield-like drawings and chose 3 architectural ruins. At this moment, Han Fei and the others were standing in a place that looked like a pyramid. However, Han Fei knew that it wasn't. The altar only had 5 floors, and there were exactly 45 steps. At the top was a room. Han Fei tried to perceive, only to find that the entire altar had blocked perception. Han Fei grinned. Let me do it. Luo Xiaobai reached out and bound Han Fei with vines. Be careful. What Han Fei didn't want to climb the most was strange places like altars. These places always hid mysteries. Who knew if they would make him enter illusions, memories, or the past? Zhu Yinling said, let me go? I have the seal law. Han Fei shook his head. No, but what do you want to seal? There isn't anyone you can seal. With that, Han Fei stepped onto the first step. After stepping on the steps, Han Fei looked back and found that everyone was looking at him. It's very real. It looks like I was overthinking things. Seeing that there was no problem, Han Fei quickly climbed up the steps to the top. At this moment, he saw a small one-room tomb. Yes, there wasn't even a coffin. There were only 3 walls and a ceiling. Therefore, the tomb was completely exposed to Han Fei. The walls were colorful and seemed to be totem-like. On the 3 walls, there was a small square pit that was empty. Logically speaking, if there was nothing inside, this small hole shouldn't have been dug out. The thing in it had probably been taken away by a senior from the Thug Academy. On the ground was a corpse. Han Fei's eyelids twitched when he saw the corpse. It was the kind of corpse that had appeared in the underground city and the undersea chimney. Around the corpse were 4 small humanoid statues that were prostrating as though they were praying. What were they praying for? Han Fei looked up and saw a pair of terrifying eyes painted on the ceiling. Holy shit, it's those eyes again? Chapter 1015, Strange Corpse Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations last time. Han Fei forgot to ask Ren Tianfei what the eyes on the fish skin were. This was already the 3rd or 4th time he had seen these eyes. Even a fool would know what the eyes represented. It represented being extraordinary. Han Fei looked at the eyes, hoping to find some information from the wall patterns around the altar. However, for some reason, he felt a chill down his spine. Suddenly, in his vision, he saw the eyes that were originally engraved at the top of the room move. The eye was originally looking at the corpse on the ground, but now it was already looking at Han Fei. Gulp, Han Fei swallowed. The invincible heart was actually resisting. Han Fei suddenly shouted, what are you looking at? Come here if you have the guts. Crack, 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 crack. As soon as Han Fei said so, the rotting corpse on the ground suddenly stood up. Holy shit, he's really coming. Han Fei flew back and looked back, only to see the other people frantically gesturing at him. Following their gestures, he saw a pair of blurry eyes appear in the void. Fuck! There's one outside too? Swish! Han Fei retreated all the way to the bottom of the altar, and the corpse quickly followed. This left Han Fei and the others dumbfounded. What the hell was this? It wasn't until Han Fei left the altar that he heard the voices. Zhang Xuanyu asked, what's this? Li Luo, let's quickly spread out. Luo Xiaobai said, prepare for battle. Zhu Yinling waved her hand in the air, and a seal appeared. Seal! It was obvious that the corpse paused for a moment. However, the corpse seemed to have some unknown power, which helped him escape the restraints on him. Devil Change. Taking advantage of the moment when the corpse paused, Han Fei activated the Devil Change and spread his phantom glass wings. Han Fei shouted, spread out, I'll fight him. As he spoke, Han Fei's figure approached the corpse. As the saying went, the skilled were bold. In terms of close-quarter combat skills, Han Fei wasn't weak at all. At that moment, Han Fei's body turned golden. He grabbed the corpse with one hand and slammed it with his shoulder. Bam! A violent explosion occurred between the two of them. Han Fei never expected a corpse to be so powerful. Seal, instant mystic spear, worm devour. At that instant, everyone attacked at the same time. Countless tiny vines extended from the corpse's feet and bound it. Holding the saber in one hand, Han Fei twisted his body and unleashed the drawing at close range. Clangy clink, bam! The saber hit the corpse hard, but the sound made Han Fei's scalp tingle. This thing's hardness was comparable to a mid-quality divine weapon. The corpse was instantly sent flying by Han Fei. It rolled on the ground countless times and a stick stabbed an inch into his chest. As for the stick in Zhang Xuanyu's hand, it bent like a bow. Hoo! Ooh! The corpse trembled and Zhang Xuanyu was sent flying. He tumbled dozens of times before stopping. As for Li Luoluo's worms that attempted to burrow into the corpse's body, they were crushed by a jolt. With a tap of her finger, Zhu Yinling poked the corpse's head. The corpse was sent flying again and rolled dozens of times on the ground. With a crack, a saber mark appeared on the corpse's chest. It had just been slashed by Han Fei. True martial fiend saber. Along with the true martial fiend saber appeared the sky-swallowing technique. Using the sky-swallowing technique to suck the corpse, Lu Renquang slashed at its head. Clang! The backlash from the saber's might hit Lu Renquang's hand, body, and face. It made him feel what power was. Smack! Fortunately, Lu Renquang's strike was rather violent and split the corpse's head apart. Han Fei took the opportunity to dodge and slashed at his arm with the drawing. Luo Xiaobai immediately understood what Han Fei meant. The vines grabbed the limbs of the corpse and tore them apart. Clang! This battle lasted for nearly 100 seconds before they killed the corpse. This was even after Han Fei used Devil Change. When Han Fei looked up again, he found that the eyes had disappeared. Zhang Xuanyu kicked the corpse and said, "Good lord, isn't this too hard? This corpse is comparable to a divine weapon." Lu Renquang rubbed his stomach and said, "More than that. His strength is astonishing. Fortunately, we came together. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous." Han Fei nodded. No wonder there are so few high-level secret realms. And this is a secret realm at the level of a hidden fisher. How strong will the law enforcer level secret realms be? Luo Xiaobai said. "What did you see up there?" Li Luolu said. "That's right. Just now, you stood there without moving. Then, a pair of eyes appeared in the void. It was terrifying." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Nothing. Just a pair of eyes. Now, the corpses are useless. Let's go." After a moment, when Han Fei led everyone up the altar, his eyes suddenly widened. Everyone looked at Han Fei speechlessly. Zhang Xuanyu said dumbfoundedly, "No way. Fei, why is there another one?" Han Fei was also stunned. Holy shat, retreat. 100 seconds passed. With their previous experience, they cooperated perfectly and killed the corpse, their faces filled with puzzlement. Han Fei said with a sullen face, "When I was up there, I only saw one corpse, but when I went up with you, I saw another one. If nothing goes wrong, there's still one when we go over now. The problem isn't the corpse, but the eyes." Everyone exchanged looks. What kind of strange altar was this? How could there be endless corpses? Luo Xiaobai said, "Therefore, it's not that the seniors didn't explore this place back then. They did, but new corpses kept appearing. But what are those eyes? There are also such eyes in the giant ruins. They seem to be above the clouds." Han Fei nodded. "Let's go to the next one. This ruin isn't that big. I think it's a building. Who knew that we would come here to fight? Let's go to the next one." Han Fei basically knew what this secret realm was for. It was to tell the people that the eyes were strange, and this secret realm was to remind them to pay attention. Regardless of whether there was anything else worth investigating, this secret realm was still in his hands. There was no need to repeatedly fight with a corpse. Furthermore, Han Fei suspected that the origin of this corpse didn't seem to be from the plains of the underground city. Therefore, he thought of the Heavenly Palace. Han Fei still remembered that when he took the origin water, the shadow had said that the Heavenly Palace was now filled with such corpse puppets. Not only were there low-level ones, but there were also many explorer-level puppets. Han Fei thought that even if he came to this secret realm again, he would have to come alone. "Han Fei, let's go to the next place." "Wait a moment." Luo Xiaobai interrupted Han Fei. "I have a question." "Huh." Luo Xiaobai looked at the altar and said, "For some reason, I have a feeling that the ruins we have passed through are related. We have seen these eyes in the ruins of giants. However, don't forget that above the eyes is a palace." Zhu Yinling suddenly said, "By the way, there's something I don't know if I should say." Everyone looked over and Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Go ahead." Zhu Yinling pursed her lips and said, "When I cultivated the comfort technique, I was once brought into an illusion by a strange force. I once saw a huge floating island I had never seen before." There was a melodious voice nearby. Everyone was waiting, but Zhu Yinling blinked and fell silent. Han Fei was stunned. "That's it?" Zhu Yinling's face turned slightly red as she opened her mouth. "Yes." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "All right. At least it's information." With her face flushed red, Zhu Yinling smiled awkwardly. It wasn't easy for her to interject, but it didn't seem to be effective. Han Fei said, "What Xiaobai said makes sense. If these ruins are all connected, it means that all the ruins in the 1,000-star proving ground are probably connected. More or less, they involve some secrets about the Age of Doom." Luo Xiaobai said, "If that's the case, our ruins-typed star beads should be very valuable." Han Fei immediately said in distress, "But we can't snatch the ruins of other families." Zhu Yinling opened her mouth and said slowly, "My family should have a few." Luo Xiaobai added, "My family has some too." Han Fei couldn't help but laugh dryly. "No rush. I've already achieved my goal of coming to the 1,000-star proving ground. My main goal is to sweep through the secret realms, which is suitable for Su Daiji and the others to cultivate. As for exploring the ruins of the Age of Doom, it's just my own interest. Besides, even if we don't have enough ruins, there are still the 3 Holy Lands to explore, so don't worry, there's plenty of time to do these things. In fact, Han Fei already had a guess. If this pair of eyes could take out a corpse, could it take a person up? If his guess was right, would 8-star or 9-star secret realms directly appear in the Heavenly Palace? In Han Fei's opinion, this ruin might also be a spatial tunnel that allowed one to come and go freely, so why couldn't it directly lead to the Heavenly Palace? Chapter 1016, Heavenly Tao Dharma I Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 3 days had passed. Han Fei and the others had been in the 1,000-star proving ground for nearly 10 days. Unfortunately, not every ruin had secrets to explore. For example, 2 of the remaining hidden fissure-level ruins had been completely destroyed and had no value for inspection. Instead, he found a coffin in one of the battlefield relics that Han Fei least favored. This was also the last ruin that they could explore at this level. In the ruins, other than the location of the coffin, there were signs of damage everywhere. This place used to look like a mud city, but it had been reduced to rubble in the battle. Xuanhuan said, with such a violent fighting style, I think it should be done by our own people. I mean, the seniors of the Thug Academy once fought here and destroyed it, Han Fei said. Then why did they only leave this coffin behind? Everyone was standing in front of the coffin. There were some strange patterns engraved on the outside of the coffin. These patterns were basically engraved all over the coffin. Together with the lines of inlaid gold and jade, the coffin looked extremely noble. The patterns on the coffins were even more interesting. There were 20 types of patterns, and Han Fei basically recognized them all. There were crocodiles, houses, snakes, deer, rabbits, water skeletons, wolves, apes, grass, giant eagles, flowers. There were also a few creatures that he didn't recognize. Perhaps these creatures were relatively rare. Upon seeing these relief sculptures, the first thought in Han Fei's mind was that they were stone carvings of ancient humans. In the past, the most famous stone carving of ancient humans he knew was the Sunstone, also known as the Solar Stone. It was a calendar that recorded time. It was usually in the shape of a disc, involving Chinese eras. However, why were these patterns engraved on the coffin? Were there meanings behind them? A noble coffin was still a coffin. What was the point of being so luxurious? Clearly, the stone carvings on the coffin weren't a calendar. The patterns of these small animals were rather odd. Could it be some hunting result? Han Fei carefully pondered and found that there were weak energy and spiritual energy fluctuations around the coffin. It felt like a human breathing. This feeling was very weak, but Han Fei and the others were almost law enforcers. It was impossible for them not to feel this. Renquang swallowed his saliva. Should we open it or not? Li Luoluo bared her teeth and said, Why didn't the seniors of the Thug Academy open it before? Why did they leave it for us? Zhu Yinling suddenly said, It should have been opened. Everyone looked over. Han Fei said, How did you know it? Zhu Yinling blushed slightly and said, You know the technique I cultivate. Although I've changed it, I can vaguely hear some strange sounds. One is that I can hear someone breathing weakly inside the coffin. The other is that I seem to be able to see some blurry images from this place. It seems like someone once opened this coffin. There seems to be a woman sleeping inside, but for some reason, it has been sealed again. Han Fei and the others couldn't help but look at each other. What was this? Prediction? Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Comfort technique? Zhu Yinling nodded slightly. Yes, although it has been abandoned, there are still some characteristics left. The former comfort technique can communicate with the world's music, allowing one to see through the secret from the music. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Is the woman inside still alive? Zhu Yinling shook her head. I don't know, but I think since she's breathing, she should still be alive. Li Luoluo, it's getting more and more unbelievable. Weren't we here to explore the secret realm? Now, we become tomb raiders? Luo Xiaobai said. Since it has been opened, let's open it. Han Fei nodded. Take note. If anything goes wrong, immediately use secret techniques. Fatty, help me open the coffin. Open it gently. The flesh on Lequang's face trembled as he couldn't help but grumble. Why is it always me? Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, Do you want a girl to do this job? As Han Fei and Li Renquang lifted the lid, the two of them looked at each other. The lid is so heavy, Han Fei said. Maybe there's a gravity array under the coffin lid. It's fine. Move it away first. When the two of them gently opened the coffin lid, the first thing that appeared was a pair of bare feet with fair skin. Then there were exquisite calves. Following that was a green gauze robe. It's indeed a woman. Everyone exchanged looks. After Han Fei and Li Renquang moved the coffin lid away, they looked back and saw an exquisite-looking girl in her 20s. In terms of appearance, she was the cute type of girl. Her face was slightly chubby, and her hands were crossed on her abdomen, and under the girl's hands was a jade slip. Upon seeing this, everyone exchanged looks. There must be a lot of information in this jade slip. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Are you taking it or not? Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes at Han Fei. Ask me? Who should I ask? Han Fei smiled. All right, then take it. I don't believe this woman can come back to life. Zhu Yinling said, Then why didn't the seniors take it? This question stumped Han Fei and the others. Who knows? Han Fei said. I'm not afraid. I'll touch it and try to read the information in it. Luo Xiaobai said, shall I do it? I'll try using the spiritual plant. Han Fei nodded. This was better than him using his own hand. Luo Xiaobai summoned a grass vine and slowly extended it to the jade slip. Seeing that the woman didn't react at all, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, I can't read any information from the jade slip. Everyone knew that Luo Xiaobai could parasitize vines and make spiritual plants become a part of her. Was this jade slip useless? Han Fei reached out his hand. Since Luo Xiaobai didn't have any problem, it shouldn't be a big problem for him either. Han Fei gently removed the woman's hand and pointed at the jade slip. Master, shoot. Han Fei suddenly retracted his hand and saw Lurenquang and the others hurriedly activated secret techniques. Zhang Xuanyu asked nervously, what's wrong? Han Fei looked at the woman lying in the coffin. After a long while, he said, I'm fine, you. Try tapping it with your finger. Li Luoluo was instantly rendered speechless. You scared us to death. Do you know that it's very easy to scare people to death? Luo Xiaobai was speechless at Han Fei. She had almost used a secret technique just now. Julian Ling had already condensed the law of seal in her hand. Zhang Xuanyu said reluctantly, let me do it? Han Fei nodded. It's no big deal. Just tap on the jade slip and see what's the reaction. Zhang Xuanyu glanced at Han Fei. Perhaps Han Fei was just trying to scare him. It would be definitely fine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked him to touch it. Zhang Xuanyu slowly extended his finger and placed it on the jade slip. However, after a while, he said, there's no reaction. Li Luoluo, let me try. A moment later, Li Luoluo shook her head. I really can't see anything. Is it because this jade slip is too old and useless? Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. I don't think so. Following that, Zhu Yinling, Lurenquang and company all tried, but the jade slip still gave no reaction. Only then did Han Fei reach out his finger again and tap the jade slip carefully. This time, the same voice sounded. Master, is that you? Han Fei's pupils constricted and his fingers froze. Luo Xiaobai and the others were nervous to see it. Zhang Xuanyu scolded jokingly, stop pretending. It gave no reaction to all of us, okay? Why did it give you a reaction? Do you think this is your wife? However, Han Fei ignored him. He tried to put his spiritual power into the jade slip. Who are you? Suddenly, Han Fei felt an excited spiritual power touch him. The spiritual power sent a message. Master, are you back? Seer has been waiting for you for a long time. Han Fei said, miss, I don't think I'm your master. You've probably been lying here for tens of thousands of years, but I'm only 20. The spiritual power suddenly trembled. Impossible. If you aren't master, how can you have master's bloodline power? Suddenly, the spiritual power stirred again. Ah, master, have you been reincarnated? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Reincarnated? However, Han Fei immediately grasped a key piece of information. Luo Xiaobai and the others couldn't sense it, but only he could. What did this woman mean by bloodline power? The only thing Han Fei could think of was the water of the origin. He had met the Ninth Palace Lord through the water of the origin, so this was the only connection he could think of. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, I can't be sure. Since I'm your master, do you know where I come from? The spiritual power was trembling. Of course it's yin-yang world. Master, have you not recovered your memories? Master, don't be anxious. Perhaps it's because your strength hasn't recovered to a certain level. Your memories will definitely be reopened. Han Fei said, yin-yang world? Are you talking about the Ninth Heavenly Palace? Yes, Master. Ever since you went to pry into the Heavenly Tao, many things have happened. The Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye descended and covered the great Tao foundation of this world. The guardian puppets in the Heavenly Palace had their consciousness wiped away by the Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye. As the voice spoke, Han Fei could clearly sense that the spiritual power was somewhat mournful. Our Heavenly Palace didn't have many people to begin with. The puppet riot resulted in Sister Shueyer's death. In order to prevent the Heavenly Palace's war from affecting the Thousand Star City, the controllers sealed off the central holy city of the Thousand Star City, restored the 3 holy places, and severed the connection between the Heavenly Palace and the Thousand Star City. Due to my weakness, I was sent out of the Thousand Star City by the controller. However, due to my severe injuries, I was attacked by a villain surnamed Chu from the Thousand Star City. I had no choice but to cultivate a reincarnation body. Han Fei's scalp went numb. Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye? It's the pair of eyes I saw? A pair of eyes had actually sealed the great Tao foundation of the yin-yang world? This was probably the reason why no one in the Thousand Star City could create a sea and become a king. Also, what was the reincarnation body this woman talked about? However, Han Fei had got one piece of information, a villain surnamed Chu from the Thousand Star City. Who else except for the Chu sect people in the Thousand Star City was surnamed Chu? Chapter 1017, The Way to the Heavenly Palace Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After the woman said that the people of Chu sect had attacked her, Han Fei immediately understood a lot. Why didn't the people of Chu sect snatch the sea-quelling painting? It seemed like the people from Chu sect had been exploring the Thousand Star Proving Ground. Why? Their goal was to find this coffin and this woman? At this moment, Han Fei already knew that the major families only knew that there was an opportunity to become a king in the sea quelling painting. The opportunity they thought of might be different from what he had obtained. He had obtained the origin water, but they were probably thinking of using the sea quelling painting to enter the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, the Heavenly Palace was their ultimate goal. As for the people of the Chu sect, they had long known of this woman. In fact, they had successfully sneaked an attack when no one was paying attention, allowing this woman to escape into the Star River secret realm. Therefore, they kept searching. How could the opportunity to find the sea quelling painting be as direct as finding this woman? Finding the sea quelling painting might not necessarily allow one to enter the Heavenly Palace, but the chances of finding this woman and ascending the Heavenly Palace were much higher than the sea quelling painting. After all, this woman had come from the Heavenly Palace. Furthermore, Han Fei thought of something. Old Bai said that the patriarch of the Thug Academy had been to the Heavenly Palace. Then, did the destruction of the Thug Academy have something to do with this? As the patriarch of the Thug Academy had been to the Heavenly Palace, the big clans in the Thousand Star City, or rather Chu sect, felt that the woman had been captured by the Thug Academy, so they came to attack the Thug Academy. In fact, their real goal was to obtain the Thug Academy's star beads. Also, the reason why Ren Tianfei was crippled wasn't just because he had brought the sea quelling painting down from the Heavenly Palace, right? Perhaps they also wanted to know the way to the Heavenly Palace through Ren Tianfei. As for Old Han, he had always been mysterious. Others might not know that he had been to the Heavenly Palace. In any case, this woman was calling him master. It was best for him to use this opportunity to fish for information. Han Fei had thought that this trip to the Thousand Star City would be very difficult. What was the Thousand Star Proving Ground? What were the three Holy Lands? What was the Central Holy City? He felt that every place sounded very dangerous. But who would know that in the ruins left behind by Old Bai he could find people from the Heavenly Palace? Old Bai probably didn't expect that he could speak to this girl, right? Han Fei immediately asked, "How may I address you?" The mental wave said, "Master, just call me C or Little C. That's what Master used to call me." Han Fei asked, "Little C, is that Chu guy you're talking about from Chu sect?" Chu sect? I've never heard of this faction. However, that person's surname is Chu indeed. They destroyed a portion of Seer's soul and even stole my star shell. Han Fei thought to himself, so Chu sect probably boomed because they snatched Little C's belongings. Son of a bitch. It was no wonder Chu sect was so passionate about the Thousand Star Proving Ground. It seemed they had benefited too much and wanted to continue benefiting from Little Ci. Han Fei asked again, "Little C, how should I enter the Heavenly Palace?" Little C's mental strength trembled for a while. "Master, what's your current strength?" Han Fei said bluntly. "I chose the path of invincibility, so it's very difficult for me to advance. At present, I've just reached the peak of the hidden fisher level and I'm about to become a law enforcer." "Ah. Master, you actually chose the path of invincibility?" Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with the path of invincibility?" Xiaoxi's mental strength seemed to be a little nervous as she hurriedly said, "Master, everyone says that the path of invincibility is a path of no return. They say that there's no such thing as invincibility in this world. In history, less than 10% of those who walked the path of invincibility survived." "Why did you walk this path?" "Shoot." Han Fei was dumbfounded. "What? Is the path of invincibility so dangerous?" However, Han Fei said indifferently, "The Tao of Heaven is heartless, treating all things as junk. Since I've embarked on this path, I have my own karma. All right, Little C, how do I go to the Heavenly Palace?" Han Fei felt that he could just brag a little. If he bragged too much, he might expose himself. Little C fell silent for a moment before saying, "Master, I'm afraid you won't be able to go to the Heavenly Palace for the time being." Han Fei said, "I know I'm not strong enough, but I need to know the way to go. After knowing the way, I have to think of a way to transcend the tribulation in Waterwood World and break through to the explorer level. The person who injured you has now become a power known as the Chu sect, with a venerable guarding it. If I don't leave, I'm afraid I'll be in danger of dying." "Huh?" The mental strength fluctuated violently. "That bastard surnamed Chu, how dare they touch you, Master?" Little C, Han Fei hurriedly said, "Don't be agitated. I have my ways to deal with it. I know that there are many puppets in the Heavenly Palace and the origin water is over there. Therefore, I won't give Chu sect a chance to take advantage of it. When I find out the way to the Heavenly Palace, I'll quickly become a law enforcer and transcend the tribulation at Waterwood World. Once I succeed in transcending the tribulation and cultivate for a period of time to break through to the venerable realm, I'll wipe out all these large clans." Little Chi's mental strength stirred. They have to be destroyed. They have to be ruthlessly destroyed. "Master, in fact, you'll know the way to the Heavenly Palace after you awaken your memories. However, these two methods are too difficult now. The first is the Star Rivers level, 9 Secret Realm. It's your daily cultivation ground. However, with your present strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to choose this method in a short period of time. This is because you need to reach the peak of the Venerable Realm at the very least." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Peak of the Venerable Realm? Are you kidding me? If I really reach the peak of the Venerable Realm, I can defeat these big clans alone. When the time comes, I'll have plenty of time and means to enter the Heavenly Palace." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What about the other one?" Little Chi said, "Go to the Central Holy City. However, with Master's current strength, I'm afraid it will be somewhat difficult." However, since Master has embarked on the path of invincibility, it definitely won't be difficult for you to pass the Sky Meditation Garden and the Ideal Palace. Only the Monument of Gods might take you some effort. But it might be very difficult for you to head to the entrance of the Central Holy City with the controller's avatar guarding it personally. Han Fei's heart stirred. What's the strength of a controller's avatar? Little C said. I don't know how much time has passed. The controller seems to have been injured as well. I don't know if his strength has dropped to the Venerable Realm, but he's at least at the Junior Venerable Realm. Huan Fei felt terrible. Are you kidding me? A peak Venerable and a Junior Venerable. I can't fucking defeat either of them. Little C said. Besides, I don't know if Master still remembers the killing arrays in the Central Holy City. Those killing arrays were set up by the controller. But if you awaken, everything will be fine. The controller will definitely be able to recognize you. When that happens, it will be as though you are walking into your own backyard. Han Fei let out a long sigh inwardly. But I'm not your master. How troublesome. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a headache. From what Little C said, there were only 2 ways to enter the Heavenly Palace. The first path wouldn't work for him for the time being. Was a peak Venerable a joke? As for the second path, it seemed like he had to pass through the 3 Holy Lands and enter the Central Holy City from the Monument of Gods. At the Central Holy City, he had to first defeat the controller's avatar and pass through some killing arrays. Sigh, why is life so difficult? On the side, xuanhuan sighed and said, Fei, are you trying to take advantage of her? You've been holding on to that jade slip for a long time. Han Fei glanced at xuanhuan and communicated with Little C. Little C, when will the reincarnation body you're cultivating be completed? Little C replied, Master, nearly half of my soul has been destroyed. When I was reincarnated with the secret method, I was just a junior explorer. If I want to revive this time, I need a large number of ownerless souls. Otherwise, I'll need an extremely large amount of reviving items. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will take a long time. Han Fei thought that if he could revive Little C, he might be able to take her to challenge the Monument of Gods with him. When the time came, wow, wouldn't the controller see that they were on the same side? Perhaps he would let them enter immediately. However, he didn't have either of the 2 items that Xiaoxi needed. These were extremely rare treasures. How could it be so easy to obtain them? Han Fei said. Little C, wait a few years. I'll revive you after I return from Waterwood World and enter the Heavenly Palace. Little C was excited. Yes, Master, I'll wait for you here. However, Master, although you have a good relationship with the Waterwood World's Palace Lord, will she covet your strength because you are still weak? Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Was the relationship between the Palace Lords of Yin-Yang World and Waterwood World very good? That's not right. From what Little C said, is the Waterwood World's Palace Lord still alive? Han Fei thought for a moment. Little C had been lying here for countless years. Perhaps the Palace Lord of Waterwood World had also died. As for being coveted, Han Fei wasn't worried at all. What do I have for such a powerful person to covet? Perhaps Waterwood World has many explorers, and they might not care at all. Han Fei thought for a moment and immediately replied, Don't worry. Since I dare to go, I'm not afraid of any problems. After all, I'm not sure if I'm the Palace Lord of the Yin-Yang World, Little C said. You must be. I can't be wrong. You have the Yin-Yang Dao in your body. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to wake me up. Han Fei was stunned again. What is Yin-Yang Dao? Xiaoxi Yin-Yang Dao. This is the strongest talent of our Yin-Yang World. Apart from the Palace Lord, no one can have it. Han Fei smacked his lips. Is she talking about Little Black and Little White? Besides, after consuming the origin water, I do have a second spiritual heritage. Han Fei couldn't help but say, Then what do you know about the Yin-Yang Dao? I don't remember this at all. Little Chi fell silent for a moment. I don't know either. However, I know that this is the Palace Lord's talent. Han Fei grinned. Forget it. If she didn't know it, so be it. Anyway, many strange things had happened to me. It was unknown who had schemed against him, but it was a scheme. Without enough strength, he probably couldn't change the situation. So he just said, Little C, rest here in peace. The day I regain control of the Heavenly Palace will be the day you are revived. Little C's metal strength stirred violently. Yes, Master. Chapter 1018, School Daily Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Han Fei felt that he was really awesome now, recruiting henchmen everywhere. In the sea-quelling painting, he took 5 big shots as his henchmen. In an unrelated place here, another big shot who originally belonged to the Heavenly Palace had paid allegiance to him. Half of her soul had been destroyed, but she still had the strength of an explorer. And that reincarnation body technique she must have been very powerful before she was injured. She must have been at least a junior, venerable in the past. Han Fei retracted his hand and said solemnly, All right, close the coffin. Everyone? Li Luoluo asked in puzzlement. Han Fei, are you serious? Don't tell us you can't feel anything. Zhang Xuanyu also said disdainfully, That's right, if you can't feel anything, just tell us. Perhaps this girl is a senior sister of our thug academy. Let's not be in a rush to close the coffin. Let's try waking her up. She doesn't seem to be a threat anyway. If she's a senior sister of our school, we can't just leave her here. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, Why don't you take a look at this coffin? What era is it from? Let me tell you, she might be sleeping or preparing for something. It's fine if we take a look at the jade slip, but if we really pull her up, she might get up and kill you. With that, Han Fei had already sealed the coffin with the coffin lid. What Han Fei said was true. When he had the chance, he would definitely revive Little C. That way, not only would he have one more follower, but he would also have one more guide. Well, since she had decided that he was her master, so be it. Since she didn't mind, why did he mind? Han Fei said, all right, I think we've explored enough. To put it bluntly, anything in the Age of Doom can become a ruin. Who knows how many ruins there are? Besides, we only have so many ruins. In the future, when we are strong enough, we can explore them again. Zhu Yinling nodded. Yes, these ruins aren't of much use for the time being. What's really useful is level 7 secret realms. Han Fei said, all right, now that we've seen all the secret realms that we can explore, let's go back to school. When Han Fei and the others came out, someone had secretly left and someone had been watching them. However, no one came to provoke them. They seemed to know that this was not the best time to make trouble. However, even if they didn't stir up trouble now, they would in the future. Therefore, the big clans were just waiting. And their ultimate goal was the ruins. In school, crack, crack. When Han Fei returned, he saw Su Daji twisting her body in a strange posture. Her head was on the ground and she was spinning the cube with one hand. Han Fei immediately shouted, Su Daiji, what are you doing? Bam! Su Daiji was startled. She fell to the ground, hurriedly put away the cube, and began to cultivate the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. This was because Han Fei had left enough body-tempering medicine for them to cultivate for a month. Therefore, he wasn't afraid that they had nothing to do. It was unknown when Su Daji had broken through to become a level 9 fisher. Luo Xiaobai said, it's time to awaken Daji's talent, right? She seems to have improved quite quickly. It's usually time. Han Fei nodded. After the test. Seeing that Han Fei and the others had returned, everyone was practicing body refinement except for Yi Xian, who was obviously slacking off. Han Fei glanced at Zhang Xuanyu. Talk to Yi Xinyan. Zhang Xuanyu pointed at his nose. Me? You're the acting president. Ninetails suddenly appeared in an open space. Having adapted to the sea for a long time, Ninetails usually maintained a size of dozens of meters. Therefore, when he appeared, he gave the 5 of them a fright. Seeing that Ninetails was about to pounce on him, Han Fei kicked him. Shrink to 3 meters. Ninetails shrank rapidly and rubbed against Han Fei's leg. Han Fei pointed at Yi Xian and Su Daji and said, just keep an eye on them. Whip whoever slacks off. Remember to use less strength. Just use level 7 strength. Yi Xian immediately said aggrievedly, darling, bang. Before she could see what was happening, a chain suddenly appeared in the void and struck her buttocks. Ninetails was an authentic legendary creature. This strike made Yi Xinyan, who was only an intermediate fishing master, fall to the ground and scream. Han Fei snorted. Even your husband can't save you. If he dares to save you, I'll whip him too. Zhang Xuanyu hurriedly pointed at Han Fei and said, Hey, I'm still a pure young man. What are you talking about, Yi Xinyan? Behave yourself and call me senior brother. Yi Xian didn't dare say a word because the big shrimp was already in front of her. Her face turned pale. Although Yi Xian was naughty, she knew what she could do and what she couldn't. Han Fei had ordered the shrimp to slap her with the strength of a level 7 or 8, but she didn't take it seriously. However, she felt that she couldn't even resist the level 7 or 8 strength. This made Yi Xinyan involuntarily gulp. What level was this contractual spirit beast? Why was it so powerful? Han Fei was very satisfied with her current state and said to Ninetails, see that? That little girl. If she secretly plays with the cube again, whip her. Su Daiji trembled slightly and began cultivating. At this moment, Han Fei said, have the 5 of you finished cultivating the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies? Jing Yue, senior brother, I've already cultivated it once. It's just that it took too long. Han Fei nodded secretly. This was indeed a little difficult. To be able to complete all the poses in 10 days showed that these people were talented. At the very least, when he had obtained the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body refining, with his talent back then, he was already exhausted but still couldn't even finish cultivating it once. Compared to now, Han Fei felt that they were really blessed. Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, Jing Yue, Su Sanqian, test paper. As she spoke, 2 vines extended in front of them. The 2 hurriedly stopped and took out their test papers. Han Fei and the others gathered together and began to comment. Le Renquang took a look. They finished the test papers. Zhang Xuanyu commented, it's a little different from what I expected. Han Fei said, it's a little different from what I thought too. As far as Han Fei and the others were concerned, Su Sanqian had been repressed for a long time and knew the fickleness of human nature. Therefore, it was inevitable that his emotions were a little indifferent. As for Xing Yue, he grew up in a normal family. Therefore, his personality should be relatively conservative. However, from the answers, it seemed that Su Sanqian was more willing to help others. As for Xing Yue, this kid was somewhat similar to Han Fei and the others. He actually liked to rob. Everyone looked at Han Fei. You are both spirit gatherers and soul warriors and like to rob others. This kid is so much like you. Li Luoluo didn't care about this. However, after reading the test papers, Zhu Yinling said indifferently, I think Sanqian is pretty good. Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu, and Lei Renquang chuckled at the same time. Luo Xiaobai said, Xingyue, you will be the captain of this team in the future. You need to cultivate your sense of command. Xu Sangqian, you are a manipulator. You can't let your emotions affect your decisions at critical moments. You need to listen to instructions. Su Sangqian nodded with great effort. Yes, senior sister. Xingyue was somewhat surprised. He had secretly compared his answer with Su Sangqian's and felt a little embarrassed, believing that he definitely couldn't beat Su Sangqian. But why was he the captain? Zhu Yinling didn't understand either, but Han Fei gave her a look, indicating that he would talk about it later. Han Fei said, from now on, all of you cultivate the 188 spirit-absorbing war bodies once and then come to the back mountain. With that, Han Fei kicked Nine Tails. Keep an eye on them. Whip whoever slacks off. Back mountain. Seeing the confusion on Zhu Yinling's face, Han Fei said, you've been to the Heavenly Water Village, so you must have been to the ordinary fisheries. Have you seen the resource competition between the villages? Zhu Yinling nodded. Yes. It's a little cruel, Han Fei scoffed. The sea is just that cruel. Apart from the 1,000-star city, the 36 towns and the various villages are taught this. On the path of cultivation, a benevolent heart is the most dangerous. You were fighting sea creatures from the beginning, but you probably didn't fight many humans. Therefore, you don't know how sinister the human heart is. Han Fei chatted for a while and said leisurely, Su Sangqian is not suitable to be the captain. I'll leave him to you. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. Me again? Han Fei patted his shoulder and said, communication has always been your forte. At this moment, Le Renquang had already started cooking. He interrupted, should we nurture another chef? Han Fei's face turned serious. That makes sense. Who do you think is the most suitable? Guqi, is there a need to ask? Han Fei grinned. Up to you. Han Fei and the others were chatting. While Zhu Yinling was thinking about what Han Fei had just said, she saw a small figure running towards the back mountain. Luo Xiaobai exclaimed and looked at Han Fei. Less than 2 hours. Han Fei was also somewhat surprised. Could it be that Su Daiji was the kind of person who was born suitable for body refinement? This speed was godly. Chapter 1019, San King Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Previously. Han Fei had noticed that Su Daiji was different. After all, in such a strange world, there might be many geniuses like Su Daiji who had seemingly low-level spiritual heritage but actually had a growth-type spiritual heritage. It was possible that they would be mediocre their entire lives and might erupt in the future, but once that period passed, it would be very difficult for them to rise again. Su Daiji was lucky to encounter Han Fei and the others before her talent was revealed. At this moment, the girl held the cube in one hand and looked at Han Fei. Just as she was about to play with the cube, she was stopped by Han Fei. Han Fei said, Daiji, stop playing it. Let me awaken your talent. Su Daiji blinked and put away the cube, looking eager. Although she didn't like to speak, it didn't mean she didn't know anything. She had been expecting this matter for a long time. Luo Xiaobai pointed her finger and a giant vine broke out of the ground, digging a 2-meter deep pool. Han Fei reached out and grabbed a large portion of the water from the river in the school and poured it into this pool. Han Fei said, Daiji, go in and sit at the bottom of the pool. Don't come out. After Su Daiji jumped into the pool with a splash, Han Fei said, how much spirit awakening fluid does one need to put in the talent awakening? They looked at each other in confusion. None of them knew. Suddenly, the elusive Ku Shui appeared. He said, under normal circumstances, 500 kilograms is enough for 1,000 people. However, those with good talent absorb more. To a genius, 5 kilograms is the minimum. Han Fei said, what happens if I put more? Ku Shui hesitated for a moment before saying, it shouldn't be a problem. It's left behind because it can't be absorbed. It won't have any negative effects on the body. Han Fei grinned and said, then I'll put in 50 kilograms first. If it's not enough, I'll put in some more. Ku Shui staggered slightly, thinking, forget it, I didn't say anything. Han Fei reached out and threw a large blob of spirit awakening fluid into the pool. Instantly, the entire pool turned dark green. At a time like this, Han Fei and the others couldn't help at all. They could only wait by the side. Even Le Renquang, who was cooking, stopped, afraid that he would disturb Su Daji's awakening. 100 seconds, half an hour. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. Why can she stay in the water for so long? Zhu Yinling said. Daji's endurance is very good, Li Luo said. I remember that I lasted for half an hour. Han Fei remembered that he seemed to have lasted for a long time. However, unlike him, Su Daji didn't absorb much of the spirit awakening fluid. The color of the pool only turned a little lighter. After another 100 seconds, Li Luo shouted, look, the color is turning lighter. Han Fei and the others had already seen it. The color was turning lighter and lighter, but the speed was too fast. In just 10 seconds, more than half of the spirit awakening fluid was gone. The dark green color had turned light green. Han Fei couldn't help but stare. What was going on? She absorbed so much spirit awakening fluid alone? Luo Xiaobai said, it slowed down. In that instant, she absorbed more than half of the spirit awakening fluid. Now, she has stopped absorbing the spirit awakening fluid. Just as Luo Xiaobai had said, in the next 100 seconds, Su Daiji's body emitted some yellow light. It looked like the light produced by the pulse testing stone. The color of the light happened to correspond to the yellow color of a level 3 high-quality spiritual heritage. Luo Xiaobai suddenly heaved a sigh of relief and said, it's not that the pulse measuring stone didn't detect it, but that Daji's spiritual heritage is originally this color. Then, a pincer extended out from the dark yellow light. Le Renquang was puzzled. Lobster? Zhang Xuanyu said. Wait, there's a tuft of yellowish-green fluff on the pliers. But then, a flat head appeared. Everyone realized that it was a scorpion. The scorpion seemed to have broken through some restraints as it crawled out with all its might. There were circles of black patterns on its feet, and there was a tuft of yellow-green fluff on its head and tail. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. And Namyu San King Su Daiji's Spiritual Beast Introduction. An ancient beast that inherited the bloodline of sand. It can freely control sand and rocks, and its digging speed is extremely fast. Its body is covered with sand armor, and its defense is extremely strong. The Sand King is proud and aloof. In battle, it can use the power of the earth to fight under the sea or on the ground. Level 1 quality, 1 equality. Legendary, spiritual energy, 500 points, 50 insects, fish, sandstones. Note, upon seeing this message, Han Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I've picked up a treasure. Sand King? The name sounds so domineering. It was a legendary creature the moment it appeared. Although it was a little inferior to Little Black and Little White, its level was definitely high enough. Cao Chu's war god bloodline was very powerful, but it was just of the legendary level. In fact, as far as Han Fei knew, apart from Tungay's white dragon feather spirit shrimp, the highest level of the spiritual beasts he knew was legendary. Even the deep blue roar was obtained by Lirenquang when he was already very strong. Furthermore, there was probably a reason why Lirenquang seldom used it. Now, Su Daji's spiritual beast was directly at the legendary level. It could be said that her talent was very likely comparable to Cao Chu. After all, Su Daji also had a growth-type spiritual heritage. Even if her bloodline hadn't awakened, it was already precious. Bam! Su Daiji suddenly opened her eyes and emerged from the water. When she saw a small yellow-green scorpion, she immediately pouted and looked disgusted. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Why are you complaining? You've already won at the starting line, all right? Some people are born at the starting point, while others are born at the finishing line. In Han Fei's opinion, Su Daiji was born directly at the finishing line. Before Han Fei could think of what to say, he heard Luo Xiaobai inhale slightly and say, I think I've seen this creature before. Everyone looked over, including Su Daiji. Luo Xiaobai looked at Ku Shui and said, Grandpa Ku, is this? Ku Shui nodded with a solemn expression. I think so. Ah, what are you talking about? What's so different about this spiritual beast? Zhang Xuanyu said, Is it very high level? Luo Xiaobai stared at the Sand King. I've read about it in ancient books. If I'm not wrong, this is an ancient beast, a legendary creature, the Sand King. Han Fei raised his eyelids and deliberately asked, What kind of creature is the Sand King? Luo Xiaobai said, It's recorded in ancient books. In ancient times, ferocious beasts were rampant. Back then, there was a world of sand, not the so-called Sea of Sand. It was the true early Sea of Sand. There lived a group of terrifying creatures with earth-shaking divine power. They were Sand Kings. Zhang Xuanyu took a deep breath. So does this little thing still have earth-shattering divine power? Luo Xiaobai said. If I'm not wrong, there should be someone in the Su family who had a spiritual beast like the Sand King. Otherwise, there's no reason for Daji to directly awaken the Sand King. Ku Shui added, Indeed, it might be due to the attraction of her bloodline. In that case, Miss Daji might have an unknown bloodline flowing in her. Han Fei couldn't help but stroke his chin. No wonder Su Daji was a loner and didn't like to talk. Could it be because of this bloodline? Su Daji suddenly grinned and pointed at the Sand King. Sand, let's go. Then she slipped into the maze. Su Sangqian and company were sweating profusely. Their bodies had already spasmed several times, but they didn't dare relax. This was because Ninetails was crawling from east to west, from south to north. If they slacked off, they would be whipped hard. That really hurt. Just as they gritted their teeth and were about to endure the pain, they saw Su Daji running over. Beside her was a small scorpion that was running alongside her in a fluster. From time to time, it would fall to the ground and roll twice due to inertia. Ninetails suddenly turned his head. When he saw the Sand King, his eyes pricked up. The little Sand King was so frightened that it wanted to burrow underground. No matter what, the Sand King was still a weakling for the time being. Although they were both at the legendary level, he was still much weaker than Ninetails. Before the Sand King could burrow underground, Su Daji grabbed its tail and lifted it up. Then she stared at Ninetails angrily. Don't scare Sand. Ninetails cocked his eyes. This little thing can't even compare to a single claw of mine. Do I have to frighten it? Gucci said in surprise, Daji, your talent has been awakened? Bang! Just as Gucci finished speaking, a chain lashed down and slammed her to the ground. She was so frightened that she hurriedly got up and continued what she had been doing. Yi Xian's face was filled with curiosity. Jing Yu thought nothing of it. It was just a scorpion. Su Sanqian frowned, as though he had thought of something but was unsure. Su Daji was spinning the cube as she strolled in front of the four of them. She came and went, leaving them speechless. Jing Yu couldn't help but say, Daji, can you stop wandering around? You're affecting our cultivation. Bang! Xing Yue was slammed to the ground by a chain. Shu Daiji was obviously flaunting. When she saw that even Yi Xinyan's face darkened, she finally ran to the back mountain. With the appearance of Sudaji's spiritual beast, the team was finally complete. The position of Soul Warrior was fixed. Perhaps this would be another legendary combination in the future. Chapter 1020, Han Fei's Gift. 2 months flew by. Han Fei and the others had already reached the peak of the Law Enforcer realm after more than a year of training on the Scattered Stars Island. Now, they were teaching the new students some new combat skills. In the short span of 2 months, Jingye and company had been tortured to the brink of death. This included the most talented Yi Xinyan, who kept clamoring about finding a husband, only to be beaten up daily. As for Ninetails, he had already become the exclusive instructor for this group of troublemakers. In order to curry favor with Ninetails, Yi Xinyan tricked xuanhuan and the others every day to catch fish and shrimp to feed Ninetails. In the end, it was useless. As Han Fei and the others were too free, almost everyone would pick up the 5 juniors and train them for a while when they were bored. For example, Luo Xiaobai liked to whip people with vines, and Zhang Xuanyu liked to hit people. Le Renquang liked to stand still and let them attack him. Another example was Li Luoluo's bad taste. She liked to tease them with worms. Once, for some reason, Li Luoluo transformed into Li Keke and shouted that she wanted to play with Sudaji and company. This scared the 5 of them silly. Up to now, they believed that Li Luo had deliberately teased them that day. As for Zhu Yinling, she had become the favorite teacher of the 5 of them. That was because she didn't beat them and gave them useful advice every time. Sometimes, when she saw that they were really tired, she would secretly let them rest. Every time, Han Fei would come over and end their beautiful rest. Therefore, Han Fei became the #1 demon king in the hearts of the 5 of them. On this day, night fell and the stars were twinkling. After the meal, Su Songqian and the others practiced together and cooperated with each other. Zhang Xuanyu was the instructor, and Le Renquang guided them from the side. Li Luoluo was watching them cultivate. Back mountain, Han Fei secretly carried cylindrical tubes and slipped to the top of the mountain. Apart from paying attention to the students during class, Zhou Yinling focused all her attention on Han Fei, including during meals. Therefore, she immediately knew that Han Fei had slipped to the back mountain, so she followed him secretly. As for Luo Xiaobai, she simply found it strange. She didn't notice Han Fei, but she did notice Zhu Yinling. She narrowed her eyes and wondered if Han Fei had fallen in love with Zhu Yinling. Therefore, she hid among the plants and followed him. As it had always been safe in school, Han Fei had no reason to constantly perceive his surroundings. Therefore, he didn't discover the 2 of them following him. After a moment, Han Fei stood on the top of the mountain. He chuckled as he looked at his can of fireworks. This gift was definitely a surprise. It would definitely shock everyone at Teng Gei's wedding. At this moment, Han Fei thought that he had to release his perception. Otherwise, what if this secret was known by others? However, when he released it, he found that Zhu Yinling was secretly hiding more than 30 kilometers away. When he looked again, he realized that Luo Xiaobai's head was stuck in a tree hole, which startled him. Apart from the 2 of them, Han Fei didn't feel anything different. This was because it was more than 500 kilometers from the back mountain to the plantation. He couldn't see any further. Thankfully, he didn't notice anyone paying attention to him within this range. He did perceive 2 people in the mountains, but they had fled after he swept them with his perception. Han Fei didn't mind. They were so far away that they couldn't see what he was doing. Han Fei immediately snapped, "If the 2 of you want to come quickly. Xiaoju, you've changed. Why are you secretly following me? And Xiaobai, are you trying to scare me by showing your head?" Upon hearing that Han Fei was communicating with them via voice transmission, the 2 of them blushed with shame. Why would this guy release his perception in his own territory? Moments later, the 2 showed up. Zhu Yinling blushed red, while Luo Xiaobai directly asked, "Han Fei, why are you sneaking around?" Han Fei grinned and said, "I didn't want to tell you. Since you're here, I'll show you my masterpiece. Come on, witness my great invention." Zhu Yinling perked up. A great invention? Did Han Fei make something shocking? However, Luo Xiaobai didn't think so. She knew Han Fei too well. If it was really great, Han Fei would have told them long ago, so she was sure that it wasn't anything good. Han Fei put the cylinder on the ground. "Look, isn't Tanga getting married? I'm preparing a gift for him. I wanted to give him a surprise on his wedding day. Since you're here, forget it. I'll show it to you." Luo Xiaobai wondered. "This isn't a divine weapon, right? Or is it a very powerful divine weapon?" Zhu Yinling sniffed. "I smell something strange," Han Fei said. "No rush. Let me try first." Han Fei pointed at the air and the firework fuse ignited. Hiss, swish, suddenly, a flame soared into the sky, rising more than 300 meters. When the fireworks exploded in the silent night sky and a colorful and beautiful flower blossomed in the sky. The magnificence before the destruction made one forget the silence of the night. The petals were like jade, like beautiful figures, which left Luo Xiaobai and Zhu Yinling dumbfounded. The 2 of them looked up and widened their eyes. What the hell was this? Why was it so beautiful? Pa! Pa! Amidst the blooming fireworks, an array suddenly appeared. The array spread out as the 3 words, "ha ha ha," appeared in midair. "Oh yeah, I made it." Han Fei raised his fist vigorously. His purpose tonight was to see if the array he set up in the fireworks was all right. If not for this, he wouldn't have come to set off the fireworks tonight. Luo Xiaobai said angrily, "Han Fei." Luo Xiaobai was very angry. "You actually wrote 3 words on such a beautiful scene? That was too much." "Ha ha ha, what the hell was that?" Zhu Yinling hugged her chest with her hands. After a long while she muttered, "It's indeed a great invention. It's too beautiful. I still want to see it." However, the tiny cylinder's fireworks had already been released. Han Fei said, "Don't worry, I just made a test. Let's wait for Tangge's wedding. It seems to be in 3 days. Someone from the Heavenly Sword sect came to deliver the invitation this morning." Luo Xiaobai came back to her senses from the beauty of the fireworks. "We're all going?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, all of you. I don't think it's that simple." When old Han said that he would propose marriage to the Heavenly Sword sect for Tangge, Han Fei had suspected his thoughts. Old Han was a scheming person. Why did he adopt Tangge? Tangge was so talented, so why didn't he specially train him? And the moment he met Tangge again, he proposed marriage to the Heavenly Sword sect for him and gave very precious betrothal gifts. It was more like a combination of the strong. So Han Fei suspected that maybe old Han had known that Tangge would go to the Heavenly Sword sect long ago. Although this didn't seem possible in theory, old Han did the same thing to him. It wasn't that old Han wasn't good. Maybe he did all these for the good of Tangge and him. However, he couldn't help but suspect his true motives. If old Han really wanted Tangge to live the rest of his life well, there was no scheming involved. If old Han was scheming against Tangge, Tangge's wedding might involve something else. Anyway, he would go to Tangge's wedding. If he went alone, he represented old Han. However, the invitation letter invited everyone from the Thug Academy to go. This was worth thinking about. If the Heavenly Sword sect only wanted to show that it had a relationship with old Han, they wouldn't have invited the Thug Academy. Since they had, there might be something behind it. 3 days later. Early in the morning, Han Fei came out with a bunch of fancy clothes. Li Luoluo rubbed her eyes and said, "Han Fei, what are you doing?" Lirenquang was humming a tune when he saw Han Fei holding a pile of clothes. His eyelids twitched. "Fei Fei, what are you doing?" Su Sangqian and the others also looked at Han Fei. They had a feeling that senior brother Han Fei was sometimes crazy and liked to prank people. "What was he up to this time?" Luo Xiaobai said. "I want the aqua blue one." In the past, Luo Xiaobai liked to wear white, but Zhu Yinling also wore white every day, so she gave up white clothes. After all, she had to keep an eye on Han Fei and Zhu Yinling for xuanhuan. Therefore, she chose an aqua blue dress. This one and a vest looked quite exquisite. Han Fei handed it over and said, "Yes, it's still the same style as before. You have good taste. I thought you would choose white." Zhu Yinling was puzzled. "You know how to make clothes?" The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. "Cha, if I don't even know how to make clothes, what kind of refiner am I? These are all semi-divine clothes. Only one set per person." "Ah!" 2 cries. One came from Li Luoluo and the other from Yi Xian. Li Luoluo asked, "What about mine?" Han Fei glanced at her. "This fancy one is yours." Han Fei pulled out a long dress with at least 7 or 8 colors and seaweed patterns and threw it to Li Luoluo. This was the famous pop style, and it was the only dress that Han Fei felt was suitable for Li Luoluo. Before Li Luoluo could say a word, Yi Xian jumped over. "Senior brother, it's mine. I want it too." Han Fei threw an ordinary JK over and said indifferently, "The 5 of you are all at the mortal level. If you want good clothes, become stronger." Yi Xinyan let out a long sigh. She carried the clothes in disappointment and ran to Zhang Xuanyu. "Darling, help me put them on." "Puff," Zhang Xuanyu said. "Shut up. Call me senior brother, especially outside." "You have to call me senior brother." Chapter 1021, Tangge's Wedding 1 Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the beginning, the Heavenly Sword sect pursued the pinnacle of the Sword Tao. They wanted to transform all things into swords and create the great Tao of the sword cultivators. Because of this pursuit, the Heavenly Sword sect had always upheld the Sword Tao. However, with the passage of time, the experts of the Heavenly Sword sect realized that the path of sword cultivation was still a little narrow. If they wanted to flourish, just cultivating the sword might not be enough. Thus, the Heavenly Sword sect had added more cultivation paths. The Heavenly Halberd art was one of them, and Tangge had learned it. Due to the conflict between the Heavenly Halberd and the Heavenly Sword, the experts of the Heavenly Sword sect felt that no technique could compare to the sword, so they called the Heavenly Halberd art the Battle Halberd art. However, the Heavenly Sword sect had another rule. You could cultivate other techniques, but sword techniques had to be basic. Therefore, apart from knowing the Heavenly Halberd art, Tangge also knew how to use a sword. However, the Heavenly Sword sect had also said that to enter the great Tao of the Heavenly Sword, one needed to find their own sword. If one couldn't comprehend the strongest sword that was suitable for them, they shouldn't cultivate the Heavenly Sword art. Clearly, Tangge hadn't figured it out either, so he couldn't enter the great Tao of the Heavenly Sword. However, regardless of whether he could enter the great Tao of the Heavenly Sword, Tangge's Battle Halberd art was pretty good. Coupled with the White Dragon Feather Spirit Shrimp, he was almost invincible among his peers. Even disciples who had already figured out their own path of the sword had little chance of winning against Tangge's halberd technique. How could Mu Tianfeng not know this? Of course he knew, but Tangge's talent was too monstrous. He had to be taken in as a disciple. Once he comprehended his own sword path one day, he would sweep through many geniuses and become a true peerless genius. On this day, Tangge and Mu Ling were getting married. As the leader of the 7 major sects, the Heavenly Sword sect sent out wedding invitations and invited all the famous people in the city to attend the wedding. When Han Fei and the others arrived, the Heavenly Sword Mountain, where the Heavenly Sword sect was located, was decorated with lanterns and colorful banners. Fishing boats filled the sky. It wasn't that the place where the Heavenly Sword sect was located was called Heavenly Sword Mountain, but that the entire island was called Heavenly Sword Mountain. As the Heavenly Sword sect's heritage was too deep, everyone liked to call it that. The Heavenly Sword sect was located in a mountain range. All the mountains here belonged to the Heavenly Sword sect. The palaces and sword pavilion were all on it. And the location of the wedding was at the training sword arena not far from the Heavenly Sword sect's entrance. As it was a distinguished gathering, not just anyone could enter the Heavenly Sword sect. Only relatively famous figures in the Thousand Star City had the chance to come. Of course, only relatively famous. There were thousands of families in the Thousand Star City. For example, the Su family of Pure Sun Island received the invitation, and the person attending was the Su family's patriarch, Su Yang. In fact, Su Yang didn't want to come because the Thug Academy had too many enemies. Although the Su family openly supported the Thug Academy, that was on Pure Sun Island. If others knew, they generally wouldn't go to Pure Sun Island to cause trouble for them. However, it was different here. If someone were to stir up trouble, should he stand up for them or not? The reason why Su Yang came was that he knew that Han Fei's abilities were not weaker than his. Therefore, in theory, even if something happened, he didn't need to do anything. However, if someone wanted the Su family to express their stance, Su Yang shook his head. We've already come this far. Let's just face it. Besides, who would cause trouble here? This is a joyous occasion for the Heavenly Sword sect after all. Those big clans wouldn't be so insensible, right? Han Fei and the others weren't with Su Yang. The people from the Thug Academy who appeared in strange clothes naturally attracted the attention of many people. Although most people didn't know Han Fei and the others, they could roughly guess their identities from their entourage. As for those who couldn't guess it, they all drooled when they saw Luo Xiaobai, Zhu Yinling, and Li Luoluo. Han Fei's high-quality fashion design attracted the attention of countless women. Someone took the lead and controlled the fishing boat to fly over, ignoring Han Fei and the others. Although he was dazzled by Zhang Xuanyu's handsome face, he still approached Luo Xiaobai and the others. Miss, let me introduce myself. I'm a direct descendant of the Qian family from Money Island. Would you mind getting to know me? Get lost. Luo Xiaobai's eyes turned cold as she chased him away. However, that person didn't mind. To be able to come here, this girl's background was probably not simple. Besides, as a man, how could he lower himself to the level of a woman? The person changed the topic. Well, I was actually talking to this young lady. The person looked at Zhu Yinling and thought, they are all beauties. However, Zhu Yinling clasped her hand. Seal. In the next moment, the young master of the Qian family froze and fell from the sky with his fishing boat. Zhang Xuanyu turned his head and smiled. How domineering. The Qian family's young master's eyes turned cold. He had actually been teased by 2 women. However, when he found out that the 2 were law enforcers, he could only swallow his anger. It was best not to provoke such young law enforcers. Young Master Qian had just fallen from the sky. Another boat flew over. However, this fishing boat was very eye-catching. Embedded with all kinds of gems on it, it was especially dazzling under the sunlight. A yellow-robed young man stood at the bow of the fishing boat, and a law enforcer was controlling the boat for him. This person came to Han Fei with his hands behind his back and said leisurely, Zhu Yinling, Luo Xiaobai, long time no see, Luo Xiaobai said. I don't know you. Zhu Yinling pursed her lips. Me neither. The person curled his lips. Is that so? The Zhu Yin family owes our Zhang family some resources. At this moment, Han Fei spoke. The Zhang family? Xuanhuan belongs to your family? The young man looked at Han Fei and said with a faint smile, Yes, you are Han Fei. Han Fei asked, Who are you? Me? Zhang Mingkun. Zhang is my younger brother, my biological younger brother. Han Fei scoffed. What? You want revenge? I don't mind beating you up too. Zhang Mingkun smiled faintly. My Zhang family owes you a favor. Why don't you use this favor to repay the debt of the Zhu Yin family? After all, you were the one who sent Cao Cao back. Han Fei said disdainfully. How much is your debt worth? Is it worth a favor? Zhang Mingkun smiled. Sure, it's equivalent to an ultra-quality divine weapon. Han Fei was instantly speechless. How poor was the Zhu Yin family? However, on the surface, Han Fei said without blushing, Is a mere ultra-quality divine weapon enough for me to owe you a favor? Zhang Mingkun smiled and said, Then why don't you give me an ultra-quality divine weapon? Han Fei rolled his eyes at him. This is a favor from a king. How can a mere ultra-quality divine weapon be enough? At least 2. Zhang Mingkun's eyes lit up. All right, then I'll give you one? Han Fei curled his lips. No. I'll go get the one the Zhang family owes me. Zhang Mingkun smiled. Anytime. In Zhang Mingkun's opinion, he had plenty of money. The richest family in the Thousand Star City wasn't for nothing. He couldn't owe Han Fei a favor. 2 ultra-quality divine weapons might seem extravagant, but that was only in the eyes of outsiders. From Zhang Mingkun's point of view, how could a venerable not be worthy of 2 ultra-quality divine weapons? Zhu Yinling hurriedly said, Han Fei, I can. Zhu Yinling's voice became softer and softer as her face turned red. She couldn't afford returning ultra-quality divine weapons. Han Fei finally realized how poor Zhu Yinling's family was. In the past, they couldn't afford 100,000 kilograms of spiritual spring, but now he learnt that they were even in debt. Luo Xiaobai said to Kushui, later inform the Zhu Yin family that their debt has been cleared. The Thug Academy has paid it back. This was a piece of cake for Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai deliberately got Kushui to tell the Zhu Yin family for another purpose. She specifically said that it was returned by the Thug Academy and not Han Fei. This was to separate them from Han Fei. Kushui smiled and nodded. Yes, miss. As Zhu Yinling was pinching her fingers, she heard Zhang Mingkun say, out of kindness, I'll remind you that it won't be easy for the Thug Academy to go through this. If you go back now, you might still be in time. Han Fei sneered. Don't worry. After Han Fei and the others left, the old man on Zhang Mingkun's fishing boat said, Young master, are you really going to use 2 ultra-quality divine weapons to return Han Fei a favor? Zhang Mingkun curled his lips and smiled. No, I've already returned the favor. Huh? Zhang Mingkun said indifferently. The Zhu Yin family owes resources, not real ultra-quality divine weapons. It seems to be equal, but it's not. This bit of resources is dispensable to the Zhang family. So even if she repays it, so what? As for Han Fei, do you think he will really go to the Zhang family? Don't forget how he robbed xuanhuan in the past. There's a saying that makes something out of nothing. Just because he said it doesn't mean he has to do it. Young master is wise. Zhang Mingkun smiled faintly. Let's go to watch the show. I'm not lying to them. This level isn't easy to pass. On the other side, Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. Are you really going to the Zhang family to collect the debt? Han Fei nodded affirmatively. Yes, but not now. Chapter 1022, Tanggea's Wedding, 22, Translator, Henye Translations Editor, Henye Translations. Clearly, Zhang Mingkun was a relatively famous figure in the Thousand Star City. Therefore, when he made contact with the Thug Academy, many perceptions swept over. Humph. Han Fei's perception directly crushed those perceptions. This was the benefit of powerful spiritual power. As he became stronger, his sensitivity to perception became stronger. After Han Fei shattered those perceptions, someone couldn't help but laugh. Are these people from the Thug Academy? Someone laughed. I heard that there's not even an explorer among them. There are only a few students coming to rebuild the school. How ambitious is the Thug Academy? Someone shook his head. Can the big clans actually tolerate them? How magical? Familiar faces appeared in the crowd, and Mo Feiyan and Yang Deyu were talking. Mo Xinyan said, You believe that Sun Mu was killed by Cao Chu? Yang Deyu shook his head. Cao Chu only talks about killing people, but in fact he has never killed anyone. Although his war god bloodline has awakened and he has changed, I don't think he can change his nature. Most likely, it was Han Fei. Mo Feiyan couldn't help but say, Sigh, what's the difference between Cao Chu's war god bloodline and your war god will? Yang Deyu's face darkened. Of course there's a difference. His is an authentic bloodline. Mine is just a secret technique. It can't be compared, Mo Feiyan sneered. In any case, the Thug Academy is in an awkward situation now. They refuse to cooperate with the sects and insist on returning to Thousand Star City. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Yang Deyu sneered and suddenly said, Sigh, I heard that some people from the 3 Holy Lands have returned. Mo Yanyan nodded irritably. Forget it. I have to admit that Han Fei and the others are indeed powerful. My family has no choice but to call people back from that place for emergencies. At the gate of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Han Fei and the others landed. Here, a crowd gathered. Apart from the students of the Heavenly Sword Sect, there was basically no one below the Hidden Fisher level. They were all hidden fishers, and there were even many law enforcers passing by. Zhang Xuanyu said in surprise, There are a lot of strong masters in the Thousand Star City. Luo Xiaobai said, That's for sure. The Thousand Star City is huge after all. However, these people have more or less been to the unknown place. While Han Fei and the others were discussing, someone passed by. When he saw Su Daji and the others following behind Han Fei, he couldn't help but frown. Where did these children come from? Why did you bring these children to such an event? Zhang Xuanyu turned his head and said, What has it got to do with you? The man glanced at Zhang Xuanyu and snorted coldly. You're just a peak-level hidden fisher. How arrogant. Zhang Xuanyu sneered. Do you think you're very strong? Go away. Mind your own business. The man's expression turned cold as he thought to himself, If we were in another place, I would have long taught you a lesson. Xing Yue and company were also very nervous. Gucci followed behind Han Fei. Everyone here was a powerhouse. Any one of them could kill them with a breath. Han Fei didn't bother with such a trivial matter. He had brought Gucci and the others here to let them take a good look at the strong masters in this world and let them know the status of the Thug Academy in the Thousand Star City. At the entrance of the Heavenly Sword Sect, someone was checking the invitation. Just as Han Fei and the others were about to walk up, they suddenly heard someone ask in puzzlement, Is this someone from the Yi family? Perhaps it was Yi Xian's JK uniform that attracted the attention of others. After all, exposing one's thigh would always attract attention. Even though Yi Xian was still young, it was undeniable that an attractive appearance was useful. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have been tempted by Xia Xiaoshan at first sight. Which family? The Yi family. As soon as the person spoke, people looked at Yi Xinyan. She was so frightened that she grabbed Zhang Xuanyu's hand and said, "Senior brother, you have to protect me." Zhang Xuanyu's expression turned ugly. So be it. With her special status, she really couldn't be harassed by outsiders. Ha ha ha, she's indeed from the Yi family. I can smell the special fragrance coming from her. Han Fei and the others frowned. Is there a fragrance? Don't girls usually smell good? Someone exclaimed. Heavens, there's actually someone from the Yi family in Thousand Star City. Instantly, a group of people surrounded them from all directions. Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Make way." Someone scoffed. "Hey, where are you from? Where did this girl from the Yi family come from?" Someone blocked their path. "Hi, I don't mean to offend you. However, my Wang family has a great young man who is enough to match Miss Yi." "Young lady, what do you think?" Zhang Xuanyu shouted. "Scram! Who cares who you are? You'd better get out of my way." Someone sneered. "Wang Feng, forget it. Do you think your Wang family can take this girl? Make way." The next moment, Han Fei saw Li Haiye, Li Baizhou, and another young man appear. The young man's eyes flickered as he glanced at Han Fei and the others. He said to the Li brothers, "Are these the ones from the Thug Academy?" Hiss! Around them, some people who didn't know Han Fei took a deep breath. Thug Academy? The crowd immediately dispersed. Well, although their families were not weak, they had heard about the Thug Academy more than once. Recently, many people on Pure Sun Island knew that the Thug Academy had returned. This school was famous for being ruthless and domineering. If one didn't have enough power, one couldn't provoke it. Li Haiyi said, "Yes, Han Fei. Long time no see." Han Fei curled his lips. "Why? Do you two want to see me?" Li Baizhou grinned and said, "The Thug Academy is already in the eye of the storm. Now, you still dare to take in a Yi family girl? How bold." Han Fei said with a smile, "Why? Is someone coming to the Thug Academy to snatch her?" As for the young man in front of the Li brothers, he snorted and said, "If this girl from the Yi family marries into our Li family, the Li family will no longer participate in any matters of the Thug Academy." Yi Xian was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She hadn't expected to be recognized so easily. She had heard of the Li family, but she didn't want to be taken like an item. Before Han Fei could say anything, Zhang Xuanyu laughed and said, "How do you have the face to say that? Are you more handsome than me? I'll only tell you once. She's a student of the Thug Academy." The young man's eyes were cold. "Do you really think that the few of you can support the reputation of the Thug Academy?" With that, the young man looked at Han Fei. "Remember, my name is Li Xuan. I heard that you are very strong. I want to experience it." Han Fei said disdainfully, "A life and death battle is always welcome. If you don't dare to fight, get lost." Just as Han Fei and the others were confronting Li Xuan, someone from the Heavenly Sword Sect finally came. It was the disciple who verified the invitation at the entrance of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The disciple frowned and said, "Gentlemen, don't cause trouble in our Heavenly Sword Sect." With that said, the Heavenly Sword Sect disciple looked at the five of them and asked in puzzlement, "Why did you bring children?" Han Fei casually handed out the invitation and said, "The invitation is for everyone in the Thug Academy." The disciple was stunned. They were from the Thug Academy? It was said that Tonga and Han Fei from the Thug Academy were brothers. The disciple couldn't help but look at Han Fei. "Are you Han Fei?" Han Fei nodded. The person looked at the Li family people and said, "These are guests of our Heavenly Sword Sect." Li Xuan snorted softly and turned to leave. At this moment, Mo Feiyan and Yang Deyu passed by Han Fei and the others and heard Mo Feiyan say leisurely, "I'm afraid you don't know the specialness of the Yi family women. This is quite troublesome. The next time you make sarcastic remarks, weigh yourself up. If it weren't for the array, you would already be dead." Mo Feiyan's expression was ugly. She snorted heavily and walked straight to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Li Luoluo couldn't help but ask, "Han Fei, have you offended all the families you can?" Han Fei smiled. "Are you afraid?" Li Luoluo curled her lips. "What's there to be afraid of?" the Heavenly Sword Sect disciple said. "Please enter." With that said, he hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Everyone, it's best if you stand in the square formation of the 7 sects. Many people from the major clans have come this time, in the Heavenly Sword Sect." It was a huge training field, as though it was to showcase the power of the Heavenly Sword Sect. At that moment, 10,000 flying swords were spinning in the air, forming a huge circular sword formation. Luo Xiaobai said, "It's the Heavenly Sword Formation. It's said that it can unleash a torrent of sword Dao. The Heavenly Sword Formation at the Hidden Fisher level can kill peak-level law enforcers." Lirenquang said in surprise, "Ah, doesn't that mean that even my ultimate defense technique can't withstand it?" Han Fei was also surprised. "What about the Heaven Sword Formation at the level of law enforcers?" Zhu Yinling. "There aren't that many law enforcers." Han Fei immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "You gave me a fright. I knew it. If it's that strong, wouldn't it be able to kill an explorer? Our Grand Void Sword Formation is no weaker than this." Everyone turned their heads and saw Chu Shun from Grand Void Academy standing behind them. Susan Chan hurriedly took 2 steps back. He could sense the sharp sword intent on this person's body. Chu Shun glanced at Susan Qian in surprise. Can he actually sense my sword intent? This kid is quite keen. Chapter 1023, Tunga's Wedding. 3. Han Fei glanced at Chu Shun. Your strength seems to have improved significantly. The corners of Chu Shun's mouth twitched. He didn't want to talk to Han Fei. In the sea quelling painting, he was just a bystander, but now he had made some improvements. He didn't expect that Han Fei directly pointed it out. Chu Shun snorted. Han Fei, I'm here to ask on behalf of our sect master, is the Thug Academy willing to return? Before Han Fei could say anything, he saw Gong Yehan walk over. Give it a second thought before answering. The Thug Academy came to the Thousand Star City and nothing happened for months, but today might be different. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Oh? What's the difference? Han Fei looked at the seats of honor at the training field. It seemed that strong masters from the 7 sects were sitting there. The remaining disciples were all standing below. Everyone from the 7 sects was looking at them. This was because there was an empty seat beside the 7 seats. Luo Xiaobai asked, shall we sit there? Han Fei was silent and stood still. He didn't believe that the Heavenly Sword sect had nothing to say. On the right, closer to the front, there were some people he didn't know sitting in the seats. However, from the crowd, Han Fei discovered Chu Jian, who he had met once in the Thousand Star Proving Ground, and Li Xuan, whom he had just met. However, there was no place for Mo Fei Yan and the Li brothers to sit. This meant that in the Thousand Star City, a genius like Mo Fei Yan had already fallen from the top tier of geniuses. Or rather, they had never been on the top tier. Han Fei said, follow me. Han Fei walked all the way to the left where the strong masters of the 7 sects were. At this moment, the scene of thousands of people fell silent. This was because many people realized that the gazes of the major families and sects were on Han Fei and company. Han Fei ignored those gazes and directly came in front of the strong master from the Heavenly Sword sect. This person only had the strength of a peak-level law enforcer, and Yu Tianfeng didn't show up personally. It made sense. Why would those bigwigs personally sit here to welcome guests? They probably wouldn't be seen before the official business began. Han Fei looked at the expert from the Heavenly Sword sect and asked, what do you mean? The strong master of the Heavenly Sword sect sighed. Han Fei, there are 2 situations today. If you're alone, you can enter the inner sect of the Heavenly Sword sect and go straight to Tangji. The Heavenly Sword sect is completely open to you and no one will stop you. However, if you represent the Thug Academy, we will treat you differently. Han Fei, oh, I'm all ears. The person said, if you return to the sect system, the 7 sects will immediately become 8 sects. The sects will be united, and many problems of the Thug Academy can be resolved. Han Fei smiled faintly. What's the condition? The strong master from the Sea Cloud Tower suddenly said, the reason why the 7 sects are united is because part of the resources of the 7 sects are shared. This is a tacit understanding to maintain a united front. The Thug Academy has a large number of star beads, right? We won't snatch them from you, but we want the right to enter the secret realms. The guy from the Grand Void Academy said, similarly, as for all the star beads of the 7 major sects, the Thug Academy can also enter the corresponding secret realms. The man from the Heavenly Sword sect said with a solemn expression, Han Fei, I know that you can represent the Thug Academy now. In fact, this isn't a bad thing. With the return of the Thug Academy, you will definitely get more than us. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. These guys are desperate to get our star beads. However, that was impossible. Ignoring everything else, Shaoqi was still in that secret realm. It was absolutely impossible for him to hand over the star beads. Han Fei smiled and said, okay, except for ruins. The strong master from the Origin Returning Peak said, impossible. The reason we agreed to the Thug Academy's return was to explore the ruins. Otherwise, there would be no point. Han Fei, if the Thug Academy shares the ruins, so will we. This is the only way to expose the ancient secrets. Han Fei curled his lips and smiled. Not necessarily. Don't the 3 Holy Lands have secrets? Have you been to the Central Holy City? The strong master from the Death Door sect said, if we found those ancient secrets from the 3 Holy Lands or had been to the Central Holy City, would we still need the Thug Academy? Han Fei said, do you know how many ruins I have? The man from the Heavenly Sword sect said, you might not know this, but in the Star River, once you obtain a ruin-type star bead, it will shake the Star River. The Thug Academy should have 18 ruins. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Is that so? If I take Little C back and put her in Forge the Universe, it's not impossible for the Thug Academy to return to the 7 sects. After all, when Old Bai handed the star beads to him, he was probably already prepared. However, Han Fei still had a few ruins-type law enforcer secret realms that he couldn't explore now. Han Fei immediately said, you can have the star beads of the Thug Academy, but you have to wait until we finish exploring the law enforcer level star bead secret realm. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei, who gave her a look that said it was fine. The strong masters frowned. The person from Origin Returning Peak said, to be honest, if you want to explore ruins at the level of law enforcers, you have to wait until you reach the level of advanced law enforcers. In fact, it's best when you become peak-level law enforcers. If you agree now, our 7 major sects can send people to explore those ruins with you. The woman from the Jade Immortal Palace nodded. That's right, you should have seen some ruins and know how difficult it is. Han Fei said, sorry, that's my bottom line, or you can wait for us to finish exploring. Haha. Just as Han Fei finished speaking, someone from the big clans laughed and said, see that? The Thug Academy is trying to hide something. They have secrets and don't want to hand them over. Han Fei, how long will it take you to finish exploring the ruins? I think you're just stalling for time for your growth, right? Han Fei looked over and saw that it was an elder of the Young family. People of this family were all crazy, shouting and going mad all day long. A woman said sarcastically, since the Thug Academy doesn't return to the 8 sects, the 7 sects shouldn't get involved with the matters between us and the Thug Academy, right? A voice appeared in Han Fei's heart. They want to force the Thug Academy to completely sever ties with the 7 sects. Now, once you give an affirmative answer, there will be endless trouble in the future. Han Fei didn't know who had sent him a voice transmission. Looking around, he didn't see anyone who he knew. Han Fei didn't care. It was impossible to hand over the star beads. How could he just hand over the ruins that they hadn't explored? And it was even more impossible to allow the 7 sects to send their people to explore the law enforcer's secret realms together with them. If he died inside, who would bear the responsibility? Who would old Han seek revenge on? Someone threatened. The Luo family and the Juyin family are clearly on the side of the Thug Academy. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and looked at the person who spoke. Who is this guy? Suddenly, Han Fei directly pointed at the person and cursed, what's your problem? Is your family unhappy? Do you want to destroy the Thug Academy? Come on, just give it a try. Many people were surprised. Why did Han Fei start cursing? Someone took a deep breath. God, he just pointed at the Sun family guy cursing? Who is this fellow? Someone laughed. Who? He's from the Thug Academy, the one that was once destroyed. Someone shook his head. What a hothead. He's cursing the Sun family PB in front of so many people. Is he crazy? The middle-aged man of the Sun family scowled. Han Fei, you brat, since the Thug Academy has returned, there has to be a legitimate reason. You can have someone to back you up, but what about the Thug Academy? Since you've chosen to rebuild the school, either you choose to return to the 8 sects or hand over your star beads. Han Fei sneered. What if I choose neither of them? The Sun family guy said. Fine, then you won't be able to become law enforcers in Thousand Star City. Han Fei laughed. What has it got to do with that? Do you think that after I become a law enforcer, you big clans can defeat me? Why don't you get someone to try challenging me? Bam! The man slapped the table. Han Fei, do you think you're the only one in the Thug Academy? Han Fei squinted at him. Are you threatening me? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Did old Bai and old Jiang really have a trump card? The other party was blatantly threatening him. If they really attacked him in the future, should he fight or not? He knew that in the eyes of these people, he had already been separated from the Thug Academy. If old Han didn't come out, he might be fine. But what about Zhang Xuanyu and Lurenquang? What about the 5 children? Clung Nei. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. The halberd in his hand struck the ground, producing a metallic sound. Tung De appeared and glanced at the people from the big clans. Why? Do you big clans want to cause trouble on my wedding day? Gaer, why are you here? Do you have any idea what you're doing? The strong master from the Heavenly Sword sect berated him before sending a voice transmission to him. This matter isn't that simple. They just wanted to take advantage of this chance. Stop fooling around. Go back. Han Fei frowned. Why are you here? Tunga glanced at Han Fei. How can I not come? Tunga shouted. Han Fei is my brother. It's fine if you want to disturb my wedding, but now you want to force my brother? You guys are too impudent. Someone laughed. Tunga, you have to know that you are from the Heavenly Sword sect. Are these people from the Thug Academy your brothers and sisters? Someone laughed and said, Tunga, it's your big day. Don't get involved in this matter. A strong master from a large clan said disdainfully, What? A junior can represent the Heavenly Sword sect now? Is there no one in the Heavenly Sword sect? Gaer, what are you fooling around for? Mu Tianfeng appeared and placed a hand on Tungai's shoulder. He said via voice transmission, these problems can't be resolved by you. Han Fei will be fine, but it's because the Thug Academy refuses to return that the big clans are ganging up on them. Chapter 1024, Han Fei's choice. Tunga said, Master, am I supposed to stand behind and watch these people bully Han Fei? Mu Tianfeng said leisurely, Bully? When did you see Han Fei being bullied? These people just want to see the trump card of the Thug Academy. With the trump card, no one will attack the Thug Academy. If they don't have it, there will be a problem. This proves that Han Fei's trip to the Thousand Star City was just a bluff. Someone might attack them, but no matter what, nothing will happen to Han Fei. Tunga frowned. But Master, what if, Mu Tianfeng, Gaer, only the strong have the right to speak? You aren't enough. If you want to attack a big clan, you have to become the strong one first. Only under the protection of the Heavenly Sword sect will you have this chance. This is also the reason why your foster father urged you to marry Little Linger. Han Fei took a deep look at Tunga and immediately shouted, Tunga isn't a member of the Thug Academy, so don't involve him in. However, do you really think that the Thug Academy is a pushover? Someone stood up and cupped his hands at Mu Tianfeng. Sectmaster Mu, it's not that we are causing trouble, it's just that there are some matters that need to be cleared up, someone nodded. That's right. The Thug Academy came back without even noticing us. What do they take the Thousand-Star City for? The Yang family's fool said. Han Fei, don't bluff. You have your father to protect you. Fine, I'll let you do whatever you want. But the Thug Academy has nothing to do with your father, right? That's right. If you're really bluffing, hand over the ruins type star beads as soon as possible. Behind him, the expert from the Sea Cloud Tower said, Han Fei, it's not too late to choose to return to the 8 sects. For a moment, Han Fei's mind was buzzing. No matter if they returned or not, Tangge couldn't be involved in this matter. He had thought that these people would use normal means to attack the Thug Academy after they became law enforcers. However, he was wrong. These people were more disgusting than he thought. Han Fei was speechless. Before they came, Old Bai didn't give him any trump cards. Ever since he came, he had been pretending as if he did have trump cards. The people from the ordinary families present gulped. As soon as the Thug Academy people showed up, they were besieged. At this point, if they didn't have any real trump cards, they probably wouldn't be able to get through this. At this moment, Su Yang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was even more nervous than Han Fei. The fate of the Su family was now connected to the Thug Academy. If the return of the Thug Academy was a bluff, the consequences were obvious. A few peak-level hidden fishers couldn't make any waves. No matter how talented Han Fei was, could he beat an explorer as a peak-level hidden fisher? Everyone else who had come to observe the ceremony was silent. Many people had just learned that Han Fei and the others represented the Thug Academy. At this moment, these people were shocked. The Thug Academy isn't afraid of death. They still want to rebuild their school in the Thousand-Star City? How did they get wiped out back then? Do they want to repeat the same mistake? Han Fei narrowed his eyes and a voice appeared in his heart. This is the best opportunity. Consider it a thank you gift for the cooperation of the Heavenly Sword Sect and your father. Think it through. It's impossible for Bai Kongye not to give you any trump cards. Han Fei couldn't help but glance at Mu Tianfeng. Was Mu Tianfeng reminding him? However, why is Mu Tianfeng so sure that this is the best opportunity? How can I not know if I have any trump cards? Since Mu Tianfeng has invited us over, he must have the confidence that we can get through this. But damn it, I have no trump card. The greatest force I have is the 5 legend-level henchmen. Any one of them can resolve many law enforcers. However, this was clearly not enough. Ever since he came out of the underground city, Han Fei knew that there were many explorers in the Thousand-Star City. Even the declining Su family had 2 explorers. He estimated that the Thousand-Star City experts could flatten the 10,000 Demon Valley in minutes. As for the so-called Sea Demon Royal City, Han Fei didn't think that there were so many explorers and venerables in that city. Of course, this was only Han Fei's guess. After all, the sea demons weren't weak. At this moment, someone walked over. Han Fei's pupils constricted. Chu Nanfeng. Shu Jian stood up and cupped his hands. Uncle. Han Fei frowned. Shu Nanfeng is a peak-level explorer. Han Fei was relatively unfamiliar with the Chu sect. However, he knew from Little C that the Chu sect boomed because they snatched Little C's belongings. Did Chu Nanfeng, who was almost killed by Old Han, want to attack them personally? Chu Nanfeng said with a smile. Sect Master Mu, Chu sect has sent a congratulatory gift. We found an ancient sword manual and hope you can accept it. Mu Tianfeng smiled. Thank you, Mr. Nanfeng. A jade slip flew to Mu Tianfeng. Chu Nanfeng smiled at Han Fei and said, If it weren't for your father, you wouldn't have lived to this day. Han Fei sneered. If the Chu sect explorers don't come out, I can kill every single disciple of your sect. Do you believe me? Chu Nanfeng smiled. Oh, you said that? Han Fei grinned. I said it. I don't mind sending your Chu sect people to their deaths. Come on. Chu Nanfeng looked at Mu Tianfeng. Sect Master Mu, if Han Fei represented himself, it wouldn't matter. But as you can see, he's clearly standing on the side of the Thug Academy. He's already made his stand. If our Chu sect swallows this insult, people would laugh at us. Luo Xiaobai immediately said, Han Fei, be careful. Don't act rashly. Han Fei really wanted to roll his eyes. I don't want to fight these people, but they're forcing me to fight them. If I don't accept his challenge, how can the show continue? Mu Tianfeng sent a voice transmission. Han Fei, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. This is the best opportunity. All the famous people in the Thousand-Star City are here. If you don't show your trump card now, it will be difficult to maintain the delicate balance in the future. No matter how strong your father is, he's not from the Thug Academy. He can't protect so many people. If others die, will your father really take action? Han Fei gritted his teeth. But I don't have any trump cards. Han Fei roughly knew that if Old Han had set up the trap for decades just to make him strong, he wouldn't take action as long as it didn't involve him. Han Fei smiled. Senior Mu, can I borrow the Heavenly Sword Sect's venue? Wow, the crowd was in an uproar. Han Fei was saying that if the explorers of the Chu sect didn't come, he would kill all other disciples. However, would a big clan care about faces? Everyone would just see who would win in the end. Since the Chu sect had accepted the challenge, it meant that they were confident enough to face Han Fei. Everyone knew there were 5 legend-level creatures in the sea-quelling painting. However, those who entered the painting didn't know the strength of the 5 legends. They didn't have a standard to judge, so the Chu sect came to test the depth of water. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Nanfeng. You want to fight? Come, come, today is my brother's wedding, so there shouldn't be any blood. But as cultivators, why would we care about such a trivial matter? Han Fei looked at Tang Ji. Do you mind? Tunga frowned and said, Han Fei, don't do that. Han Fei smiled. He's about to step on my face. How can I flinch back? Fight. Han Fei's eyes turned cold as he looked at Chu Nanfeng. My father can beat you silly. Just wait. One day, I'll beat you silly too. Chu Nanfeng chuckled. You sure have a sharp tongue. Since you've chosen to fight, I'll satisfy you. However, what's the prize for the winner? Han Fei thought to himself. Here comes the highlight. Han Fei sneered. What do you mean? Chu Nanfeng said. If the Chu sect wins, the Thug Academy's star beads belong to us. Han Fei asked, what if you lose? Chu Nanfeng smiled. Name your conditions. Han Fei said, you have to make all the big clans here promise not to attack the Thug Academy for 10 years. You can't harass us either. Ridiculous. Someone immediately shouted, what has it got to do with us? Chu Nanfeng said. Aren't you a little too greedy? Han Fei scoffed. Are you talking about yourself? Chu Nanfeng, then how do you want to fight us? Han Fei grinned and said, that's easy. For every battle I lose, I'll give you a star bead, but if I win a battle, you should stay away from us for the next 10 years. How about that? Chu Nanfeng sneered. 3 months. Han Fei said disdainfully. That's it? That's the power of the famous Chu sect? Don't you feel ashamed? You're the one who wants to fight me? Chu Southwind narrowed his eyes. Half a year, at most. For the first time, Han Fei realized that if he didn't want others to cause trouble, he had to win through fighting. With so many big shots here, Chu Nanfeng probably wouldn't go back on his word. If the Chu and Cao families didn't take action, the other large families probably didn't have the ability to challenge him. Han Fei, fine, half a year. If I beat you 20 times, it'll be 10 years. Puff, someone was rendered speechless. Has he gone mad? Beat the Chu sect 20 times? Did he think the Chu sect's disciples were weaklings? Chu Nanfeng smiled contemptuously. If you can win. With that said, Chu Nanfeng shouted, Quangren, come, from. Instantly, cries of shock rang out. Someone said in surprise, what? Chu Quangren came out of the Monument of Gods? Someone was surprised. This lunatic is here to fight? Someone was shocked. This is bad. Han Fei is only a peak-level hidden fisher. He won't even be able to resist 2 slaps of Chu Quangren. Zhou Yinling's expression immediately changed as she sent a voice transmission. Han Fei, Chu Quangren is famous for being a lunatic, but he's also a genius. It's said that he has an ancient bloodline, Han Fei said. I've seen many geniuses in my life. There is only one who can defeat me. Unfortunately, he's not in the Thousand-Star City. Chapter 1025, Chu Quangren Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Han Fei, spread out his perception and found that at the foot of the gate of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a bare-chested brawny man was looking at him with a broadsword on his back. The brawny man had hundreds of scars on his upper body. Obviously, he was completely different from Yang Deyu, who seemed violent but was actually useless. When Chu Quangren heard this cry, he grinned and jumped up, jumping thousands of meters. The ground cracked, and he fell directly to the center of the martial arts field, smashing to the ground and smashing a circle of blue stone slabs. Seeing this scene, Mu Tianfeng frowned. Han Fei, are you sure you want to fight him? He couldn't retreat at this moment. Therefore, Han Fei nodded. Yes. Han Fei didn't believe that Chu Quangren's talent could be comparable to Chun Huangdian's. The only person who had shocked him in his life was Chun Huangdian. After that, Han Fei comprehended the method of disassembling spiritual energy, and his soul power increased greatly again. Now, his indestructible body had reached the 3rd level, his soul power had reached an absolute bottleneck, his desolate god body had also reached the large success level, and he had the phantom glass wings. He didn't believe that all the effects were incomparable to the so-called bloodline. Could it be that Chu Quangren's bloodline was comparable to Cao Chu's bloodline of the god of war? Mu Tianfeng sighed slightly. We can't fight this battle here. The Heavenly Sword Sect's Back Mountain Sword Field has a sword essence array that can reduce the damage to the minimum. Please move away. A large group of people flew in the air. Luo Xiaobai and the others each took one of Su Daji and company with them. As for Jing Yue and the others, their faces had already turned pale. What was wrong with their academy? Why were all the big clans in the Thousand-Star City looking for trouble with the Thug Academy? Zhang Xuanyu frowned. Xiaobai, this person is not weak. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. I've heard of this person. He is half a generation older than me and can be considered my elder brother's generation. He ranks 7th in that generation. Lirenquang took a deep breath. He ranks 7th? In other words, there are 6 people stronger than him. Luo Xiaobai nodded. If I'm not mistaken, that's the case. Chu Quangren's strength has probably reached the peak of the law enforcer realm. Zhu Yinling said, no, he's an advanced law enforcer. I heard that Chu Quangren is also a body refiner. Ku Shui said with a solemn expression, that's right. Although Chu Quangren is only an advanced law enforcer, his strength is still ranked 7th. We have to be careful. Zhu Yinling asked worriedly. Hanfei, how can you handle such a huge cross-level challenge? Zhu Yinling didn't know about the sea quelling painting. She didn't see Hanfei kill a law enforcer at the Su family's banquet, so she was quite worried at the moment. Li Luo sniffed. I can't beat this person. Su Sangqian and the others were even more worried. Did senior brother want to skip levels to challenge, or did he want to fight a law enforcer as a hidden fisher? That was a super powerhouse ranked in the top 10 of his generation in the entire 1,000-star city. At that moment, Su Sangqian swallowed frantically. Can senior brother handle it? Guqi was also swallowing. That time, Hanfei took her back to the Gu family. He was very domineering and directly faced her ancestor. Now, what was the difference between this and challenging a peak-level law enforcer? No, even ordinary peak-level law enforcers might not be a match for Chu Kuangren. He was a peerless genius. In the back mountain, Mu Tianfeng said, Everyone, just watch outside. The sword essence seal can block most of the aftershock of the battle and won't cause any harm. Hanfei and Chu Kuangren didn't hesitate to land in the sword essence seal. In fact, this was just a mountain peak. It seemed to have been flattened, and the area of more than 20 kilometers was sealed. While they were flying in the sky, everybody was envious of Hanfei's phantom glass wings. Someone exclaimed, Is this the wind god Pearl turning into wings? Someone nodded. Except for the wind god Pearl, it's impossible to have such gorgeous wings. Someone frowned. Is this considered bullying? Someone sneered. Hanfei said it himself. He's unwilling to reveal the Thug Academy's trump card. What else can he do? Do you think the Chu sect will just let it go? Li Haiye said. It's going to be interesting this time. Li Baizhou asked. I can't guess at all. How can Hanfei win? Yang Daiyu said. Son of a Baichash, this lunatic is too strong. Hanfei can't defeat him. Tunga frowned and clenched his fists. Suddenly, a cold hand held his fist and a soft voice sounded. With Uncle Han around, Hanfei will be fine. Tungay's expression relaxed a little. Linger, I want to become stronger. Muling smiled at Tungay. Okay, I'll accompany you. On the field, Hanfei narrowed his eyes. Around his body there were shadows of mountains and rivers surrounding him. He had already activated Devil Change and Agility of Wind, and he had already put an energy fruit in his mouth. He wouldn't have the bad habit of these big clan children. Since the other party was very strong, he had to be prepared in case the other party suddenly attacked him and he didn't have the time to react. Chu Kuangren's eyes were cold as he grinned and said with a slightly hoarse voice, I heard, you're also a body refiner? I slaughtered contractual spiritual beasts and absorbed beast spirits. I feel that no one in my generation or Cao Tian's generation can compare to me. However, I'm very curious whether you defeat me or not. Hanfei snorted. Try me then. As soon as Hanfei said so, the burly figure appeared in front of Hanfei. The fist mark was scarlet and seemed to be about to collapse the mountain. Hanfei flashed, and the invincible fist exploded into a string. Because the speed was too fast, there was a sonic boom in midair. However, Chu Kuangren turned around, clenched his 5 fingers, and punched out. Dozens of golden fist marks exploded, shattering the rubble and raising dust. Just a test made almost everyone's heart skip a beat. What great strength! The insider knew the ropes, while the outsider just came along for the ride. Apart from people like Su Sangqian, there were almost no laymen here. Although Hanfei's invincible fist was shattered, every golden fist mark represented the power of an intermediate law enforcer, terrifying and awe-inspiring. Chu Kuangren grinned. Is this all you've got? Do you think you deserve to claim to be invincible in the law enforcer realm? Crimson light dissipated from Chu Kuangren's body. He said coldly, You're fast, but can you escape? Chu Kuangren's speed doubled. However, Chu Kuangren seemed to have expected it. His iron fists rumbled as his fist mark shattered the void and shot out a vortex. He wasn't slow either. At that moment, a saber appeared in Hanfei's hand, intimidating. At the moment the punishing saber came out, the void cracked as the mark slashed at Chu Kuangren. The broadsword on Chu Kuangren's back suddenly shot out as a bell-like chime. After only one blow, the entire mountain was dented, the rocks were shattered, and the surging waves rose like tides in the sword essence seal. Su Daiji and company couldn't see clearly what was happening inside. Many of the other people who were watching with their perceptions turned pale. Is this the power of an ordinary law enforcer? The power that erupted from the saber and sword just now was comparable to that of a peak-level law enforcer, okay? Hanfei flew back more than 1,000 meters, with blood at the corner of his mouth, and several cracks appeared on his right hand. As for Chu Kuangren, he was sent flying more than 500 meters on the ground. The big sword stabbed into the ground, tearing through the mountain along the way, and there was a blood mark on his chest, with blood flowing out. At this moment, Chu Kuangren's eyes turned scarlet. On the other side, in Hanfei's hand, Punishing Saber said, Master, this battle is going to be difficult. This guy has the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast. At this moment, he looks like a humanoid ferocious beast, comparable to a top genius. Although I'm not afraid of him, Master, your spiritual energy and energy might not be enough. Hanfei gritted his teeth and said, Not enough energy? Am I, Hanfei, a person who lacks energy? Today, the only thing I need to do is to kill him, Fuse. At that moment, Han Fei stuffed a peppermint into his mouth and crushed dozens of energy fruits. The void crack appeared again. As Han Fei's speed was too fast, he seemed to have turned invisible. In an instant, he slashed at Xuanhuan. The latter roared and swept his broadsword across. At that moment, the effect of the yin-yang divine eyes was brilliant. He slashed out 18 times and slashed 6 times at Xuanhuan. However, strange black scales appeared on Xuanhuan's body. Under the incredulous gaze of everyone, he blocked it. Although Xuanhuan was dripping with blood, he still managed to block it. A strange laugh erupted from Xuanhuan's throat as 2 horns grew on his head. At this moment, the fist mark blasted Han Fei's body, and Xuanhuan was trading injuries with Han Fei. The two collided with the sword essence seal almost at the same time, causing it to tremble. What shocked Han Fei was that the void lines just now were blocked by a strange spiritual power. This Xuanhuan had a special treasure that protected his soul. The two of them fell to the ground, and the mountain under their feet collapsed dozens of meters, turning into a pile of rubble. Seeing this, Yang Deyu and the others felt their scalps tingle and their eyelids twitched. Chu Jian from the Chu family felt his face and his hands tremble. Fortunately, he didn't agree to a life and death battle with Han Fei last time, otherwise he would definitely be the one to die. This monster was comparable to Xuanhuan in strength. Li Xuan from the Li family felt his scalp tingle. He had guessed that Han Fei should be very strong, but why was he so strong? Zhu Yinling and Li Luoluo were also shocked. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang looked solemn. Even Punishing Saber couldn't take him down? Luo Xiaobai frowned. She wondered if the Thug Academy didn't have a backup plan. As for Su Daiji and company, they had long been dumbfounded. The mountain had been crushed by their senior brother. Wasn't this power too terrifying? In the dust, golden light fell. It was Han Fei using the divine healing technique. When the dust settled, most of Han Fei's battlesuit had been shattered. Han Fei shook the dust off his battlesuit. His body was full of cracks, and he looked like he was about to break at any time. Han Fei's 2 eyes turned one black and one white. He looked so cold that he didn't look human at all, but more like a human-shaped weapon. Xuanhuan said, "How long can you use energy fruits?" Han Fei stood straight like a swordsman, holding the punishing saber, which was placed on the outside of his right leg. The cold Han Fei suddenly tilted his head slightly and looked at the sky. Heavenly fire erupted as terrifying solar essence flames, like pillars of fire burning the sky, shot straight down. Chapter 1026, Law Enforcement. In Battle Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A pillar of fire descended from the sky, burning the entire mountain. All the vegetation instantly turned to dust. As the sun essence was too domineering, Mu Tianfeng immediately shouted, "Everyone, retreat 30 kilometers." Chu Nanfeng's gaze changed as a result. He was somewhat moved. Has Han Fei gone mad? Perhaps he could resist this terrifying sun essence energy for 1 or 2 seconds, but what about 5 or 10 seconds? What would happen after 10 seconds? All the hidden fishers had tears in their eyes. Luo Xiaobai sealed the eyes of Su Daji and the others. Boom. In the sun essence energy, Han Fei was like a man of fire rushing up. The terrifying power exploded into waves of fire that struck the sword essence seal. Within the entire seal, no one could open his eyes at a radius of 20 kilometers. Boom, 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 clang, clang, clang. At this moment, no one knew what Han Fei was thinking. You say I don't have any energy? Fine, I'll call for some energy. Let's see who will be the first to collapse. Booms rang out non-stop. With a loud boom, Xuanhuan's back slammed into the sword essence seal, causing the entire seal to tremble violently. Boom! Han Fei's figure slammed into the seal. With a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the sword essence seal. Mu Tianfeng's expression changed slightly. Not good. Before Mu Tianfeng could release his hand, he saw a huge hand wave in the void. The sword essence seal returned to normal. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Tianfeng bowed slightly at the huge hand. It was a venerable. Everyone outside was shocked. Su Yang looked at the figure that was flashing crazily in the sun essence energy. The terrifying saber mark that tore through the void, the figure that collided with the bloody fist mark, and his heart almost jumped to his throat. This is crazy. Su Yang was certain that if Han Fei were to fight him in this state, he would have no chance of winning. He would probably be blasted to death in less than 3 seconds. However, the 2 freaks inside were still fighting. Most of the time, they were engaging in close combat. As they were too fast, they attacked 100 times every second. The booms never stopped. The sound of the punches hitting flesh and bones snapping left everyone's scalp tingling. After just 8 seconds, intense panting erupted from the sword origin formation. A mountain peak collapsed, and the 2 of them were buried in rubble. At that moment, the mountain-burning fire was suddenly extinguished. The remnant energy surged like a tidal wave as it drilled into the rubble. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain was now only about 600 meters tall. Han Fei and Xuanhuan were still pressed down somewhere. Bam! All of a sudden, rubble flew everywhere as Xuanhuan bent his back. His entire body was charred. His hair was burnt away, and his body was pitch black. A set of battlesuit appeared on his body. With a series of cracking sounds, the charred flesh fell off. Xuanhuan roared, "Come out!" Swoosh! The saber light soared into the sky, and the mountain rocks exploded. Han Fei, wrapped in a cyan battlesuit, flashed out of the stone pile. However, everyone could see that one of Han Fei's legs was twisted, and his left shoulder drooped unnaturally. Han Fei stabbed the saber into the ground and grabbed his left shoulder with his right hand. Crack, crack. Han Fei continued to bend his right leg. Crack, crack, crack. As the divine healing technique fell on him, the charred flesh on Han Fei's body began to crumble. Outside the arena, it was silent. Due to the Venerable's protection, everyone returned to a spot less than 20 kilometers away. Yi Xinyan and company widened their eyes. Is that senior brother Han? He is only a peak hidden fisher. A mountain has been destroyed by the two of them? Gu Qi gulped. She seemed to have just realized what it meant to join the Thug Academy. She looked at Luo Xiaobai and the others and thought to herself, these seniors aren't weak either. Su Daiji was dumbfounded and even forgot to play the cube. Su Sangqian's heart surged. What is a powerhouse? This is a powerhouse. A hidden fisher has the strength of a peak-level law enforcer. Luo Xiaobai and the others heaved a sigh of relief, but their hearts were still in their throats. The two people in the arena were definitely not as relaxed as they looked. If the two of them were fine, they would definitely have fought immediately instead of resting on their feet. Chu Kuangren even allowed Han Fei to set his bones and cast the divine healing technique on himself. Chu Kuangren seemed to have swallowed something. At that moment, his aura was recovering. He said coldly, the ancient beast was born from blood. You have lost this battle. Han Fei's expression was cold, but he said, bullshit. Han Fei took 3 steps forward and extended his hand. The punishing saber fell in his hand. Han Fei opened his mouth and said clearly, don't you want me to become a law enforcer? I'll do it now. As the two of them were more than 10 kilometers apart, Han Fei walked forward step by step. You're very good. I originally wanted to choose Battle Body as my law, which can conquer and break everything. Wherever my fist goes, it becomes my Tao. However, you dismissed my idea. Do you know that I have many laws to choose from? I've been having a headache over what to choose. Damn it, what should I choose? Han Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and continued, now I understand. If I want to enforce the law, I have to be both offensive and defensive. I don't know what laws exist in this world, so I'll follow my lead. If I say that there is a law here, there is a law. If I say that this law can be a law, it is a law. A golden giant that no one had ever seen suddenly appeared behind Han Fei. Following Han Fei, the giant strode forward and glared at the crowd. Han Fei said, rebirth proves Tathagata, West Heaven Temple's freedom. On the path of invincibility, there was a Vajra to suppress devils, clang. It was like a bell tolling as thunder rumbled in the sky. Han Fei created a law that belonged to him, a law that only he knew. It seemed to be incompatible with the world. However, this wasn't a tribulation. Therefore, no lightning fell. Otherwise, someone would have intervened. As the golden light on Han Fei's body became more and more resplendent, he had already turned into a golden man. Outside, someone exclaimed, he actually chose to become a law enforcer in the middle of a battle. Someone was shocked. Crazy, crazy, completely crazy. What's his law? It actually attracted the mighty heavenly might. Mu Tianfeng's eyes lit up. Han Fei was really a worthy son of Han Guanshu. His talent and strength were shocking. Su Yang was excited. He had to win. If Han Fei won, the Su family would win. Chu Nanfeng's expression was ugly. Han Fei's strength was beyond his expectations. Although he knew that there was something wrong with the punishing saber, he couldn't do anything now. In such a battle, there was no cheating as long as no one interfered. And Han Fei, as a peak-level hidden fisher, was already able to fight Chu Kuangren. If he became a law enforcer, wouldn't Chu Kuangren definitely lose? Chu Nanfeng, Kuangren, what are you waiting for? Chu Kuangren pounced forward wildly, his broadsword slashing down. Han Fei, who was walking forward, waved his saber, and a crack appeared in the void. With a clang, the sword was sent flying. I didn't want to become a law enforcer here, but man proposes, God disposes. So be it. From the moment I become a law enforcer, who can stop me? Howl! Chu Kuangren was enraged. He didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. At this moment, his scarlet fist exploded, reducing all the rocks along the way to dust. Han Fei's expression was indifferent as he stopped and extended his hand. As he extended his hand, the golden giant behind him also extended its hand. Clang A. The echoes reverberated. However, Han Fei didn't retreat. He stood in the air, allowing the wind to crush the gravel behind him and the ground to cave in. He caught the terrifying fist mark with one hand. Outside, someone was shocked. How is that possible? Even if he has become a law enforcer, it's impossible for him to be this strong. However, one of the strong masters from the Mountain Sea Pavilion widened his eyes. That's not right. That's not purely his own power. He's enforcing his law. He's using the power of his law to resist Chu Kuangren. Han Fei grinned. It's just a wisp of the will of the world, hehehe, Kylan Fiend Fist. With a roar, a creature that was neither fish nor fowl appeared. The scarlet fist beam turned black with a demonic might. Han Fei closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Han Fei had already flown 1,000 meters away. He unleashed a dazzling fist mark. Vajra Demon Suppression. Moo. A strange sound erupted as the demonic aura was crushed by the golden fist. Han Fei began to speed up. At this moment, the agility of wind had increased his speed by 5 times. Faced with Han Fei, who had become stronger, xuanhuan naturally wouldn't admit defeat. Even if you become a law enforcer, so what? Have I ever been afraid of battle? The two instantly collided. Instantly, the combat technique was activated again. At this moment, Han Fei's strength had improved. Furthermore, with the power of law enforcement, the two of them struck out with the sound of drums. Around the two of them, the gravel was crushed into sand. This was a melee combat that didn't have any fancy moves. Every punch and move made one's scalp tingle. Unfortunately, it wasn't the right time for xuanhuan. He was powerful, really powerful. He destroyed Han Fei's fusion state and forced him to become a law enforcer on the spot. Therefore, how could Han Fei let this grudge go? At this moment, when xuanhuan struck Han Fei, it was as if he had struck a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Han Fei didn't move at all. But when Han Fei landed a blow on xuanhuan's body, his blood exploded and his tendons snapped. Han Fei grinned coldly. Let me tell you a secret. This is called the glaring Vajra. It's indestructible. Boom, 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 boom. Xuanhuan shouted. You can stop now. Han Fei suddenly unleashed all his strength. Stop your ass. Die, bastard. Just as Xuanhuan was about to attack, he saw a figure block dozens of kilometers away. As for Han Fei's punch, it pierced through xuanhuan's chest. Han Fei seemed to have grabbed something and crushed it. As for the explosion on the ground behind xuanhuan, it was caused by the wind generated by the fist. In that instant, one of the legendary figures in the Thousand-Star City, xuanhuan of the Chu sect, died. Chapter 1027, Ren Tianfei appears in the boneyard. When Han Fei found the true path of invincibility, he already knew how to break through to a law enforcer. However, back then, he realized that he had too many laws to choose. The so-called law enforcement was to grasp a wisp of the rules of the world. This rule allowed cultivators to stand out in certain aspects, allowing them to achieve victory by surprise. Back then, the law Han Fei wanted to enforce was strength. All cultivation could eventually turn into a battle of strength. Secret techniques might gradually weaken as one's realm and strength increased. This was because the higher one's realm was, and the stronger one was, the more one's body could withstand and expend. The enhancement of the secret technique's powers would become weaker and weaker. However, pure strength wouldn't. It seemed to be a simple law, but when he fought the 5 people alone in the Scattered Stars Island, he found the strength-type law enforcer the most difficult to deal with. But at this moment, Han Fei gave up the idea. Strength could be made up for in other ways. What was his greatest combat advantage? Constitution. Only after breaking through to the 3rd level of the indestructible body did Han Fei qualify to fight these law enforcers head-on. Ordinary hidden fissures were nothing to him. The 108 Desolate God body raised Han Fei's physique to another level, making up for the disadvantage of having meridians. This was because Ren Tianfei's meridians were severed and his acupoints had been refined. Therefore, he could achieve the abnormally powerful, indestructible body. But Han Fei was different. Since he had meridians, the Desolate God body had combined the major acupoints in his body, making up for the difference between his indestructible body and Ren Tianfei's indestructible body. Since his greatest advantage was physique and body refinement, Han Fei finally determined the direction of law enforcement. He needed to magnify this advantage. However, he didn't know if there was such a law in the world that strengthened one's physique. Therefore, he chose the one he was most familiar with, a Buddha body that had never appeared in this world. It was also known as the invincible Vajra body. As for what he had just said, it was just a cover. However, when this law was enforced, lightning almost fell. It could be seen that Han Fei seemed to have embarked on an invincible path that led to an unknown destination. Han Fei actually couldn't kill xuanhuan. However, it was only because of the descent of the law that Han Fei could use the power of the law to kill him. Now, Xuanhuan was enraged and attacked Han Fei. However, to everyone's surprise, a figure with messy hair blocked his path. The person chuckled. Are big clans that petty? You had agreed on a life and death battle. As an explorer, you want to bully a junior? Ren, Tien, Fei, Hoop, the big clans, the 7 sects, and even everyone watching from afar gathered around. At that moment, their expressions changed drastically. This lunatic has returned? Han Fei turned his head in surprise. He was somewhat surprised. Ren Tianfei once said that he would meet him in the Thousand-Star City. But today was clearly not the right time for them to meet. All the famous figures in the Thousand-Star City were gathered at the Heavenly Sword Sect. Are you here to court death? Mu Tianfeng's expression changed. Ren Tianfei, you actually dare to come out? Someone from the Yang family flew across the sky with a huge axe in hand. Lunatic Ren, now that you have taken the initiative to appear, there's no way you can escape. Someone shouted coldly. Everyone, retreat and return to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Great, so the Thug Academy is in cahoots with Ren Tianfei. No wonder, Luo Xiaobai and the others looked at each other. This wasn't their first time hearing the name Ren Tianfei. When Old Bai talked to them, he had said that 3 people had been to the Immortal Palace. One was the patriarch of the Thug Academy, one was Han Guanshu, and the other was Ren Tianfei. It was said that Ren Tianfei had stolen the sea-quelling painting from the Immortal Palace. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai and the others couldn't help but wonder if there was a connection between the three of them. However, no matter how they thought about it, they felt that something was amiss. These were people from three completely different eras. Why were they gathered together because of the Heavenly Palace? Ren Tianfei looked into the void. Tianjian, I'm just a clone. Just stay in the sword pavilion. When everyone heard that this was only Ren Tianfei's clone, they were shocked. This guy could easily withstand a strike from Chu Nanfeng. How could it only be a clone? However, Han Fei was somewhat surprised. Why did this guy look like a corpse? Yes. After repeated confirmation, Han Fei was certain that this was definitely a corpse. Ren Tianfei had refined a puppet clone. Perhaps he had only given a portion of his soul to the puppet. However, if this clone was very precious, why would Ren Tianfei casually throw it out? Suddenly, Han Fei heard a voice in his heart. Act. Han Fei asked calmly, Senior, who are you? Ren Tianfei chuckled. I didn't expect the Thug Academy to have a junior who has reached this level in body refinement. Kid, what body refinement technique do you cultivate? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Ren Tianfei probably wants to cut ties with me. Therefore, he said bluntly, 108 Desolate God Body. Everyone present frowned slightly. Previously, some people had guessed that Han Fei had inherited Ren Tianfei's body refinement legacy, but now, that didn't seem right. However, what was this 108 Desolate God Body? They had never heard of it before. Ren Tianfei said leisurely, You need to work harder. Kid, are you interested in being my disciple? I'll teach you the indestructible body technique. How about that? Immediately, someone's expression changed as he shouted, Lunatic Ren, that's the fiendish way. Ren Tianfei laughed and ignored the man. Instead, he glanced at Han Fei and said, You just need to destroy all your meridians. You won't die. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Then forget it. Ren Tianfei despised him. Shh, petty. There's no construction without destruction. You haven't figured it out yet, Chu Nanfeng said coldly. Ren Tianfei, how dare you, a stray dog, make a scene here. Even if your true body comes, you won't have a chance to run amok in the Thousand-Star City. Bah, no one in Chu sect is worthy of lecturing on me. Who do you think you are? You're just a peak-level explorer. You're not qualified to talk to me until you become a venerable, Chu Nanfeng sneered. Do you think you can escape? Ha ha ha, Ren Tianfei laughed. When did I say I was leaving? Ren Tianfei looked around disdainfully. Don't you want to see the trump card of the Thug Academy? I'm the trump card. I made a deal with the Thug Academy. As long as the people of the Thug Academy are in the Thousand-Star City, if they're treated unfairly, just wait for my revenge, Han Fei sweated. This again. Old Han was standing behind him, threatening the big clans of the Thousand-Star City. Now, Ren Tianfei was standing behind the Thug Academy and threatening the big clans too. However, Han Fei immediately realized that this method worked every time. It seemed that Ren Tianfei was definitely not weak. It was very likely that he was also a venerable. However, when a venerable went crazy, who wouldn't be afraid, who would dare to attack the Thug Academy without any scruples? Even if it was a large clan like the Chu sect, would they really dare to ignore Ren Tianfei's words and attack the Thug Academy, much less those who didn't have any venerable at home? At this moment, Luo Xiaobai and the others were stunned. Another venerable-level powerhouse was standing behind the Thug Academy? Ha! Suddenly, Han Fei laughed and said, Thank you, senior. Then Han Fei walked out of the Sword Essence Seal, looked at Chu Nanfeng, and said leisurely, Well, don't you want to see the trump card of the Thug Academy? Isn't your Chu sect arrogant? If you have what it takes, continue to be arrogant. Chu Nanfeng's expression was ugly. He realized that Ren Tianfei didn't have any aura of a living person on him. Immediately, he confirmed that it was indeed a clone. If Ren Tianfei's true body didn't come, what was the point of killing a clone? At the same time, his heart sank. Has even Ren Tianfei's clone reached the level of an advanced explorer? Then has his true body returned to the venerable realm? This matter needed to be taken seriously. Han Fei glanced around. Now I, Han Fei, have already become a law enforcer. If anyone wants to call for trouble, I'll be waiting. Like I said, I'll kill whoever comes. If there's one, I'll kill one. If there's a pair, I'll kill a pair. In addition, the Chu sect better keep its promise. In the coming half a year, get out of my sight. If your Chu sect is shameless, the previous bet can be voided. Gulp. Many people from ordinary families swallowed their saliva. They certainly dared not to mess with Han Fei now. If Ren Tianfei didn't show up, who would dare to touch the Thug Academy? Someone said to each other, It's not easy this time. If the Thug Academy really joins forces with Ren Tianfei, I'm afraid these lunatics will do anything. Someone frowned. The key is Han Fei. What kind of law is his? Did he use the power of the law to kill Chu Quanggren, or does he really have such strength after enforcing the law? Someone said decisively, It must be the power of the law. It might seem like a huge leap for a hidden fisher to break through to become a law enforcer, but he couldn't kill Chu Quanggren before. The law must have descended, and he took the opportunity to win. In the distance, many hidden fishers sighed. I still can't believe it. Lunatic Chu died just like that? Someone smiled bitterly. He's already dead. His 5 viscera have shattered and turned into mush. How can he still be alive? At this moment, Ren Tianfei said, "Does anyone want me to stay today? If not, I'm leaving. Remember, I, Ren Tianfei, dare to barge into the 1,000-star city twice. I don't mind doing it a third time. Anyone who wants to make a move should consider their strength first." Chapter 1028, Premarital Talk. Since they knew that Ren Tianfei was only a clone, no one wanted to attack him. Clearly, everyone knew that it was meaningless to attack a clone. Furthermore, this was an explorer's clone after all. The Venerable from the Heavenly Sword Sect didn't attack. Even if Chu Nanfeng and Mu Tianfeng attacked this clone together, they would probably be injured. Furthermore, this was the territory of the Heavenly Sword Sect. If Ren Tianfei picked a crowded place to fight, it wasn't something the Heavenly Sword Sect wanted to see. Ren Tianfei didn't say anything to Han Fei, but when he left, a voice appeared in Han Fei's heart. First the Sky Meditation Garden, then the Ideal Palace, and finally the Monument of Gods. Han Fei's expression remained unchanged. Old Bastard Ren had placed the Monument of Gods at the end. Clearly, this Monument of Gods was the way to the Central Temple. As for the Sky Meditation Garden and the Ideal Palace, what were they? Han Fei planned to go there directly after Tengge's wedding. He would leave Zhu Yinling and Li Luoluo at the Thug Academy. Mu Tianfeng saw that the war was settled and the crisis of the Thug Academy had been resolved. It was time for the wedding to continue. Mu Tianfeng, everyone please return to the arena and continue watching. Mu Tianfeng gave Han Fei a deep look. He knew that the Thug Academy wouldn't be so rash as to send Han Fei and the others here and leave them alone. However, he never expected that the Thug Academy would cooperate with Ren Tianfei. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Ren Tianfei was a real lunatic. No one knew where he came from, nor did anyone know how he rose to power. No one noticed where he transcended the heavenly tribulation. In any case, the first time Ren Tianfei appeared was when he attacked the 1,000-star city alone. For some reason, he directly attacked the big clans. Back then, Ren Tianfei slaughtered more than 30 explorers bare-handed. He even killed a venerable. The second time was when Ren Tianfei entered the Heavenly Palace and stole the sea quelling painting. It was also that time when the venerables of the 1,000-star city attacked him together and defeated him. That time, a venerable was killed by Ren Tianfei too. They had thought that even if Ren Tianfei hadn't died that time, it was impossible for him to rise again. But who knew? This time, Ren Tianfei's appearance made everyone nervous. This fellow seemed to only target big clans. Without any reason, he directly attacked the big clans. How could the big clans not be afraid? As expected. Although many people stayed behind to attend the ceremony, some hidden fishers bade farewell and left. They had probably gone back to report the news. It was supposed to be afternoon when the guests all arrived. After the incident at the Thug Academy, the Heavenly Sword Sect had specially set up seats for the Thug Academy. However, Han Fei wasn't among them. After saying a few words to Luo Xiaobai, he ran to Tengge and entered the inner sect of the Heavenly Sword Sect with him. Along the way, all the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect looked at Han Fei with strange expressions. Behind him was the girl who had been robbed by Han Fei. At this moment, she stole a few glances at Han Fei and thought, how did this guy grow so fast? In just a few years, he had grown to a powerhouse who could kill a peak-level law enforcer. After a moment, Han Fei came to Tengge's residence. At this moment, a group of Tengge's fellow disciples were gathered here. However, it was the Heavenly Sword Sect. A group of sword-wielding fellows were usually rather old-fashioned and calm. For example, nameless. At this moment, Tengge entered. Someone said, "Tengge, I think you can put away your halberd." "Why don't you wield your sword?" someone analyzed. "Remember to be handsome and have 10,000 swords follow you when you head out at night. That way, you will have an imposing aura." Someone agreed. "Your clothes have to be white. White looks good." Someone shook his head. "Is white appropriate? It has to be black. It looks imposing." Puff! Everyone was talking. Suddenly, they heard laughter at the door and turned around, only to see Han Fei laughing. Tengge was like a log. His fellow disciples were there, some holding swords, some holding clothes. These clothes were either black or white, and one disciple was even holding a green set of clothes. Looking at Han Fei, Tengge was embarrassed. This is quite troublesome. The disciples looked at Han Fei strangely. How could Han Fei enter the inner sect? Han Fei said leisurely, "It's a big wedding. Big wedding, brothers. Why are these clothes all black, white, yellow, or green? Of course it should be red, huh?" Instantly, these fellow disciples were surprised and wore looks of astonishment. They thought to themselves, "We sword cultivators are very handsome, but we are all in white or black. How can we wear red?" Immediately, someone disagreed. "That's not right. How can a man wear red?" Yes, that's for women." Han Fei was speechless. "Make way." "It's already the wedding, but you haven't even prepared the clothes?" Someone was speechless. "In any case, red doesn't look good. It's ugly." Tengge also frowned. "Red is not that good, right?" Han Fei scoffed. "You haven't felt the charm of red. Come, let me, the #1 refiner of the Scattered Stars Island, make a set of clothes for Tengge." Someone was surprised. "You want to do it now?" The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. Whoosh. A pile of cloth appeared. The spiritual energy flames erupted as golden threads spread out in a swath of crimson. As they swam across the red robe, a robe took form. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the golden threads transformed into a dragon. Golden and red intertwined as a coiling dragon red robe appeared. In addition to the dragon robe, there was also a phoenix robe, which was embroidered with a golden phoenix. The girl behind Hanfei said in shock, "Wow, this is even better than the clothes of the Linglong Tower." Hanfei curled his lips and said, "The essence of clothes lies in creativity. This robe represents prosperity brought by the dragon and the phoenix. It's very auspicious." The girl said in surprise, "Why are they all ordinary gold? Apart from the red silk, these clothes are only low-quality spiritual weapons, right?" Hanfei couldn't help but laugh. "Miss, the clothes are for a wedding, not for a fight. You can only wear them once." After that, Hanfei casually refined a pile of jewelry and handed it to the girl. "Take them. Tell Mu Ling to wear them. She'll definitely look gorgeous." With that, Hanfei said, "Everyone, allow me to have a private chat with Tangge." Everyone was still shocked by the dragon phoenix robes. Could clothes be made this way? But soon they left one after another. The guy who had said that red didn't look good had already thrown away the clothes in his hand. After a moment, inside the soundproof formation, Hanfei said, "Although I know that a venerable should be able to hear us, I don't think he's eavesdropping, right?" Tangge laughed. "Of course not." Tangge hurriedly said, "Are you all right? Don't be rash in the future. You can't underestimate the sun essence energy. This time you've become a law enforcer, but you have to remember one thing. Chu Kuangren isn't the strongest person in this generation. Apart from him, there's another person in Chu sect who's ranked third on their generation's prodigy roll. He's very strong." Hanfei nodded. "Who?" Tangge said with a serious expression. "Chu Qingyan, the pride of the Chu family. It's said that she's even more talented than Chu Kuangren." Hanfei said in surprise, "Female?" Tangge nodded. "Don't underestimate her. There will always be some outstanding ones in every generation. None of the top three are simple." Hanfei nodded. "Got it. I'll take note. Don't worry about that for now. What I want to tell you is that after your wedding, no matter what happens at the Thug Academy, don't get involved." Changge's expression changed. "No, although the Thug Academy is temporarily safe because of the balance. Once this balance is broken," Hanfei said, "when the balance is broken, what can you help with? Old Han wants you to marry Mu Ling because he wants you to be in an absolutely safe environment to cultivate and grow. Even if you want to help, you have to at least have the strength of an explorer, right? Calm down and transcend the explorer's heavenly tribulation. We'll talk about the rest later." Tangge frowned. "What about you? Now that you're in the 1,000-star city, if you want to improve your strength, you can only try the 1,000-star proving ground and the 3 Holy Lands. The 3 Holy Lands are mysterious, and they are mainly places to temper the soul. The 1,000-star proving ground is quite difficult to pass. Many of the secret realms in the Star River have been mined, and the rest are not easy to mine. I'm afraid the star beads of your Thug Academy aren't enough for your long-term cultivation, right?" Hanfei patted Tangge on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. I'll leave the 1,000-star city when I become a peak-level law enforcer." Tangge's expression changed. "Foster father found a place for you to break through?" Hanfei thought for a moment and nodded slightly. "Sort of. Therefore, I might not stay in the 1,000-star city for long. Few people in the law enforcer realm can threaten me. As long as nothing happens to the Thug Academy during this period of time, I'll have a way out." Hanfei and Tangge were chatting, and 100 kilometers away, deep underground, an elder narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, "Could it be I made a mistake back then?" The one who caused the heavenly change was Hanfei. It looks like Han Guanshu paved a path for his son. What a good plan. Chapter 1029, Dazzling Fireworks Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Night. In the sky above the heavenly sword sect, rays of light danced as sword shadows flashed and silver light shone. Lanterns and decorations were everywhere, and the training arena was crowded and clamorous. Mu Tianfeng appeared in midair. He was dressed in azure robes and had a smile on his face. "Everyone, today is a joyous day for the sword sect. Thank you for coming. The Heavenly Sword Sect has existed for 10,000 years and upholds the Tao of the sword. Those who enter this sect have noble hearts. Today, my beloved disciple and my beloved daughter will fuse the Tao and dual cultivate. In the future, I hope the two of you can support each other and climb high to explore the great Tao together. Pa. Congratulations, Sectmaster Mu. Sectmaster Mu's beloved disciple and daughter are the envy of everyone. Congratulations, Sectmaster Mu. At the Thug Academy, Yi Xinyan sat next to Zhang Xuanyu. Darling, how romantic it is. Zhang Xuanyu's expression changed. Have you forgotten how you should call me? Yi Xian stuck out her tongue. Senior brother. Zhang Xuanyu said, "Why isn't Fei Fei out yet? It's not his wedding." "Why is he so busy?" Lurenquang was munching on his sea spiritual melon seeds. "It's his brother's wedding. Who knows what he's doing?" Luo Xiaobai and Zhu Yinling looked at each other and said, "Based on Hanfei's personality, he must be doing something." Zhu Yinling pursed her lips and waited curiously. She didn't know Tangge, but she was curious. Of course, she also wanted to see the fireworks Hanfei made, if only Hanfei could show them to her often. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive gongs shook the world. Hew, hew, hew. Tens of thousands of swords floated in the air, forming a sword tide that stacked up. A sword hum erupted in the sky like the cry of a sparrow. A leisurely melody slowly rose, ethereal like the sound of nature. Whoop! The phantom of a white dragon appeared in the distant sky. Han Fei stood proudly above the phantom, wearing a gold-inlaid red robe with a dazzling golden dragon on it. The moment Tunga came out, Han Fei appeared in the camp of the Thug Academy. Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes. If you hadn't come back, I would have thought you were going to be the groom. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei. You've become a law enforcer. When are we going to the 3 Holy Lands? Han Fei said. Tomorrow man proposes, God disposes. Since I've become a law enforcer in advance, we'll go to the 3 Holy Lands tomorrow. Luo Xiaobai nodded. All right. Li Luo Luo, great, Han Fei said in surprise. You're not staying at the Thug Academy? Li Luo Luo widened her eyes and said, Of course I won't. If you go, I'll definitely go too. I want to experience what the 3 Holy Lands look like. Han Fei looked at Zhu Yinling, who blinked and pursed her lips. Then should I stay and teach them? Yi Xian immediately jumped for joy. Great, Han Fei snapped. Shut up. Nine Tails is also staying at the Thug Academy. Instantly, Gu Qi, Jing Yue, and the others looked at Yi Xinyan, wishing they could throw her out. Who told you to speak? With Nine Tails around, how can we have a good time? At that moment, Zhu Yinling's eyes flashed as she looked into the distance. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw that Mu Ling had come with Tang Jie. Mu Ling was an array master. At this time, she was wearing a phoenix robe and stepping on the void as arrays appeared one after another. Beside Mu Ling were 3 female disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. They were all manipulators. At that moment, flowers bloomed in midair and surrounded Mu Ling. In the sky, pink petals fell, making Mu Ling look like a fairy that had walked out of a sea of flowers. Mu Tianfeng couldn't help but nod. Not bad, not bad. I wonder who made these clothes. They look pretty good. Tang Ge and the others all looked at Han Fei. The clothes were so strange that they were definitely made by Han Fei. Subconsciously, Zhu Yinling crossed her arms in front of her chest. How beautiful! Yi Xinyan shouted. Darling, I want it too. I want it too. Senior brother Han Fei, I want this dress too. Zhang Xuanyu snapped. Shut up, you're only 12. Yi Xian scoffed. So what? At 12, I'm already an adult. Zhang Xuanyu covered her mouth. What are you shouting for? Watch the ceremony. At this moment, Tunga was riding on a dragon and swords while Mu Ling was surrounded by countless petals. Everyone present marveled. When the two of them landed, they looked at each other. Tunga looked a little shy, and Mu Ling smiled. At this moment, they could only see each other. Cough, cough. Mu Tianfeng coughed slightly. Tunga immediately reacted and bowed. Tunga greets master. Huh? Han Fei said to him. Master? Call him father. Tunga's face flushed red as he said nervously, Tunga greets father. Good. Mu Ling's lips curled up slightly. Linger greets father. Mu Tianfeng laughed and said, Good, good. Tunga, the Tao merge and dual cultivation are important in life. Don't let me down. Tunga's expression turned serious. Yes, I will treat Linger well in this life. I won't abandon her even in the face of death. Mu Ling's eyes were filled with tears. She was so happy. Han Fei looked at the stage. It was noisy and lively. Mu Tianfeng gave gifts. Tunga and Mu Ling toasted each other, and the two of them held hands to greet everyone. Amidst the din, Han Fei couldn't help but fantasize. This is Tangge's path. I still have a long path to go. He would go to the Waterwood world and take control of the Heavenly Palace, as well as the distant Infinity Ocean, meet the merfolk, and rebuild the Heavenly Desolate City. For a moment, Han Fei sighed. The way ahead is so long without ending, yet high and low I'll search with my will unbending. Zhu Yinling silently looked at Han Fei and saw that he was in a daze. She lowered her eyes slightly. Is he thinking about that woman? Zhang Xuanyu kept pouring wine into his mouth with a smile. Interesting. This dual cultivation seems to be good. Yi Xinyan giggled and stole glances at Zhang Xuanyu from time to time, thinking, the man my parents found for me isn't bad. He's really good looking. As for Luo Xiaobai, her expression remained indifferent, as though she had never thought of the matter of dual cultivation. Lirenquang was stuffing himself. In fact, the etiquette here was only slightly different. It was actually quite simple for Han Fei. It was just a public announcement that the two would start a dual cultivation. Then, the guests would wish them well. Of course, the wedding was also meant to protect Tongji. Tongji was the son-in-law of Mu Tianfeng. Who would dare mess with him? Han Fei was speechless. Why did these people give gifts ahead of time? There aren't any gifts left. Han Fei jumped out with a whoosh and said loudly, I, Han Fei, have come to celebrate Tunga and Mu Ling's dual cultivation. I have a huge gift for you. Mu Tianfeng was exchanging pleasantries with someone. Tunga and Mu Ling were surrounded by a group of fellow disciples. Han Fei's sudden appearance stunned everyone. Is this the gift-giving segment? I don't think so. Furthermore, Han Fei said that he would give a huge gift. What gift could be said to be huge? Even Mu Tianfeng couldn't help but be taken aback. From the looks of it, this gift is very valuable. After what happened in the afternoon, although Han Fei was a genius, the Thug Academy wasn't popular. Therefore, although some people were curious about Han Fei's so-called gift, not many people were willing to pay attention to him. Tunga took Mu Ling's hand and walked out of the crowd. Han Fei, it's already enough. Foster father has already given me and Linger a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Han Fei smiled. My gift is one of a kind. However, a girl sneered. It was Mo Feiyan. She said in disbelief, unique? Are you bragging? I want to see what kind of gift can be called one of a kind. Yang Deyu mumbled. The wine cup in my hand is also one of a kind. Hey, what gift? Take a look. Han Fei turned his head and saw a young man holding a fruit in his hand with a frivolous look. Swish, 1314 cylinders landed on the training arena. There was one every few meters, and they were spread over thousands of meters. Instantly, someone scoffed. What's this? It's not even a spiritual weapon. Huh, Han Fei, is this your gift for your brother's wedding? Someone was speechless. What's this? You might as well grab some rocks and put them on. Someone was puzzled. Is this a formation? It doesn't look like a formation. Mu Ling looked at Tunga in puzzlement. Your brother is probably going to cause trouble again? 1314. The meaning is not bad. 13Ge was also curious. What was Han Fei doing? However, Luo Xiaobai and Zhu Yinling gasped at the same time. How many fireworks did Han Fei get? More than 1,000? Han Fei grinned. Look carefully. This is the only time you can see this in your lives. Everyone, rub your eyes and open them wide. Look clearly. With that said, Han Fei stomped his foot and the fireworks were ignited by the spiritual energy flames one after another, producing sizzling sounds like rows of sparks. The crowd was still puzzled. What was this? Zhang Xuanyu wondered. What's this? Even we haven't seen it before. As Lirenquang stuffed the dried fish into his mouth, he said, I haven't seen it before, but I'll see it soon. Li Luolua asked curiously, what's he up to this time? Upon hearing Han Fei's words, Jing Yue and the others stared at the burning fuse with widened eyes. Swish, swish, swish. Just as everyone was staring at the fuse, rows of flames instantly shot into the sky. Anything would look spectacular once there were too many of them. Unfortunately, this was the Heavenly Sword sect. Usually there were 10,000 swords hanging in the sky. Therefore, this scene didn't give anyone a shock. Li Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. That's it? However, just as he said that, a crackling sound came from the sky. Everyone saw that every flame in the sky exploded into hundreds of colorful points of light. And that was just one fireball exploding. At that moment, there were thousands of them that were constantly spewing out flames. Instantly, the sky above the Heavenly Sword sect seemed to be filled with stars of all colors. Wow! Finally, someone couldn't help but cry out. For a moment, Mo Feiyan, Li Xuan, and the others were speechless, as if they had eaten a fly. In terms of congratulations, this method was indeed shocking. Countless women looked up in amazement, fantasizing about something. Li Luoluo said in shock, Heavens, there's such a wonderful thing in the Thug Academy? Why didn't I know about it? Mo Yuyan, who had mocked Han Fei just now, widened her eyes. How can there be such a beautiful thing in this world? Mu Ling couldn't help but open her mouth. So beautiful. Tangge grabbed his head with one hand and laughed foolishly. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Yi Xian shouted, Look, there are words, there are words. Everyone hurriedly blinked, only to see that some of the fireworks had turned into words. It read, A couple for one day, 100 lives of marriage. A decade makes an encounter, while a century makes a couple. Tangge and Mu Ling will grow old together. Until the end of time, Chapter 1030, Demon King Contract, Thug Academy. Last night, after attending Han Fei's wedding, Han Fei knew that he needed to draw a clear line with Tangge for the time being. Before leaving, Han Fei sent a voice transmission to Mu Tianfeng to express his intentions. Mu Tianfeng also knew the pros and cons. Han Fei's identity was very special. After obtaining the sea-quelling painting, he had the opportunity to become a king. However, it was precisely because Han Fei had obtained the sea-quelling painting and was a member of the Thug Academy that he was destined to be in the limelight. Did they really think that the big clans would just let it go? No, if one plan didn't work, there would naturally be two. Since they couldn't openly deal with Han Fei and the others, there were naturally other reasonable ways to deal with them. For example, Han Fei had already become a law enforcer. Even Mu Tianfeng didn't expect Han Fei to choose this opportunity at this moment. On the mountain behind the school, Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, Yesterday you didn't have to kill Chu Kuangren. The time to become a law enforcer wasn't right. Han Fei nodded. I know. However, I have to use a powerful method to kill him and intimidate those big clans. Now that Chu Kuangren is dead, I'm afraid these people won't immediately arrange for others to cause trouble. After all, they don't know my real strength, Luo Xiaobai said. You exposed a lot of things yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, the major families are searching and asking about your wild divine body and yin-yang divine eye? Han Fei nodded. Therefore, we have to leave quickly and try our best to consolidate our strength in the three Holy Lands. Since I've become a law enforcer, there will be more trouble in the future. In the three Holy Lands, you have to become law enforcers as well. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Are we really leaving the school to Zhu Yinling? Give it to her. Now, anything in the world can become a way for her to grow. Going to the three Holy Lands isn't her path. Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, the Sky Meditation Garden is fine, but entering the Ideal Palace will probably be troublesome. There are all kinds of people there. The big clans will most likely attack us in the Ideal Palace. Han Fei grinned and said, Then you can become law enforcers in the Sky Meditation Garden. I'll go to the ideal palace first. Ever since Han Fei embarked on the path of invincibility, he no longer had any hesitation. The path was here. He just needed to cross it. His strength gave Han Fei the confidence to speak. Han Fei said, "Go inform xuanhuan and the others. Wait for me for a moment." Okay, after Luo Xiaobai left, Han Fei observed his data. He was planning how to become a peak-level law enforcer from a junior law enforcer. Information appeared in his mind. Owner, Han Fei level, 60 junior law enforcer. Spiritual energy, 4,325,681, 4,004,852. Spiritual power, 9,999,999,999. Perception, 500 miles enforced law. Invincible Vajra strength, 3 waves first spiritual heritage. Low quality, level 7 second spiritual heritage. Unawakened first spiritual beast. Twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 52. Second spiritual beast, unawakened A main art, divine manipulation technique, volume 5 of void fishing heaven level, divine quality. Due to the bad timing of his breakthrough yesterday and the intense battle, Han Fei was stuck at level 60. However, he felt that he could advance at any time. Just as he had expected, there were no changes to his spiritual power. It was because it had increased too much after he consumed the Origin's water. He still needed some time to digest it. His invincible Vajra body didn't mean that it was really invincible. There were many law enforcers who had their laws broken. In this world, there was no such thing as absolute invincibility. However, it would be very difficult for law enforcers to break Han Fei's invincible Vajra body. As for strength, Han Fei had increased it by about 1 wave. However, the augmentation power of the devil change became 7 times. It was lower than before. However, even so, when he unleashed his secret method, his strength exceeded 20 waves. This was already comparable to the green touring flood dragon he had encountered in the underground city. Of course, if the green touring flood dragon also had a mystic technique, he was still far inferior. It couldn't be said that Han Fei's current strength was very strong. At the level of law enforcers, the difference in strength was too great. In fact, as far as yesterday's xuanhuan was concerned, his strength far exceeded Han Fei's. The reasons why Han Fei could win were the agility of wind, the punishment saber, and the indestructible body. Although xuanhuan was also a body refiner, he was clearly weaker than him. He couldn't help but sigh. The old B-starred Ren Tianfei's indestructible body was really powerful. At least up to now, he had never seen a body tempering technique stronger than the indestructible body. Of course, without the punishing saber, Han Fei would have been defeated. Apart from Cao Chu's war god bloodline, that fellow was famous for its defense. The tenfold defense of the Cloud Dolphin was no joke. Furthermore, yesterday, xuanhuan's spiritual beast made Han Fei realize that there were even more powerful spiritual beasts in this world. If there were no accidents, the one that appeared yesterday should be a Kailan, a true legendary creature. Apart from strength, the second spiritual heritage and the second spiritual beast probably wouldn't be able to be awakened before he obtained the other half-drop of Origin's water. After all, the appearance of the second spiritual heritage was because of the Origin's water. How could it be awakened if the Origin's water was incomplete? As for the 6th level of the void fishing, there was no way to deduce it in Thousand Star City. This would have to wait until he went to the Waterwood world. Otherwise, with everyone's attention on him, he couldn't find the time or place to deduce it. He remembered that he had almost been discovered by Shui Shenqi when he was doing the divination on the 5th level. Back then, they were 300,000 kilometers away from the Scattered Stars Island. As for the 7th level, he had to think of a way to get it from the Zheng family. But how? When? Han Fei didn't know either. This needed an opportunity for him to suppress that thing of the Zheng family. Now, there was no chance at all. I can only continue deducing. Han Fei sat cross-legged. Now, the only way to directly increase his strength was to deduce devil change and push it to the Venerable Realm. However, after reaching the Venerable Realm, the demon purification pot was probably helpless. It was probably at its limit. In such a situation, he needed to see if he could continue strengthening the demon purification pot after obtaining the 3rd vine, deduce. 100 million points of spiritual energy were rapidly consumed. A moment later, information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Demon King contract, venerable level, low quality. Note: the descending will of the Black Turtle Demon King. It uses a huge amount of energy as a sacrifice to summon the demon body overlord. For a short period of time, the user's combat strength will increase several times according to his specific realm. Current improvement, 10 times disadvantage. 1. The stronger one is, the more energy is expended. Once the energy is expended too much, it will overdraw one's potential. Disadvantage 2. If it's often used, it may produce a mental demon barrier. Disadvantage 3. Users tend to be demonized. Deduced art. NAA note: you have reached the demon purification pot's current limit. If you deduce again, it will involve the profound mysteries of the world and damage the demon purification pot. Upon seeing this message, Han Fei's expression changed slightly. The descending will of the Demon King? Could it be that there really was such a king among demons? Furthermore, being called a Demon King was clearly problematic. He had just chosen the law of invulnerable Vajra, so he should be considered a Buddhist, right? Although there was no Buddha in this world, it seemed to be the opposite of the Demon King contract. The user is easily demonized and may have a mental demon barrier. It seems that the further one progresses in this mystic technique, the greater the side effects. Forget it. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't use this. In theory, the devil change is enough. As long as I quickly break through to level 61, my strength should still increase. Unfortunately, the effect of the Spirit Awakening fluid is already very small. It can only be used to nurture Little Fatty and Little Gold. After all, they haven't become law enforcers. Han Fei reined in his thoughts. If he had the chance to see Ren Tianfei again, he would have to ask how to continue cultivating the indestructible body in the future. The path of body refinement was too difficult. Although the indestructible body could be deduced, it was already extremely difficult to cultivate. If he were to deduce again, it would be a problem if he could continue cultivating. He had to communicate with Ren Tianfei well and not blindly deduce. After organizing his thoughts, Han Fei got up and teleported to the cube's library. Today, Lirenquang didn't even cook. The other people gathered here, waiting to set off for the 3 Holy Lands. After 3 months of cultivation, the physiques of Su Daji and the others were almost equally strong. Other than Su Daji, the others were almost unable to suppress their strength and were about to break through to become advanced fishing masters. Let's set off, Han Fei said. Wait a minute. The cube's library began to spin rapidly. A moment later, it returned to its original form. Han Fei pressed his palm on one side and entered from the teleportation array. After some thought, Han Fei threw more than 2,000 combat techniques into it. Then, he placed more than 10 star beads and maps of the fishing master level inside. After finishing these, Han Fei came out and messed up the cube again. Han Fei said, Xing Yue, yes, Xing your brother. Han Fei looked at the cube and said, the body refinement stage has come to an end for now. Each of you, go to the cube to find no more than 5 combat skills. After you're done cultivating, you shall begin actual combat. Teacher Juyin will watch you. If you dare to slack off, hehe, the appearance of Ninetails made Xingye and company's scalps tingle. Han Fei kicked Ninetails and said, watch these guys here during this period of time. Whoever is naughty and doesn't cultivate seriously will be whipped. Han Fei looked at Yixian and Su Daji when he spoke. Yixian pouted and thought, I won't mess around. As for Su Daji, she ran to Han Fei and reached out her hand. It seemed that she realized that Han Fei might be gone for a long time, so she wanted to get a new toy from him. With a black face, Han Fei threw a 6th order cube over. You can only play it when you're free. After that, Han Fei looked at Zhu Yinling. When they can work as a team and can be said to have few opponents of the same level, set up an arena outside the Thug Academy. Anyone who can defeat them will be rewarded with 5 ultra-quality spiritual weapons and 50 caddies of Spirit Awakening fluid. Zhu Yinling thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Be careful. Han Fei nodded and looked at Xingye and the others. Don't slack off. We might be back at any moment. Yes, senior brother. Chapter 1031, Sky Meditation Garden Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The Sky Meditation Garden was one of the 3 holy lands of the Thousand Star City. Since ancient times, it had always been the place where the residents of the Thousand Star City cultivated their souls. It was also the safest of the 3 holy lands. It could be said that Han Fei, who had read the information, knew that this place was divided into 3 firmaments. The first firmament was Visualization Garden. It was a large patch of undulating grass that resembled a sand dune in a desert. The grass formed beautiful arcs on the ground. There were lakes, trees, and flowers. If it wasn't for the undulating lines that constantly created a spiral pattern on the ground, this place could even be considered the largest golf course in the world. On this huge grassland, there were often stone monuments and strange statues. People could enhance their soul power by visualizing these ruins. The second firmament was the Endless Tower. It was a circular building built in the middle of the Sky Meditation Garden. Its surface was covered in spiritual plants. There was a spiral staircase inside the tower, making it impossible to know how many levels it had. However, no one had ever reached the top of the tower since ancient times. It was said that strange things often happened in the tower, different from person to person. Everyone encountered different situations, so of course Han Fei and the others had to see it for themselves. It was very simple to leave the tower. Every level in the tower had an exit. As long as one came out, they would definitely appear on the first level of the ground. It was magical. The third firmament was also known as the Soul Restriction Sky. It was said that only top geniuses could enter this magical place. The big clans didn't provide them with the information they had acquired, except for the Luo family that didn't treat Han Fei and the others as outsiders. According to the information, the third firmament was above the void, hidden in a void rift. That was the true core of the Sky Meditation Garden. However, this didn't mean that anyone who had been to the Soul Restriction Sky would gain much. This place was the same as the Endless Tower. The situation everyone encountered here was completely different. Just the Sky Meditation Garden was split into 3 firmaments, and each firmament was harder than the last. Correspondingly, the Ideal Palace also had 3 firmaments. However, this didn't mean that the 3 Holy Lands added up to 9 firmaments. In fact, each Holy Lands was divided into different firmaments that corresponded to different levels and talents. However, the requirements of the Ideal Palace were stricter. At this moment, Han Fei and the others arrived outside the Sky Meditation Garden. At the entrance, they could see that the island was shrouded in fog. To be precise, the 3 Holy Lands were shrouded in fog. There was only one entrance, similar to the Thousand Star Proving Ground. Outside the Sky Meditation Garden was an independent island. This island had no name and was only the entrance to the Sky Meditation Garden. Han Fei and the others stood on the island and looked at the endless fishing boats and people of varying strength in surprise. Xuanhuan said in surprise, "The lowest level is that of a dangling fisher, and the highest is that of a law enforcer. This meditation garden has a very high adaptability rate." Luo Xiaobai replied, "The Sky Meditation Garden is the safest of the 3 Holy Lands. Few people die in the Sky Meditation Garden every year. As for the Visualization Garden, I've never heard of anyone dying. Therefore, this is also the Holy Land that people like to visit the most." Lurenquang said, "As long as it's safe. Are battles allowed inside?" What Lurenquang meant was, would anyone come looking for trouble? After all, Han Fei had just killed Chu Kuangren yesterday. Han Fei had become a law enforcer, but they hadn't. They weren't invincible as hidden fishers, so they needed to consider this point. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. No. In theory, no one from the 3 Holy Lands will die in battle. The Sky Meditation Garden has a soul seal. If the flames of war are ignited, it's easy for the soul to be suppressed. No one is an exception. Lurenquang patted his chest and said, "That's good." Luluo said, "So this place only enhances the soul?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Not necessarily. Someone once obtained a soul battle technique from the visualization object in the Sky Meditation Garden. However, the chances of that happening are very low." Han Fei didn't pay attention to their conversation. Instead, he glanced around and said leisurely, "It seems that we've been targeted again." Luo Xiaobai followed Han Fei's gaze and quickly discovered some figures at the level of hidden fishers, who were observing them from time to time. Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, "Isn't that obvious? You just killed Chu Kuangren yesterday. How can he not pay attention to us?" Luo Xiaobai said. "Don't worry. The Sky Meditation Garden is the safest place. Even if they want to attack, they won't choose to do it in the Sky Meditation Garden. Most likely, they will choose the ideal palace." Han Fei nodded. "Let's go in and take a look." As there were too many people going to the meditation garden, it could be described as a park tour. Therefore, even if the law enforcers and hidden fishers came, they only attracted some attention. Most people were already used to it. What was this like? It was like when you sauntered in a park, you saw too many beautiful girls, so you got used to it. Between the entrance island and the Sky Meditation Garden was the White Jade Bridge. After crossing the bridge, the fog in the surrounding area thinned a little. After all, this was the entrance, so one had to see the way clearly. Han Fei and the others unhurriedly walked into the fog with the others. After walking about 100 meters, the fog gradually became clear. The first thing he saw was a statue of the sea god. Han Fei was very familiar with this statue and often saw it. It was the sea god statue that was worshipped in the various villages and towns. Han Fei laughed. "That's a good sign. Once we find the sea god statue, we'll find the entrance." Luo Xiaobai said, "It's easy to find the entrance. Apart from the statue, its terrain is also relatively high." Li Luo, there aren't any worms here? Everyone was slightly taken aback. Li Luolu's words weren't simple. Such a huge island spanning hundreds of kilometers didn't even have a single bug? It didn't make sense. Zhang Xuanyu said, "The perception here is ineffective." Li Luoluo added, "The law enforcement ability can't be used here too." Han Fei gave it a try, and a golden light immediately emitted from his body. There seemed to be a slight blockage in the invincible Vajra, but it wasn't to the point of being unusable. Why couldn't Li Luolu's law enforcement ability be used? Han Fei said calmly, "It seems to be suppressed." "I can't use it either," Luo Xiaobai said. "It's the Holy Land after all. Should we take a look at the visualization garden first, or should we go straight to the Endless Tower?" Before Han Fei and the others could decide, they saw someone greet them with a smile. "You don't look familiar? I believe you haven't been here for long?" Luo Xiaobai asked. "Who are you?" Han Fei glanced at the man. He was only a junior hidden fisher. The person smiled and said, "I'm familiar with the Sky Meditation Garden. I've recorded all the visualization items here, big and small. I can sell them to you for 50 kilograms of spiritual spring." Lurenquang immediately shook the flesh on his face and said, "Go away, we'll see for ourselves." Han Fei raised his eyelids and said, "Oh? How much information do you have about the Endless Tower and the Soul Restriction Sky? Huh?" The person's expression stiffened slightly. "Brother, you're joking with me. How can there be a map of the Endless Tower? As for the Soul Restriction Sky, since you know Soul Restriction Sky, you should know that it's not a place you can go as you please." Han Fei immediately lost interest. "All right, we don't need a map for Visualization Garden. Hey." Wait, just as Han Fei and the others were about to leave, the man stopped them. "Well, actually, I do have some information about the Soul Restriction Sky. Well, the price," the young man raised 5 fingers as if Han Fei and the others had gained a huge advantage. "Li Luoluo, how do we know if your information is true?" The person's expression immediately changed. "Miss, you are looking down on me. Ask around." "Who in and out of the Sky Meditation Garden doesn't know me? Wang Santi? Am I a liar?" Han Fei turned his head and stopped a young man at the dangling fisher level at the door. He asked, "Do you know Wang Santi?" The youth glanced at Han Fei and then at Wang Santi, who was not far away. He couldn't help but say, "Isn't that him?" Wang Santi lied again and got caught. Han Fei smiled. "Well, thanks." Han Fei turned his head and glanced at Wang Santi. "Yes. Indeed, everyone knows Wang Santi." Wang Santi's face turned livid. "Am I that kind of person?" He's spouting nonsense. "How about this number?" Wang Santi's 5 fingers became 3 this time, looking as though his heart ached. Xuanhuan rolled his eyes. 300 kilograms? You want 300 kilograms of spiritual spring just by throwing out a message? Wang Santi said, "Is it expensive?" "Do you think a mere 300 kilogram spiritual spring is expensive? Only the ignorant would call me a cheat. Think about it. Who here is more familiar with this place than me? Since I was young, I've been coming to explore the Sky Meditation Garden. This place is equivalent to my backyard." Han Fei was speechless. "What the hell? Your backyard? Do you think we're stupid?" Luo Xiaobai was about to lead them away. Wang Santi took a few steps forward and stopped them. All right. Then 200 kilograms. It can't be any less." Han Fei smiled. "Tell me what you know. As long as what you say is valuable, a mere 200 kilograms of spiritual spring is nothing." Wang Santi sized up Han Fei again. "You have to pay a deposit, right?" With a flip of his hand, Han Fei handed over 20 kilograms of spiritual spring. Wang Santi was taken aback as he thought to himself, what a miser. However, he still swiped his hand and took the 20 kilograms of spiritual spring. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. "You believe him?" "Han Fei, I have money to burn." Wang Santi chuckled. "Hey, I'm really not lying to you. It's not that no one has been to the soul restriction sky before, but it's extremely difficult. Some people enter by luck, but this luck is built on their souls that have to be extremely powerful." Go on. Chapter 1032, Visualization Garden Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Originally. Han Fei really didn't expect Wang Santi to say anything useful. He purely saw that although Wang Santi was weak, he was still very hardworking when it came to doing business. Just because he tried so hard to make money, he didn't mind giving him 20 kilograms of spiritual spring as an encouragement. Wang Santi looked around, and Han Fei stomped and set up a soundproof array. "Don't worry, others can't hear you." Wang Santi thought, "So you are a spirit gatherer," he said in a low voice. "According to what I, Wang Santi, have learned over the years, the Sky Meditation Garden isn't as simple as it seems. It can be considered one of the 3 Holy Lands, along with the Ideal Palace and the Monument of Gods. How can it be simple? Most people can't pass the Endless Tower at all, let alone touch the Soul Restriction Sky, so they chose to go to the Ideal Palace." Han Fei was speechless. "Get to the point," Wang Santi said with a smile. "No rush. To be honest, there's a basic requirement to enter the Soul Restriction Sky." Luo Xiaobai asked, "What condition?" "The basic requirements of spiritual power. As a spiritual body can't be calculated like spiritual energy, I can only use perception range to calculate. One's perception range has to reach at least 300 kilometers before he can go to the Soul Restriction Sky." Lurenquang rolled his eyes. "How large?" Zhang Xuanyu cursed. "I think you're just lying." Li Luolu exclaimed. "How is that possible? According to what you said, I, a dignified law enforcer, can't even go up." Wang Santi was taken aback. Was this lady a freaking law enforcer? However, Wang Santi didn't mind. Instead, he scoffed. If even a law enforcer can go up, why would this place be called one of the 3 Holy Lands? As I said, 300 kilometers of perception is just a basic requirement. This is what I figured out after years of hard observation and analysis of the information of the people who have been there. Han Fei smiled and said, "All right, you said that this is the basic condition. What other conditions are there?" Wang Santi chuckled. Wasn't the deposit you paid just now too little?" Zhang Xuanyu wanted to kick him, but Han Fei gave him a look to stop him. Fuck, he hasn't even said many words, but he is already asking for money again. His ability to ask for money is really on par with mine. However, it's not easy for him to do business. At least he spent his energy on research, right? Therefore, with a flip of his hand, Han Fei threw another 30 kilograms of spiritual spring over. Continue. Wang Santi quickly put away the spiritual spring and said with a smile, "I know that it's almost impossible for an ordinary person to have a perception range of 300 kilometers. However, there are many advanced law enforcers whose perception range can reach this number. As long as they are willing to spend time visualizing, their perception range will always go up. But those law enforcers basically still can't go up. Therefore, I can't help but think," Han Fei said, "get to the point." Wang Santi said, "The point is that these people have underestimated the visualization garden. Everyone thinks that the visualization garden is only the first firmament, which is full of ordinary visualization objects. In fact, I've calculated that everyone who can enter the Soul Restriction Sky has carefully explored the entire visualization garden." Luo Xiaobai said, You should have sold this information to many people. Which one of them went in? Name them. Wang Santi chuckled. No one. However, I'm certain that the visualization garden itself has its secrets. Bah, Zhang Xuanyu said. Your words don't sound believable and very ambiguous. Even if we can't get in, it's none of your business, right? Alas, brother, you can't say that. I worked hard to investigate all of this. You can ask around. Who doesn't know that I, Wang Santi, grew up in the Sky Meditation Garden? Han Fei waved his hand. All right, let's cut to the chase. Continue. What you said is basically the same as not saying anything. This is our first time here, so we'll naturally take a look at the visualization garden. What else can you tell us? Wang Santi smiled at Han Fei. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei threw another 50 kilograms of spiritual spring over. You'd better say something useful this time, otherwise there won't be any more. Wang Santi smiled obsequiously and quickly put away the spiritual spring. Then, there's only one last message left. This message is definitely worth 100 kilograms of spiritual spring. Han Fei was speechless. Get to the point. Well, I just said that you should spend more time in the visualization garden. However, very few people know that the Endless Tower actually has a secret. Everyone who enters the Endless Tower has vanished. We never meet a second person in the Endless Tower. Why? I guess Luo Xiaobai was speechless. Do you have anything other than guesses? Wang Santi said with a smile. Relax, listen to me. According to my experience from a young age, I suspect that this endless tower never existed. Huh, this time everyone was stunned. It doesn't exist? Are you fucking kidding us? Renquang said. I've seen the map. You say it doesn't exist? Li Luoluo, isn't it in the middle of the meditation garden? Regarding Wang Santi's message, Han Fei secretly pinched his fingers. This guy isn't lying this time. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, why do you think that the Endless Tower doesn't exist? Wang Santi chuckled and said, Brother, this piece of news is very useful, right? The remaining spiritual spring, with a flip of his hand, Han Fei threw 100 kilograms of spiritual spring over. Regardless of whether Wang Santi was right or not, this information was indeed worth 200 kilograms of spiritual spring. This provided an unprecedented idea. Luo Xiaobai noticed the expression on Han Fei's face and glanced at Zhang Xuanyu, indicating for him to be silent. Han Fei said, Tell me, what made you have such an illusion? Wang Santi chuckled and said, It's very simple. The Endless Tower looks like it's only about 500 meters tall. However, if you keep climbing up, you won't be able to reach the top even after climbing up 1,000 floors. When you come out, you will appear on the ground. Some people think that this is a result of some mysterious power. I don't think so. This Sky Meditation Garden is meant for cultivation. What's the point of setting up an endless tower here? Han Fei thought for a moment. All right, I'm done asking questions. Goodbye. Wait a moment. Just as Han Fei was about to leave, Wang Santi stopped him again. Brother, I've also got much information about the Ideal Palace. I, Wang Santi, know more about the 3 Holy Lands than anyone. Would you like to buy more information from me? Han Fei finally couldn't help but say, Screw you, I'm not interested. If you have the ability, let me meet you in the Ideal Palace. With that, Han Fei pulled away Wang Santi's hand and left with Luo Xiaobai and the others. Behind him, Wang Santi didn't mind as though he was already used to such a scene. He muttered, It's not easy to earn money. I heard that the unknown place is a good place to go now. Forget it, it's too dangerous. I'd better save some more money. Elsewhere. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei and said, Do you believe what that person said? Zhang Xuanyu said, I think he's a cheat. He can't be trusted. Renquang nodded. I think so too. You were actually fooled by him. Li Luolu nodded as well. She felt that this person couldn't be trusted. Han Fei thought, What do you know? I've calculated. Some of what he said is true. He said with a smile, It's nothing more than 200 kilograms of spiritual spring. Do we still lack that bit of spiritual spring? However, some of what he said is right. Since the Sky Meditation Garden can be called the 3 Holy Lands, the visualization garden can't be that simple. So, let's take a look at it. Zhang Xuanyu shrugged. What else can we do? I feel that even if we become law enforcers, our perception will only reach 100 kilometers. 300 kilometers is the basic requirement? I'm afraid we can only come when we become peak-level law enforcers. Han Fei said, Well, anyway, we didn't plan on leaving so soon. Compared to the outside, it's safer inside the Holy Lands. There won't be any trouble. Why don't we separate and walk around the entire visualization garden? Luo Xiaobai said. All right. However, this island isn't small. Let's meet under the Endless Tower in half a month. Zhang Xuanyu, I'm fine. Renquang, I think simple visualization objects might be effective on me. I agree. Li Luolu naturally agreed. Otherwise, who would she go with? The crowd parted. Han Fei took a deep breath, randomly chose a direction, and walked away. Just 5 minutes later, Han Fei saw that many people were sitting in front of a broken stone monument, seemingly in meditation. Most of them were at the level of dangling fishers. Clearly, this stone monument was one of the most ordinary and the lowest level visualization objects. However, Han Fei hadn't seen many visualization pictures, so he stopped and glanced at the monument. However, on the broken stone monument, there was only an ordinary little fish engraved. Although the drawing was rather exquisite, Han Fei recognized it as a small white fish at a glance. This can also become a visualization picture. Han Fei looked at it for 2 minutes and found it very ordinary. Did he need to visualize it? However, Han Fei still felt a little inspired. This picture was memorized in his mind and he didn't even need to use the demon purification pot at all. It has a little calming effect, but just a little. Han Fei strolled away. After Han Fei left, someone opened his eyes and couldn't help but ask curiously, do the strong masters also watch little white fish? Soon, Han Fei discovered that there were many visualization objects here. Someone had drawn a few white lines on a stone, which was also a visualization object. There was a stick struck in the ground with some blurry patterns on it. It was also a visualization object. A wooden stake had withered for countless years. All that was left on it was a mottled growth ring. It was also considered a visualization object. Only then did Han Fei realize that the visualization objects here had really subverted his understanding of the world. In the villages, the visualization image was like a drop of water in the sea that could only be encountered by chance. However, they were everywhere here. Although their levels weren't high, they had the advantage in numbers. In front of almost every visualization object was a team of people sitting cross-legged and visualizing. However, if nothing went wrong, there shouldn't be many higher-level visualization objects. After all, when he met Cao Chu, his perception range was only 800 meters. Of course, it was also possible that Cao Chu was lazy. Otherwise, with the Cao family being such a big family, there was no reason they couldn't find a good visualization picture. Cao Tian was so powerful back then, but Cao Chu only wanted to eat soul crystals. However, why were there so many visualization objects left here? Chapter 1033, Shadow in the Garden Translator, Henye Translations Editor, Henye Translations. Han Fei looked all the way through. He didn't stay too long in front of every visualization object. As he watched, Han Fei's expression became stranger and stranger. At this moment, he was standing in front of a ball. Yes, it was a ball, a rubber ball with a crab drawn on it. In front of the ball, a group of hanging fishers were visualizing. Han Fei wanted to leave because such a visualization object was useless to him. However, for some reason, he saw a hand appear on the ball. It was extremely illusory and vanished in the blink of an eye. Did I have an illusion? Han Fei couldn't help but ask in puzzlement, "Hey, may I ask you a question? How's the effect of your visualization?" Someone frowned and snapped out of his visualization. Silence. Apart from this person, no one paid Han Fei any attention. Han Fei snorted. Oh, these guys are quite arrogant. Although Han Fei could sense a hint of soul fluctuations from the crab symbol, the intensity of the fluctuations was indeed very low. To Han Fei, it was equivalent to nothing. With such strength, there were so many people visualizing it. Han Fei said again, "Can anyone make a sound? I told you to shut up." The same young man glared at Han Fei. "We're cultivating." Han Fei smacked his lips. "You aren't strong, but you have quite a temper. What can you get from visualizing this?" Han Fei raised his foot. Bam! He kicked, and the ball transformed into a perfect parabola and flew into the sky, disappearing from the huge grassland. Yes, my feet feel good. Many people still closed their eyes, when a few people opened their eyes and focused. Where's the visualization object? The young man pointed at Han Fei angrily. "What are you doing?" Han Fei scoffed. "What am I doing? I'm playing soccer. How can you just ignore me?" The youth was speechless. "We were cultivating. Didn't you see?" Han Fei shrugged and said, "Is a visualization object of that level worth cultivating? Isn't it something that can be seen through with a glance? It's just a toy." Han Fei was very sure that it was really a toy. Perhaps it was a child's random scrawl. He had once suspected that something would become a visualization object if it was placed here long enough. However, what surprised Han Fei was that if it was really just a ball, it would have deflated after being placed here for so long. It was impossible for it to still be filled with air, the youth scoffed. "Do you think you can kick away the visualization object? You underestimate the Sky Meditation Garden." These youths could roughly tell that Han Fei was very strong, but they weren't afraid of him in the meditation garden. They had never heard of anyone being beaten here. Han Fei was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The next moment, Han Fei's eyes widened. He saw that the ball he had just kicked away had silently appeared in the air and appeared in front of Han Fei again. Shoot, Han Fei was shocked. "What is this?" Han Fei immediately reached for the ball. However, a youth said, "Are you sick? Why are you touching the visualization object?" Han Fei turned his head and glanced coldly at him. Instantly, the group of teenagers retreated in fright. The youth who spoke turned pale. "What kind of look is that? Why is it so ferocious?" Han Fei reached out and picked up the ball on the ground. He weighed it in his hand and said to everyone, "Even if I take your visualization object, you can find another one. In addition, I'm telling you that this visualization object is very low level. Don't foolishly visualize it here." "What can you visualize out of a ball?" one girl said timidly. "You can't take it away. You can't take it out. Once you put it down, it will disappear." A youth said, "You can't put it into the sea-swallowing seashell either. That's the rule." Han Fei grinned. "I'm just playing with it." With that said, Han Fei turned his hand and began to spin the ball crazily with one finger. Upon seeing this scene, the youths were speechless. What was this person up to? After grabbing the ball, Han Fei fled. The youths were speechless. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? As Han Fei spun the ball, he hummed a tune. However, as he hummed, he found that the ball on his fingertip was becoming lighter. It's about to disappear? Perhaps it was Han Fei's illusion, but the moment the ball became light, he seemed to see an illusory figure in the void. Giggle. What's that sound? Han Fei's face suddenly changed. There seemed to be something wrong with his perception. He seemed to see a child flash in the void and snatch the ball in his hand. Yes, the ball wasn't disappearing, but being snatched away. All of this wasn't seen with the naked eye, but was naturally triggered by his perception. Although it was extremely brief and illusory, furthermore, Han Fei was very sure that it was a little girl. What the hell? Did I see a ghost? Han Fei took a deep breath. This was too much of a joke. He just wanted to try and see what would happen if he took away the visualization object here. Han Fei had thought that after a certain distance, the visualization object would automatically disappear and return to its original spot. However, he never expected the visualization object to vanish in such a manner. No, there must be something strange here. Han Fei couldn't help but speed up, hoping to find another visualization object to see if the same thing would happen again. After about 100 kilometers, Han Fei found himself in a forest. These trees weren't tall, and there were colorful bells hanging on them. For some reason, Han Fei seemed to see a small white figure running through the forest. Han Fei hurriedly chased after it, but unfortunately he found nothing. Cling, cling. As the surfaces of these bells were very smooth, no one treated them as visualization objects. Therefore, there was no one here except Han Fei. Han Fei looked up and frowned at the bells. For some reason, he felt strange, as though he was being watched. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a hand push his thigh. Although the force wasn't heavy, he had been pushed indeed. Han Fei immediately turned around and felt a white shadow sweep past him before disappearing. Gulp! Han Fei swallowed. Of course, he wasn't afraid, but he felt a little creeped out. It was fine for others to visualize here, but when he saw the first stone monument, he found that there was something amiss. The white figure that kept appearing and the phantom that seemed to be a little girl. This was very creepy, all right. Han Fei reached out to touch the bell. Instantly, a crisp sound rang out in the forest. After waiting for a while and finding nothing, Han Fei gave up observing the forest. He continued walking deeper into the visualization garden. The first day, Han Fei examined more than 100 visualization objects, and from more or less 30 of them, he saw the strange white shadow. This made Han Fei completely believe Wang Sante's words. This visualization garden was indeed strange, and very strange. On the next day, Han Fei examined more than 50 visualization objects. About 10 of them were of higher levels, enough for a hidden fisher to visualize. However, Han Fei was no longer looking for visualization objects. He was looking for the white shadow. The third day, the fourth day. Han Fei searched for 7 days for traces of the white shadow. In the past 7 days, he'd confirmed something. What kind of visualization garden was this? It was really just a garden. Most of the things inside were toys to Han Fei, toys for children. Of course, if he hadn't seen the white shadow, he might have thought that the visualization garden was just a low-level training field for dangling fishers and hanging fishers. But now, he didn't think so. For example, he saw a piece of sand. The sand could write on its own, and the words were written crookedly. For example, he saw a bird sculpture somewhere. The bird's neck looked like a slide. For example, he found many very small holes in the ground, like whack-a-mole kind of holes. After Han Fei crawled into a hole and stuck out his head was hit. No one else could see these except him. Han Fei attributed this situation to the fact that his soul power was too high. After all, his spiritual power of 9,999 had already exceeded 300 kilometers. In fact, Wang Santi's guess had a certain depth, but as his mental strength was too low, he couldn't sense the white shadow in the void. As for most people, how many of them could reach 9,999 points of spiritual power when they were still junior law enforcers? Wang Santi said that having a perception of 300 kilometers was a basic requirement, and luck was also required. Only then would one have a chance of reaching the soul restriction sky. Did this mean that only by reaching a certain level of spiritual power and soul strength would one have a chance of sensing this white shadow? At this moment, Han Fei was lying on a patch of grassland with crop circles. No one came here because it had no visualization value. The pattern was like a huge jellyfish. It had an umbrella-shaped head with a circular lower body in the middle and 6 twisted tentacles on both sides. It was definitely a jellyfish. Han Fei was lying in the middle of the strange pattern because he had just seen the white shadow again here. Han Fei saw illusory fog envelop the sky meditation garden. Lying down, Han Fei discovered that the fog was moving. Unfortunately, it couldn't be lumped together like the clouds and occasionally formed a few strange patterns. Brother! Suddenly, a child's voice sounded in Han Fei's ear. As soon as the voice sounded, Han Fei shivered. However, he didn't get up but turned his head to the side. At that moment, Han Fei's eyelids twitched wildly because he saw a girl who was only 3 or 4 years old squatting on the ground and looking at him curiously. Chapter 1034, Yinair Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei swallowed. It wasn't a problem for any cultivator to appear in the garden. Didn't Wang Santi say that he had been paying attention to the garden ever since he started cultivating? But why was there a 3-year-old girl here? This shouldn't be. The girl was wearing a white pleated dress and holding a small wooden mallet in her hand. She had 2 pigtails on her head and large, watery eyes, looking very cute. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Hey! Hello, little girl. When the girl saw Han Fei speak, she immediately covered her mouth and jumped up excitedly like a crazy girl. The girl shouted, Brother, are you here to play with me? Han Fei narrowed his eyes, but a bright smile appeared on his face. Of course, I'm a messenger sent by the heavens. I'm here to play with you. Liar, there's no messenger in the sky. Han Fei chuckled. Little girl, what's your name? The little girl bit her pinky and thought for a long time. My name is Yinner, Han Fei grinned. Yinner, why are you here alone? Yinner immediately cried. Daddy and Mommy haven't visited Yinner in a long time. Boo-hoo, brother, do they not want Yinner anymore? Seeing the little girl's expression, Han Fei immediately said, Of course not. Mom and Dad just have something very important to do. When they're done, they'll come back to visit Yinner. The little girl rubbed her eyes and relaxed. Really? Han Fei nodded heavily. Of course. They were afraid that Yinner would be too lonely, so they asked me to come and visit you. As a child, all he needed to do was to coax her. The truth would always strike at a child's young and fragile heart. Therefore, sometimes a lie didn't mean cheating or being irresponsible. After all, this world was too complicated. Indeed, Yinner shouted at Han Fei excitedly, Really? Mom and Dad didn't abandon Yinner? Han Fei laughed. Of course, Yinner is so beautiful. How can anyone abandon you? Han Fei's heart sank. There must be something wrong with the Yinner he saw. If it weren't for the fact that the demon purification pot didn't show any information, Han Fei would have suspected that Yinner was an undead creature. Regardless, Yinner's parents had definitely abandoned her and left her alone in the Sky Meditation Garden. As for Yinner's present state, it was predictable. How could such an adorable girl living in a place like the Sky Meditation Garden be an ordinary person? Han Fei guessed that she might have something to do with the Central Holy City in the center of the Thousand-Star City. He had never heard any information regarding the Central Holy City. Was there someone living there? Could Yinner be related to the Central Holy City? However, before Han Fei could think further, he saw that Yinner had already held his hand and said, Brother, play with me. Han Fei thought to himself, How am I supposed to play with you? The current visualization garden is filled with people. However, just as the two of them ran a few steps, Han Fei's pupils constricted. The whack-a-mole place? Something's amiss. I passed by this place a few days ago. Why am I here? Is there a teleportation array here? Han Fei immediately realized that something was wrong with the space he was in. His scalp went numb. This was a little too much. Why did he keep encountering such things? It had already happened once in Heavenly Desolate City where he returned to countless years ago. Where the hell would he be taken this time? Yinner shouted. Brother, let's hit fish heads. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. Fish head? Yinner shouted. All of you, come out. With Yinner's shout, iron-head fish heads popped out of the holes. Yinner grabbed a tiny club and strike the air, and a hammer shadow appeared, with which Yinner smashed an iron-head fish into the hole. Brother, you hit too. Han Fei discovered that a small stick had appeared in his hand at some point in time. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched as he began to hit fish heads with Yinner. As he knocked, Han Fei thought to himself, This is indeed a game of whack-a-mole. I should have confirmed it long ago. Han Fei said, Yinner, where did the fish heads come from? Yinner was playing happily as she chuckled. Planted. Daddy planted them in the past. Han Fei swallowed. How could a person who could plant ironhead fish on the ground be an ordinary person? A moment later, Yinner seemed to be tired. She dropped the mallet and tugged at Han Fei's hand. Brother, let's go to the swing. This time, after they ran 2 steps, the scene changed. Han Fei appeared in a forest where there was a swing. Han Fei couldn't help but gulp. Distance was ineffective against Yinner, but why was it ineffective against him too? He had clearly noticed it, but he still didn't know how he had come over. However, seeing that Yinner was having fun, Han Fei could only play with her. Perhaps the girl had been alone for too long, or perhaps the Sky Meditation Garden was built just for Yinner. Not only was there no concept of distance here, but there was also no concept of time. Han Fei had no idea how long he had been here. He whacked ironhead fish with Yinner, swung on the swings, threw a ball, sat on the slide, listened to the wind chimes, went down to the river to fish little whitefish. At this moment, Yinner was lying on the ground exhausted, and so was Han Fei. Han Fei asked casually, Yinner, let's go to play in the tower in the middle, okay? Yinner was puffing and panting. Hearing Han Fei's words, she immediately sat up, clearly depressed. Brother, are you leaving? Han Fei grinned. No, I'm just asking. Yinner pursed her lips like an adult and said, I know brother is leaving. He's very busy too. Han Fei's heart softened when he heard Yinner's words. Which damn parents left a little girl here and ignored her? Why did they not even want their daughter? Han Fei rubbed Yinner's head and said, Yinner, be good. Let me see if I can find your parents. Yinner's mood didn't become better, but she said sensibly, Mommy said that I can see them when I reach the top of the tower one day. But Yinner has never climbed it up. The girl's eyes were red, and Han Fei felt as if he had heard a bolt from the blue. It turned out that the Endless Tower was actually a scam. It was built to deceive a little girl. If they could return, they wouldn't have left Yinner here and become like this. That was why the tower was called the Endless Tower. Since even Yinner couldn't go up, what was the point of going to that tower? Han Fei couldn't help but say, Yinner, be good. One day, we will climb up. Yinner tried her best to grin. Brother, let's go. I'll take you out. Han Fei's heart stirred. Can I go out now? The girl is very sensible. Although Yinner was very pitiful, Han Fei couldn't spend all his time here. This was the first of the 3 Holy Lands, but he had encountered such a situation. Han Fei got up and stroked Yinner's head again. Yinner, believe me, one day you will have a good home. Han Fei didn't know if Yinner understood him, but he had already appeared in front of the Endless Tower. Han Fei had been circling the visualization garden the entire time. Luo Xiaobai said that they would gather in half a month, so he didn't go directly. Therefore, this was the first time he had seen the Endless Tower. Sure enough, it was a large cylinder wrapped in green plants. At this moment, Yinner was holding Han Fei's hand tightly and looking at him eagerly. Brother, will you come back? Han Fei really didn't know how to answer. In the end, Han Fei nodded slightly. Since he hadn't left the Thousand-Star City, he could come to the Sky Meditation Garden as he pleased. Therefore, Han Fei agreed. I promise I'll come back to see you. Upon hearing Han Fei's affirmative answer, Yinner chuckled. Brother, you're the best. Brother, go to the pagoda and you can leave. Huh? Han Fei said in surprise. Entering it is to leave? Yinner tugged at her braid and grinned at Han Fei. Yes, standing at the entrance of the Endless Tower, Han Fei had a guess. He looked back at Yinner. Lass, aren't you coming in? Yinner shook her head. I've already climbed many times. Goodbye, brother, Han Fei said seriously. Yinner, be good. I'll come again next time. Okay. With that, Han Fei turned around and walked into the tower. The moment Han Fei walked into the Endless Tower, the scene in front of him changed. This was the interior of a building. He was clearly standing in a dark void. Indeed, Han Fei sighed. He had guessed correctly. This was the Soul Restriction Sky. Wang Sante wasn't lying. The way to enter the Soul Restriction Sky was indeed hidden in the visualization garden. However, not everyone could see Yinner. To see Yinner, one needed a powerful soul. Therefore, the Sky Meditation Garden had given an extremely high rule from the beginning, blocking out most people. As for why peak-level law enforcers or even explorers couldn't see Yinner, there was probably another reason. At the very least, he should have reached the Soul Restriction Sky. There was nothing around him, and it was darkness under his feet. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Hello, anyone here? Chapter 1035, Entering the Soul Sea Again Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. There was no response from the void. It was completely silent. There was nothing but emptiness. Han Fei asked, Is anyone there? Han Fei was somewhat puzzled. After all, this was a place known as the Third Firmament. If the visualization garden had Yinner and the Endless Tower was fake, could this place also be fake? That was not right. The Sky Meditation Garden was a place that could cultivate the soul. It shouldn't be empty. Han Fei's heart stirred. Why not try cultivating the God-scaring painting here? Although his soul power had reached a bottleneck, what if this soul restriction sky could help him break through? Han Fei immediately sat cross-legged and the God-scaring painting appeared in his mind. He had already unlocked 200 pieces of the God-scaring painting, and the outline of a spear tip appeared. Although only half of it was revealed, that portion was already visible. When it was fully revealed, it would definitely be extraordinary. At this moment, the spear tip seemed to be about to break out of the painting at any moment. Every time Han Fei carefully visualized the tip of the spear, he would feel a stabbing pain in his soul as if the tip of the spear was pressing against his glabella. Han Fei focused his attention on the 21st fragment, but after trying for a long time, he still failed. That's not right. I'm limited by the bottleneck. I can't even remember a single thing. Yes. Why don't I try stabilizing my cultivation first? He immediately activated void fishing and a large number of spiritual springs floated into the air, forming a spiritual energy storm that drilled into his body. Fortunately, he could still cultivate the soul restriction sky, and his strength and spiritual energy were slowly growing. After an unknown period of time, Han Fei realized that his improvement seemed to be a little fast. He stopped and looked at his message. Owner, Han Fei level, 61 Junior Law Enforcer Spirit Energy, 4,325-681 Foresight 8621, Spiritual Power, 999999999999999, Perception, 500 miles Enforced Law, Invincible Vajra Strength, 4 waves First Spiritual Heritage, Low Quality, Level 7 Second Spiritual Heritage, Unawakened First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 52. Second Spiritual Beast, Unawakened A Main Art, Divine Manipulation Technique, Volume 5 of Void Fishing, Heaven Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei's mood was calm. Now, the gap was huge with every improvement. From 60 to 61, it seemed like a small gap, but the spiritual energy limit was close to 50,000 points. As for the increase in strength, Han Fei didn't care much about it. This was because the strength of a junior law enforcer was between 3 to 5 waves. This was the fundamental difference between the law enforcers and the hidden fishers in the cultivation world. The difference would only grow greater and greater. By the same logic, the difference between an explorer and a law enforcer was probably a huge chasm. Even a junior explorer was definitely not comparable to a genius law enforcer. Therefore, it was only natural for Han Fei to increase his strength by 1 wave. He just looked back at the Demon King contract and found that the increase was still 10 times. This made him feel relieved. This meant that this breakthrough didn't affect the effects of the mystic technique. However, it might not be the case next time. Just think about it. When he was fighting xuanhuan, his peak strength did not exceed 20 waves. Only by borrowing the power of the punishing saber and his law could he fight xuanhuan. However, if he were to really go all out now, his strength could reach 40 waves at the peak state, and after unleashing the sacrificing punch, he would only become stronger. It would be a different situation if he faced xuanhuan now. Just as Han Fei opened his eyes, he suddenly discovered chaotic silver-white lines. Aren't these the mystic lines of the Soul Sea? Han Fei was immediately alarmed. Although he didn't know why these lines appeared, this was the Soul Sea mystic technique he had seen in the 72 Souls realm. However, this Soul Sea mystic technique didn't form a diagram. It was as though it had been deliberately separated. Gasp! The opportunity in the Soul Restriction Sky is actually the way to enter the Soul Sea. At that moment, Han Fei's heart stirred. He hadn't attempted to enter the Soul Sea after becoming a law enforcer. Now that he happened to be in the Soul Restriction Sky, wasn't it the right time? Immediately, the Soul Sea mystic technique's lines outlined a circular outline as a suction force emanated. Han Fei's vision blurred. When his vision became clear, the world in his eyes had become a fish's vision. The world in his eyes was strange and varied. Phew, I finally entered again. With a thought, Han Fei transferred from Little Black to Little White. After many experiments, Han Fei was sure that no matter what method he used, as long as he ate primitive spiritual beasts in the Soul Sea, it would ultimately form a ball of horror that he couldn't escape. This time, he didn't plan on eating anything. Since the meditation garden was very safe, he didn't have to rush to improve Little Black and Little White this time. Even if he missed the half-month agreement with Luo Xiaobai, it wouldn't be a problem. However, to Han Fei's surprise, entering the Soul Sea this time was abnormally simple and easy. It even felt like the Soul Sea was actively letting him in. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Han Fei began to swim aimlessly. In his eyes, a huge turtle swam past him, a golden carp leisurely swept past, a strange sea urchin rolled across the Soul Sea, a huge conch flapped, and a shell jumped. Han Fei swam casually for only a short while before he saw a red jellyfish in front of him jump away with a whoosh. It was extremely fast as though it was escaping. Nama Red Lotus Jellyfish Introduction. The Red Demoness in the Water. It is extremely fast, can transform into a Red Lotus clone, and has the ability to suck blood. Level 39, Equality. Rare Soul Power, 679 points. Oh, someone else's soul beast? Han Fei immediately gave chase. As early as the first time Han Fei subconsciously entered the Soul Sea, he discovered that if the two people were very close in reality, their spiritual beasts in the Soul Sea would also be very close. What was the reason? Han Fei wasn't sure, but he hadn't paid much attention to it before. When he entered the Soul Sea, he had been thinking about how to level up, but he had never considered the uniqueness of his spiritual beast. When the Red Lotus Jellyfish saw Little White chase after it, it immediately ran even faster. This was the difference in levels. The jellyfish seemed to be able to sense it. After all, a level 39 rare spiritual beast definitely couldn't outrun Little Black and Little White. Han Fei switched to Little Black and caught up to the Red Lotus jellyfish almost instantly. While Little Black was close to the jellyfish, Han Fei was hesitating. It wasn't easy to awaken a spiritual beast. Would it be too much to bite someone else's spiritual beast to death? Suddenly, Han Fei saw a group of spiritual beasts wandering not far away. One of them caught his attention. It was a Gale dragonfish. He had seen it once before. In the level 3 fishery, when he robbed the dragon boat's guardian Ruan Yu's spiritual beast was a Gale dragonfish. At this moment, Han Fei gave up on the Red Lotus jellyfish and sneaked over. Nama Gale Dragonfish, Chu-Man's Spiritual Beast Introduction. A special fish that grows in the Storm Sea. It can create hurricanes at sea. It can easily crush creatures of the same level. In battle, it comes with the power of the astral wind. Level 49 Quality Exotic. Quality Exotic X contains spiritual energy. 7,756 points, 47,759. Han Fei blinked. Surnamed Chu. Han Fei looked at the creatures around him. There was a purple gold crab owned by Li Qian, a mirror fish owned by Sun Qi. Interesting. They are all from big clans. Han Fei might feel guilty towards ordinary people. However, Han Fei wouldn't feel guilty at all for attacking people from big clans. He could only blame his enemies. If the other party had the same opportunity to catch his spiritual beast, they probably wouldn't show any mercy. Little Black's fish mouth suddenly curled up a little as though it was smiling. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei opened his mouth and bit down. Puff! Swish! The moment Little Black opened its mouth, the Gale dragonfish had already been alerted. However, it was too late for it to run. Little Black's current level was much higher than the Gale dragonfish. Furthermore, Han Fei was biting the tail of the Gale dragonfish. Without the tail, wouldn't a fish be at the mercy of others? As for the other spiritual beasts around, they only saw the sprite-like Little White the moment Little Black attacked. In their opinion, Little White, a spirit-swallowing fish, was no threat at all. But now, the Gale dragonfish was suddenly attacked. How could these spiritual beasts not be alarmed? Outside, in front of a stone pillar, a youth suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his soul, jolting him awake. However, he didn't look shocked, but joyous. Chu-Man didn't dare show anything. He tried his best to calm himself down. He felt that he might have triggered some mysterious event. He had heard that someone had once gone to the Soul Restriction Sky because they had encountered a mysterious event. Could it be that he had encountered it this time? In the Soul Sea, Han Fei bit at the Gale Dragonfish crazily. Little Black's level was higher than the Gale Dragonfish, its speed was faster, and it was stronger than the other party, so the Gale Dragonfish almost suffered a crushing defeat. This time, before the Gale Dragonfish could run a few hundred meters, most of its body had been devoured. A moment later, the Gale Dragonfish didn't even have a skeleton. A strange smile appeared on Little White's fish face because Han Fei found that devouring other people's spiritual beasts could also raise Little Black and Little White's levels. However, the strange smile on Little Black's face didn't last long before he saw a palm-sized fish appear from the void. Han Fei looked over in puzzlement. Where did this fish come from? Chapter 1036, Soul Sea Devourer Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Seeing that the fish was clearly a small Gale Dragonfish, Han Fei was stunned. Namagale Dragonfish, Chu-Man's spiritual beast. Introduction. A special fish that grows in the storm sea. It can create hurricanes at sea. It can easily crush creatures of the same level. In battle, it comes with the power of the astral wind. L level 1 quality. Exotic, a spiritual energy, 200 points, food shell soul power. 19. Upon seeing this message, Han Fei immediately turned his body to see if there was any soul power leaking out to form a horror. After searching around, he found no soul power here or any strange or abnormal power. At this moment, Han Fei's mind trembled violently. Is it true that a spiritual beast won't die? Chu-Man's spiritual beast will return to its most primitive and lowest state after being eaten by me. Does it need to grow again? Since it wasn't dead, was its life not over? Since it wasn't over, did it mean that he had been heading in the wrong direction from the beginning? He had always felt that eating those primitive soul beasts would allow Little Black and Little White to rapidly improve. However, that way, the soul power would dissipate. The more it gathered, the more fear it would give birth to. Although he didn't know what this fear was, it was like a rule, a restriction. It didn't allow him to swallow other spiritual beasts. But now it seemed that if he had eaten someone else's spiritual beast from the beginning, this rule might not have been born. This was because the other party's spiritual beast had been reborn. Han Fei even wondered if Little Black and Little White would truly die. The so-called survival of one party meant that the other party didn't die. This was likely relative to their current levels. Once both parties died, would they become a level 1 creature like Chu-Man's spiritual beast? However, it didn't matter. Han Fei felt that he had discovered a big secret. Eating other people's spiritual beasts in the Soul Sea might be a shortcut. The surrounding spiritual beasts all belonged to the descendants of big clans. Due to their owners' high-quality bloodlines, they weren't bad. Furthermore, it was very likely that these people were gathered somewhere, visualizing something. Therefore, even if their spiritual beasts ran, they wouldn't run far. After all, spiritual beasts might have intelligence, but they couldn't see Little Black. After a moment, crunch, an octopus was bitten through. Even if it wanted to run, how could it outrun Little Black? A while later, a clam shell was bitten through. Little White's body flashed and it leveled up. After witnessing the deaths of many spiritual beasts, these spiritual beasts finally knew that it was dangerous here and began to scatter and escape. However, Han Fei had Little White. Her sense of smell was unparalleled. As long as they appeared, how could they escape Little White's tracking range? Outside, in front of a stone pillar, Chu-Man was still visualizing. He felt that he might trigger a mysterious event and was still feeling smug. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh no, my soul has been stabbed." Before long, another person opened his eyes. "What's going on? I have an ominous feeling that I've lost something." "Aha!" a woman shouted. "I was stabbed too." Chu-Man was dumbfounded. "What's going on? Have we all encountered a mysterious incident?" Chu-Man said. "All of you were stabbed?" Someone frowned. "I don't know why, but I feel that my spiritual beast wants to come out." With that said, the person's mind stirred as he began summoning. However, his glabella flashed and everyone was stunned. "What the hell is this? An octopus baby?" The person immediately widened his eyes in anger. "What's going on? Where's my blood fiend octopus? How did it become so small?" Everyone's expressions changed as they hurriedly summoned their spiritual beasts. Instantly, everyone cried out. They were all low-level creatures, like newborn spiritual beast babies. Someone wailed, "How did my primordial chaos clam become like this?" The girl immediately cried, "My moonsong fish has turned into fish seedlings." Chu-Man's expression changed as he hurriedly summoned his spiritual beast, only to find that his awe-inspiring Gale Dragonfish had become a tiny fish baby. Instantly, many people panicked. It felt like a dream. This was unprecedented. Someone said in horror, "Is there something wrong with this stone pillar?" "We are all visualizing this stone pillar." Someone was at a loss. "Impossible. I've come to visualize it in the past, but nothing happened. If there's something wrong with the stone pillar, it would have been discovered long ago." Someone said angrily, "It's extremely difficult for a spiritual beast to grow. Now my spiritual beast becomes a low-level spiritual beast." "No, I can't accept this." Someone cursed, "What's the point of not accepting it? Now, we have to find the reason why the spiritual beasts have shrunk." Chu-Man's face was filled with anger. Let's return home and ask the elders. We don't know, but the elders definitely know. In the Soul Sea, Little Black and Little White had only improved by 1 level. This was mainly because he had eaten too little. If there were hundreds or thousands of people here, Little Black and Little White would probably improve rapidly. In such a situation, of course, Han Fei would look for other people's spiritual beasts. There were many people in the Sky Meditation Garden, but unfortunately, most people's spiritual beasts were too weak. It was probably useless to eat those spiritual beasts. Besides, these people had no grudge with him, so Han Fei didn't plan on eating them. Well now, he had to find the spiritual beasts of the descendants of the big clans who were at least law enforcers or hidden fishers. And these people were mostly gathered in the central region of the Sky Meditation Garden. They were those who wanted to climb up the Endless Tower. As long as Han Fei found that spot, he could definitely have a feast. Han Fei wondered how he could communicate with Little White. Did he have to think? Han Fei said, daughter, can you sense me? Han Fei saw that Little White was still swimming and didn't seem to hear him. Han Fei wanted to send a voice transmission, but he was a fish now. How could he send a voice transmission? It seemed different from the voice transmissions of the inferior manfish. How did Little Black and Little White communicate? After several failed attempts, Han Fei suddenly remembered that he could fuse with his spiritual beasts. How could he have forgotten about it? Immediately, Han Fei said, fuse. All of a sudden, Han Fei felt a magical change. His body expanded, becoming a huge black and white fish with a yin-yang symbol on its head and a tail that resembled flowing black and white silk. At this moment, Han Fei had 2 completely different thoughts, indifferent and brutal. Without hesitation, Han Fei chose to control his calm thoughts. Then, he sensed the changes in the world around him. Countless points of light appeared in his mind. This was the power of fusion. Combining the two, Han Fei could have Little White's treasure hunting ability. This feeling was like a radar that could distinguish danger from safety. He became extremely sensitive to spiritual energy and energy. Han Fei could clearly sense that there was a snake cave about 3 meters below him. He could also sense many primitive soul beasts swimming past him. Since he could devour other people's spiritual beasts, Han Fei naturally wouldn't target these primitive spiritual beasts. In Han Fei's perception, there seemed to be a dangerous creature a few hundred kilometers away. Found it. Without hesitation, Han Fei swam towards that place. A creature that could threaten him in this soul sea was definitely not a primitive soul beast. There were only 2 types of soul beasts that could give him a sense of danger. One was the unknown horror that was born after he ate too many primitive soul beasts. The other was the soul beasts of others who were dangerous because they had combat awareness. Ye Yun was a law enforcer. At that moment, his strength had reached the level of an advanced law enforcer. He was determined to solve the mystery of the Sky Meditation Garden. He had once attempted to enter this endless tower from the top or speed up inside the tower. He had also attempted to visualize it level by level in an attempt to trigger something supernatural. However, no matter what Ye Yun did, he never really climbed up the endless tower. Even if he entered through a gap at the top floor and went straight into the tower, he would directly appear on the first floor. Then, he would begin the endless cycle of climbing. At the end, there was no bottom or top. However, it wasn't like he hadn't gained anything after all these years. Recently, he had seen a white phantom flash in the tower. He knew that he had encountered something supernatural. Therefore, he had been loitering in the tower all this time. Suddenly, Ye Yun felt a stabbing pain in his soul. It was as though something was about to come out. Ye Yun was overjoyed. Could it be that I'm about to enter the soul restriction sky? However, before Ye Yun could be happy for long, in less than 2 seconds, he suddenly felt that his spiritual beast wanted to come out. With a thought, Ye Yun's glabella lit up, but nothing appeared. What's going on? Enlivened, Ye Yun took a deep breath and tried again. His glabella flashed again as a half-meter-long lobster appeared in front of him. How is this possible? How did my golden radiance lobster become a newborn? Around Ye Yun, many people encountered the same problem. With the throbbing pain, their spiritual beasts had restored their initial state. Who could accept this? Instantly, many people stood under the endless tower. Most of them were from big clans. This was because when Han Fei chose a target to devour, he would choose people with the surname Zhang, Chu, Sun, and so on. The group of people looked at each other. Yang Liuzi, don't tell me your spiritual beast has become a newborn, Yang Liuzi said in surprise. Li Keshui, your spiritual beast has also become a newborn, someone said with an ugly expression. Something's amiss. There might be a problem with the Sky Meditation Garden. Someone cursed angrily, son of a bache, what should we do? It wasn't easy to raise a spiritual beast. What should we do now? Ye Yun's face darkened. Let's go back first. This matter can't be without reason. In the Soul Sea, Han Fei was having a great time eating. Little Black and Little White had advanced to level 55, but the so-called horror didn't appear. Han Fei couldn't help but think, I've finally found a way. But why are there so few people from the big clans here? Should he eat other people's spiritual beasts? Han Fei thought that if he only ate the spiritual beasts of the people of big clans, he would probably be suspected. However, they didn't have any evidence, so what could they do to him? They had already shed all pretense of cordiality. In the ideal palace, it was inevitable for them to have a big fight. If he didn't take action now, when would he? After another round of searching, Han Fei ate more than 10 spiritual beasts of the children of the big clans and sighed. Unfortunately, the others were too weak, so eating them was useless. Therefore, after some thought, he decided to leave it at that. There weren't many strong masters in the Sky Meditation Garden. The next time he wanted to break through, he would head straight to the Ideal Palace. Once he arrived at the Ideal Palace, he could feast until their scalps tingled. With this in mind, Han Fei began to eat primitive spiritual beasts again. He waited until Little Black and Little White ate to level 57 before being frightened out of the soul sea by the horror. Chapter 1037, Shocking Secret Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Han Fei had just come out of the soul sea and thought that the void was still empty. But to his surprise, a figure appeared in the void. Shoot, Han Fei subconsciously called out. However, what puzzled Han Fei was that this figure looked a little like the one he had seen in the sea-quelling painting. Han Fei couldn't help but ask carefully, "Senior, is that you?" The figure was slightly taken aback. "You know me?" Han Fei was delighted. "Senior, it's me. I met you in the sea-quelling painting." The figure fell silent for a moment. "The sea-quelling painting is in your hands?" Han Fei was stunned. "This person doesn't know?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Damn it, I shouldn't have mentioned the sea-quelling painting." But then, the figure appeared in front of Han Fei with a swoosh, giving him a fright. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. "Senior, what do you want?" The figure seemed to be sizing up Han Fei. After a long while, he said, "You consumed half a drop of origin water?" Han Fei swallowed and nodded, thinking that this person also knew about origin water. The figure said indifferently, "This is only a mark of my soul. There are no memories between the marks. Although you have consumed the origin's water, you are too weak now and still need to cultivate. Don't barge into the heavenly palace or you will definitely die." Han Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was indeed the same person. It was just that the memories of her soul marks were not connected. Han Fei nodded. I won't go to the heavenly palace until I'm an explorer." The figure nodded and said, "Have you seen Yin'er?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Could it be? Han Fei nodded and sighed. "Yes. Yin'er has been waiting for her parents to return." By now, she might have. The figure seemed to know what Han Fei was going to say, but he said, "Yin'er isn't dead." Huh? Han Fei's eyes widened. "How is that possible? I only saw Yin'er after my soul power reached a certain level." The figure said, "What's left in the Sky Meditation Garden is Yin'er's soul." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "Her soul? Then why did you say she wasn't dead?" The figure continued, "The soul is split into yin and yang souls. Yin and yang souls guard each other as one. Therefore, what Yin'er left behind in the Sky Meditation Garden is only a yin soul body." Han Fei's heart stirred. There was such a thing? He couldn't help but ask, "What about yang soul?" The figure said, "In Glass Heaven, it can also be called the Sixth Heavenly Palace." Yin'er's yang soul was sent to Glass Heaven with her body. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Glass Heaven? Where is it?" The figure said leisurely, "Since you're here, I can only leave this matter to you. I originally thought that the person who would come would be, forget it. Remember, when you obtain the other half drop of origin water and become a king in the future, think of a way to go to the Glass Heaven to bring Yin'er back. Remember, you have to become a king before you can fuse Yin'er's two souls. If you don't become a king, it's impossible." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Why is there another task for me? Furthermore, this matter didn't seem easy to handle. He had to become a king before he could fuse Yin'er's two souls. Could there be some secret behind this? Han Fei asked, "Senior, what will happen if only Yang's soul is left?" The figure said, "Her talent is average and she's a little silly." Han Fei was relieved. It was good that she wasn't dead. Otherwise, Yin'er would really be pitiful. Han Fei immediately smiled. "Senior, if there's a chance, I'll definitely fetch Yin'er back." However, the figure said extremely seriously, "It's not that if there's a chance, but that you have to take Yin'er back. Yin'er is your sister. If you don't take her, who will?" Han Fei forced a smile and said, "I know. Yin'er calls me brother. Wait, what did you say?" Han Fei suddenly realized that the figure's tone wasn't right. It was an absolute tone. Han Fei immediately smiled awkwardly. "Senior, don't joke with me. The time doesn't match. Yin'er has been in the Sky Meditation Garden for more than a year or two. That might have been countless years ago. How can she be my sister?" The figure fell silent for a moment before saying, "So, the other soul mark of mine didn't tell you about that, right?" Han Fei suddenly had an ominous feeling. Tell me what?" The figure sighed slowly. "I know why she didn't tell you. Forget it. But since it's you but not your father is here, it means that your father can't come for some reason. I might as well make it clear to you here." For some reason, Han Fei felt his heart beat faster. The figure said, "First of all, I'm not a senior. I'm your mother." Han Fei took a step back, his mind buzzing. "Are you kidding me?" Han Fei opened his mouth. After a long while, he swallowed and said, The time doesn't seem right." Of course the time wasn't right. It wasn't just wrong. It was wrong for countless years. It was like listening to a heavenly book. The figure said, "This matter is very complicated. Have you had poor spiritual heritage since you were young?" Han Fei nodded. The figure sighed and said, "Logically speaking, it's impossible for you to reach this stage, nor is it possible for you to obtain the sea-quelling painting. Therefore, your father must have spent a lot of effort to reverse the situation." Han Fei thought to himself, "I'm actually not your true son, but I definitely won't tell you this." Han Fei swallowed and asked, "Then, the time?" The figure suddenly asked. "What do you think time is?" Han Fei was stunned for a long time before shaking his head. "I don't know." The figure chuckled. "There are some things you might not understand. For example, the river of time can actually be sealed. So extremely strong masters can steal a period of time, allowing the past and the present to connect. However, such a heaven-defying act will definitely be punished by the heavens. You and Yinner were forced to sever your spiritual heritages when you were young due to some special reason. I can't tell you what will happen next. The heavenly Tao Dharma Eye should have already descended. The more secrets involved, the more the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye will cast its gaze on you." Han Fei was stunned. Suddenly, his eyes widened. "I've seen those eyes." The figure froze. "Were you attacked by them?" Han Fei shook his head. "No." The figure slowed down slightly. "That's good. You don't know much, and your spiritual heritage has been completely severed. The heavenly Tao Dharma Eye can't see much from you. Therefore, you will be fine for the time being." Han Fei hurriedly asked, "What's the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye?" The figure shook her head. "It's best if you don't know anything about it. Just treat it as a decoration. When you leave this time, I'll destroy this soul restriction sky and use the power here to strengthen the sky meditation garden. That way, no one will discover Yinner again." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What about the people who came to the soul restriction sky? Do they know Yinner?" The figure said, "Because the sky meditation garden has existed for too long, the seal is weakening. Some strong masters with especially high soul strength will occasionally accidentally enter the soul restriction sky. However, they can't unlock the mystic technique, so no one has really obtained power from the soul restriction sky." Speaking of the soul sea, Han Fei immediately asked, "What's the soul sea? What's your purpose in staying here?" The figure said indifferently, "As I said before, I didn't expect you to come. I thought your father would come. If he saw the mystic technique diagram from before, he would know what I meant. This is between the two of us. As for you, how did you complete the Soul Sea mystic technique?" Han Fei said, 72 Souls Realm. "There's a record of the Soul Sea mystic technique inside." The figure said, "Find an opportunity to destroy it. The Soul Sea is extremely mysterious. Did you eat many primitive soul beasts inside?" Han Fei nodded repeatedly. "Sure, how can I not eat them when I can level up crazily by doing that?" The figure shook her head and said, "Don't eat them in the future." Han Fei asked in surprise, "Why?" The figure said, "The Soul Sea has its rules. Every time you eat a primitive soul beast, their remnant souls will gather. In the end, you might attract some attention. You are too weak now, so you can't let anyone notice you, be it the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye or something else." Suddenly, the figure flashed. Han Fei hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" The figure said, "The soul mark is dissipating. Back then, this soul mark used up too much energy passing through the river of time. I'll dissipate soon." The figure continued, "Remember, before you become powerful, don't pry into the secrets of the Soul Sea. Try your best to avoid contact with the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye. And you'd better not eat primitive soul beasts anymore." Han Fei asked, "What if I eat someone else's spiritual beast?" The figure spoke faster. "It's fine, as long as the soul beast doesn't die, but don't devour too many primitive soul beasts." Han Fei thought to himself, "Fortunately, I met my, mom. I was just devouring the primitive spiritual beasts, trying to let that horror stimulate me to leave the Soul Sea." Han Fei asked, "What's your name?" The figure seemed to grin and wanted to say something, but in the end, she shut her mouth. "I can't say my name, otherwise I may be detected." For a moment, Han Fei didn't know what to say. After all, he had never met her since he was young. What he could see now was only a mark, like a shadow. He wanted to ask her and Old Han why they had ended up like this, but it didn't seem like it could be explained in a short period of time. The figure fell silent for a moment. "You, call me." "Ah," the figure said, "if it weren't for the three of you, would I have ended up like this? Call me." Han Fei thought to himself. Perhaps the three of us included Old Han and Yinner. Han Fei couldn't help but scratch his head. What could he do? After all, his mother was a super strong master. It didn't seem embarrassing to have a mother who was the master of the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, after holding it in for a while, he called, "Mom." He seemed to sense that his mother was somewhat happy, but she was in the shadow state now, so he couldn't see her expression clearly. Han Fei's mother said, "Remember, find Yinner and protect your sister. Don't search for secrets and don't look for me. Tell your father to live well." Chapter 1038, Luo Xiaobai's Analysis Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. His mother waved her hand, and Han Fei's vision turned black. Han Fei didn't appear outside the Endless Tower. He suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying on the ground. Turning his head, Han Fei was surprised. "Isn't this on the jellyfish circle? Have I been dreaming?" Boom. The moment Han Fei opened his eyes, the mist above his head trembled and emitted a rumbling sound. Frost seemed to fall from the sky as a layer of cold mist fell. Han Fei's heart sank. It was likely that his mother had used some unknown method to completely destroy the soul restriction sky, using its power to strengthen the visualization garden to protect Yinner. Han Fei got up, hurriedly jumped out, and headed straight for the Endless Tower. When Han Fei was halfway there, he saw a large group of people rushing towards the exit of the Sky Meditation Garden. Han Fei immediately slowed down and pretended to be a passerby. This was because his super hearing had already heard their discussion. A youth said, "There must be a way to recover. It's impossible for a spiritual beast that has been nurtured for so many years to return to its early days." Someone said with a gloomy expression, "There's indeed a problem with the Sky Meditation Garden. The void is trembling. This is something that has never happened in history. We have to inform our clansmen and leave quickly." At this moment, someone suddenly saw Han Fei and couldn't help but say in surprise, "Han Fei came in?" As this person spoke, the group looked at Han Fei. However, no one cared. Someone snorted. Let him go. We'll keep quiet." Han Fei thought to himself, "At such a close distance, I heard you. Besides, I ate your spiritual beasts. Come and bite me if you dare." Han Fei knew that there was a high chance that they would suspect him and the Thug Academy. This was because his main target this time was the people of the major families. It was indeed not easy for ordinary people to rear a spiritual beast. Aren't you big clans rich and have resources? If you have the ability, nurture your spiritual beasts from scratch. When he passed by this group of people, some sneered and some glared at him. Han Fei walked casually with his hands behind his back as if he were taking a stroll in the park. The sight of it made these people grit their teeth. When he passed by these people, Han Fei couldn't help but wonder how long he had slept. Logically speaking, he should have played with Yinner for a day, and then spent quite some time in the Soul Sea. Forget it. The Sky Meditation Garden isn't a true holy land to begin with. I have to catch up to Xiaobai and the others and head to the ideal palace. 4 hours later, Han Fei arrived at the bottom of the Endless Tower, but he didn't see Luo Xiaobai and the others. This made Han Fei somewhat puzzled. Had Luo Xiaobai and the others already entered, or was it not time yet? Since he couldn't sense anything in the Sky Meditation Garden, Han Fei secretly summoned Little White and searched for his companions. Half a day passed. Han Fei finally found Luo Xiaobai in a place with a fountain sculpture. She was sitting by the pool and looking at the sculpture. Upon seeing Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but say in surprise, "What a coincidence. You're here too?" Han Fei couldn't help but say, "What coincidence? I'm here for you." Luo Xiaobai's expression changed slightly. "What happened? Were you the one who caused the void quake?" Han Fei was about to say yes, but that wasn't right. This matter wasn't about anyone else, but his family. He couldn't tell Luo Xiaobai that his mother had destroyed the Soul Restriction Sky, right? Besides, should he tell Luo Xiaobai and the others about the Soul Sea? Since his mother said that there were many secrets in the Soul Sea and that primitive soul beasts couldn't be eaten randomly, then he would just eat the spiritual beasts of the people of the big clans. He would tell them when they were already intermediate or advanced law enforcers with certain self-protection abilities. Han Fei smiled. Yes and no. Would you believe me if I said that the Sky Meditation Garden is fake? Luo Xiaobai's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Han Fei said. As you know, my soul is very strong. Therefore, after I entered this place, I encountered some strange things. I saw those eyes. Luo Xiaobai suddenly stood up. You mean the one we saw in the Starbead Secret Realm? Han Fei nodded. Those eyes tried to attack me and pulled me into a strange sea. After fighting it for 3,000 rounds, for some reason, the void began to tremble. Han Fei began to brag. Anyway, the Dharma eyes didn't seem to be anything good. Luo Xiaobai, who had always known Han Fei well, rolled her eyes. When Han Fei said 3,000 rounds, she knew that he was bragging. However, this also proved that Han Fei had indeed experienced something. Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, Is that the Soul Restriction Sky? Han Fei shook his head. I'm not sure, but it doesn't look like it. Anyway, that space collapsed. I don't know why. Luo Xiaobai pointed at the sculpture of the fish jumping out of the water in the fountain and said, I have a guess. Just now, I sat here and tried to visualize this sculpture. But in the end, this sculpture wasn't a visualization object. But when the void vibrated, this sculpture suddenly became a visualization object. Han Fei thought to himself, this is probably what Mom said about strengthening the divine power of the visualization garden. Han Fei said, That's not important. Haven't you discovered that the visualization objects here are actually very ordinary? Only a very small number are useful for hidden fishers. Most of them are at the level of dangling fishers. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes, the visualization objects here are inferior to the visualization pictures of the logistics division of the Scattered Stars Island. However, there are many of them and very few conditions. It's more like they exist for ordinary cultivators. With that said, Luo Xiaobai analyzed. According to what you said, the place you went to should be Soul Restriction Sky. The Sky Meditation Garden doesn't have an ocean other than the Visualization Garden and the Endless Tower. Furthermore, you saw those eyes. I believe it must be Soul Restriction Sky. Did you obtain any benefits? Han Fei shook his head. Nothing. Besides, I'm now certain that Wang Santi's guess is true. The Endless Tower doesn't actually exist. Luo Xiaobai asked. What do you mean? Han Fei said. Because I didn't enter the Endless Tower at all, and now that the Soul Restriction Sky has collapsed, the remaining significance of the Sky Meditation Garden is probably only for ordinary people to cultivate. What Han Fei didn't say was that I didn't enter in reality, but I entered in a dream. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, By the way, how many days is it before we gather under the Endless Tower? Luo Xiaobai gave Han Fei a strange look. 7 days. Han Fei was stunned. 7 days? Didn't that mean that only a short while had passed in the dream? Luo Xiaobai asked, did you stay there for a long time? Han Fei nodded. I can't be sure without the concept of time. Luo Xiaobai asked, then what do we do now? Are you going to the ideal palace? Luo Xiaobai was somewhat surprised. Was Han Fei too lucky or what? The Sky Meditation Garden, which had been unsolvable for thousands of years, was destroyed by him in such a short time. This Holy Land was no longer meaningful to Han Fei. Han Fei said with a smile, of course, I don't think the Sky Meditation Garden is of any use to us anymore, so I came to you. Let's go to the ideal palace. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. All right. According to the information, many people have died in the ideal palace, and many of them are elites. That place is most likely a place to fight. However, after years of research, the various families have some guesses about the ideal palace. Huh? Luo Xiaobai asked, do you still remember the rules of the Demon Forest Tunnel? Han Fei immediately took a deep breath and said, you mean realm suppression? Luo Xiaobai nodded. This is just a conclusion made by some strong masters at the explorer level. My father discovered something. Anyone who enters the ideal palace only stays in it for a short period of time. Do you know why? Han Fei's expression changed slightly. Because their realms have been suppressed to the level of ordinary trial takers? Perhaps they can fight many people alone, but it's difficult for 2 fists to fight 4 hands. The people who go to the ideal palace are generally not weak. They are afraid of perishing, so they only stay for a short period of time. Luo Xiaobai nodded and said, many explorers had entered the ideal palace many years ago. Therefore, most of the big clans have guessed that there might be a realm suppression there. Han Fei smiled. It's good. If it's a realm suppression, what are we afraid of? Luo Xiaobai curled her lips and said, first of all, you don't know what realm you are suppressed to. Secondly, we can't be sure if the ideal palace only has a realm suppression. Therefore, to be safe, we will advance and retreat together. Since there's nothing we want in the Sky Meditation Garden, let's go to the ideal palace. Then I'll go find the others. Luo Xiaobai said, after you find them, make a trip to the Endless Tower. Han Fei was confused. Why? Luo Xiaobai said, although you didn't enter the Soul Restriction Sky from the Endless Tower, there must be some significance for the existence of the Endless Tower. Otherwise, why would it be there? I suspect that this might be the path to the Heavenly Palace. Even if we are going to the Ideal Palace, we shouldn't give up on the Endless Tower so easily. Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. Luo Xiaobai's thinking was really meticulous. The existence of the Endless Tower did have a significance, which was to trap Yin'er, but he couldn't tell her. Since Luo Xiaobai wanted to take a look, then he would go with her. Chapter 1039, Ideal Palace Outside, in the Chu sect. A strong master sat on a high chair and looked at the trembling Chu man kneeling on the ground. This person looked at Chu man's newborn spiritual beast with a heavy expression. You mean that something happened in the meditation garden, and when something happened to your spiritual beast, the sky shook? Chu man said respectfully, yes, sect master. Not only me, but everyone with me has their spiritual beasts transformed into newborns. Someone beside the middle-aged man said, sect master, could it be that there's a problem with the soul restriction sky? The middle-aged man glanced at the people below him. Investigate and see how many people's spiritual beasts have turned into newborns. This is too much of a coincidence. Although there's no evidence that it has anything to do with those brats from the Thug Academy, we can't eliminate the possibility that they have some special means. Someone was puzzled. Sect master, could it be related to the Soul Sea? The person in the middle shook his head. The Soul Sea has always been a legend. If the Thug Academy had this ability, we wouldn't have been able to win back then. Furthermore, in the outside world, soul beasts really die. Could it be that it won't happen in the Soul Sea? After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man looked at Chu Man. Go to the sect's treasure vault and take some resources to use. Yes, sect master. Chu Man carefully left, and the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Could it be that someone can really enter the Soul Sea? Or could it be that someone can control the soul beasts in the Soul Sea? Regardless, the problem with the Sky Meditation Garden was confirmed. However, this wasn't the key. As long as no one found the way to the Heavenly Palace, all problems were trivial. What he was most afraid of was that someone had found the path to the Heavenly Palace. If that happened, there might be another monster that he couldn't control. There were a total of 3 such people in history. One was dead, but the other 2 were still alive. The Yi family. The patriarch had personally come out of seclusion. He looked at Yi Yun and said, "Are you sure that there's only a problem with the Sky Meditation Garden?" Yi Yun nodded. "I'm sure. Many people have met Han Fei, and no one from the Thug Academy has ever appeared under the Endless Tower." Ye Dongfei said, "Patriarch, I have a question. Take Han Fei as an example. His father is Han Guanshu. Doesn't Han Guanshu know the way to the Heavenly Palace? Has he already told Han Fei? Also, Patriarch Thugs went to the Heavenly Palace. Did he really not leave any information? Furthermore, Ren Tianfei has appeared again. In that case, why did those brats from the Thug Academy go to the 3 Holy Lands?" The Yi family patriarch shook his head and said, "There are some things that can't be said with the Heavenly Dao Dharma eyes around. In a sense, the Heavenly Dao Dharma eyes have helped us. If those people really ascend to the Heavenly Palace, the entire 1,000-star city might change." Ye Yun sighed. However, Patriarch, are we not going to do anything now? The Yi family patriarch said. Send someone to the Palace of Ideals. There aren't so many coincidences in this world. Why did only the spiritual beasts of the children of big clans return to their newborn states? The brats from the Thug Academy must have triggered or discovered something. However, no matter what, send someone to watch them. There's no need to hide from them. If they go to the Palace of Ideals, send someone in. No matter what, keep an eye on them. An elder pondered. What if they discover the way or find a way to the central temple? The Yi family patriarch was taken aback. When the time comes, we won't have to worry about Han Guanshu and Ren Tianfei. Balance depends on the situation. One day later, Han Fei and the others came out of the endless tower. Le Renquang said, I can't climb anymore. Indeed, I can't go up. I didn't encounter anything. Apart from some murals in the tower that can be visualized, there's nothing abnormal. Zhang Xuanyu, neither do I. Li Luoluo said, well, I think this is just a place for ordinary people to cultivate. The so-called soul restriction sky is probably a lie. Han Fei didn't tell Li Luoluo about it, so Li Luoluo simply thought that Han Fei and the others had had enough exploring other places and were going to the Endless Tower. Luo Xiaobai said, let's go to the Ideal Palace. It's a place far more mysterious than the Sky Meditation Garden. When Han Fei and the others left the Sky Meditation Garden, countless gazes swept over. Zhang Xuanyu spat and said, they're getting more and more brazen. They're almost following us openly. Han Fei smiled. The more they care, the more afraid they are. Luo Xiaobai said, as long as the balance isn't broken, they won't really attack. Although the large clans are strong, they have many concerns. Don't worry. Just as Han Fei and the others were heading to the Ideal Palace, a piece of news spread. Someone from the Sun family said, get everyone to prepare to enter the Ideal Palace. If they can kill the other party in the Palace of Ideals, kill them on the spot. Someone from Chu Sect said, there's no need to worry. As long as we are in the Ideal Palace, we can attack directly. Someone from the Li family sent a message. Get the elites from the Ideal Palace to take action. They have to be taken down. Instantly, all major families took action. To kill Han Fei and the others in a balanced situation, the Ideal Palace was the best opportunity. Han Fei and the others were also discussing. Luo Xiaobai said, in any case, after entering the Ideal Palace, if our realm is suppressed to that of a law enforcer, we will directly become law enforcers. If our realm is suppressed to that of a hidden fisher, there's no rush. It's the same if we become law enforcers in the Monument of Gods. Han Fei sneered. Everything is ready. I'm afraid there will be a massacre this time. The Ideal Palace is the only place among the 3 Holy Lands that can break the balance. Those people will definitely not let go of this rare opportunity. Le Renquang chuckled. They can't beat me. Zhang Xuanyu licked the corner of his mouth and said, I want to spar with those so-called elites of the big clans. If there's really a realm suppression, there's no reason for us to lose, Luo Xiaobai said. You can't think that way. There are many elites. If you can, others might be able to do that as well. Let's go in and take a look first. If there's a problem, staying alive is the priority. Han Fei suddenly looked at Li Luoluo. Do you want to go back to school? I'm afraid it will be extremely dangerous if you go with us. Li Luoluo scoffed. Am I the kind of person who's afraid of danger? I also want to see what the Ideal Palace is like. Han Fei smiled. Then, go with us. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai looked at each other and didn't say anything. If Li Luoluo wanted to follow, so be it. It would be a waste not to use free combat power. Outside the Ideal Palace, shrouded in fog, there was a lone island here. It was almost identical to the Sky Meditation Garden's layout. There was only one entrance. At this moment, everyone on the island was above the hidden fisher level. There were at least 100 law enforcers. The moment Han Fei and the others arrived, countless pairs of eyes fell on them. Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Holy shat, are these all coming for us? Han Fei said with a smile. Definitely. Either we don't enter the Ideal Palace or they'll follow. Their attitude is obvious. We either admit defeat or take it head on. Admit defeat? That was impossible. Han Fei leaped into the air, landed on the ground, and pointed at the crowd. Since we're all here, let's make it clear. I'm going to enter the Ideals Palace. Want to fight? The Thug Academy will fight to the end. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. Let's fight a life or death battle. You aren't afraid of death, neither are we. Le Renquang thought to himself. I'm afraid of death. However, my brothers have entered. I can only risk my life to accompany them. However, some of them were expressionless. Some even said bluntly, then enter. Someone sneered. Choose your path. Han Fei chuckled disdainfully and walked straight to the entrance of the Ideal Palace. The moment Han Fei stepped onto the bridge, the countless people behind him suddenly stood up. Many people thought to themselves, just 5 people. How confident are they? How dare they challenge so many people? However, Han Fei and the others had different thoughts. Having the same realm didn't mean anything, especially for body refiners like Han Fei. If they encountered ordinary hidden fishers, it wouldn't be surprising for them to fight 100, much less 10. At the entrance, Han Fei, after entering, don't split up. If you encounter any special circumstances, disguise yourself. Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, you don't have to tell me. If I can't beat him, I'll definitely escape. As Han Fei and the others walked into the fog, a teleportation array suddenly appeared under their feet. The moment he saw the teleportation array, Han Fei was about to say something, but before he could say anything, he had already vanished in the white fog. Swish! Han Fei appeared in an open space. He saw that not far away, there were people sitting cross-legged, some lying on the ground, and some lying prostrate on the ground. Just as Han Fei was about to find Luo Xiaobai and the others, his vision blurred and an uncontrollable desire to sleep appeared. Not good, my soul is about to leave my body. At that moment, Han Fei tried his best to resist with his powerful soul. However, he only lasted for 5 seconds before sitting on the ground. Then, he lay down on the ground, his arms and legs splayed out. When Han Fei woke up, he found himself in the outside world. There was a sky and land here. Was it a floating island? There seemed to be people around who had just entered. At that moment, they were eating. Han Fei's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the people at the table. At this moment, they all looked at him. When Han Fei saw his surroundings clearly, he found that this was an open-air restaurant that resembled a relay station. Luo Xiaobai and the others were gone. The moment Han Fei saw the teleportation array, he knew that it wasn't a directional teleportation. He wanted to warn them, but he didn't have the time. He still remembered that before he fell asleep, he saw someone lying on the ground. Following that, their souls seemed to be extracted. Then, they arrived here. At this moment, Han Fei's heart sank, and he immediately pinched himself. It hurts. Am I not a soul body now? Chapter 1040, Soul World Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei's first thought was that his soul had left his body, and the world he was seeing now wasn't real. He had experienced all kinds of strange phenomena. He had even experienced the river of time and saw the existence of Yinner's soul, so he was very accepting of it. Before falling asleep, the moment Han Fei felt that his soul was about to leave his body, he guessed that this might be a soul world. However, from the looks of it, that didn't seem right. His body still seemed to be there. He thought for a moment. The demon purification pot was here, as was Forged the Universe. With a thought, the blood-drinking knife appeared in his hand. He tried, but his perception was ineffective. From the looks of it, this space was like the Sky Meditation Garden, sealing off his perception. However, Han Fei discovered that he was now a peak-level hidden fisher. Instantly, Han Fei even heaved a sigh of relief. Peak-level hidden fisher was the strongest realm he had ever reached. He was really lucky. Who could be a match for him in this realm? Now, what he desperately needed to know was what the rules of this space were. As he couldn't take his memories out, he had to figure everything out after entering. At this moment, the people who were eating picked up a drawing. Han Fei. Han Fei immediately nodded and smiled. Whoa, do you know me? What's that picture? Let me see. Han Fei saw that there were only 7 or 8 people here, and they were all at the hidden fisher level. What was there to be afraid of? When had he, Han Fei, ever been afraid of hidden fishers? Their eyes flashed. Han Fei, this is the world of the soul. You can't kill us. Han Fei drew his saber and instantly disappeared from the spot. Are you kidding me? A soul's world? It hurts when I pinch myself, so what are you bullshitting about a soul world? When the other party saw Han Fei attack, they didn't hesitate to attack as well. Immediately, they unleashed their secret techniques and increased their strength. However, Han Fei was a body refiner. Although his strength was greatly suppressed, he now had more than 2 waves of strength. How could he panic when facing these hidden fishers? He didn't even use a mystic technique. With a sweep of his saber, he severed a person. However, at the next moment, something shocking happened. Although this person's figure seemed to spew out a bloody mist, his body turned incorporeal after he was severed and finally vanished. It's really a soul world? It's not a body? Suddenly, Han Fei keenly discovered that at the moment the person was killed, a gray fog floated and didn't dissipate. Han Fei grabbed it. He scanned it with his perception and found that it was a storage space similar to the sea-swallowing seashell. There were 3 fruits inside. Boom, boom, boom. Golden light raged as saber beams bloomed. In a moment, 7 people had been killed by Han Fei. There was another one whose talent wasn't weak. After he activated his secret technique, his strength would probably be at the level of 4 waves. Han Fei fought him in close combat, and the advantages of the desolate god body and the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance were shown. Fist marks fell crazily, sending the person flying. As for the straw hut that resembled a relay station, it had long shattered. Just as the person was about to escape, he discovered that his body couldn't move. Not only was his body unable to move, but even his soul was restricted. At that moment, he was horrified. How could this be? How could his soul be controlled? Han Fei put away the blood-drinking knife and sneered as he read the man's soul. Do you think that I can't do anything because this is the soul world? This is just like the immortal seal. As long as your soul is caught, you won't be able to escape. His mind was filled with images of sabers, swords, and chaotic battles. There's a secret realm here? Why are they snatching the living beings and spiritual fruits here? From this person's mind, Han Fei saw a spiritual fruit garden, the battlefield, and a secret realm where a lot of people were fighting. He also found that they were fighting for a kind of spiritual fruit. Why? Han Fei couldn't help but look at the overturned fruit platters. He took out one of the fruits and a message appeared in his eyes. Nama Low-Level Soul Fruit Introduction. A strange fruit that grows in the void soul world. Eating it can strengthen one's spiritual power. Level, low quality. Low quality, regular. Level, soul fruits can boost one's soul, but the effects are average. Han Fei was immediately alarmed. A fruit that can directly increase one's soul power? No wonder this person's soul had so many scenes of eating. Han Fei slashed out and killed him. He needed to see if he could absorb the soul power. If he could, it meant that after being controlled by the void lines, this person couldn't be brought out of this space by the rules. If what those people had said was right, the people he had just defeated shouldn't have died. If he wanted to kill someone in this soul world, there must be some other means. When Han Fei felt that an ownerless soul had been retracted, he was delighted. Although it couldn't break through his bottleneck, he was still very happy. It was effective. At this moment, Han Fei was overjoyed. Since the void lines were effective, it meant that he was one of the most dangerous figures in this soul world. The 8 of them had a total of 21 low-level soul fruits. Yes, all of them were low-level soul fruits. They were clearly not worth much, so Han Fei didn't pay much attention to them. However, this space was interesting. He wondered where it came from. Han Fei glanced around. It seemed to be a little similar to the layout of the ordinary floating island. There were mountains in the distance, flowers and trees nearby, but there were no other creatures. The clouds in the sky were also slowly drifting. Han Fei could even feel some cool breathing. If this is a soul world, isn't everything too realistic? It's like a real scene. How rare. At this moment, when people came in, Han Fei confirmed that most of the guesses outside were probably wrong. There was indeed a realm suppression here, but he couldn't kill people at any time. In other words, without the corresponding means to wipe out the souls of others, almost everyone here was immortal. It was no wonder the ideal palace was said to be the most mysterious Holy Land. Previously, he was still worried that a large number of people would come to surround and kill them, but now he felt much more at ease. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that someone had long figured out the means to destroy the souls of others. However, relatively speaking, the safety here was much higher. As for why the explorers had perished here, he needed to learn more about the ideal palace to know. At this moment, Han Fei tried to listen with his ears, but he heard some human voices about 100 kilometers away. The clairaudient can also be used in this soul world? Han Fei couldn't help but be stunned. Suddenly, he thought of something and took out the blood-drinking knife. He couldn't help but frown. If he was a soul, what was the blood-drinking knife? A knife's soul? When he used the blood-drinking knife, he felt the same as usual. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and had a guess. With a thought, a black axe appeared in his hand. At this moment, Han Fei was speechless. It wasn't that the blood-drinking knife was here, but that he thought and imagined the blood-drinking knife was here, so it was here. Han Fei compared the blood-drinking knife in his hand and couldn't figure out the quality of the knife. In other words, everything that could be imagined here was real. With a thought, a sea-swallowing seashell appeared. However, it was wrapped in a gray fog. I see. Interesting. So storage space can be imagined out of thin air. With a thought, Han Fei tried to imagine the scene of 10,000 soldiers attacking at the same time, but this time, only a saber appeared. Yes, with the blood-drinking knife and axe in Han Fei's hand, a saber appeared and then disappeared. Interesting. I can only think of 3 weapons. Logically speaking, they should be battlesuits and weapons. As for why there were 3, it was probably easy to understand. If it was a hunter, 2 daggers and a combat suit would be enough. However, what if it was an armorist? Armorists had many weapons to begin with. Han Fei immediately retracted his weapons and tried to summon the weapons he had. Instantly, his battlesuit, blood-drinking knife, golden seal, dragon burial rod, and so on appeared. Wow, I can summon all the weapons I have. What a magical rule. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the house next door, which had been flattened in the battle. He couldn't help but try to imagine it. The next moment, his old house appeared in front of him. Impressive. The ideal palace can create and imagine everything. So that's what it means? Han Fei immediately tried to think of xuanhuan. However, nothing appeared this time. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. That's right. If even humans could be created, this holy land would be a little crazy. He tried again to see if he could summon the punishing saber from the sea-quelling painting. However, this time, his wish failed. Could it be that the sea-quelling painting is an artifact? Han Fei thought for a moment and the sea-quelling painting appeared. However, no matter how Han Fei summoned, he couldn't call Punishing Saber and the others out. Forget it, I can't count on them. Retracting his curiosity, Han Fei ran straight to the dense crowd. Even if he started a massacre, even if there were fish that escaped the net, these people would at most know that there was danger in the ideal palace. But as for what danger? Many people died in the ideal palace. It was just that more had died now. And even if everyone knew that it was done by the Thug Academy, so what? After all, weren't those big clans here to hunt him? However, there was probably nothing they could do. As people would appear at a random place in the ideal palace when they entered it, this gave him the advantage to defeat them one by one. After a moment, Han Fei came to a high ground and saw a crowd gathering in the distance. It was like a circular business circle with 5 houses erected. About 100 people were moving in this small gathering place. Han Fei wondered if the 1,000 Faces technique was still useful. He wanted to obtain information about the ideal palace from these people, but if he went with his true body, he would probably immediately start a war. With a thought, Han Fei suddenly changed into a passerby. He couldn't remember where he had seen this person before. Huh, so convenient. I can even change my identity now. These people want to kill me? Isn't that a fool's dream? Han Fei immediately tidied himself up, and with a thought, 2 daggers appeared in his hands. Only then did he walk towards the gathering place openly. He could still hear people discussing. Someone was vexed. How can we find people from the Thug Academy? I remember everything after I came in. This is the ideal palace. Finding people here is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Some irrelevant people sighed. Has the Thug Academy offended all the big clans in the 1,000-star city, or what? This is already the 5th wave of people looking for them. Someone said, don't be nosy. That's a matter between the big clans and the Thug Academy. It's not something we can discuss. There was even someone hawking. Soul fruits. Does anyone want them? I still have 18 low-quality soul fruits and 1 mid-quality soul fruit. If no one wants them, I'm gonna pack up and leave. In another shop, someone shouted, information is on sale. Something big has happened to the 7 soul realms again. No one wants to hear it? Han Fei's heart stirred. There's someone selling information here? 7 soul realms? What's that? Furthermore, the voice sounded familiar. Chapter 1041, Meeting Wang Santi, again translator, Henyi Translations editor. Henyi Translations. Han Fei's appearance didn't attract anyone's attention, but someone asked, brother, have you seen anyone from the Thug Academy? Han Fei shook his head with a smile. I've heard of the Thug Academy, but I don't know and have never seen any of them. Upon hearing Han Fei's answer, the man immediately lost interest and thought to himself, this guy is just a passerby. Don't take him to heart. At this moment, the shop owner who had said that he was leaving said, brother, do you want to buy a soul fruit? Han Fei thought for a moment. What was the currency of this soul world? Han Fei shook his head. No. The person was immediately delighted. Hey brother, it looks like you were going to sell some? Han Fei shook his head again. No. The person in the other intelligence store laughed. It seems that he's here to buy information from me. Brother, I guarantee I can provide you with the latest information. I only want 1 mid-quality soul fruit. Do you need it? This voice, this tone, this style of speech, Wang Sante? However, Wang Sante was also in a disguised state. This wasn't a secret to people who often visited the ideal palace. Han Fei was also somewhat surprised. Wang Sante seemed to be a junior hidden fisher. Why was he here now? He even opened a shop and did business? Han Fei thought for a moment and walked towards the intelligence store. Wang Sante was immediately delighted. Brother, come, let's chat privately. Han Fei remained calm. Of course they would have a private chat. Otherwise, if others heard him, they would know that he was new. Han Fei entered the shop and saw Wang Santi setting up a soundproof array with a smile. Brother, my information is very timely. What kind of information do you want to hear? I have everything from the miscellaneous matters in the soul world to the latest news about the 7 secret realms and the secrets of the creation temple. But the price, hee. Han Fei glanced around. When he was in the sky meditation garden, Wang Santi looked like a soul warrior. One could vaguely tell it from his steps and actions. But now this guy seemed to be a spirit gatherer. To be able to cultivate to this point, this person was rather talented. Han Fei said calmly, apart from soul fruits, what else can be used to pay? Wang Sante's face froze. Is this your first time here? Fuck, did I just expose myself? Han Fei thought to himself. As expected, if he didn't know much about the ideal palace, he would be seen through just by saying a few words. Han Fei smiled. It's my first time here. Can you tell me? Wang Sante's expression changed immediately. Go away. Do you have any money on you? You just want to trick information out of me, right? Han Fei looked back outside. There were more than 100 people in this gathering place. He would even be able to kill them all. Therefore, Han Fei curled his lips and said, then I'll sell you some information. I wonder if you dare to buy it. Wang Sante scoffed. What information? I don't dare to accept. Besides, you just came in. What information can you have? Han Fei smiled. Do you know who I am? Wang Santi sneered. I don't care who you are. There are so many people in the 1,000-star city, I can't recognize everyone. Tell me your information. Let me see how much it is worth. Han Fei continued. I'm Han Fei from the Thug Academy. Wang Santi, R.E.A. At that time, the disdain on Wang Santi's face froze, and he couldn't help but sweat. But then, his expression returned to normal. So what even if he was from the Thug Academy? This was the ideal palace. He couldn't kill him. Wang Santi's expression changed. There are so many people outside looking for you. Aren't you afraid that I'll leak your information? Han Fei said casually. Since you're so well informed, there's no need for me to say the name of the Thug Academy and me, right? If you want to say it, go ahead. Wang Santi said stiffly, how do I know you're Han Fei? What if everyone comes and says that they're Han Fei? Wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? Han Fei smiled. Why? Have you forgotten that I gave you 200 kilograms of spiritual spring in the sky meditation garden? Shoot, Wang Sante nearly wanted to run. Was he recognized by him? Was his bearing that outstanding? Swallowing his saliva, Wang Sante looked at Han Fei with a bitter look. If I'm not wrong, the anomaly in the sky meditation garden has something to do with you, right? As soon as you went there, there was a problem. The spiritual beasts of many people in the big clans went wrong. This caused all the families to look at the sky meditation garden, so I had to hide in the ideal palace. I think 200 kilograms of spiritual spring is too little. Han Fei grinned and said, I'll give you a chance to earn more now. If you don't want to tell the people outside that I'm Han Fei, tell me about the ideal palace. I'm talking about a full introduction. Wang Santi said leisurely, but you don't have money. Han Fei clicked his tongue and looked outside. There's so much money outside. How can you say that I don't have money? Do I look like a poor person? Huh? Wang Santi looked out of the shop inexplicably. No money. Wait, what did Han Fei mean? Was he referring to the people outside? Wang Santi was rendered speechless. So you want to rob them? However, as quick-witted as Wang Santi, he thought to himself, this thug academy is quite capable. It's said that only a few students have come, but the major families don't dare to do anything against them. Furthermore, in the Heavenly Sword sect, Han Fei, as a hidden fisher, had shocked the entire 1,000-star city by killing Chu Quangren. In the ideal palace, the realm suppression was at the level of a hidden fisher. How many people could defeat Han Fei in this realm? Wang Santi couldn't help but lick his lips. As the saying goes, great rewards come from taking risks. From the last transaction, Han Fei should be a trustworthy person. Wang Santi immediately said, then I want all the wealth of these people outside. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. How dare you ask for so much? Let's see if the information you gave me is worth it. I have to measure its value. Wang Santi immediately patted his chest and promised, don't worry. I, Wang Santi, have been in the ideal palace since I was young. I'm definitely the most familiar with it. I'm not bragging, Han Fei said. Get to the point. Wang Santi paused. Actually, in the ideal palace there are only 4 things that can be traded. One is soul fruit, one is ownerless soul, one is soul crystal, and one is visualization stone. In order, the first 2 are the most common, but ownerless souls typically aren't sold. People will absorb them themselves. Wait a minute, Han Fei's eyes widened. Everyone can absorb ownerless souls? In Han Fei's opinion, it seemed that he couldn't absorb an ownerless soul without certain means. At the very least, his method was to split the soul and devour the ownerless soul. How could anyone absorb it here? If so, there should be many human strong masters in soul. Wang Santi said with a smile, don't be anxious. You can't do it elsewhere, but in the ideal palace there's nothing you can't do. You have to know that we are soul bodies here. Do you think an ownerless soul is hard to absorb for us? Han Fei's eyes flickered. You mean eat? Wang Santi said in surprise. Whoa, you guessed right. Han Fei was somewhat dumbfounded. He had forgotten his current identity. Yes, he was a soul body now. Why couldn't a soul body eat a soul body? Wang Santi chuckled. It's just that it's not easy to find ownerless souls now. Perhaps we might have a chance to encounter them. Han Fei said, continue. Wang Santi wasn't in a rush to get the money because as long as Han Fei stayed in the ideal palace long enough, he would eventually know what he just told him. He continued, apart from soul fruits and ownerless souls, soul crystals and visualization stones are extremely rare. A soul crystal's value is comparable to a mid-quality soul fruit. As for a visualization stone, its value is comparable to 1 to 10 high-quality soul fruits. Han Fei asked, where can we get them? Wang Santi said with a smile, the 7 soul realms in the ideal palace. The information I'm about to tell you is shockingly valuable. Well, as Wang Santi spoke, he looked out and chuckled. Han Fei said with a black face, tell me first. Tell me something of value. If you want the resources outside, you have to prove what you said is valuable first. Wang Santi chuckled. All right, each of the 7 soul realms is harder and more dangerous than the last. One is easy to die in any one of the 7 soul realms. Ordinary people only know of the first 4 soul realms. Heavenly talents might know of the 5th soul realm, but very few know of the last 2. But who am I? I'm Wang Santi. I've been, Han Fei said. Get to the point. Okay, of the 7 soul realms, the first 4 are the demon plant soul realm, undying soul realm, blue sea soul realm, and prehistoric soul realm. They correspond to different challenges such as demon plants, undead creatures, sea monsters, ancient creatures, and so on. They can be said to be very dangerous. If you aren't careful, you will die. Han Fei asked, shall we continue? Wang Santi looked outside and continued, the 5th soul realm is the war soul realm. I spent a lot of effort to collect intelligence. Many people die after entering it. It's said that there are a large number of sea clan creatures inside, as well as some special creatures. There are constant wars. Han Fei frowned. It's said? Wang Santi said with a smile, it can only be hearsay. I've never entered it before, but the information is definitely reliable. Han Fei asked, what about the 6th soul realm? Wang Santi opened his mouth a few times. This is really valuable. Perhaps all the people outside combined aren't enough to pay the bill. Han Fei turned around and strode out of the shop. With a flip of his hand, the blood-drinking knife appeared and he slashed out. Chapter 1042, 7 Soul Realms. As the saying went, attack when necessary. There were more than 100 people here. There were probably less than 10 people from the big clans combined, but it didn't matter. As long as these people had money, they could be robbed. The first target Han Fei aimed at was the person who had come up to ask him questions. A terrifying golden saber beam tore through the air and appeared beside the person. The person's reaction wasn't slow as he instantly thought of 3 shields to block in front of him. However, with 3 cracking sounds, the person was instantly killed. Suddenly, Han Fei heard Wang Sante say, "The money is in the gray fog." Wang Sante was afraid that Han Fei didn't know the storage rules here. If Han Fei chopped up all the soul fruit resources, only a few ownerless souls would be left. Han Fei ignored the gray fog. "It won't disappear anyway. I'm in the middle of a battle. How can I have the time to collect things?" When Han Fei suddenly attacked, 8 people suddenly shouted, "Who is it? Are you looking to die?" "Your grandfather, Han Fei." Hoop! The phantom glass wings spread out, and Han Fei's figure flashed crazily. With a flip of his hand, the law of gravity descended and immediately enveloped 5 people. Slash, 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 slash. Before they could react, they had already been attacked. Furthermore, 3 of them had died completely. 2 of them were dying. That was because the void lines hadn't been able to match his killing speed. Han Fei suddenly shouted, "Aren't you big clans looking for me? Now that I'm here, come up." Wang Sante was dumbfounded. Fuck, although he's a soul body now, he is still so damn strong. Many people gulped. Is this the Han Fei that the big clans are looking for? This is crazy. He attacked without any warning and killed so brutally. Someone roared, "Damn it, quickly inform." As soon as the man shouted, Han Fei had already flashed over. The man opened his armor box and 1,000 knives flew out at the same time. However, when the knives were halfway through, he suddenly felt a shock. Was it a life and death crisis? At that moment, he instantly figured it out. Han Fei had a way to kill people in the ideal palace. However, just as he was about to speak, he realized that he couldn't say a word. Puff. In just 10 seconds, 6 people were completely killed by Han Fei, except for 1 who escaped. After returning to the gathering place, some people thought that they hadn't offended Han Fei, so they didn't escape. Han Fei chuckled and walked straight to the shop selling soul fruits. "Brother, lend me some money." "That guy? They?" As if understanding Han Fei's meaning, the person suddenly jumped up and used a secret technique, detonating 3 spherical weapons. However, when Han Fei punched out, the entire shop instantly collapsed. Slash. The shop owner died. Han Fei said, "Sorry, I'll return the money to you if I meet you again." Han Fei looked back. "Sorry everyone, I need to borrow your soul fruits. If you lend your soul fruits to me, I won't send you out." Swish! Instantly, these people all scattered. A large group of people fled in all directions. Of course they had to run. If they stayed behind, would they be chopped? All this time, the concept of the undying soul made them feel that outside the 7 soul realms of the ideal palace, it was a safe place. However, they had forgotten that if a powerhouse's goal was only to rob, they couldn't resist at all. Under normal circumstances, a top genius wouldn't come to such a remote corner to rob, alright? No one would have the face to do that. Han Fei didn't chase after them. Instead, he said casually, "Alright, these things are all yours." Before Han Fei could put on a cool pose, he saw that Wang Sante had quietly taken away all the gray fog floating in the air and was rushing to his shop. As Han Fei attacked, all the shops around him disappeared. These houses were originally visualized by their owners. Now that they were about to escape and didn't want these things to continue existing and affecting their visualization of other things, they were naturally taken away. Just now, it was a small market-like place. In an instant, it became an empty space. Only Wang Sante happily gathered all the resources left. Han Fei threw over the low-level soul fruits he had snatched. "Alright, is this enough?" Wang Sante chuckled as he received the soul fruits. He thought to himself, indeed, one needs to be bold to receive more in return. He's not afraid of those big clans. After all, as long as they leave the ideal palace, no one will remember what happened here. Naturally, no one will come looking for trouble with him. Wang Sante's appearance suddenly changed. He went from a young lad to a middle-aged man with a mustache. Han Fei said, "Continue." Wang Sante's expression stiffened. "Should we switch places?" Han Fei was puzzled. "Is the ideal palace very small?" Wang Sante said. "It's not small. It's bigger than the Sky Meditation Garden. However, if we don't leave, I'm afraid many people will come." Han Fei asked, "Do you think I'm afraid of them?" Wang Sante smiled in embarrassment. "Of course you're not afraid. However, if you really want to kill them, you'd better do it in the 7 soul realms. You won't be able to kill anyone here." Han Fei's heart stirred. That's good. The Thug Academy has a deep grudge against these big families. As long as there's a chance, no one will let the other party go. What Wang Sante said makes sense. Even if he had the void line, he wouldn't be able to kill them all once more of them came. Alright, let's go somewhere else. After a moment, Han Fei asked, "What's the difference between being in the 7 soul realms and being outside? Why can people be killed in the 7 soul realms?" Wang Sante chuckled and said, "To be precise, only in the top 5 soul realms people can be killed. It should be due to the rules. The remaining 2 soul realms are filled with danger. It's impossible for ordinary people to obtain information about those 2 soul realms." Han Fei nodded. "What's the 6th soul realm you mentioned?" Wang Sante was somewhat hesitant. The information is really valuable. Seeing that Han Fei's expression wasn't good, Wang Sante immediately changed his words. "But I, Wang Sante, will keep my word. Since you've paid, I'll certainly tell you. I accidentally heard about the 6th soul realm from an intelligence report. If I hadn't been in the ideal palace since I was young, Han Fei said, "Get to the point." Wang Sante nodded. The sixth soul realm seems to be related to reincarnation. Only elites can enter, but most of the geniuses who entered it have perished. Hee hee. Han Fei nodded, looked at Wang Santi again, and raised his eyebrows. That's it? Wang Santi was also surprised. Yes. Isn't that enough? The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Reincarnation? It doesn't sound simple. Anything that can be described with this word is definitely not a simple place. Han Fei asked, any other news? What's the Creation Temple? Wang Sante howled. Creation Temple is equivalent to the third firmament of the ideal palace. Not many people will go there, but the conditions are extremely simple. As there's only one palace there, no one knows what it's used for. Therefore, everyone suspects that to know the use of the Creation Temple, one has to pass the 7 soul realms. However, as you know, each of the 7 soul realms is harder and more dangerous than the last. The number of people who can really pass the 7 soul realms can be counted on one hand in every generation. In the past 1,000 years, only about 1,000 people have been able to pass them. Only a true genius among men has the ability to complete exploring the 7 soul realms. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. 1,000? That's a lot. Did these people discover the secret of the temple? Wang Zante said with a smile. How can it be that simple? It's just like the Sky Meditation Garden's soul restriction sky. It's not like no one has entered all these years. However, there's no news of any benefits from entering. Perhaps the large clans have sealed the related news. However, I think that even if someone obtains benefits, it's extremely rare. Anyway, it's not something a person like me can imagine. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, is the Creation Temple the same? No one gains anything from it? Wang Sante shrugged. Even if someone gains something, he won't tell others. Han Fei had a general understanding of the ideal palace. 7 soul realms, plus a Creation Temple, and these ordinary places that weren't soul realms formed the third firmament. Han Fei asked, where's the demon plant soul realm? Wang Sante thought for a moment and a fish skin map appeared. The locations of the 7 soul realms had been indicated. Wang Sante said, well, this is our second time cooperating. I, Wang Santi, am a trustworthy person, right? Han Fei was looking at the map and found that the map of the ideal palace was more like a half-moon or bow-shaped composition based on the distribution of the soul realms. The location of the Creation Temple was like at the head of an arrow that mounted on the bow. Han Fei casually replied, not bad. Wang Santi chuckled and said, well, actually, I think I need to remind you of something. However, the price, I've already lost out. Han Fei suddenly looked up. You can wait for me outside the demon plant soul realm, but it depends on the importance of the information you're about to say. All right. Wang Santi had been waiting for these words, so he smiled and said, in the ideal palace, each of the 7 soul realms has a void monument. On it are 100 names. Since ancient times, anyone who can leave a name on it has been a peerless genius. I've ranked the 1,000-star city's geniuses who were listed on the rankings in the past 30 years. Xuanhuan, who you killed, is ranked 7th. Han Fei said casually, continue. Chapter 1043, Endless Battle. Wang Santi was overjoyed. The income this time equaled what he earned in half a year normally. Besides, Han Fei had agreed to give him more, so he naturally wouldn't let it go, so Wang Santi continued. I have a list of those people and detailed information about their spiritual beasts, contractual spiritual beasts, and special skills. Han Fei pondered for a moment. Based on Chu Kuangren's strength, it didn't seem to matter if he bought it or not. However, Luo Xiaobai and the others might need it. Therefore, Han Fei nodded and said, all right, I'll buy it. How much is it? Don't ask for too much. Since they are all famous figures, there should be many who know about them. Wang Santi said with a smile, sure, it's very cheap. 100 low-level soul fruits or 10 soul crystals. To you, it's nothing more than killing a few people. It shouldn't be expensive, right? Han Fei thought for a moment. How many people did the big clan send this time? There were at least 800, and they must have brought money with them. Therefore, Han Fei nodded. All right, I'll buy it. But remember, the price you give me can't be higher than others. Otherwise, there won't be a next time. Wang Santi smiled obsequiously and said, of course. In business, I, Wang Santi, will definitely be honest with everyone. Han Fei took the fishskin map and glanced at it. Wow, these people are strong. At a glance, the first one made Han Fei raise his eyelids. Number 1 on the genius list. Name? Jiangnan Yu. Gender? Male class? Soul warrior? Armorist realm? Unknown soul beast? Horn beluga whale contractual spiritual beasts, blood guillotine, dark moon wolfish weapon, spear special skill, strange spear soul skill. Rumor has it that it can slay souls. 7 souls list, rank 47 in the demon plant soul realm, 59 in the undying soul realm, 72 in the blue sea soul realm, 90 in the prehistoric soul realm, 90 in the prehistoric soul realm, 90 in the prehistoric soul realm. The rest are unknown. Deeds, he has passed all 7 soul realms. Once challenged the top 10 of the genius list with 8 wins and a draw. He once had a draw with the 2nd place Diwu Weiguang and defeated the 4th place Sun Wu and the 8th place Mo Fan at the same time. Therefore, he is listed first. Character evaluation from Sea Cloud Tower, also known as the strongest itinerant cultivator in 1,000-star city. In terms of combat strength, he can be ranked first in the 7 major sects. Bold, decisive, but low-key. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. What surprised him was that Zhang Nanyu was able to defeat 2 of the top 10 of the genius list at the same time. This person was truly powerful. If he were to face 2 Chu Kuangren and didn't borrow the power of the punishing saber, he might even be beaten to death by them. This was a pure difference in strength. It had nothing to do with one's combat techniques. Of course, if Han Fei were in the same realm as Chu Kuangren, he would have no problem fighting 2 alone. With this in mind, Han Fei was immediately relieved. When Han Fei glanced at the second place on the genius list, he couldn't help but exclaim. The second place's name was Diwu Weiguang. This surname was very rare. It was somewhat similar to Juyin. He didn't seem to be an itinerant cultivator. Putting his surname aside, he actually came from the same sect as Jiang Nanyu Sea Cloud Tower. Previously, when they ascended the sky ladder, Han Fei and the others had discussed that the Sea Cloud Tower was the most low-key of the 7 sects. Up to now, Han Fei had never felt their presence. And now, the top 2 were both from Sea Cloud Tower. They looked like itinerant cultivators, but they had occupied the top 2 places of the genius list. Then, Han Fei looked down and saw that the remaining 8 people were all from big clans. There were no longer any itinerant cultivators. As for the third place, Han Fei was stunned. Chu Qingyan, the Chu family? Han Fei didn't think the genius list had any problem. If someone like Chu Kuangren could only be ranked 7th, Chu Qingyan was definitely extremely powerful. The remaining families were the Sun, Yang, Mo, Chen, and Zhang families. Luo Zhuqian? Someone from the Bai family? Han Fei had never heard that Luo Xiaobai had an elder brother. However, since he was ranked 6th on the genius list, he shouldn't be weak. Han Fei smiled. Very good. Let's part ways here. I've read all of this. Go wait outside the demon plant soul realm. I, Han Fei, have always been fair. You provide me with information, and I'm in charge of robbery. I'm honest with all customers. The more information you give me in the future, the more benefits you'll get. Wang Santi immediately beamed. No problem, leave this to me. I have all kinds of information. I, Wang Santi, grew up in the 3 Holy Lands. As Wang Santi was talking, Han Fei had already run away. Seeing Han Fei leave, Wang Santi didn't panic at all. With a thought, he picked up a stick and walked straight to a gathering place. After a moment, Wang Santi seemed to panic. He rushed into the gathering place and shouted, Big news, big news. Has anyone received any intelligence? It's about the Thug Academy. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, 5 to 6 people surrounded Wang Santi. Someone shouted coldly, Speak. Someone's eyes were cold. Where are the people from the Thug Academy? Someone said, Who did you see? Wang Santi hurriedly said, I want to exchange information. This information is worth at least 5 soul crystals. Immediately, someone frowned. However, the few of them exchanged looks. One of them threw a ball of gray fog over. There are 50 low-level soul fruits here. Speak, we want this information. Wang Santi hurriedly put away the soul fruits and smiled obsequiously. Gentlemen, I just met Han Fei from the Thug Academy. He started a massacre and said that since he couldn't kill the members of large clans outside the soul realms, he'll go to the soul realms. Now, he's already headed to the demon plant soul realm. Someone's face lit up. Are you sure it's the demon soul plant realm? Wang Santi patted his chest and said, Of course I'm sure. I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can go to the demon plant soul realm to take a look. I told you that Han Fei is extremely powerful. Sigh, take care, don't panic. He just set off. After they left, Wang Santi secretly smiled. He had made another windfall. He didn't care about revealing Han Fei's whereabouts at all. How could an ordinary hidden fisher be a threat to someone who could kill Chu Kuangren? And the more people who went to find Han Fei, the more things Han Fei could snatch. When the time came, he should be able to make a fortune outside the demon soul plant realm. Wang Santi couldn't help but feel smug. Was there anyone braver and smarter than him? Han Fei didn't even bother to disguise himself and appeared in his true appearance. He had deliberately exposed his whereabouts. This way, Luo Xiaobai and the others would know his location. He knew that since these people from big clans dared to look for him, they definitely had some means to directly destroy his soul. Therefore, neither the outside world nor the soul realm was safe for the people of the Thug Academy. Outside the demon plant soul realm, someone was hawking low-grade soul fruits. Does anyone want them? 12 for 1 soul crystal. An owner of the soul for a high-grade soul fruit. Come if you are interested. Only heaven-level ultra-quality combat skills and techniques needed. Soul crystals can be exchanged for high-grade soul fruits. Undoubtedly, humans could do business in any corner of this world. Even if they were only souls, they still didn't forget doing business. Behind these people, outside a deep forest, a stone monument stood tall. On it were 100 names written from top to bottom, allowing future generations to commemorate them. Bam! Just as there was a commotion outside the demon plant soul realm, someone was suddenly sent flying. The golden fist rushed out for thousands of meters before stopping. Then a figure walked over from afar with a golden seal in his hand. Many people were dumbfounded. What was he doing? Holy shat, is this the Han Fei that the big clans are looking for? This person is crazy. He actually came over openly. Immediately someone shouted, Han Fei, you just walked right into our trap. Someone shouted, cut the crap, surround and kill him. In an instant, the market that had been bustling a moment ago was almost empty. More than 30 children of big clans were gathered here. Looking at the weapons in their hands, Han Fei found it strange that they were all made of bones. Could it be that these weapons can injure souls? Han Fei chuckled casually. Inside, it's killing, and outside, it's killing too. Let me see what abilities you so-called big clans have. Hoo! The 9-palace dragon seal erupted as a dragon's roar sounded. A small mountain phantom smashed down. As for Han Fei, he had already activated the phantom glass wings and flashed out. Seeing Han Fei rush over, someone sneered. Soul sound battle skill. Aha! Slash! Roar! There were 5 or 6 people. Some opened their mouths and some had drums appear in their hands. At the moment the battle techniques were launched, ear-piercing, terrifying sound waves struck Han Fei's soul. Han Fei sneered. You probably don't know how strong my soul is, do you? The soul sound was like a tidal wave, howling at Han Fei. Someone shouted again, Armorists, attack! Hue, 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 Swish. Tens of thousands of weapons whistled and blotted out the sky. If it were the old Han Fei, he would probably have to consider whether to fight or not just by looking at this formation. But now, Han Fei wasn't afraid even though he saw a few special bone weapons among the thousands of weapons. Han Fei twisted his body and with a thought, a drop of water flew into the thousands of weapons. Explode. Boom. Han Fei didn't know what level the infinity water he had come up with out of thin air was, but this didn't stop it from being powerful. It wasn't that everyone could come up with weapons out of thin air. The strength of these weapons had to be the same as in reality. Due to the difference in weapon structure, the infinity water that Han Fei self-destructed was equivalent to the power of a junior law enforcer. Amidst the surging waves of explosions, Han Fei activated the devil change and activated the agility of wind. His body flashed like a shadow. Law of gravity. At that moment, a terrifying force descended, crushing at least a dozen people under the law of gravity. How is that possible? How can you use your law enforcement abilities in the ideal palace? Someone's expression changed drastically as he shouted, not good. Han Fei has 2 law enforcement powers, battle bow art. A soul warrior retreated as he drew his bow and shot. Han Fei raised his saber and slashed at the 3 of them. If he wanted to be faster, it was possible. However, he didn't want to defeat these people. He wanted to kill them. Han Fei's soul trembled, and the void lines split apart again, relying on his terrifying 9999 points of spiritual power. The void lines turned into countless illusory lines that filled the sky and headed straight for the others trapped in the law of gravity. Chapter 1044, A Narrow Escape Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations. As an ancient technique, the power of the void fishing was fully displayed. Due to Han Fei's terrifying spiritual power, the void lines directly captured the remaining dozen or so people. Han Fei raised his saber and slashed, and all of them died in horror. This was because only they knew that their souls were controlled. How could Han Fei have such a terrifying soul attack in the ideal palace? At this moment, manipulators almost couldn't cause Han Fei any trouble. In his own law of gravity, the spiritual plant couldn't even stand up. The only ones with offensive means were the soul warriors. They were descendants of large families and were peak hidden fishers, or even higher, so Han Fei wasn't surprised that they had soul-attacking ways. However, their current realm limited their strength. The golden fist rumbled as Han Fei charged into the crowd again like a ferocious tiger. His might was unstoppable. Retreat. Retreat into the demon plant soul realm. Detonate the bone weapons. Bam, bam, bam. They were the bone weapons used by these people. Under the self-destruction, Han Fei felt pain all over his body and his soul trembled several times. In the end, only 9 people escaped into the demon plant soul realm. 2 of them escaped the void lines accidentally. The others all perished. This was the true horror of Han Fei. Those who escaped and those who watched the show only thought that Han Fei had shattered their souls and that they would recover outside the ideal palace. However, even in reality, these people would never be able to live. If this was known by the people of these big clans, would they still come to kill Han Fei? Han Fei looked around and found that all the bone weapons had self-destructed. He couldn't help but be puzzled. What kind of weapon was that? It had such powerful destructive power outside the soul realm that even he was slightly injured. Fortunately, there weren't many of these kinds of weapons. Although they were dangerous, they weren't enough to seriously injure him. Therefore, Han Fei didn't pay too much attention to them. He only knew that it was one of the means used by big clans to dominate the ideal palace. In the distance, there were still people watching with looks of surprise. Han Fei glanced at them and their hearts tightened. Some even fled. Although they believed that they wouldn't die, the things on them might be snatched. After all, they had worked hard to obtain those things. Who would be willing to be robbed? Han Fei curled his lips and smiled. Seeing that no one was coming, he thought that xuanhuan and the others probably hadn't figured out the situation of the ideal palace as quickly as him. In that case, he would head in first. With the shrewdness of xuanhuan and the others, they definitely knew how to disguise themselves. Han Fei stepped into the dark forest. Yes, there was no one in the demon plant soul realm. A forest stood tall. The gaps between the trees were equivalent to doors. It was unknown if it was because the trees were too dense, or if this was only an entrance, but it was impossible to see inside from the outside. When Han Fei stepped into the demon plant soul realm, he suddenly saw a cold light pounce at his face. Swish! Han Fei's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a shattered afterimage. Just as Han Fei appeared, another spear beam landed on him. However, at this moment, Han Fei set up the coiling turtle array and the six-spirited armor with 1 foot. When the spear pierced through the 2 defensive arrays and landed on Han Fei grabbed the spear. Explode. Boom. Han Fei was blown back dozens of meters. A strong master. Han Fei's face turned slightly serious. The person who ambushed him was very strong. At the same level, to be able to pierce through his 2 defensive arrays with 1 spear and cause such great damage, he was definitely a heavenly talent. Huh? Sensing danger, Han Fei's figure flashed and moved 100 meters to the side. 2 bone daggers appeared. Hunter? Toot, toot. A melody suddenly sounded in his ears. Boundless darkness appeared in front of Han Fei. Hallucinations? Han Fei first dodged randomly, then with a thought, the mint leaf appeared in his mouth. He opened his yin-yang divine eye and saw another spear light approaching him. Bam! Han Fei was sent flying by the spear. He rolled twice on the ground and disappeared. When Han Fei appeared again, he was already in midair. He looked down at the wound on his chest and realized that the soul world could simulate a flesh wound. Of course, Han Fei knew how strong his physique was now. At this moment, he was a body refiner at the 3rd stage of the indestructible body and the desolate god body. Ordinary hidden fishers might not be able to beat him even if he stood still and let them beat him. To injure him, one had to have a divine weapon. However, just as he entered, he suffered a round of attacks. The other party's cooperation was exquisite, and his attacks were fast, accurate, and ruthless. It exceeded his expectations. Swoosh! A white beam of light appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Han Fei flipped his hand and pressed down with the law of gravity. The white shadow suddenly sank and plunged to the ground, and Han Fei had already punched out with a golden fist. Clang! Crack! A huge shield appeared in the sky. Although the shield shattered, Han Fei saw the white shadow distort and disappear into his law of gravity. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. Impressive. The Yi family's star teleportation technique. The 5 of you are very strong. Han Fei wasn't joking. These 5 people were really strong. As a team, there were very few people who could cooperate perfectly. This required a lot of time and training. For example, he and the other 4 had developed a tacit understanding from a young age. Most of the time, they knew what to do by only exchanging a glance. After Xia Xiaoshan left, no one could integrate into Han Fei's team, not even Li Luoluo. She and Han Fei worked well together, but with Luo Xiaobai and the others, it was impossible for her to catch up with the others' combat rhythm and style. How could Han Fei not be surprised that he had encountered an almost perfect team of 5? The 5 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Wasn't Han Fei kinda too strong? Be it his reaction or his ability to break the deadlock, he was so strong that it left them speechless. More importantly, this was the ideal palace. Although this was the strongest state they had been in as a hidden fisher, wasn't Han Fei's physique a little too monstrously strong? The spear-wielding man pointed his spear at Han Fei. Your physique is indeed very strong, but I was just testing you, Han Fei sneered. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to attack. Do you want to tell me your name now so that I can remember it? As Han Fei spoke, he twisted his body and 100 bone knives suddenly emerged from the void. The moment Han Fei dodged, 1,000 threads spewed out. The enemy's manipulators made a move. Han Fei held a spider silk in one hand and slashed with the blood-drinking knife in the other. With a flash of golden light, many bone sabers were sent flying. As if knowing that there was a spear light erupting behind him, the other party must have used a secret technique this time. The danger was even greater than before. Han Fei turned around and used the sacrificing punch. The scarlet and golden fist seal shattered the spear in the other party's hand and pressed forward, locking onto him. In the previous battle, there was no such thing as energy or spiritual energy in this world. Energy and spiritual energy were just something he had imagined out of thin air. With his invincible heart and self-confidence, who could resist him? At this moment, Han Fei's heart suddenly stirred. He wanted to take half a step back, but a bone saber behind him suddenly self-destructed and his soul trembled. At this moment, a dagger tried to slice Han Fei's neck. Han Fei's body twisted, but the spider silk took the opportunity to wrap around his waist. In this moment of life and death, Han Fei didn't panic. He conjured a small seal in front of him out of thin air. The moment the seal self-destructed, the law of gravity pressed down. At that moment, a bone dagger almost touched Han Fei's neck and fell on his ribs. Puff! The bone saber drew a flame on the surface of his body, and Han Fei grabbed the woman with one hand and instantly bound her with the void line. Not good, Soulbreaker Spear. Han Fei didn't even look at it. He grabbed the woman's dagger with his left hand and tilted his head slightly, dodging the other dagger that the woman had brandished. He pushed to the left and right, shattering the spear with the 9 Palaces dragon seal. Han Fei was trapped, but like a bloodthirsty god of war, he grabbed the woman's neck with one hand. The hunter, who had been controlled by the void line, had long lost her soul. However, because everyone was moving too quickly at this moment, the woman only had a little consciousness left. However, this consciousness could only be used to deal with Han Fei's control. Otherwise, she would have long told her companions to escape. Just as Han Fei was about to grab the woman's neck, a white shadow swept across. Dozens of bone knives spiraled into a cone and enveloped the white shadow. Han Fei smiled. I was waiting for you. Crack. Puff. Han Fei directly killed the woman and took the attacks of 3 bone knives. He turned around, grabbed the void line, and slashed at the Yi family person. Since he didn't know him, he didn't hesitate to kill him. The result was a flash of spear at Han Fei's neck, but Han Fei dodged it. No! Ching ching! Roar old Ye. With a flick of his wrist, the blood-drinking knife sliced through the spider silk like a butterfly. Han Fei flashed out and stood in the air again. Han Fei's heart raced. That was a narrow escape. Indeed, the perfect combination was really difficult to deal with. He didn't know what kind of weapon the bone saber was, but it could even slice through his body. It didn't make sense. Han Fei reached out to touch the blood on his neck and said indifferently, You're fast enough, but you don't know how to control your body. This isn't something you can understand. As I said, the Yi family is good for nothing except speed. What makes you think you can save people from me? Stupid. I'm going to kill you. Han Fei saw a burly man with bloodshot eyes controlling 100 bone sabers to attack Han Fei. The spear-wielding youth's body was covered in wounds. It wasn't easy for him to withstand the sacrificing punch. He roared angrily, Leave! The manipulator finally appeared from underground. Like a spider, he grabbed the armorist and the spear-wielding youth and prepared to escape. However, Han Fei sneered again. Children can fight, but adults have to think about the consequences before doing anything. Do you think you can leave now? Chapter 1045, Demon Plant Soul Realm Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the blink of an eye, not far from the entrance of the Demon Plant Soul Realm, the people who had just escaped and were prepared to launch a sneak attack were dumbfounded. Han Fei was so powerful. 2 people from Ye Feng's team had died in the blink of an eye. This had completely exceeded their expectations. In their opinion, Han Fei had no chance of winning against the 5-person team alone. These 5 people were so strong that they could escape unscathed after challenging Yang Nanshi, who was ranked 5th on the genius list. However, in that split second, the 2 of them perished. It was fine if others died, but the Ye family was best at speed. The chances of the Ye family members dying were very low. If they couldn't beat them, they could escape. However, in that instant, Ye Feng didn't even have the time to run before he perished. Leave quickly and don't fight him. Han Fei isn't our match. Don't fight him in the Soul Realm. Han Fei naturally didn't have the time to pay attention to those lackeys. No matter which family they came from, they might be talented, but talent was relative. In a twinkling, Han Fei's figure flashed crazily in the void. He punched at the entrance again, making it impossible for the remaining 3 to escape. Suddenly, a huge turtle shell the size of a hill appeared on the armorist's body. The armorist roared, I'll hold him back, leave quickly. As he spoke, the armorist severed the spider silk. His soul was burning as his spiritual beast appeared. He fused with a centipede and his body seemed to be covered in a layer of black armor. At that moment, there was a saber in the armorist box. It was crystalline and flashed. Explode. In an instant, Han Fei extended his hand and flicked it. Infinity water shot out and self-destructed with the crystalline saber. Boom, boom. However, during the self-detonation, Han Fei endured the terrifying explosion and rushed to the entrance. Lightning blade. Void chains. When the chains were placed in front of the entrance, terrifying lightning suddenly sealed the entrance. Han Fei grunted when he was hit by the impact of the explosion. He drew his saber and slashed at the 2 men. As for the armorist, he didn't have Han Fei's terrifying physique, so he could only block with his turtle shell and his attached scales. However, at this moment, he was already dripping with blood as his shield shattered. Han Fei was surprised that this person could even withstand the self-destruction of the infinity water. It seemed that he was indeed very strong. However, Han Fei didn't care about him. His goal was to kill everyone. At this moment, the spear-wielding youth seemed to have unleashed his strongest killer move and his spear dazzled. The spear-wielding youth said, Go, crack. The draw tore through the spear beam. Invincibility wasn't a joke. Han Fei was at the peak of the Hidden Fisher level and was augmented by the Heart of Invincibility. It wasn't something that could be blocked by secret techniques and fearless attacks. Therefore, the spear-wielding youth was beheaded by Han Fei with a single slash. He had no chance of survival. However, the young man's suicidal attack failed to save the manipulator. Under the bombardment of the lightning blade, the manipulator was already heavily injured. With the void chains locking him down, he could only transform into a spider and burrow underground. With a thought, 2 sledgehammers appeared in Han Fei's hands. Knock, 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 knock. The ground exploded, creating small pits. Escaped? Han Fei was somewhat disappointed. The armorist seemed to want to escape, but the void lines had already shot out. He wasn't fast enough, and his physique wasn't as strong as Han Fei's. Now that he was seriously injured, how could he resist Han Fei? Han Fei's figure flashed and appeared beside him. He saw that the armorist was struggling against Han Fei's control. Han Fei said leisurely, I have to say that you are indeed good, but you chose the wrong person to mess with. Remember, don't be born in a big clan in your next life. Puff. In this perfect combination, except for the manipulator, 4 people had perished. It made the scalps of those who had been preparing to hunt Han Fei tingle as they fled deep into the demon soul plant realm. Han Fei didn't feel anything because he had killed a few geniuses. For him, this was something he was used to. When they were at sea, fighting and killing were inevitable. This group of people had never met people like Yue Xier or Ning Jingyao. If they had fought these people, they definitely wouldn't choose to underestimate him. After failing once, they still dared to attack him? Although they seemed to be on the verge of success several times during this period, a miss was as good as a mile. In a life-and-death battle, even the slightest error was not allowed. At this moment, Han Fei focused his eyes and saw that the so-called demon plant soul realm was about 1,000 meters away. However, some spiritual plants had been destroyed in the explosion just now. But at this moment, Han Fei saw many vines extending out of the ground, and strange spiral flowers drilled out of the ground. Since it was a place where people died easily, Han Fei naturally wouldn't underestimate it. Since there was a stone monument erected outside and there were 100 people on the rankings, the demon soul plant realm naturally became more and more difficult. Han Fei walked into the forest without hesitation. Less than 100 meters into the forest, he saw a jujube tree with a fingernail-sized green fruit hanging on the trees. Perhaps because he was in the soul realm, the demon purification pot didn't see any information about the tree. As Han Fei took a few more steps forward, suddenly, the branch swung and the green dates shot at Han Fei like bullets. Han Fei extended his hand and caught a green date. He stepped on it and the coiling turtle array appeared. Clang, clang, clang. The green dates shattered on the coiled turtle array, and the one between Han Fei's fingers exploded with a bang. Its power was equivalent to an iron bullet. Its power was only about that of an intermediate hanging fisher, and it seemed to have the power to shake the soul. However, this power was almost nothing to Han Fei. Han Fei stepped on the ground and quickly rushed into the forest. Since the demon plants ahead were very weak, Han Fei naturally had no interest in staying. Since someone had already passed the 7 soul realms, he was just wasting time here. As Han Fei ran, vines smashed at him like hammers, broad leaves flew, and sword-like plants shot sword-like leaves at him. Their power had already reached the level of a junior hidden fisher. Oh, there's something in the grass? Han Fei saw that there was an azure fruit in the sword hemp. He reached out with one hand and destroyed the sword hemp with a slap before grabbing the soul fruit. At this moment, information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. However, this information was an introduction to low-level soul fruits. The soul fruit can be seen, but ordinary plants can't. Does this mean that only the fruit is real, and these demon plants are actually an illusion? Han Fei saw that the sword hemp that he had shattered was erected again. The sword leaves that looked like sprouts were growing at a discernible pace. Interesting. The astonishing recovery speed means that this demon plant soul realm has extremely powerful recovery abilities. Han Fei waited until the sword hemp grew back and the sword leaf stirred, but the low-level soul fruit inside didn't grow. From the looks of it, it will take time for the soul fruit to regrow. Just as the sword hemp was about to ripen, Han Fei continued running into the forest. Outside, xuanhuan disguised himself as a handsome young man and was sizing up the stone monument outside the demon plant soul realm. Zhang Mingkun, ranked 81st. That's the guy from the Zhang family, right? Whoa, there are quite a number of big clans people. Just as Zhang Xuanyu was about to continue studying it, he suddenly saw a group of people rushing over. Among these people, there were 3 super beauties. Zhang Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he naturally knew where he was. The 5 or 6 people in the lead looked very powerful. He stared at the girl with 2 braided pigtails and 2 large copper hammers in her hands. At this moment, she pointed at Zhang Xuanyu with a hammer. What are you looking at? Zhang Xuanyu thought for a moment. Oh, it's nothing. I just heard that there was a big battle here. I heard that it's the people from the Thug Academy, so I came to see if their names appeared on this stone monument. A tall woman in a short skirt with 2 slender and fair legs exposed sneered. They've just entered. How can the names be left so quickly? Suddenly, a gloomy-looking man said, Qingyan, let's go. There's no need to bicker with a passerby. However, the long-legged girl suddenly looked at Zhang Xuanyu. You don't know us? Zhang Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. Should I know them? None of them looks weak. It seems that I'm in danger. Zhang Xuanyu grinned and gathered his soul power. Of course I know you, aren't you, my wife? As soon as he finished speaking, with the soul explosion and the majestic mystic spell on him, he charged towards the demon plant soul realm. However, Zhang Xuanyu had underestimated these people this time. He thought that the soul explosion would give him a chance to escape, but in the next second, he saw a giant hammer fall from the sky. The girl with braided hair had already leaped into the air and shouted, You want to run? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. The long-legged woman slapped at Zhang Xuanyu. Thousands of strange blood-red demonic vines sealed the entrance. Following that, the woman swept across with a sword hilt. Zhang Xuanyu wasn't a fool. He knew this woman was definitely not joking with him. Indeed, in the next moment, the void beside him was torn apart. Swoosh! With the long stick in hand, xuanhuan stuck it into the ground. The stick bent, and at the same time, 3 identical figures appeared. Even Han Fei couldn't figure out the secrets of the tertiary body. The 3 xuanhuan looked the same in strength. He took the opportunity to strike out with his stick, and in an instant he pierced a huge hole in the red demonic vine. Freeze! Just as Zhang Xuanyu was about to rush into the demon soul plant realm, the entrance was sealed by an ice wall. Explode! The soul explosion happened again, shattering the ice wall. However, a water dragon roared over. The Mo family? Zhang Xuanyu turned around with a solemn expression. These people are very strong. I'm afraid I can't beat them alone. As their attacks were too fast, so fast that before the braided girl's hammer landed, many combat skills had already exploded. Suddenly, 3 vines wrapped around Zhang Xuanyu and pulled him away. Nether blue, mist. As a white fog descended, someone suddenly shouted, "Ultimate defense." Clang! When the huge hammer landed, the ground exploded. With a bang, the 3 of them were smashed into the entrance of the demon soul plant realm. Outside, the long-legged woman shouted, "His spear skills are amazing, Zhang Xuanyu. Divine manipulation technique, Luo Xiaobai. That armorist should be Lurenquang." Chase, Chapter 1046, Terrifying Demonic Plants. In the demon plant soul realm, Zhang Xuanyu and the other 2 were running. Lurenquang panted heavily. What's the background of that little girl? What terrifying strength. My ultimate defense almost couldn't block her attack. As Zhang Xuanyu ran, he exclaimed, "Who cares about her? She's just a barbarian. As for you, when did you come? Thankfully, you came. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to survive." Luo Xiaobai looked forward. "It's not possible. You definitely can't beat them. I've heard the names of at least 3 of them. The girl with the hammer is Yang Nanxi from the Yang family. It's said that she was born with great strength. At the same level, her strength is probably comparable to Han Fei's. And one is Sun Wu of the Sun family. Her spiritual beast is Ice Kiss that can create an ice domain. You should know the one from the Mo family. Their family's battle technique is Water Dragon Chant. I just don't know which one he is." Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "What about the long-legged woman? She's so beautiful, but why is her heart so cold?" "She was the first to discover me." Luo Xiaobai said, "I don't know her." Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a large number of green dates smashed over. Lurenquang roared, "Stop chatting. There's something strange here." Blue light emitted from Luo Xiaobai's hands as she suddenly stopped and pressed her hands on the ground. Instantly, the entire forest boiled as all the spiritual plants in the surrounding area trembled. Behind them, a large number of vines extended out. Luo Xiaobai said coldly, "They're chasing after us. Let's go." Han Fei didn't know what happened behind him. He was standing in a pool of water now. To be precise, this place was more like a swamp with a depth of less than a meter. However, there were no other living beings other than spiritual plants here. In front of Han Fei, the strange, curled-up forest was in the water and less than 20 meters tall. However, from afar, Han Fei saw a huge vine in front of him. The vine was 100 meters tall, and its vines were like willows scattered in all directions. Looking at the strange trees that were destroyed but were growing again, Han Fei sneered. "Where can you go?" On the way, Han Fei had been ambushed several times, probably by the escaping manipulator. It had to be said that this person was indeed quite strong. Swish! Han Fei raised his foot and flashed into the forest. Instantly, branches and vines tried to seal him. Han Fei's body twisted and turned, jumping, somersaulting, sliding, and dashing through the dense and slippery branches. Shoo! 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 Suddenly, spider silk shot out from the countless cracks. Han Fei clasped his hand and 3 golden wheels circled around him. The spider silk wrapped around him, but it was useless. Poison mist suddenly spewed out. Han Fei was already used to drinking poison. Since his soul had entered the ideal palace, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect's soul had probably entered as well. Therefore, these poisons were still ineffective against him. As Han Fei ran, he sneered, "The 4 of them are dead. Let's see how long you can last." As he spoke, black and white colors flashed in Han Fei's eyes. He vaguely perceived that more than 2,000 meters away, a group of small spiders was charging forward among the vines. "Hey, got you!" Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures flashed through the void. Han Fei shouted, "Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel." The Yin-Yang symbol appeared as all the branches that wrapped around it were shattered. The group of spiders was rushing madly, and she was terrified that Han Fei had come so quickly. If she had a little more time, as long as she entered the depths of the demon plant soul realm, she could use the power of the demon plant to deal with Han Fei. However, at the critical moment, the manipulator wanted to burrow underground again. Law of gravity. Boom, boom, boom. Many tree branches were crushed to the ground. A sacrificing punch exploded, crushing a spider in the water in the blink of an eye. However, Han Fei saw a figure rushing 1,000 meters away. Ha! She escaped. She even gave up her spiritual beast. Interesting. Half an hour later, Han Fei caught up to the giant vine. He saw that the manipulator was standing under the giant vine and looking at him coldly. "Lure me over?" Han Fei grinned. "Don't look at me with such angry eyes. You started this game. I told you that adults have to think about the consequences. Do you think a mere demonic plant can stop me?" Han Fei walked on the water surface. After just walking 100 meters, he saw a demonic vine lashing at him like a whip. Bam! The golden fist struck out. With a boom, a ripple appeared in the air as large amounts of vine fragments scattered. Such great strength. You're stronger than ordinary peak-level hidden fishers. Han Fei's face was expressionless. The girl opposite him was turning around and climbing up the giant vine. In the cultivation world, the advantages of manipulators and spirit gatherers became more and more obvious as one progressed. The specialty of manipulators was their strong ability to escape. As long as there were plants, their chances of survival were extremely high. As for spirit gatherers, Han Fei grabbed with one hand and the infinity water appeared. The water under his feet boiled and turned into knives. Faced with such a demon plant, the most suitable combat technique for combat was a combat technique like the million knife art. With his extremely powerful spiritual power, the floating sabers increased by thousands. The dream of controlling 10,000 knives in a time wasn't impossible. The demonic vine seemed to sense an immense danger as dozens of vines flailed in the air and struck down crazily. However, this time, Han Fei didn't even raise his hand. The 10,000 water blades spun wantonly, and countless blades shot up like a meat grinder. Han Fei stepped on the water blade and walked in the air, chasing after the manipulator. The latter was still climbing, as if he didn't care about Han Fei's approach. Amidst the shattered vines, Han Fei was less than 100 meters away from the manipulator. The void lines transformed into 100 and sealed off the area around the manipulator. The latter suddenly turned around and shot out 1,000 threads. She leaped into the air and charged at Han Fei, her entire body covered in a layer of dark green. Lifeblood poison spike. Han Fei paused and punched through the air, blasting the woman apart with the sacrificing punch. However, the red poisonous creature followed like a shadow, passing through the sacrificing punch and instantly landing on Han Fei's fist. The giant vine fell. Han Fei frowned as he looked at his palm. The crack-like red poison was spreading. Inside his body, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect began to crazily devour the poison. After 100 seconds, Han Fei's entire arm turned red, but the red poison began to dim. 300 seconds later, Han Fei felt that the heaven spirit detoxifying insect had leveled up. Phew! Han Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Good! This meant that the heaven spirit detoxifying insect could withstand the poison. After nearly an hour, the poison in Han Fei's body gradually disappeared. Han Fei felt that the heaven spirit detoxifying insect seemed to have gained weight. Phew! From the looks of it, I can't fight head-on with poison in the future. If such a strange poisonous stinger appears again, the outcome will be unpredictable. The giant vine fell, and Han Fei saw 7 or 8 soul fruits scattered on the top of the vine. He took them, and information appeared in his eyes. Nama-in Intermediate Soul Fruit Introduction. A strange fruit that grows in the void soul world. Eating it can strengthen one's spiritual power. E-level Intermediate E-quality. Rare E-effect intermediate soul fruits can boost one's soul and are especially useful for hidden fishers. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei put away the soul fruits. However, they were extremely useful to hidden fishers. He had already become a law enforcer and the soul barrier had appeared. It was impossible for him to break through with just this. It would be a waste to eat them. Standing on the remnants of the giant vine, Han Fei saw that there seemed to be a towering mountain in the clouds in the distance. He continued forward. Perhaps it was because the battle had caused a huge commotion, but Han Fei didn't meet anyone. He didn't know if the people who entered the demon plant soul realm had scattered or if he was walking in a straight line, so he didn't encounter anyone. 3 hours later, after destroying a huge flower that resembled a rose, Han Fei obtained his first high-level soul fruit, a soul fruit that was extremely useful to the law enforcers. In front of him were 3 tall mountains. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, one could see a vine at the center of the mountain. It was more than 300 feet tall, and its vine extended into the void and into the clouds. On the left mountain peak, there was a hydra grass that took up half the mountain. It had 9 heads, like a cobra standing up. On the top of the mountain on the right was a huge bright red rose. The stamen in the middle of the flower was more than 200 meters tall. These 3 plants seemed to form a tripartite balance of power. None of them looked easy to deal with. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the demon soul plant realm. Son of a Bia-chi, isn't this too big? Han Fei immediately judged that the giant rose was surrounded by gorgeous colors and filled with pollen. He wondered if it was poisonous. The heaven spirit detoxifying insect hadn't completely digested the poison, so he ignored it for now. It wouldn't be too late to deal with it after the insect digested and absorbed the poison. The giant vine in the middle occupied the main peak and was the largest. In terms of overall strength, it was probably the strongest. Therefore, Han Fei could only look at the hydra grass. Han Fei wondered if there would be other demon plants besides these 3 giant demon plants. However, Han Fei's heart palpitated. This meant that even the hydra grass was a great threat. Suddenly, Han Fei turned his head and saw that more than 10 kilometers away, some people were looking at him in the trees. Seeing Han Fei look over, they jumped into the forest. Han Fei didn't rush up the mountain. There seemed to be people around. If there were people, it seemed to be more meaningful to capture one to ask than to rush up the mountain. Therefore, Han Fei ran at full speed around the three mountains. Holy shit, he's here! Han Fei heard someone exclaim and saw people jumping out of the calm forest from time to time. Why are they hiding here? Han Fei realized that there seemed to be more people hiding here than he had imagined. After identifying one, Han Fei charged at full speed. Chapter 1047, Three Great Demon Plants Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Zhao Dahai felt like he was about to cry. Who the hell was this person? The battle was like thunder, rumbling as it crushed everything along the way. He was clearly more than 20 kilometers away, but in the blink of an eye he was less than 2 kilometers away. Zhao Dahai activated his secret method and ran back desperately, ignoring the demon plants along the way. However, before he could run 1,000 meters, he suddenly realized that there was no one behind him. Are you looking for me? Oh, brother, spare me. I'm just a soul fruit digger. My life is worthless. I'll give you all the soul fruits. Don't kill me. Zhao Dahai turned around and saw Han Fei looking at him with a smile. Han Fei shrugged and said, "Don't worry. My enemies are only the big clans. However, I have a few questions for you. If you answer them truthfully, I won't take your soul fruits. But once I discover that you're lying to me, I'll kill you." Zhao Dahai nodded incessantly. I'll answer. I'll tell you everything I know." Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. "Let me ask you first. Why are so many people lurking in front of these 3 mountains?" Zhao Dahai said. "Big brother, is this your first time in the demon soul plant realm?" Bang! Han Fei slapped him. "Who are you calling big brother? I'm still a child." The corners of Zhao Dahai's mouth twitched. "Who the hell are you lying to? You call yourself a child? You might be an old monster that's hundreds of years old." However, it was obvious that Zhao Dahai didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. He hurriedly said, "That's because the people who enter the ideal palace are basically all hidden fishers. Those who haven't become peak-level hidden fishers can only wander outside the swamp to pluck low-level soul fruits. They usually guard their spots, so they are relatively scattered." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "How long will it take for the soul fruits to grow?" Zhao Dahai said, "About 3 days. But even so, it won't be easy to guard the soul fruits. This is because many people appear in the periphery. Therefore, it's usually a 5-man team guarding the soul fruits. They aren't too far away from each other. This way, if they encounter a robbery, they can immediately provide reinforcements. The stronger ones don't bother to snatch low-grade soul fruits. Therefore, although the periphery looks dangerous, the danger actually comes from enemies of the same realm as us, so it's usually unlikely for there to be any deaths." Han Fei said, "Continue." Zhao Dahai gulped and said, "Those who can enter the swamp are basically peak-level hidden fishers. Most of these people have special strengths, but usually they form teams to pluck soul fruits and never separate. After all, there aren't many demon plants that can give birth to mid-level soul fruits. Once those people are separated, it's almost impossible for them to pluck mid-level soul fruits." Han Fei nodded. No wonder he hadn't met anyone after entering the swamp. It was possible that he had scared them away. After all, he couldn't perceive them. Han Fei asked, "What about here?" Zhao Dahai said, "We're mainly waiting here." Han Fei was puzzled. Wait for what? Zhao Dahai looked back at the mountain and said, "Wait for the soul fruits of the 3 demon plants." Wait? Han Fei glanced at the mountains and couldn't help but ask, "You wait instead of snatching them," Zhao Dahai hurriedly said. "There's no way to snatch them. This is the center of the demon plant soul realm. The 3 demon plants are the strongest in the demon plant soul realm. If the heavenly vine is angry, a casual whip from it will equal the combat strength of a law enforcer. There are large numbers of blood demon bugs in the heavenly red hibiscus's pollen that can suck the soul. Once it enters your body, you won't be able to protect your soul and will be sucked to death in the blink of an eye. As for the hydra grass, it's like a real living creature. Its leaves have fine scales and are extremely hard. Its 9 snakeheads specialize in devouring souls." Han Fei frowned. "So strong?" Zhao Dahai nodded immediately. "Of course, take the hydra grass as an example. Many body-tempering masters tried to fight it, but they were all devoured in the end. Oh, right, Yang Nanshi on the genius list is the only person who has ever killed the hydra grass." Yang Nanshi? Yang Nanshi's information immediately surfaced in Han Fei's mind. It seemed to be true. The 5th on the genius list. Name: Yang Nanshi. Gender: female class, soul warrior realm, advanced law enforcer soul beast, expanding earth, black turtle contractual spiritual beast, mountain carrying conch, dragon king eel weapon, overlord hammer characteristics, born with great strength, ranked number 1 on the genius list in strength, 7 souls list, demon plant soul realm, number 23, undying soul realm, number 89, blue sea soul realm, number 26, prehistoric soul realm, number 32. The rest are unknown. Deeds: he had already passed the 5 soul realms. He had once challenged the 2nd place of the genius list, Diwu Wagwang, and fled with serious injuries. His strength was astonishing. He had once destroyed hydra grass in the demon soul plant realm and killed the Fury Sea Dragon King with 3 hammers in the Blue Sea soul realm. Character evaluation: a genius girl of the Yang family in Thousand Star City, born with great strength. When she was 15, her strength reached 1 wave, and when she was 18, her strength 2 waves. Her secret technique was a strength-boosting technique, and the details are unknown. The person with the greatest strength in Thousand Star City ranked first among the 7 sects and big clans. Diwu Weiguang once said that once Yang Nanshi passed the 6th soul realm, the 7th soul realm would be a piece of cake for her. Han Fei touched his nose. It's a little like Shang Zuozuo's style. She's also a girl who uses a hammer. However, Yang Nanshi is much more powerful than Shang Zuozuo. Zhang Nanyun, who is ranked first on the genius list, only overtook her in the Undying Soul Realm, but lost to her in the other 3 soul realms. Han Fei glanced at the rankings of everyone else and was surprised to find that no one's ranking exceeded Yang Nanshi's except for the Undying Soul Realm. Yes, she's quite strong. Han Fei continued. Then what do you mean by waiting for the soul fruits? Zhao Dehai said. The 3 demon plants will spray soul fruits at random intervals. These soul fruits are all high-level soul fruits. As long as one can reach this place and wait patiently, the chances of getting those soul fruits are very high. Han Fei said in surprise. Spray high-level soul fruits? They're such a good thing? Zhao Dehai nodded hard. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people here. After all, it's rather difficult to find a safe place here. Han Fei thought for a moment. All right, hand over the soul fruits and leave. Zhao Dehai and... Zhao Dehai was stunned. Didn't you say you don't want my soul fruits? Han Fei scoffed. Because you're too ugly. Zhao Dehai. After handing over his soul fruits, Zhao Dehai was afraid that Han Fei would go back on his word and kill him. Seeing that Han Fei had no intention of attacking, Zhao Dehai hurriedly fled. No, I can't stay in the demon plant soul realm anymore. Where did such a ferocious person come from? Zhao Dehai had a bad feeling. This person had never appeared before, and his style of doing things was very tough. He was definitely not easy to deal with. Based on Han Fei's temperament and expression just now, something big might happen here. To avoid being harmed, he'd better go to the Blue Sea Soul Realm. After Zhao Dehai left, Han Fei pondered for a moment and walked straight to the mountain of Hydra Grass. Zhao Dehai's description was very clear. Yang Nanji was born with great strength and had once smashed Hydra Grass. He shouldn't be much weaker than Yang Nanji, right? His current pure strength was a little more than 2 waves. With Devil Change, he could use 16 waves of strength, making him comparable to an intermediate law enforcer. Furthermore, he had the law of gravity and can use the void lines to try capturing the Hydra Grass. Unless the Hydra Grass's strength had already exceeded that of an advanced law enforcer, he could definitely defeat Yang Nanshi with his superb speed and strength. Han Fei made up his mind to see what benefits the Hydra Grass had. Then, he would see if there was a chance to challenge Heavenly Red Hibiscus. Han Fei couldn't help but think that it would be great if Lirenquang was here. In terms of the ability to eat worms, no one would dare claim to be number 1 if he claimed to be number 2. Once he activated the sky swallowing technique and ultimate defense, the blood demon bug wouldn't pose any threat at all. With this in mind, Han Fei was greatly relieved. He planned to kill the Hydra Grass and then kill his way back to find Lirenquang. In any case, he would conquer the demon soul plant realm first, in front of the left mountain. When Han Fei stood at the foot of the mountain, many people secretly exclaimed, "Is this person going to climb the mountain?" Someone cursed inwardly, "Is this person crazy?" Thankfully, he isn't climbing the highest mountain, otherwise I would have to run. Someone's eyes shone. This is a ferocious person. He has pushed his way all the way here, and now he wants to kill the Hydra Grass? How bold. A member of a large clan who was fleeing was secretly delighted. Han Fei, you're courting death. Don't stop if you have the ability. It's best if you seek death from the heavenly vine. Han Fei could feel some gazes, but he didn't care. Since he was already here, it would be a pity if he didn't try. Han Fei climbed the mountain and jumped 100 meters high. Just as he went up the mountain, a hissing sound came from the top of the mountain. The 9 snakeheads all looked at Han Fei as if they were waiting for him to come up the mountain so that they could have a good meal. Han Fei extended his palm and the infinity water appeared. Han Fei couldn't help but mutter, "The treasure of the heavenly desolate city must be invincible in the demon soul plant realm. I'll treat you to a bite first." Since he had chosen to climb the mountain, Han Fei no longer hesitated. As he ran, the sacrificing punch erupted. Infinity water was enveloped by the punch as the void lines were released. Han Fei reached out and 2 sledgehammers appeared. Aha! Try my hammers. Chapter 1048, Hydra Grass Translator, Haini Translations Editor, Haini Translations, Who? When Han Fei stepped onto the mountain on the left, the 9 snakeheads roared. They seemed to feel that someone had violated their dignity, and their 9 heads spewed out strange blue flames at the same time. Han Fei's expression changed slightly. They don't seem weak. This flame gave Han Fei a strong sense of danger. It seemed to be a flame that could burn souls. At this moment, the entire mountain was engulfed by this blue flame. At that moment, the ordinary demon plants on the mountain were completely vaporized by the terrifying blue flames. With a thought, Han Fei stomped his foot and a pale yellow array appeared. This was a soul-controlling array he had learned from the Ocean Book. In the Ocean Book, this wasn't considered a profound array. In comparison, in terms of soul defense, it was equivalent to the coiling turtle array's defense against physical attacks. Smack! After just 2 seconds, Han Fei saw cracks appear on the soul-controlling array. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. They're indeed strong. However, Han Fei was building up his strength and transforming himself. The moment the soul-driving array shattered, the sacrificing punch penetrated half the mountain and struck the root of the 9-headed snake grass. In Han Fei's opinion, the difference between plants and humans was that it was extremely difficult for them to move. This was especially so for gigantic demon plants like the hydra grass that took up half the mountain. How was it to run with such a huge body? Furthermore, his void lines also went out with the sacrificing punch. Han Fei didn't believe that such a behemoth didn't have a soul. As for Han Fei himself, he was instantly covered by the blue flames. For a moment, Han Fei felt as if his entire body was being pricked by needles. In his mind, there was energy constantly attacking him, but the power didn't shake his soul. Phew, you gave me a fright. I thought you were very powerful. Han Fei couldn't help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. This spiritual attack probably had the power of a junior law enforcer. Its power was comparable to an ordinary soul explosion. If an ordinary person were to come up the mountain, it would probably be extremely difficult for them to withstand the flames. Han Fei looked up and saw that on the mountain, the 9 heads seemed to have cleverly realized Han Fei's thoughts. This human seemed to want to severely injure them by destroying the roots. At that moment, the 9 heads gathered together, revealing their dark red forehead as they faced the sacrificing punch together. Boom! The terrifying explosion swept out for dozens of kilometers. Even the heavenly vines and heavenly red hibiscus couldn't help but move slightly. In the clouds, a void vine swept past as though a dragon had flown across the sky. Outside the mountain, about dozens of people suddenly jumped out of the hidden area. Someone shouted, "Quickly retreat far away. The soul-burning flame is coming." Someone frantically fled back as he shouted, "Be careful of the heavenly vine." Bang! As he spoke, a vine that was thousands of meters long in the clouds struck the demon forest like a whip from the sky. It left a pit that was more than 2,000 meters long. However, the heavenly vine didn't attack the hydra grass. At this moment, Han Fei's heart surged. The sacrificing punch was blocked. The 9 snakeheads combined their power and blocked his sacrificing punch. However, Han Fei didn't panic but manipulated the void lines. The void lines had attached to their souls, and hundreds of lines tied up all 9 snakeheads. However, Han Fei's expression immediately changed because he was shocked to discover that the 9 snakeheads weren't 1, but 9 independent creatures. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Han Fei to control 9 law enforcers at the same time. It wasn't a matter of who was stronger or weaker, but that Han Fei's control was too scattered. With Han Fei's current level, it was impossible for him to complete such intense control. Almost immediately, Han Fei felt a counterattack at his soul. After a clash of souls, Han Fei felt a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. In his heart, Han Fei thought, in a place like the ideal palace, since everyone was a soul body, the so-called blood was probably also a manifestation of a soul body. How could he spit out his soul? Therefore, Han Fei swallowed the blood. The void lines retracted and all shot at one of the snakeheads. At this moment, Han Fei spread out his phantom glass wings, and his 2 copper hammers streaked across the sky, turning into a 100-meter-long hammer shadow accompanied by the law of gravity. Han Fei's hammer attack could even strike a high-level law enforcer. The hydra grass seemed to hate hammers. Apart from one of the snakeheads crazily swinging around in an attempt to escape the void lines, the other 8 snakeheads opened their mouths and tried to swallow Han Fei. Although it was called a snakehead, it was actually a plant. It didn't have any teeth. Instead, there was a circular golden rim around its mouth that resembled thick lips. Han Fei could even see the esophagus inside the snakehead through the mouth. There was a black sticky liquid inside. "You're just a blade of grass. What makes you think you can eat me? I'll hammer you to death." Clang, clang, clang. In midair, Han Fei's figure flickered crazily. He struck the snakeheads crazily with his hammer. In the distance, someone had just dodged the tree demon's sudden stab. At this moment, when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Could this be a powerhouse born with great strength like Yang Nanshi? Could it be another member of the Yang family? There were also a few members of big clans who had ugly expressions and were alarmed. Han Fei was actually so powerful that his strength was comparable to Yang Nanshi's. Weren't people born with great power very rare? Someone gritted his teeth. While Han Fei is fighting the hydra grass, let's go out and inform everyone to surround him outside the soul realm. In the swamp of the demon plant soul realm, Luo Xiaobai's pupils turned white as she flew back and controlled the spiritual plant to attack like a storm. However, 3 water dragons soared up and chased after the 3 of them. Occasionally, there was a flash in the void from time to time. However, every time this happened, Xuanhuan would use the sky-swallowing technique to forcefully stop the hunter hiding in the void shadows. As for Yang Nanshi in braids, she ran crazily across the water. She didn't dodge any of the attacks. With her powerful physique, she took all of Lu Xiaobai's attacks. Great spirit summoning art. Instantly, white fog appeared as dozens of flowers bloomed in the void. Poison, mucus, illusions, and psychedelic gases spewed out as well as ghostly blue vines. Behind him, the long-legged woman shouted, "Dragon King's fury, Buddha's 3,000 hands." A sea of red tentacles kept extending out from Luo Xiaobai and company, making everyone feel as though they were running through a sea of red tentacles. Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Seize soul." In the blink of an eye, a large number of tentacles were controlled by Luo Xiaobai, and the two parties continued to fight. Behind her, the long-legged woman shouted, "Luo Xiaobai, do you think you can resist us? Even if your brother is here, he's not my match." "Who do you think you are?" Zhang Xuanyu shouted. "Let me stop these guys." However, before Zhang Xuanyu could say anything, he suddenly saw a blazing orange light erupt from Lurenquang's body. The violent war body and the majestic mystic spell were activated at the same time. Deep blue roar, roar, 100-meter wide void hole appeared. In an instant, the Sun family's hunter in the void frantically jumped back. The three water dragons instantly shattered, and thousands of tentacles were straightened. Lurenquang was holding two sabers in both hands, and a demonic red figure appeared behind him. The true martial fiend saber slashed out two void rifts. Lurenquang shouted, "Let's go first. After all, you won't have any memories after we leave. Then I'll let you experience what it means to be a legend. Try my hammers." Yang Nanxi didn't care at all. As the others retreated, she swung the hammer in her hand like a wheel of fire and wind and smashed it at Lurenquang. Thump! The phantom of a huge turtle that was hundreds of meters long appeared. Yang Nanxi was sent flying backward, and the huge turtle was also sent flying by the hammer. Like a huge ball, Lurenquang rolled thousands of meters in the swamp, shattering all the spiritual plants along the way. However, the huge ball rolled back and slammed into the group of people. Zhang Xuanyu roared, "Fatty, charge in. Don't waste time here, okay?" Thud, he collided head-on with Yang Nanxi again and flattened everything within 1,000 meters. Only then did he roll and chase after Zhang Xuanyu. Behind them, Yang Nanxi moved her wrist and twisted her neck. What a powerful recoil. He's fine after taking two of my hammer strikes head-on. I'm afraid that Fatty really has a legendary contractual spiritual beast. It's even stronger than my expanding soil black turtle. At the top of the mountain, Han Fei's arm went numb. After hammering for a long time, he finally smashed one of the heads. In the end, a large amount of black mucus spewed out of the head. The mucus even attempted to grow a new snake head. You win if you can grow it. At this moment, the snakehead controlled by Han Fei was biting the other snakehead. Han Fei had switched the hammer in his hand to Snowmorn. He drew his sword and slashed at the hydrograss's root. With this strike, the six heads opened their mouths and bit at Han Fei. When the sword came out, Han Fei was swallowed by a snakehead. Bam! The infinity water exploded the snake's head, and Han Fei's body turned pitch black as if he had fallen into ink. When Han Fei focused his eyes, he saw that the plant had sacrificed a snakehead to block the draw. However, it was also because of this that 3 snakeheads were destroyed. One snakehead was controlled by him and was attacking the other. Only 4 snakeheads could still fight now. Han Fei grinned. Let's see how long you can last. There's no spiritual energy or energy here. Here, I'm invincible. Chapter 1049, 10 Geniuses Defeating Hydra Grass was only a matter of time. Han Fei discovered that the Hydra Grass was nothing more than being tough. Its tongue was filled with black liquid that corroded the soul. However, as long as he wrapped himself in an array and blew it up with the infinity water, it would be fine. He controlled the snakehead to bite the other snakehead, and when he smashed another snakehead, a thin purple flower extended out from the center of the Hydra Grass. Han Fei immediately exerted more strength and smashed the 2 badly injured snakeheads, throwing the void lines to another snakehead. Then he pounced on the pearl grass core flower. The flower bud bloomed at an extremely fast speed, revealing a spherical black hole that resembled an eye. Shoot! Han Fei's heart suddenly palpitated as he subconsciously dodged. He saw a laser-like purple-red pillar of light instantly pierce through his afterimage. Boom! The purple light contained so much power that it directly blew apart a portion of the hill. Holy shit! What's this? A laser cannon? For a moment, Han Fei's figure filled the sky. The purple laser spewed out everywhere, piercing through Han Fei's afterimages. Han Fei originally wanted to direct the laser to shoot at the Heavenly Vine and the Heavenly Red Hibiscus. However, on second thought, weren't these 2 big shots more powerful than the Hydra Grass? To deal with 3 big shots at the same time seemed a little provocative. Therefore, Han Fei gave up on this plan. The draw. Crack. Han Fei dodged the snakeheads and the laser and slashed at the central root. Sparks flew. Many of the thin scales shattered. Han Fei took the opportunity to stuff the infinity water into the root. Detonate. Boom. This time, the Hydra Grass really couldn't withstand it. After all, it was only a blade of grass, and Han Fei was the kind of guy who could flicker indefinitely. It was only a matter of time before he won. The moment the root shattered, the snakeheads in front of him withered. Han Fei ignored those snakeheads, because he found that the laser-spewing fruit flower cracked and 9 purple soul fruits appeared. Han Fei reached out and grabbed all 9 soul fruits. He scanned them, and a message appeared, E-name Ultra-Quality Soul Fruit Introduction. This is a strange fruit that grows in the void soul world. Eating it has a chance of breaking through the mental barrier. L-level ultra quality R quality R quality. Rare effect ultra quality soul fruits can help break through the soul barrier but are ineffective to explorers. Upon seeing this attribute, Han Fei was delighted. This is good stuff. 9 of them came at once. I was worried that I couldn't break through the barrier of my spiritual power, but this came. How could I not be happy? Just as Han Fei was feeling excited, a huge monument suddenly appeared in the void. Like a mirror, Han Fei was reflected on it. Then, Han Fei found that his name appeared on the stone monument. Eh? This is a stone monument outside the demon soul realm. Han Fei was horrified. He hadn't engraved his name, but it was reflected directly. This stone monument was probably a treasure, right? When Han Fei's name stopped at 39th place, he couldn't help but be stunned. If he remembered correctly, Yang Nanqi should be ranked 23rd. The difference between his and Yang Nanqi's ranking wasn't small. Yang Nanqi had probably gone to another mountain. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. Is it because the Hydra grass hasn't been completely killed? There were 3 snakeheads in front of him. One of them was under his control. Although they had withered, they weren't dead. The void stone monument in front of him hadn't vanished either. Han Fei extended his hand and chopped at the snakeheads. In the forest, Lurenquang and company were running wildly. Just now, Lurenquang had used Deep Blue Roar to stall for time, buying them a lot of time to escape. As there weren't any members of the Yi family here, with the strength of Luo Xiaobai and the others, even though they had encountered people from big clans once, 2 of them had been pierced by Zhang Xuanyu's spear. It was almost impossible to stop them from rushing forward. At that moment, Lurenquang exclaimed, "What kind of demon plant is this? It's getting more and more ferocious. It's to the point where even Xiaobai can't control it." Luo Xiaobai had already come back to her senses. "Although we can't control them, we can affect their perception and prevent them from attacking us." Boom! Suddenly, a ripple rushed towards everyone. Zhang Xuanyu said in surprise, "There's a big battle ahead." The few of them exchanged looks. "It must be Han Fei." Luo Xiaobai said, "Han Fei is there, let's go." Behind them, Yang Nanqi said in surprise that Han Fei climbed the mountain. Chu Qingyan frowned. "Let's go and take a look." Chu Qingyan and company suffered in the demon plant soul realm. Although Chu Qingyan was also a manipulator, the difference between a manipulator and a divine manipulator was huge. If they were in the outside world, she was confident that Luo Xiaobai and company would have been killed by them. However, they had managed to escape into the demon plant soul realm. After a moment, when Luo Xiaobai and the others rushed out of the demon plant soul realm, they saw Han Fei waving a huge axe in the sky and chopping the snakeheads. Zhang Xuanyu gasped and said, "What the hell is this? Such a huge snake." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "It's not a snake, but a demon plant." Lurenquang took a deep breath. "What a huge demon plant. There are 2 more over there." Han Fei hadn't finished chopping off the snakeheads when he saw Luo Xiaobai and the other 2 suddenly rush over. He immediately said in delight, "Come on up, I'll leave this head for you. Maybe you can be ranked in the genius list too." Zhang Xuanyu shouted as he ran. "What ranking? They're coming from behind. Let's end this quickly." Han Fei's expression changed slightly, and he immediately roared angrily. The axe beam reached 100 meters and exploded the snakehead. Just as the snakehead exploded, a girl with braided hair rushed out of the forest with a sledgehammer and happened to see this scene. Chu Qingyan and company were there as well. The moment they appeared, they saw this scene and couldn't help but be moved. The Hydra grass is already dead? They had thought that they had come quickly enough. Even if Han Fei had started to climb the mountain, it couldn't be long. However, they saw that the Hydra grass was already dead. This made their hearts sink. The man from the Mo family said in a low voice, "As the news says, this Han Fei is very powerful." Another person said, "Look, the ranking on the Voidstone Monument is changing." At this moment, Han Fei's name went from 39th to 36th. Han Fei was instantly speechless. He smashed 3 heads, so he raised his ranking by 3. Han Fei was still disgusted, but Yang Nanqi's eyes flickered. "When I finished killing the Hydra grass, I was only ranked 42. Han Fei is very strong. Han Fei is very strong." Han Fei had already landed and was at his peak in all aspects. When he saw Chu Qingyan and company, he immediately narrowed his eyes. "Long-legged, are you Chu Qingyan?" Chu Qingyan narrowed her eyes. "You know me?" At this moment, Han Fei's murderous aura surged as he grinned coldly. The 3rd place on the genius list. Name, Chu Qingyan. Gender, female. Occupation, soul warrior. Manipulator realm, peak level law enforcer soul beast. Dead leaf sea star, contractual spiritual beast. Butterfly starworm, thousand leaf Buddha, hand weapon, shadowless sword. Characteristics, can devour others' life force. 7 souls list, ranked 46th in the demon plant soul realm, 75th undying soul realm, 83rd blue sea soul realm, 91st prehistoric soul realm. Deeds, she had already passed 6 soul realms. She had once challenged Diwu Weiguang, who was ranked 2nd on the genius list. Not only had she lost, but she had also been taken advantage of. She rose because of the 6th soul realm, character evaluation from the Chu sect in Thousand Star City. With outstanding talent, she can be ranked 1st in the Chu sect. Diwu Weiguang once said that once Chu Qingyan passes the 7th soul realm, her strength will be on par with his. Han Fei directly repeated Chu Qingyan's information, making the eyes of Zhang Xuanyu, Lurenquang, and Luo Xiaobai flicker. Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, "No wonder my grand spirit summoning art was broken so quickly, so she has the ability to devour life." Chu Qingyan looked at Han Fei coldly. "Han Fei, you killed my brother. Today, you must die." Han Fei grinned. Who do you think you are? Just because you have long legs doesn't mean I will relent. How dare you? Suddenly, a cold-faced man next to him whipped his whip hard on the ground as if he wanted to fight Han Fei. Han Fei frowned. Who are you? Luo Xiaobai. He's from the Mo family. Han Fei couldn't help but sneer. Are you Mo Fan? Mo Fan said coldly, it's me. What do you want? Han Fei sneered again. I thought the Mo family only had women. I can't believe they gave birth to a man. Are you proud to be ranked 8th on the genius list? Do you believe that I can beat you up in minutes? Black gas emerged from Mo Fan's body, and his voice was cold. Han Fei, you deserve to die. Han Fei twisted his head. Many people want me dead. Who the hell are you? Yang Nanxi, who looked like a little girl, pointed her hammer at Han Fei. Let me fight you. Han Fei curled his lips. You? Number 5 on the genius list? Yang Nanxi? You can fight Fatty. Fatty, right? Le Renquang's face turned green. This woman is very strong. Han Fei smiled. I know, but isn't she only a peak-level hidden fisher now? Can't you handle her? Le Quang muttered. I can withstand her, but can't defeat her? Han Fei ignored him and looked at the slender woman next to him, shaking his head and asking, do the big clans lack men? Who are you? I'm Sunwu from the Sun family. Sunwu is my younger brother. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. Whoa, you're really going all out to deal with our thug academy. 4 of the top 10 elites came. Any more? Is there a 5th? Chapter 1050, White Hot Battle Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Le Renquang leaned close to Han Fei and asked, what's the genius list? Han Fei chuckled. It lists the top 10 strong masters of our generation in the 1,000-star city. Hiss, Zhang Xuanyu asked. What's that son's ranking? Han Fei, 4th. Le Renquang's expression turned bitter. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 8th are all here. Holy shtet, this doesn't seem easy to fight. Han Fei immediately said proudly, what's so hard about it? Didn't we occupy the top 5 in the Blue Sea Town? Why should we be afraid of them? Mo Fan sneered. The Blue Sea Town isn't even an island in 1,000-star city. Zhang Xuanyu directly replied, shut up, you're 8th, you don't have the right to speak. Mo Fan's expression turned extremely ugly. I'm fucking 8th, why am I not qualified to speak? Han Fei thought for a moment. Chu Qingyan was ranked 3rd, so she was probably the strongest among these people. Sunwu was a hunter, so the ice sealing spell and the soul stabbing spell shouldn't be able to threaten him. However, he didn't know if Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu could resist her. In any case, he couldn't let her fight Luo Xiaobai. To a certain extent, hunters were the bane of manipulators. As for Yang Nanji, Le Renquang was definitely capable of dealing with her. As for Mo Fan, he was also a hunter and walked a strange path. His spiritual beast was Nether Sea Demon Fish. He had never heard or seen such a creature before, so he had to be careful. Furthermore, there were a few people behind them. From their attitudes, they didn't look like strong masters on the genius list. They were likely other figures from big clans who were supporting those people. However, if these people were comparable to the batch he had killed previously, the outcome was unpredictable. Chu Qingyan and company weren't in a rush to take action. They were likely discussing who should deal with whom. Han Fei immediately sent a voice transmission. Xiaobai, this is a little tricky. The point isn't on these 4 people, but the people behind them. I encountered a perfect team that's very strong. There are also 5 behind them. I'm afraid it's also a perfect team. Luo Xiaobai said, if it's possible, I'll deal with Chu Qingyan. Le Renquang will deal with Yang Nanxi. Can you take on 2 hunters by yourself? Han Fei, all right. Zhang Xunyu frowned. You dealt with Chu Qingyan alone. Didn't you say that she would devour lives? Luo Xiaobai said. Manipulators don't lack life force at all. Luo Xiaobai went on, but the other party might not follow our plan. If nothing unexpected happens, Chu Qingyan might hold back Han Fei and the 2 hunters will come at me. Han Fei, what's on the mountain behind? Han Fei said. 2 extremely powerful demon plants. I don't know much about that huge vine, but that flower emits a pollen fog. It's said that the pollen is filled with blood demon worms that can suck souls. Once it enters a person's body, it'll immediately suck that person to death in the blink of an eye. This is only what I know. It's very likely that the other party has more offensive means than this. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a chill when he thought of the Hydra grass's laser beam. That thing wasn't something anyone could block. It would probably be easy to go up the mountain, but difficult to go down. Luo Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat. If anything unexpected happens, I'll go to the big vine with Le Renquang. You and Zhang Xuanyu go to the flower. Just as Luo Xiaobai was about to say something else, the 3 hunters of the other party vanished. What alarmed them was that Sunwu and Mo Fan had disappeared. As for the other person, Han Fei and the others didn't care too much. The moment they disappeared, Han Fei unleashed his full strength. He fused with his spiritual beast, had his contractual spiritual beasts attached to him, and activated Devil Change. Han Fei's yin-yang divine eye appeared directly. Since they were all in the ideal palace, no one would know or remember them if they went out. Since Le Renquang had even used Deep Blue Roar, he naturally didn't panic. Little Fatty had also attached to him. In the void, Han Fei's expression changed slightly. He found that the 3 hunters were all crouching and preparing to attack Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei said, Xiaobai, I'll try to block the 3 hunters. If it doesn't work, I'll make a backup plan. While Han Fei was transmitting his voice, Yang Nanxi had already rushed over. Her target wasn't Le Renquang, but Han Fei. However, with a low growl, the great sky-swallowing technique was activated, and the true martial fiend saber was drawn. Behind him was a black shadow that was more than 50 meters tall. It was obvious that Lemaniac had used his strongest combat strength. Lirenquang, silly girl, your opponent is me. Scram. The sledgehammer flew across the sky as flames surged in midair. Layers of armor appeared in front of Lirenquang as he attacked with the demonic saber in his hand. On the other side, xuanhuan struck first. In an instant, he shot the momentary time at the opponent's manipulator. However, to everyone's surprise, Chu Qingyan's target was also Han Fei. This made Han Fei somewhat helpless. This was because a large number of purple tentacles had already appeared. Furthermore, Han Fei could clearly sense a force swirling around him, as though it wanted to deprive him of his life. However, at this moment, the ring on Han Fei's hand lit up. Why did the time ring light up again? Han Fei immediately recalled when Qianian Ying's disciple, who was called Qianian Chen, used a time-based secret technique, the ring responded. And now, Chu Qingyan made the time ring light up again. This made him vaguely sense that his life was being stripped away. Immediately, Han Fei confirmed one thing. Chu Qingyan had both a time-based secret technique and the ability to devour life. Han Fei said directly, Xiaobai, Chu Qingyan has a skill that can accelerate time. Do you have a way to deal with her? Luo Xiaobai said decisively, yes. Han Fei was immediately relieved. With a flash, he flew out. The void lines would only be used when he was 100% confident. Otherwise, once the opponent escaped, his soul attack would be exposed. It would be difficult to kill someone outside the soul realm in the future. Han Fei's fist smashed through the void and struck in 3 directions. Ice seal. In an instant, a white mist appeared around Han Fei. Following that, the water dragon swept up and froze Han Fei in the ice. However, before the two of them could attack Luo Xiaobai, the huge ice block exploded with a bang. The sacrificing punch erupted and blasted at Sun Wu. Han Fei's figure flashed as the blood-drinking knife in his hand tore through the air and slashed at Mo Fan. As for the other one, Han Fei simply ignored him. However, Mo Fan's back trembled as his 6 wings lit up. With the shadow of a bat covering him, he easily dodged the attack. At this moment, Sun Wu turned into a piece of purple sand. The ice walls and pillars around her actually had a way to deflect the force and block the sacrificing punch. Furthermore, Sun Wu transformed into gravel and swept towards Han Fei like a storm. Han Fei didn't see Sun Wu's body. The purple sand was probably the ability of the purple sand eel. However, Han Fei knew about the purple sand eel, but he had never heard that it had the ability to turn into sand. Han Fei immediately shouted, pull away, swish. The battle didn't even have a transition as it reached its climax. Everyone was a genius and extremely confident. Just like when Chu Quangren came to challenge Han Fei, his arrogance shocked many people present. And now, other than those who were there to make up the numbers, even the weakest was ranked 8th on the genius list. This battle was naturally not easy to fight. Seeing that the void was trembling over at Luo Xiaobai's side, Han Fei dodged and used infinite water to transform into the million knife art, sealing off Mo Fan's path. Heavenly constellation, weak water. The purple sand, wrapped in something similar to the Nirvana essence water, splashed on Han Fei. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but that these people's goal was very clear. They planned to kill Luo Xiaobai first. Once Luo Xiaobai, the divine manipulator, died, xuanhuan would be next. In order to buy time, xuanhuan couldn't care less. Tertiary body erupted and each of them held a long pole. The bloodthirsty shark launched 2 soul explosions. By stirring up the opponent's energy and blood and activating the instant time technique, he had blown up 1 person. However, what Han Fei didn't expect was that something happened to Lirenquang first. At this moment, Yang Nanxi also had the ability to go berserk and a secret technique. Furthermore, this girl's mountain-carrying conch was like a small mountain on her back and forcefully sealed the sky-swallowing technique. At that moment, the 2 of them were hammering each other. One was holding a sledgehammer, while the other was holding a demonic saber. Both of them were wearing armor, and they were slashing at each other frantically. Every strike was accompanied by a boom. However, in terms of strength, Lirenquang, who had used the majestic mystic spell, was actually weaker than Yang Nanxi. Han Fei thought to himself, after this, I'll have to teach them the devil change. As for Luo Xiaobai's side, she was in a perilous situation. Hundreds of spiritual plants appeared, and Luo Xiaobai used infinite life substitute to fight. The most useful one was the gray vines in the ancient battlefield. After entangling them, they could barely resist Chu Qingyan's 2 kinds of powers. Han Fei cursed inwardly. At this moment, he missed Li Luoluo so much. As long as this girl was around, the chances of winning were definitely with him. This was because Han Fei couldn't let the 2 hunters circle around and attack Luo Xiaobai. Therefore, the other party somewhat took the upper hand, if only he had a clone. However, the afterimage wasn't a clone. The afterimage only had the power of 1 strike and could only cooperate with him in battle. Lightning Blade. Han Fei gritted his teeth and Little Gold went into battle. At this moment, Little Gold hadn't broken through to level 50 and hadn't awakened again. Han Fei sent Little Gold to deal with the hunter. Screech! The golden red saber beam swept through the void as a terrifying electric current blasted out. The void exploded as the hunter retreated, his body charred.